tenacity where the likes of Zanos
dance. What's up? Before this match starts, we're gonna watch some Our Rivals.
Anti-peel if you get dove on by like
Okay.
duelists. Obviously a fantastic ultimate. You can copy whatever ultimates are on the opponent's board as well if you can't get your own.
Is this best of 3?
Cloak and Dagger. So the fact that Beba Patim's first 2
no,
Cloak and Dagger.
no, it's best of 5. You
It
can
is,
see. No. You can see the lines at the top.
I mean, yeah, best of 5. Yeah, best of 5.
Yeah, first to 3. Yeah.
Yeah, Boba Patim. Question is, do they try and ban like Luna now to
Yeah, it's
stop
best of
Luna
5.
Loki from coming
Cap
through?
save.
Starlock could go on, making sure that Pokey cannot follow up on Polly's marauding in the back line. Of course, it is going to be the predicted Luna Snowman
The
here.
ban cap first, no? Their cap is a
Cloak
problem.
and Dagger ban over Luna ban is crazy, no?
However, Luna Snow
I hope this doesn't start anytime soon, dog. I don't care about a new map or anything.
We can drive them out. Gain the angle. Oh, clear
Maybe
the
I do actually. Give me a second. Good crosshair placement.
Right, clean.
There's also the distribution center. All those corners.
Plenty of opportunities for surprises.
Is this the new bundle?
Let's push them out.
I want to see the knife. All I care about is the knife, I can't lie. I love having insane knives. I mean, it looks nice.
I see you.
Nice shot. There is a tower.
You ready?
Yeah, I got this.
Is that the new one? That's it. Act 4. Actually looks good, I can't lie.
The main idea for Pro kind of came about with the idea of layered defenses. If a defender takes an aggressive fight towards the main, do they have better options to fall back onto site and continue fighting without
So
having
you're
to
just
deal
telling
with
me
the
this
site
is a
completely?
trial
While attackers
run
feel
map.
like they're also gaining space in a meaningful way. So there's like that needle to thread.
This map is the biggest we made. Our vista is pretty much 360 degrees. Anywhere you look, you can find really something to focus on.
What we've been really trying to do is push Valorant's art style to the next level. Corrode will really feel like key art comes to life.
Corrode.
I'm very excited for the players to find all
Show
the
me the
details,
fucking bundle,
explore
bro.
all the stories.
I really do not care.
To say on the broadcast is like,
Ash.
Nice little target practice in the pre-round.
We elevated the art style. We have very exciting bomb sites that are layered this time. We have a lot of fights in it that can be very spicy.
Corrode feels like we've taken everything we've learned over the past 5 years of Valorant and really distilled it into a modern classic that we all hope you enjoy.
The match we've all been waiting for.
No.
Bro, I start texting everyone. Ultron here. A little
Ultron.
bit of Ultron here in EMEA. It's not
Funny, it's funny.
I
Running the
mean,
extremely
the human torch doesn't die at all now. It's impossible to kill him now.
really good strategist alongside though, and if Pokey can get that free,
I created
it's
this
irritating to do.
No, you didn't. You didn't do
I
anything.
did.
It is impossible to kill human torch
The
now.
only thing you created, by the way, is falling off the map on Spider-Man. That's the only thing you created.
I
Shut the fuck up. You
falling off
literally
the map.
created
Oh,
that.
yeah,
You
thank you,
did. You
I
did. It's
created
known as the
this.
Luke the Ninja.
I coined this term. It's called Firetron. I created it. I theorized it before Ultron was been out. Yes, called Firetron, guys, and I have the trademark, by the way.
No.
If anybody else says it, they have to pay me
Nope.
royalties.
Nope.
So, you do. Yeah, you do.
Knutson took a nice side angle up top. Managed to get 2v1 over double flyers of both Tanuki and Pokey.
Are they not
Up come the walls,
capped the
down
point
goes
yet?
the cover for those flyers. Still, Tanuki has
They got a kill.
Why is your chat making me look like an alcoholic, bro? What is this
Because
bullshit?
you are.
And
you are, bro.
drinking. I'm not surprised, brother. It was a Saturday, bro. It was a Saturday.
Saturday.
The weekend is made for drinking, bro.
It's made for back shots.
Guys. Can we be honest?
Extra movement speed and
Yeah.
overhead for everybody as well. So feeling quite a bit of
Can we just fucking ban Rescom, please? Like, I'm tired of watching this shit.
Yeah, let's go. It's just annoying.
As a reminder,
Wait, the BP is out. The BP, I really like BP. I like BP for fucking Rescomp. I think it's actually really good. Like, I'm not joking.
I played with Hog yesterday, and he's so much better than you, by the way.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Let's see.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Let's see.
However, coming out with a speed boost here, the Soul Resurgence is so good in conjunction.
Wait, the zero tenacity capped
BP is like literally good into like all of those characters.
instead of Barapin Barakun.
Yeah, we just need to be good at TP.
Running it here and burning you ran it here, dude.
Okay.
Ooh, what a grab though.
Oh, choke me like that, mommy.
Stopped by the carbon crush. What a play by Ducky to stop Tanuki's reign of terror. And now
Is this show match first, right? I mean, we can watch it. It is allowed in Watchparty, not rounds. And the next match is more important. Vlad versus VP. That's like a Battle of Titans. Like the gods versus the gods.
Yeah, but
they're playing dive. Yeah, but Rescom's getting shit on though. Okay, I mean they haven't capped the point yet, but like I mean you're gonna get shit on now. Trust.
Despite the fact that we're seeing a lot of blue on the
Wait, who's playing after this?
Yeah, VP game.
They've still got some good ultimates in hand, certainly for the strategists.
Again, that VP got
rematch annihilated again. It's just a case of a couple more clean fights and they've got point one even.
Plenty of staying power still remaining off the back of
Ooh, they're gonna get fucked here.
Soul Resurgence here, but if it can be forced out here by Pokey with the Rage of Ultron, which generates so quickly, that could prove troublesome for the take potential. And we don't really have that many options to try and deal with Enzo and that Eye of Agamotto. Why we can see the herding that's happening right now. Tanuki marks 3 players with Vibranium, allowing them to reset the Spirit Rend. If any of it can shift on through one of those marked players, it's going to eventually come on through. Moving over onto
You missed. You missed. I wouldn't miss. I genuinely wouldn't miss. I actually killed 5 there. I literally killed 5.
What are the teams?
No. I literally killed 5.
Tarek.
It's a big play coming here.
I like Tarek.
No, bro, you're
this guy.
so bad. You're a fucking
Tanuki has it like me right now.
I don't like domination.
No glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots at all times. And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show.
Bro, I love Tarek.
Well, folks, we have one question for you. Are you
Who are these people? I only know Tarek.
RGB, I don't think they heard you. Toronto, I said, are you ready?
Oh, this is Winnie. I know him. Tens? I know Tens. Who the fuck are rest of these people?
I don't know who I'm backing more or who I'm more excited for.
I'm pumped for this now.
Tarek. Bro, I'm a
Tarek
Tarek fan, boy.
Again, the trailer.
I love him as a person. He's just like seems such a nice guy and everything.
So we need to actually really
hard-working
dive
guy.
into what Corrode is, because you kind of talked about it there, right? Those last 5 years of experience have brought you to this point, and it looks kind of classic, right?
Yeah. So we really want to just go straight, like, kind of back to basics, you know? Like, we want to build on what we know, but also, like, take into account everything we've learned, like you mentioned. And so with Corrode, like, we're coming with the idea of layered defenses.
Winnie,
we really want to hammer that home and really, bring that to the forefront of the map's design.
Because I saw
Kaide isn't this like Ten's girlfriend or
a little
something?
more open, but the post plants didn't seem as
Toast.
spammable.
Oh,
for example,
Toast.
So like some of the
Ten's
sunset
Mel.
kind of memories, but it feels like that's already been adjusted.
Sid,
And again,
who
the
the
other
fuck
side was also
these two
indoors,
guys?
if I'm not
I
mistaken.
know Toast,
So
Ten's and
it
Mel.
feels like it's kind of
Oh, they are
leading
making
us
them
to a
play.
new way to use utility and approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
The
Called out
teams.
A site being completely
That
interior
sucks.
is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey, you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very intentional. You know, you can't just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows in and around the site. And that's just one of the many ways we're trying to tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
And I'm so glad this is going up now.
Yeah.
Do I see an Ascent B wall-ish sort of setup
How many
here?
walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can like get decent value from.
But the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside
Exactly.
B, but a util set piece out to try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that
Can I
Omen
see
has
the
been doing that
knife?
for a couple of rounds in a row, it's like, hey, let's throw a dart, let's throw Dizzy, let's counter this Omen.
But it works both ways.
It works
obviously.
both ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of verticality too, right? Which I love seeing.
Yeah,
right?
once you get to the sites, it's
there's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there's the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about.
Should I just buy the bundle or give it
in terms
away?
of setting things up. There seems to be more.
You can gift bundles now, right?
Ahead of the sites to allow for engagements on both sides for attackers and defenders, and it's kind of util oriented. There's lots of kind of corners to clear, but it's not just kind of a clean lane up the side.
Yeah, so we want you to kind of stage your utility, right? So it's like, hey, we need something to clear main.
Is this actually Ten's girlfriend?
As you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site, there's things
I mean,
that
I
you want
haven't
to
looked
clear,
at
and
them
so
in a
we
long
want that
time.
utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our
She
dark
looks
site,
very
that's
different
that's a
from
really
before.
big piece. Let's try to see what we can do to like save it for the rest.
And we are seeing the agent select here.
An interesting approach.
Team Source versus Team
Don't know if they're going to commit to that, but
Derek.
in
Well,
your
who
mind,
gets it though?
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played, obviously internally testing, that you felt worked quite well here? Like,
what's the
Derek on
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really helps us figure out those comps, and so I think the comps that they found were the best. Kind of was like an Ascent Plus. So it's like Vice, Omen, Jet, Gecko, and Soba.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I do see a Phoenix, though, and I'd
I
kinda
really
to see
like that.
too.
Your
Some
best
flashes
work
go
is a
nice
light
around
pack.
those, like,
Yeah, again, so
boxes
even
and,
some of the use of the
right
wall.
angles.
Yeah, the use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with kind of
They're
that
playing the new
leapfrog
map.
approach where Phoenix kind of doesn't have a first wave, he can scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope.
I don't, yeah,
I'm still seeing a Reina hover.
Look, I'm just seeing the 10s lock Jet, so there's no
Oh
pulling
shit,
punches.
where's
Well, actually,
Ten's?
yeah, we've got the Jet and the Gecko.
I mean, I feel like
on there
Ten's
instead of
team
the
is
Soba
very
and the
weak,
Fade,
right?
So we feeling like Toast is almost.
I
on
think
next
Winnie is a
year.
really
Yeah, I
good player.
think Tarek's
Tarek
doing some cooking for sure.
Tarek
with
is
the
a really
Reina
good player.
Sage,
I don't
so
know
think
about
it should be a
Tide
decent
or
matchup.
these
Look,
others.
Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well,
I'm a
I guess
believer.
from comp.
Oh shit, Mel's also
Yeah,
really good, right?
Yeah,
She's like a pro.
who's taking
She
this?
was a pro
I
player.
mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. With maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the Tarek side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it. But did it feel either sided to you? Or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know, if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight,
Exactly.
right? This is Oppa's paradise. I'm imagining the
Yeah.
chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
Just interested, something he's talking about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now in the meta of, well, just coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah. So I think a common. I guess setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the
here
hard
we
anchor on
go.
B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing. Oh my God! Look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Oh, I thought it was the
Who's got the
ooh,
lineup?
the knife.
Honestly, who's been cracking this?
I mean, it looks nice,
Well,
right?
Mel said
Yeah.
they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. She's somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly diffed by 10s. No shock there. But still,
that's not a diff, it's a Jet versus.
in the feed, and it's just going to be 10s posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Bro, it should be Team Canada
How the
versus Team
site's
Rest.
actually laid out here, but Sid City.
Canada has some
Trying
over
to take it.
there.
The wall goes up, but that's the
Ooh,
cracks.
that's a nice knife
Blocked
too.
by the archway there.
Oh shit, that is actually... Wait, when does this bundle come
You've still
out?
got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely herd you forward. A difficult situation.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Opening up.
Start, dude.
Kaide might be hurt, bro. He's standing
Yeah,
up.
really interesting. Some of the things. Talk to us about this site in particular, because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
That's a lineup.
That's
right?
a lineup.
They've been
Off
sweating.
rip.
They've been sweating.
Yeah. Yes, I think. I mean,
With
something
this
that
guns up
maybe,
with slide?
the Toast team could have done a little bit better. It's actually split more.
the knife
like, left
actually
and
looks
right.
good.
It looks like they all 5-1 elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh, is that a timeout
There's
already?
no way this is a tech
Did we
wars.
just get techers?
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Park
Hey! Well, we get to talk about the map though, right now.
Yeah.
We can actually
Bro,
see
this game
it
fucking
down a
sucks.
bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing the value.
Tenacity 1?
Close to where the barrier dropped, so I guess that one of the things that you were hitting on was kind of how deep, I guess how far.
Is that a hijab?
No 4.6
Like they're viewing again, bro. Like they're viewing. Nah, bro. Holy fuck.
Like kind of fight forward. I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can't.
Wait, were you really low 4.6, Luke?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what? Low, high
4.6.
It was 4.617. Okay, so
Low 4.6. That is crazy.
like, what's
Are you really gonna let him like?
No, Craig, stop.
Saying anything back?
I'm not. Yo, you are 40 points ahead of me because you are probably on some boosted ass fucking season, some bullshit.
Shut the
Who the
fuck
fuck
up, bro.
knows, bro? Who the fuck knows when you got that off stream? You cheat as well. Okay, that's why.
Nah.
Wait,
Yeah, I
Craggy,
used
what
to
is your
cheat.
peak? Craggy, you're like
What?
4.8 peak, isn't it?
Yeah, like 4.8, yeah.
Damn! Like, no
Hey,
wonder
stop
why you
fucking glazing,
boosting
bro.
that gross nowadays, bro.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Damn.
He's full on glazing. Full on glazing, this man.
Nah, 4.8 peak, like. I can't even lie.
M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker,
And the
you
knife
have
actually looks
options
nice.
of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A.
Okay.
Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
And I like this as well, almost playing off site here for Toast's side as well. Kind of, you know, the dart coming through towards A, relinquishing the space. I'm gonna have to play.
Well, I
back
think it's
through,
time to grind
potentially
Valorant
seeing
now.
Harry's team take the long road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right? Trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held,
Yeah.
like how you could sit maybe, even with a shorty, because it is quite close quarters. As you said,
Yeah.
you need that utility to clear
Exactly.
the space. Your, you know, your Phage, your even potentially Skies, Geckos,
Yeah.
are going to be well and truly needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go. Go get frags.
Who's using that Fnatic
Trying to work
classic?
First time
Obi.
we're actually seeing a,
Who's this
I guess
guy?
a group in mid.
Mel with the wolves.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait. See? Oh.
Oh, that's not pretty.
Observers, why do you know?
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
Oh,
wow. Kaide,
Wait.
relax.
Kaide has been scrimming.
Honestly, Kaide looks like it. This is 5 Alive. Toast is shaking. He's shaking. The nerves.
Oh wait, Kaide is
Does anyone come
kind
this
of
way?
clean with it, no?
Let's see. Come on, Toast. You got this. Be brave.
She got the 10 jeans.
I don't think it's good.
Good for one? Even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in it.
Kaide clears this.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide.
Oh!
Yeah,
no,
go! Oh! I believed. I was all on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Really very nice. So 2 rounds towards Tarek's side.
Yeah, I
is
see
this
the
kind of
knife.
playing out? I don't want to say as you expected. It is a little bit different, right? We've got people go.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No.
There's no way you leave the goat hanging, dude.
It's not there yet for
It's
Team
not there
Toast.
yet. We're gonna work it out.
There's no way you leave the goat hanging.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And
I'm
the
glad, yeah,
replay,
we
bro,
put
what
that in the replay
hell?
package, yeah.
You're telling me this is the...
Kaide, take it easy.
Kaide's actually cooking. 5 to 1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see them lock this down.
What is that, Crosshair?
I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A.
We
And I think that's
popped
the
it
Astra
too early.
Or
I like this layering.
yeah.
Like you can again, you can kind of have someone on site, a little close like Toast is, and then playing that verticality from that
Exactly.
get-go, right?
Don't
is
show your gun.
Kind of playing
that
almost
judge.
like off their contact almost.
Oh, are we gonna have a jumping judge from down here? Why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Tarek already removes that layering element though. The player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him. Not cleared.
Oh my god, Toast lock in. Keep those hands from shaking. Jump up! And he's giving me
That is a strat though.
Believe it! Tarek goes down!
Bro, I kind of hate
you
this
love to see that.
roast,
That's
no?
filthy.
Like,
Oh, Tenzo on the A side though.
Oh no!
Diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean, to be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide, so I think he's got to, you know...
You got to win the mental game now.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental warfare. Toast is unmoved. Toast is...
This is a great smoke.
Oh my god. Oh my god, no!
actually insane by Toast.
I mean, are we calling that corner Toast right now? I think it might
we can coin it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I'm watching this Ghost, new
I guess
bundle
a good
Ghost skin is
example,
kind
though,
of...
the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost portion.
You fuck with the...
Spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through, but here, it's almost like the site opens up once
Slightly
you get through the
tilted.
I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come in, right? It's like you, with all the extra positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit of a trade through in mid. Ten's only going to get one this time. But again, that Aldrone was right there. If it just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Toast this time does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like that.
There's default, there's blue, black, and gold. Now, don't fuck with this knife.
Actually, yeah.
Mel, my goat.
Swept through. We'll need an ace.
No.
Oh, no, Tarek.
No, Mel, please, bro, please.
Somebody trade him.
Oh, God. Josh is running, man.
You're telling me this was the best game changes had to offer?
Mel, I need you to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus. So far, has there anything caught your eye that they're doing that you guys had in your playtest? Or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing a little bit as you expect, you know, I mean,
maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that.
Maybe not that.
But yeah, I think it's like kind of what we're seeing. You know, again, if it's a normal attack map, three lanes, you know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else.
How is Ten's just not killing 5 people every game, every round?
Again, it feels like you really can't take your foot off the gas on either side because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes through so quickly, or it can do. Oh.
Holy shit.
Same as round 1.
Sit down, he said. Sit down.
Okay. 3 players. Mel's got a vandal. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
Hey, that's not a diff again.
I'm believing in this like it's going to help it happen. It's not. As it stands,
Kaide is the top
good
flagger.
work coming out from Tarek's side, and again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle, seems so valuable, right? This is perfect examples of how much control you get by keeping that space in mid. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that.
Damn, bro.
Yeah. Devious.
I mean, that's Valorant, bro.
Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto a, who else but Tenz? I was going to say,
what I did to him.
whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Okay,
Show me the
on the
money.
op. Tenz, why don't you close the door?
Here we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? But Tarek on the other side's been gunning today.
I really like this play. Just nice defaulting kind of around mid.
I guess you were talking about what the defaults kind of, or I guess the formation looks like is the 1-2-2, right? You were talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side, or
yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's layers to this. You don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown here, actually. This is stunning stuff. For now, though, you're looking at the remnants of the team that was kind of splitting through towards B main. And it's going to be difficult with Toast. Oh, no, apparently it's easy. My bad. That's on me. I overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here. But Vinny and Josh, more deadly duo.
TP to safety as well, so we'll actually see a
it just looks like the Kiosk one.
Here.
So this is kind of like what we're talking about with
Divide
the
to go out.
Yeah. Yeah, with the layered defenses here, Mel is able to kind of, the retake is very easy now for the defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning in the elbow or in heaven. So now you're going to see, it'll start to kind of fall apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely out of it. You're right. It does kind of force the hand a little bit if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think, if you're an attacker and you take the site, you might want to go and maybe greed a little bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first and then up the staircase.
There's so many places to hold in this.
Either clearing ahead of the plant, or I guess as cycle, that's usually where your anchor's going to slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind and towards stairs. But
I think also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants to path into heaven on the way to site, like, hey, if there's like a waylay or even Noman too, like TP'd into heaven and gets that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post line where they can kind of tuck a couple of players in and then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
I guess it's playing out. Ooh, hold on. Tens might be doing Tens things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the second.
Oh, nice.
He's still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like play through for him. And again, I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again, you can kind of slip through into those mid connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations as they start making noise.
Yeah. Even now looking at the minimap, you think about the size of Ascent on the minimap. It looks massive.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! Tens just a hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Ace player on our show is Josh to finally deal with him.
By Josh.
But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There's a firing squad. Mel's getting greedy. There it is. They take away Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
But this gun looks ugly.
Chase him down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player, bro. Like,
my favorite kind of player, I've got to say. Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now. I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready, lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes?
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs just yet.
No, can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half buy-ish. Ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the Sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise and aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. Putting the pain towards him. Kaide does go down. But again, I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of... actually, Mel back in here next to the spot. Good for two.
Damn, 4K.
There she is. Take a stand, Mel. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on her feet now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you're just going to be checking your corners. You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's that instant reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you push up through the map, you know,
it's just like
will
stand
start
up,
to, like,
stand up.
themselves. Like as you slice the pie, right? As you're checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to you, and it won't feel as complicated as it might seem.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid-split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on.
Yeah, and the late Vice Lurk here.
Oh, nearly. But they've been wrapped on, yeah.
Ah, that's smart as well. Getting out just in time.
13 HP.
Lucky for her. But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that.
Lucky me, people that don't fuck with me are linking up with people that don't fuck with me to fuck with me to fuck with me. This shit is getting ugly.
And just quickly on the walls here, is it only the Odin with the high penetration that will go through these walls? So it's not rifles.
Well, this gun's actually ugly.
That's correct.
Okay. Wall swiftly dealt with.
Spike planted.
And that's a little awkward for them now, coming through this stage wall.
Yeah, not going to be easy.
Well, this flank could be huge, actually.
And
Opted to go back through mid.
I quite like that they're trying to find a new pathway.
Yeah, Mel just TP'd into a corner smoke here.
Yeah, smart work here. Josh can be now pressured, cleared on the corner as well. I thought these Stingers might have really thrived in these close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Derek are doing very well. They found some stability here, but the time started ticking. They've got to get moving. Mel and City trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal. Yvonne there to shut it out. Back real close.
Again, another example of kind of how
the jerseys are nice.
If you can get into this site, it
I
can be
think
really difficult to find back in.
Really
So we talked about the flank coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but come back through mid. It could be really, really rough to actually retake here.
Yeah, I think the stage, the stage is actually a really nice pick for the attackers because once they get the site, it like flips the castle. Now they are the defenders.
No crouching.
Like, okay,
she might be the goal.
When the script is flipped, how do we, as the defenders, take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe, the wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site. So it's actually really interesting. I said another example potentially for the post-spawn, if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that, maybe operator controlling too much space. But Sid City got to respect this now and fall back.
Ooh, I thought that's a call out.
Derek 2 up, pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
This is an aggressive take, actually.
It's all right. He's got to be me.
1v5?
I mean, I believe.
So in this situation, what are you looking for Josh to do to make the most of this time?
I think he might want to plant for back elbow and try to like see if he can maybe like get defenders as like they're coming into the site.
Oh! Tens ain't got no chill right now, yeah.
Oh, he's just trolling.
And look,
Tens, lock in, buddy. Lock in.
I love the aggression we're seeing. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually, it's not necessarily a given. The defenders have to progress forward. There needs to be kind of two layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in, I guess, the setup. That nearly lined up beautifully, actually. But in terms of Ascent, you know, this one smoke on Arch or deep towards Pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure from short on Ascent. This really asks you to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the four-man push coming down at mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do fall back away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults. We start seeing them interact. And again, that Dizzy. So nice. You're seeing like Dizzy looking valuable, the Fade Eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely.
Really lovely.
Wow. There was a smoke there. Tens.
The fun Felicia here.
And all in the meantime, Sid City's just sat there as well, like played in so nicely.
And look at the Cypher at mid. He knows they're contained. He hears the rotates.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that like even late fight for middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B site, for example, here. Sid City doing well, just hold that down, but toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, touch it after this round. Res comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Oh, Sid City down on 15, but still standing. Could do with some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff.
Damn, good taps.
Mel, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touching there on the Vice, but also the opportunities for Deadlock as well. You're talking about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really, really interesting in terms of util for the post-spawn to aggressively take space, deny kind of ways back into sight. So
yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses.
So you can really play around.
You can really play around, learn the map. Experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
Yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge in Toast's corner. You know, just knowing that now compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn, that's such a good one.
Not hitting headshots for that thing.
Okay,
Is my shit on?
And this is what I was talking about, that playable space, kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super close, kind of, I guess.
Bro, what is
points,
this
but
gun?
Very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles. And I kind of like that synergy then between Tens and I think it was, Kobe as well. Kind of like both working that.
It tilts when you scope in.
Let's go, Vinny.
That's ass, bro.
Now, just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh. A couple of ults in play here too. So City gonna get diffed here. Gonna say it. Vinny clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late for that.
Another push out here. Ten's still looking for something. Lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable half,
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
10.
Oh my god.
Oh.
They're all up.
Oh. That's a bold maneuver at 7-5. But why not?
Yeah.
And I heard there is like a something if you lose.
I've heard rumors.
Rumors.
Yeah.
Whispers. I don't want to bring it up.
I saw a sneak preview of that.
Oh,
Not before the watershed.
No, true.
No.
True. But yeah, stay tuned because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much.
I mean,
detail
yeah,
to
just
this
to come back
map.
to the visuals
Like,
again,
look at
like
this.
when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff, the map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the art.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this one. I think it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. It's like, hey, how can we make our maps look even better than they do already while keeping that gameplay consistency?
I am seeing the Tacti Bear in what looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide. I mean, just give Kaide a pistol. For some reason, she is obscenely good with it. And actually, I like that little like overhang kind of denies the dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners, still have to be really locked in to clear them.
Yeah.
I wish Kaide kills Tens and
A bit of a different setup here towards
D-bags her,
I guess Team Tarek
D-bags him and
defense there.
shoots his body.
The archway.
Like I told you, Kaide's nasty with that pistol. Tens.
And she knows it's Tens.
Yeah.
Oh! Another one!
Stop it, please.
What a shot,
Tens,
though.
Please, it's meant to be fun. Oh, God. Tens in a 1v2.
Oh my god.
He's actually
Please
hacking.
come back, Tens. Please
Oh
come
my
back.
god!
That's outrageous. A Red Bull clutch in a show match. I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I think he heard you talking about Kaide with a pistol.
Yeah, my
and,
bad, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You,
I take it back.
you stoked the fire.
Yep.
That was nuts, though.
Yeah, that was actually
that was a nice
Third,
shot.
beautiful. The second follow-up, though, it's almost like a little fadeaway. Oh!
I love these like headshot angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly it gives you these like playable options.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
God.
Tens. If you're Tens though, the defenders don't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, nice to be Tens, I guess,
We've
right?
got the example of brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
Tower.
Oh,
And he gets it.
oh, again, these are those 50-50 corners still cleared, but you
That's
have
a
an option.
headshot,
If you're not
what?
going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh.
they're just. Toast is getting his 3 for sure.
Ace.
Or 4.
The crowd commands it. He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Go hunting.
Toasting cameras. Right, Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they
Actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
Another flash hit.
Nice.
Toast with the ace.
Damn, Tarek, you just gonna
Camshot.
take
Right
that?
back in space. What are you doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production? How dare you? Nastiness. And the judges look quite strong.
Well, yeah, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're stacked up, these trades can come through. And they're talking about kind of scaling up and leapfrogging.
Yeah.
You can get to site so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
Come on. Team Tarek, I need you guys to focus up a little bit here. All right? We need a little bit more play.
Like this wall.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like we were trying like a more traditional, like hey, let's like wall stuff as an attacker, like kind of what Yvonne did, like walling the main. But I think there's definitely a lot more room to explore with Sage, I'd say, especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... Mike, why did you give them the idea? Why did you say this? Let me enjoy my games. Yeah, get that utility. Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian. Trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but Tens...
But they didn't clear it.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh, no, there's a flying judge. Oh, good trade. We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there's 5 links in the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That is super nice, actually, seeing that in play. Toast playing on that corner again. You're going to get this control if you're not going to clear it. This is forcing their hand. Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And was that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing into sight here. It's almost similar to kind of getting into an ascent in terms of like the smoke forward. They usually dash for the switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the hut. Up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you'd have to updraft onto the hut, or maybe you can't dash.
Out of charges.
And it looks pretty all in.
He dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of knives to play with, but the Bucky comes bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here, though. They're ready for the retake.
Let's see if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh, keeping them pinned on the site this time.
Looking for more as well.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there. Does that help out at all? Oh, no one able to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually deadly as well. Again, the scope up here.
Last player standing.
Then you can get anything done. No, it's City.
Clean.
I was now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I guess as well, yeah, you'd need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the box to dash, and then so maybe it's a little more clunky than the ascent approach, but it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the cage in the corner to kind of path over the top of hut.
Yeah.
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
Nice little inspect. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, we don't want that. It's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable is the hut from both sides?
It's not very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but not the hut, like the thick part of the hut. No.
Okay, Toast without. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Sorry, I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh, God. He's just filthy. Kaide doing the best she can, but I mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spawn.
Yep, just taking the tour. Oh, wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes, the
That's
RPers.
crazy. Finny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
But you can see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
Yeah.
I feel like I could lip read that one as well. Top 5, guys. 10's is kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
You see he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he?
Flank, though. It's 5 man.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking comms.
Okay. I
like that.
We're leaking comms, though.
So where in the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam? Probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well.
Oh, well.
They've teased us and they're not doing it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm seeing classics and Cherish, but I can also see your money. Team Toast. Oh, no. No.
Oh, almost.
This feels like bullying.
Fucker, man.
This feels mean.
Big C's though, actually.
Oh god, look at what's waiting. Look. There's
No knife fight at all. Kind of disappointing.
And there's a choke point
on this show match.
If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel. Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sid City waiting.
You can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's Tarek that falls.
She's still going.
That is insane.
I thought one was enough the second
That is
as well.
insane, dog.
Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting that
I love
happen?
how it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice. Giving it up. Oh, no.
Wait, so hang on, actually, who cheated? Who bought the guns there? So a few guns made it into sight.
Look at her reaction.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante here.
Right, where's my 5-man flank?
We were promised this.
Yeah. Okay, now
It's gonna be a very loud round.
We've got 5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
yeah,
the
we're
map is.
testing
There
where
we go.
these balls are.
Well,
this is the one we're on about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
That is true. That would not be fun otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much from that. Actually, they're.
I mean, yeah, toast the balls
Look
first.
at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, ball comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the
For
caliber
me, they don't have. Oh,
the next
damn.
game's gonna be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud. Thank you, Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening
It is
down.
very loud.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another knife round? Do we get another weird purchase?
I think they're just going for a real buy pretty soon.
Oh shit, they
Yeah.
get hold at first point.
I mean, for Toast, that is just any sort of shotgun, so.
I guess
I think
there's
Zero
another question
Tenacity
as well with
is winning
the,
this.
to get a
Unfortunately.
reveal into that site, kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archway in terms of the skybox? Is there any...
Damn, boy, you look at the tricep. Holy
Holy
Tarek, I see it. I know the hashtag
You
noticing.
kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can
It's working
do
out.
some level of recon for it.
There we go.
There's something in there.
They're going all in. They want to end this
Oh,
one,
it
it
was
looks
the
like. But this
fourth
one on site,
round.
we do have that Vice utility here as well. TP up towards heaven. Tens has a go at it. Just
Really?
clips the ankle almost. Josh Zeki, beautiful from
Again,
him.
that right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions, figuring out the map.
Okay, this is the tower everyone's
Did she
talking about.
TP in, actually?
Yeah,
She did.
Oh. Okay. 3v2. Mel and Toast. Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little glimpse out there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
Well, the TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike and a draw. The hand has to show. Okay, Mel. You ending it now up against Mel. You
Don't do
Mel.
it. Don't do it.
Mel.
She's sticking it.
Where's the time?
Wait, holy shit.
Nice try all around.
The ball's on Kaire though.
7.
Didn't panic for a single moment.
Swinging.
As soon as I watched this, they already won.
No, I went from like 1K to 200.
Lack of respect for the
Oh, that's
Ducky
beautiful.
Emma.
That's so beautiful.
It's beautiful. You know what is also beautiful?
Sweet is like,
that you
oh,
dropped
thank
out
God.
of one above all
Right
today
now.
and you're eternity now. You fucking
Oh
cancer.
my God, okay, it's one game. Let's fuck, I play one game, bro.
Yeah, but you're not gonna win
You have
one
the
game,
balls
though.
to play one game.
You're not even one above all operator, right?
You stream
You're not-
for
like, what are you
yo
talking?
bitch, listen to when your father is speaking.
Go on.
You streamed
Go
for
on.
22 hours yesterday and you didn't play a single ranked game on your main because you're afraid of dropping out.
I was.
No, because you're a
I was
bitch.
talking
Luke
here,
the
doing all
bitch.
this. I mean, it was the nighttime. It was 1 a.m. I can't find a
Wait,
game.
Wait, name change. Luke the
Oh, there's Luke the bitch. Yeah,
Luke
put it on the
the
screen.
bitch, bro.
Bro, just shut the fuck up, bro. Shut your bitch asses up, bro. All of this.
Wait, like, once you're literally D-rank if you don't play, like, once somebody playing in your main.
Like 3 days ago, calm
Yeah, you're about to
down.
D-rank. You're about to D-rank, bro. You're about to lose. You're
No,
gonna
I'm not. No, I'm not,
you're
bro.
camping.
You're gonna, hey, you're literally gonna fall down to side skill again. We get it.
I'm not.
The shitters get a big boost always. It happens. Yes, EOMN.
I'm literally
You are
at
EOMN. You're in your
300 points,
positive.
bro.
Fine, it's
300
fine.
points.
You know what's beautiful about your EOMN activating now? Because you're gonna fall down at the late in the
Shut the fuck
season,
up,
and you won't be
bro.
top 100.
Shut your
Beautiful.
bitch
I'll
ass
pass
up.
in the glory.
You are
I'll
literally
pass in the glory. I'll pass in it.
Oh, they talk so much.
Wrapping up a little bit, but I think overall, I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like. And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see
Damn, Tarek is a bigger
down on stage.
Influence.
And
than
yeah,
Tense.
everyone just lining up. And again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes.
Yep.
Some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize we are gonna have everyone here. So real quick, Tense, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me Wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tense. That was crazy up there. But Toast, the judge, the Cypher defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but maybe put yourself in there?
Yeah, this experience has taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tarek, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience on the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I got to say Sentinels.
I agree with you, But more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just wanna make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earned this, enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help, yeah. Here we go.
Down.
All right, go for it, Toast. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a day it is here at the Grand Finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tarek, but the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys, give it up for Team Toast.
When's the main
All
match?
I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like Red Velvet, and I love me some Red Velvet. Body built by Red Velvet. You know what I'm saying? But in any
I love
case,
Red
everyone,
Velvet too,
welcome
bro.
back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Donlan. You guys know them, right? Give it up. Give it up. You don't mind? Give it up.
Who the fuck are these people?
Hello. All right, so we do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super
Yeah,
fun.
bro, I'm gonna get food anyway,
So
bro.
why don't
Fuck
we
this
go
shit
ahead and
out
first
there.
talk about the
Pussy.
new map. Just debuted new map. Looks awesome. Looks super fun. Personal experience. Have you had a chance to play on it? Who do you main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
Okay.
I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was
Yeah.
great.
And the
right?
trailer was great.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
cinematic was
Oh,
awesome.
it was
by the
super
way.
dope. Super dope. And that cake was super cakes approved. Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
Super cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned. Even though we did see the attackers really do some work, so I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map is going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant and the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
love
get
to
some
see
food
how
too.
some of our pro teams take to it.
Turn off
Right?
cam.
It's-
Maps
Probably
always
for the
always play a
first
big
map.
role in how you know
I'll be eating.
Valorant unfolds. So
Get
looking
me
forward
some
to seeing
new
it in
Coke.
play.
Exactly. Now,
drinking
another
time.
thing, and you guys can probably see it over here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think Look, I think our boy Forsaken has
a
real shot.
I like that.
He's a VRX veteran who's been with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event, so we'll see.
Right.
But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP, Toronto? What do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown
so
Kayak.
They're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we'd like to talk about some fun stuff up here. And any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, you know, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think?
Yes,
June?
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yes.
Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. You know, we've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, like, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it like less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite like that. So I want to like make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think, you know, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. Like that's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is like some of our a little bit more aggressive changes.
to Coke Zero.
I'm not too aggressive, but like there's a good chance we break some
I
stuff.
bought like
There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the
2
goal is to get it
cartons
fixed and good heading into 26.
Coke
So
Zero.
yeah, I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot.
I want to try Coke Zero now, not died anymore.
Nigerian, right? So, like you're kind of racist.
A cloaky back potentially.
It's still racist.
How do you say that? With me on that train. Protected, classic here.
How
am I? Well, okay. Listen. I'm very afraid of that word. I'm very. I'm not gonna say it again. I'm not gonna say it. I am not gonna say it again. Okay.
Which word? What happened?
Yeah.
Tell me about additional protection over.
I think that's definitely a good option. I think for a lot of them, yeah, it's really been a case, I think, of just.
Can we not ban? Can we not ban Cap? Like, why are we not banning it?
Okay, it's not 6 times. It's not 6 times, right?
It's not 6 times,
and once it wasn't.
It wasn't hard R.
It wasn't the hard R.
Yeah, it was soft, guys. Like, come on,
yeah.
come on.
It's character development, so don't piss me
Why
off.
y'all guys?
I'm healing,
Their
right?
attacking sides were superb with just keeping things moving at speed, the coordination to find the right target and jump on them all.
I actually like I didn't even understand what people were fucking saying, by the way. Like the last time I was like, what the fuck? And then I listened back and like my noise gate cut at like the worst time possible to make it sound so bad.
Best of 5 series.
Do you guys really think that Moon Knight? Yeah, bro, no, I should. Someone told me to look at like Crisp or some shit, but I didn't do it. I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
What is cool?
I'm using NVIDIA broadcast, so you turn it on.
Hell no. It's such a funny clip. I'm sorry, you literally sound like you said it, and you're just like, as you're saying, do you think you guys, you know?
Maybe I was just too used to that.
Like, Moon Knight skin's really shit. Like, bro, it's so helpful to myself.
Smash this. Gets that torch. It was a real focus of Everpad for him to take him off.
Yeah, but my cuts sometimes, I know.
Bro, their Cap is the problem. Why are we not just banning it?
Being able to get backwards like Captain America, it's basically what these players really want to be on. Tanuki having to switch over, finds the hunt down onto Knuten, but he's going to be brought back.
Just in a res comp, yeah.
Catches onto Enzo, that's now over on Emma Frost.
Yeah, Enzo now going to be the one that's able to deploy the Carbon Crush, and that does mean that Ducky is going to be in significant danger, as we outlined on Hall of Jalia. Lugia dragged into the midst of Verba Patapim, running low on shield HP, but it's okay because Ducky's just going to cover the disengagement for now. And when he's got so much healing prowess in the back of all of the clones arrayed, he's good to go. Oasis also has the Eternal Bond in the back pocket, should it be necessary. Poki's almost got the Kraken impact ready to
the torch is just spamming.
And it's going to be very easy to try and get through those Loki clones without the regeneration domain available.
That Terror Kick did hit a lot of people before that Eternal Bond came through. I think that was from Winnie, actually, with a God of Mischief copy. So having things switch around. 3 people stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. And
Supernova
sets up SmashNez perfectly with a Supernova to just whittle these players down. And yet again, we're seeing that like Fate of both worlds. Precariously timed. It's a big strategist ultimate that's not going to be available for this next push.
Yeah, that's not going to be on the cards. Alex wishing that it was. Still Tanuki with the Galactic Legend has so much to contend with here, both for Soul Bond and the Eternal Bond are going to be potential shutdowns for that, and that's going to be the Eternal Bond already popped here by Oasis, driving the remainder of the team forward. Zero Tenacity rolling into a midst of Verba Patapim. Pokey potentially overwhelmed, rolling in.
Bro, you get 2 bumps.
It's so difficult for Newton to survive. I don't know if they've got a self-resurrection. It seems like they do not have their passive, and so Knutsen's ult is essentially wasted. Great heads-up play there from Pokey to identify the location that the Adam Warlock was just hiding away in.
Did it actually think that was a good spot to res? I'm not saying timing, I'm just saying the spot.
You don't have that heal up with the Adam Warlock, Mantis, the like, etc. But it is
I think that was
good, like, not
really shit
TP at all.
As soon as his teammates get jumped on, he can really just get into their faces. He's got the iframes as well to dodge out some of these big parts of CC. And now the Galactic Legend soaring into the skies. He has some support coming in as well, just onto the backline. I think it's Polly that's actually diving in, forcing out at least that God of Mischief. And then the Eternal
yeah, Tanuki is the BP player,
There's
yeah.
no chance for Winnie to sort of sit back and wait, and SmashNez find at least a pick onto Alex on the other side.
Oh, Terror close coming in from both directions. More damage taken by Berber Patapim, and you better believe they're going to be charred body and soul by the Supernova. Desperately trying to remove the Cloak and Dagger from the other side, but Ken stands firm and stands strong, embodied by both light and dark forces together.
Does they have anyone to kill the torch? I guess Punisher.
But they're still going to remain in the siege.
It's so hard to kill him when he has like a little bit of pocketing.
Got a little bit of high ground to play with, but he's got the full focus of his team on him currently, even building up a lot of that dark matter to just go for the Maelstrom. Final Judgment. This is a really nice play for Berber Patapim. They put so much damage into Poly's shield, he has to hold back, and that's when the Final Judgment's going to come out. You can see just how much damage it's doing, but the cooldown's required from Cloak and Dagger to keep people surviving.
The disengagement super strong. Ducky already forcing out the fate of both worlds here. Only Pokey gets stunned out really by the Eye of Agamotto, but the damage is laid up even through the fate of both worlds.
Both teams still playing cap, mate. He might be broken.
But being able to just hightail it out of there just in time. Those who do get caught are quickly cleaned up by the other members of Berber.
Ooh, big res.
To find the periphery. Here we go again. In comes the resurrection from Knutsen, having double snaps of the fingers to bring everyone back to full HP. And Lugia doesn't take too much time to get resurrected in their own right.
Bro, they have fucking Soul Bond and Lance. So annoying.
Yeah, it's always fucking
even while laid to rest by Tanuki. Pokey overwhelmed.
Bro, really? Fucking earphones.
Berber Patapim and SmashNez just takes cover amongst their own fires.
I love how hard it is to hit the human port. I love it.
Try and make it work. A quick hit of the E, the blaster barrage starts to rack through the health.
Honestly, I feel like I've seen you tackle quite a bit of them. You love going for them. On Wolverine.
Wait, so Adam Soul Bound started ult.
He's still able
Cap
to
ult
go
and
for
Cloak ult, they still don't
fight,
fight
but it's more of the same. Berber Patapim, these fights going on forever. Knutsen just resetting, doesn't have the counter revival for the time being, and anytime there's a real consistent dive onto Berber Patapim, that regeneration domain from Winnie has just kept people going.
Yeah, I get that.
He almost has another God of Mischief.
And then they've low kill.
Minute or so. One player gets stunned. It's Kane in this case, and the finish is there. However, the
Berber Patapim.
so much
He's hitting fucking heads, bro.
Yeah.
Why didn't Craggy do that?
I do. But I also saw his HP was 300 the whole time. I never see that on my screen.
With the shade.
Yes, Leo, you're gonna take that.
Fight was won for Berber Patspim. 15-20 seconds was still bought from Zero to Nasty. They're just so
he's so cute that he takes it.
KG wouldn't. Desmond can't be rage baited. KG would be like, what do you mean?
What do you mean, dude?
What do you mean,
His
dude?
Necros are not on BP, bro.
Why do you guys keep talking about me?
That's exactly what he would say, like verbatim, bro. I'm fucking Necros on BP, dude.
Ready to summon four.
Why do you sound like the frog?
I don't know. That just came out of nowhere.
Dude.
Nice one, go, dude.
Nice one, go, dude.
But that was actually a 10 out of 10 KG impression, though. Actually, 10 out of 10.
It was accurate.
Yeah, this Namor is looking like me right now. He's kind of ass, bro. What's going on?
Getting capped on this map sucks.
Just jump in like a Black Panther, but it's just doing so much work. The Idol makes that he's able to just keep pressing, keep pushing up. And he does have that Galactic Legend, which is going to be good at maybe
this map is a beta with so fucking ass, man. I'm so glad they changed it.
Always talk about beta, bro. Why do you always talk about the beta, bro?
That's the only time he was actually good at the game.
No, because it was ass.
It means that there's not as
I'm
much
not talking about me being good. No,
what was even the difference? What did it change? I can't remember.
The spawn room. You could sit at the very, the door, and you would get healed by the spawn.
Oh my god, that was awful.
Just camp it.
Big credit to Polly as well.
Yeah, it was so horrible.
Namor is just so bad. Why are they even doing that?
Pokey remains safe. When we interviewed Enzo at the beginning of Ignite EMEA,
well, we need to make a humongous Ignite watch party bingo card, you know?
I just wanna ask, how can Namor against Japan?
Luke has to bring up racism.
How can someone be that stupid?
Necros has to, Jimbo has to bring up the beta. And Jimbo has to bring up something about smoking or drinking.
Or Vania did.
Craig has to bring up his homemade pizza oven.
Or the fact that he's married. What about my Blackstone riddle?
That's good.
A little bit
what does Necros bring up?
too specific, you know what I mean?
Oh, someone in chat says Jimbo brings up Asian hot women. Oh shit.
I mean, they're both Norwegian.
Ibridder has to eat
They were part of the
4 times.
Bro. Roster that did quite
4
well
times.
Oh, choose something else. That one's too easy.
Holly actually has a tie. 15-0.
Very evasive.
15-0. Fan cap, please.
That's
Hello.
why they put so much focus on it, right? Like it seems to be
to bring up how this map is a
main
BP
choice.
map.
Polly was saying in the
Facts.
Facts.
BB's so good here. BB's so good here.
You say it on every fucking map, bro.
Because he's good. If you're good, he's always
so
good.
spicy
just like
always.
The low keys and stuff.
Yeah.
Neither of those are true. Neither
Luke was a flyer abuser, bro. Luke was a flyer abuser.
Essentially.
Yeah, he's the type to play 5 hours for shit.
I've never played Flyer in my life.
Bro, Luke had legit one-on-one copy of his on.
Bro, Overwatch gets brought up. Overwatch gets brought up. That's a good one.
Yeah, turns out that hero's pretty good.
Yes, play cap, play Iron Man for cap. Actually, a
Yeah,
good.
TTS is on. But no one's been fucking using it. Which is probably a good thing. Actually. Berber Patapim.
By Pokey in the air. There's a reason that Punisher has really come to a forefront. Knuten already under siege. Pokey
Yeah, but
getting attacked.
still
Punisher
Punisher.
flying in for the Iron Man.
Adjudication is leveled against Zero Tenacity.
Knuten on the Iron Man. We have seen this before.
They need to nerf Punisher right now.
It really is a case of what team ups are
It's
available
too
for
OP.
Zero Tenacity to work with. You've got Smashness moving over, gives Ultron a little bit more kit to work with for both damage and healing.
Luke could.
It's not
Damage and Luke argue.
In fact, that team up is going to be very quickly put to bed. Smashness wanting to move over
Really
towards the
entertaining.
Namor. But Knuten moving over to the Hawkeye, not likely because they
Yeah,
don't have
I'm
that
kind
many
of
skills to
fire.
work alongside.
Always hype, always hype.
For now, just, speculative repulsor blast. Tanuki's just going to make sure that Knuten can't stay here exactly for free. And already a light force curtain having to be used by Zero Tenacity means a major resource has been expended.
Newton is probably the only player in EU who plays Iron Man like nice.
Historically, I think.
But if you go to America, every team has Iron Man player.
Never had to pick
Yeah.
it. It's always been the choice of somebody else.
America's
They've made it work and had different looks the whole time.
Hell yeah, brother.
Land on a free ride there.
Certainly Tanuki does
Come on, partner.
have to put it in the right.
Oh, here we go, brother.
Now you've
Oh, the cloak shot.
Wow. Wow, Cloak, wow.
Sends it back to the spawn and a reset required.
Straight into
You saw what Cloak did? She made everyone disappear.
Oh hell no, what they doing to Baby Hog, bro?
Of both worlds. Ken was so heads up. They read
Crazy.
like
Why are you posting that, bro?
That's just bullying.
Perspective of that, like he's just. All right, guys, we've stole them.
Jarvis, do not clip that shit, okay?
I will watch from afar.
That's something Necros would say as well.
Say what? Say what? Wasn't listening.
This is all that screenshot, bro.
Pokey off of this position, it's going to be a hard one. And look how many players as well in the top of your screen.
Went to Namor and Hulk again.
Positions where the pat's been.
Tenacity, that's just not gonna work.
Go around to catch the backline is met by Tanuki.
Yeah, Smash overwhelmed.
Bro, it's fucking in the picture, bro. You gotta see the picture.
They were met by Lugia, but only one of them had to fight the Hulk, and so Tanuki
You people disgust me, bro.
took the
You
path
people
less
disgust me.
traveled and found the creamy. They easily
Is the game dying? No, the game is not dying, bro. He's got less players.
Oh,
but
the
it ain't
hydraulic
dead.
press.
Nah, bro.
What a win.
Oh, me and Luke, bro. Me and Luke. Oh, Jimbo. Both stole this one from me, bro.
Post the hydraulic press.
Huh?
Post it, bro. Post it.
Please, not again. Please, not again. Not again.
Seen a lot more of these combos in other regions, I think, as well, of just CC's big stuns onto.
Oh, hell no. Hey, what's that?
What the fuck? Just throw a whale at them next time you need to try and get.
Wait, no, I have late for school. Fuck, wait, no, that's not the one.
Tenacity with 25 seconds left, trying to go for this engagement. Newton trying with this ball. Contested still, at the very least, from Berber Patapim.
Yeah, don't ask.
Late. They were late on ultimate. Dog was very late while ulting. Could have ulted like 2 seconds before.
But they're fucking.
I want favorite.
Oh, Jimbo, this is the OG, bro. This is the OG. This one made it all. This guy made it all, bro.
Yes. Dude, you wanna see an OG one? You wanna see an OG one?
Oh, show me the OG one.
Oh,
Andrew. Oh.
Damn, that she made it.
What the fuck?
Zero Tenacity
I missed it.
to finish up the map, able to at least get.
Post it for Necros, bro.
Post it again. Post it again. Post it. I didn't see.
I'm so glad I.
No, but you wanna see it, bro.
Post it again.
Oh my.
Don't go to overextend.
You look.
You guys don't understand what the fuck they just posted. That is crazy. Bro. Like my career could end if I show our careers could end if we show the wrong screen. You guys know that. You guys do know that, right? You guys do know that. This is dangerous.
Oh my god, bro.
Damn, I wanna know.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's all come down to that, but I do think it's.
Actually, I love me. Craig just him, bro.
Oh, Luke's giving birth. Oh,
I think. I don't think they banned it out.
Craig doesn't involve in this bullshit.
But he's not really had the chance.
No. Fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Yesterday,
Oh, hell no.
It's like the combo.
Gatekeeping guys, like there's some things that shouldn't be shown.
what is Jimbo taking a shower for, bro? Jimbo!
That's me.
I'm the purple one. Alright, Slobanga time.
Semi-ender stream now if you value
What the
your life.
fuck?
Yo! Simi end stream now if you value your life.
Cringe.
Properly, bro.
Guns will do
I
exactly
don't know.
that. One player, I believe.
Okay, bro. Okay.
You didn't force out some more of the healing to come through, and we falling off of the map potentially.
Guys, can we just watch the game? Can we just watch the game?
Oh yeah,
Let's watch the game, bro,
When
please.
Z10 is actually pushing through to the second point.
Nah, they're gonna get stuck on this corner. Like everyone knows they're gonna get stuck.
Z10 is doing really good.
They're really struggling.
Yeah. Might need a hydraulic press to pass this
There
one.
was a strategist ultimate active to try and keep everyone in the midst of this fight. Ducky looking for some real value once again off the back of his eye of Agamotto.
Mamor has a good.
Now, you guys don't want to know what the hydraulic press is. I promise you, do not want to know what the hydraulic press is.
But once that's gone, the control options, they'll be limited.
Wait, Newton, will he clutch it up?
Oh!
What a
Big!
What a.
Oh my god, prime.
Ducky's low-key carrying this team on the fucking shoulder.
Sinatra has beef with Booger, right? If Sinatra doesn't like someone, I don't like them. That's how it is. I think Sinatra can figure out how.
They could win
what type
this.
of person
This point is
someone
so
is.
hard to cap, dude. This shit is so hard.
I think the game's done.
Introduce our first team. It's Viper.
This trophy looks insane. And look at the Frank Sinatra. Everyone's just a really good person. And it's like a ride or die kind of person.
On the up. Something.
So you guys gonna ignore the people on the left?
The Sentinel.
Savai has performed so well this tournament.
The Flex Master.
Oh, he goes left. Ching doesn't even go anywhere. Bro, why does he have a WWE belt?
And Coach. And representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning and a former Masters winner, let's introduce the
Bro is hyped.
Your Flex Chronicle!
Oh, he's tall.
Your star rookie, Kaya!
Bullshit with some dance or what?
The Sentinel! Oh, fuck! Yeah! And Ace, last hope! It's
Wow, why are they walking faster than he can talk?
and Coach
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PaperX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
PaperX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
As we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PaperX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the
Haven
entirety
and
of the tournament. And
Pearl's open. That is Fnatic's perma bang, by the way.
Showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards
when is the Marvel
they
Nights?
decide to go for Icebox as their first map pick.
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PaperX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series that goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this veto, but this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot throughout this event. You've been showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also dealt with defeat. How far can you take it?
This final is so interesting. Such different styles.
This already happened and we
fastest
lost.
Squad on the attack side at this tournament. PaperX, who's prioritizing these double duelist comps, who is fast. They're crazy against Fnatic, who is a team up.
Was it yesterday?
Macro. They play slow. They try and make every
I thought this was today.
Perfectly.
This
there
was
could not
yesterday.
Be teams
I felt
more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant, facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that look. Yes, PaperX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle, and we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event might be a little cringe: W strategy. We've seen these two teams, but most importantly, PaperX add depth. Exactly, that is the perfect word there. And it came in the form of Patman, but it also came with this squad really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level, this structure, the way we have to build needs to start from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because of the way the PaperX plays the game individually, fundamentally, they have to be the best, because they have to thrive in the chaos that
I wanted
they
to see this
want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important, is not when the round happens, but after a very quick round. If PaperX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
You're getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PaperX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies, where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman
Does everyone have
lose
fans,
out on
or
his
is just
opportunity
Fnatic
to even go
poster
to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PaperX, and now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen, both Scat coming from BBL and Milan. We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that ascent.
He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik with
on the other side
is helping
first ever
PaperX.
tournament, and now here he is helping out PaperX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PaperX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact. I want to see if he's going to be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PaperX composition is not having that Cypher that I think that on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PaperX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment throughout the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history. These two teams have been there practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly
I think
special.
Fnatic confidence-wise would be more
at the beginning, one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after
Map wins 0.
NRG signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and
Now
now
win
back
100%.
on another Masters stage at
Insane.
another Grand Finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this
Kai,
Fnatic team for me,
okay.
Bea, is the fact
Kai,
that
play how you've been playing the last 2 games. Just don't turn up.
relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential his run through Valorant is being, is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for Paper X.
And that's what it's all about right there, the trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Bran and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning. And they are
Actually, legacy teams, so I want. Paper X is winning, by the way. Paper X is just winning.
In front of them, and they are going to want to grip it, but they are up against a Fnatic. Unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket. Looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as Paper X have had at a trophy. And Paper X, every time it seems to slip through their grasp. This feels like the moment. Coming through the upper bracket, double map ban advantage. In some sense, it's Paper X's trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams.
Damn, Moxie.
Are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on
How is Moxie still registered as so
forced to play.
Bro is a T1 pro.
All steady for now. Paper X nice and grouped up. Contact plays. They're hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic.
Was that Fnatic's on?
It's a confident start, taking this kind of risk.
I don't know.
You could well run into somebody holding a one and done.
Can't
They're
see
relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for
all.
retake in these situations.
Yeah, so much util save for Paper X. They better get themselves into the post here, but bodies are already
that was Batman's all because this all was taking health away from.
5 plays here, double flank occurring. Something has to be the
Sage the Y.
Player in emotion and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead through main though, and these players getting squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood. You're going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time to potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon from the side, sticking all the way. Crashes. There's no stopping it.
What?
Fnatic lay claim to the opening pistol.
That's one way to win the pistol.
Slow siege upon the A site there from both teams. Actually, Fnatic back into the retake, managed to navigate all of that post-plant util, and the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashes with a very important round.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Bring me the pistol!
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in.
Oh shit, doesn't use the
A nice
wounding?
idea from Paper X. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding. And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads. Not to find too much, but Paper X are not far behind. Rattling a few shots of their own here. Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations for players, I think, so far. But Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get their hands on that trophy, lift it. Add another one to the tally, perhaps, for some of them. Chronicle, one of our most storied players of all time.
And Alfia as well, who's making a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
To Paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression forward for looking to try and crunch these Paper X players in their place. When the Alpha's taking liberties, this is a guy that has been let loose, unleashed, an MVP candidate. course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
30 seconds left. Spike
Death by
down
1,000
A.
cuts. Paper X are feeling right now.
And another really solid hold on. Paper X not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively, but early on here on Sunset, playing for all maximization, playing to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like. The more you contact, the more important people like Alpha and his utility become. And Crashies, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies, the lone defender towards A, full confidence in the retake, and Kayak going wandering, lurking up through mid. He's going to be getting a lot of information.
This is a really nice timing, and Paper X, one of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Booster! How are you missing that?
Good information though for the attackers and Crashies.
What
What
a
a shot.
What a challenge to take.
He might think though that that's the only lurk player. It's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but Kayak has read it.
Here comes the pincer, here comes the crunch! Kayak instantly domes 2. Paper X are left reeling on their buy round. Fnatic maintaining discipline. It's composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles, it's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. Paper X none the wiser. Lurks on lurks, Alpha here dropping Divine and a spike in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him, a 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds, spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board.
Yeah, Booster should go
Denying away from Paper X. Jing,
percentage.
he can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this
How did
EMEA
Fnatic
team.
just turned up
Strong early.
in the
One
last 2
which
games,
is Kayak is
including
feeling
this one?
confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. Paper X don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a worrying sign for Paper X, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
And there's all that talk about, listen, the double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. Let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best of 5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in spades. You can make the same argument for Paper X, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed
This is
the
the
mark.
World
It's one
Cup?
of the things that's going to
Ooh,
be
it is the World
circling
Cup.
around their heads.
But if you think all the way back to
First
Copenhagen,
place gets
the final map,
500k.
as far as I can remember, they threw a
That is
crazy composition out
insane.
there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what Paper X have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws could thrive in this setting. See your players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Like I'm watching
Never
this
a worry,
side,
never a
you watch the
doubt
right.
that recon was going to get broken. Crashy's always had that, leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. Paper X want to increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards market already. Stray shots, no damage, and need a couple more where that comes from. And now putting
Nice,
in
nice,
crunch.
good trade.
Spike down.
Please don't die
Crumble
without
towards
low.
it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one aboard.
Nice! Ah, he gets one though. 3v2,
Managed to get Pac-Man out of there.
But they have an
Yeah,
outlaw.
going to have
dude.
to be a hero here, coming back through market. Paper X have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster, he just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfie has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken! Alpha just dominates it!
Forsaken played time.
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry, only stingers out for Paper Rex, but they're still down 0-4. Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through. Just kept
What is something
forwards.
doing?
Living and breathing by the W Gaming, and it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot.
something
Alpha
actually
had to
doing?
recover. Come on, let's go. A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the op. He is alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early, but Paper Rex have the util to push him off.
Wall in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the op angle, but there's a rocket in your face. You turned into pick miss in a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive. Boaster.
If Jing had thrown a nade in there, then surely he would have been dead, but
Crashes
instead
forward.
focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site, though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Thrown close, no coverage inside. The Boaster's there to respond. Pacman only expecting the one. He's already jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. Paper Rex is still a bit more disciplined. Looking to try and play this one together now. First tap, first target down. Boaster's gone.
Nice, Paper Rex.
So Paper Rex. They do show up and they get that round on the board, a critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the Paper Rex have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Devi. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up, and that cost him his life.
Dude, so easy, mate. Come on.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now Paper Rex going into the Cypher setup.
Dart tucked around, it's an instant drone and walking, wading out through mid. Pacman looking to contain it. He's missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak.
He's going to hear
some
stuff.
damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the old Devi, shuts him down, but up through mid. It's
Okay,
Pacman.
nice.
Straight up the gut,
Got a
instant
res.
res as well. It's going to be undoing that
Still
damage.
five with
And
me.
a massive, a little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken. Through completely. Pacman as well. They've cut a swat straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. Paper Rex were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt the, or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here. Paper Rex got good value out of that res.
Yeah.
Devi online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes.
The trade on Neon was big.
Feels like the biggest part of the anti-strat
And then
so far
Pacman
is trying to
on mid
abuse
was
the
big.
fact that Paper Rex do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Pacman. And I think it can be tough to play against Paper Rex sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds.
This was
That
nice.
shot too, instantly.
But that's just
denying the Neon
Fnatic.
ultimate.
Whoa, Phantom, bro.
Create space for the res.
Too easy, guys. Come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it
That's
all
just
down on B,
Phantom,
so
bro.
not using any of it for top mid information.
That's not even a
except
good
for this
aiming.
cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Pacman could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of Paper Rex.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Patman's utility, even if it's not actually Patman who's there taking the space.
Drone. PaperX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PaperX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
Oh, the dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Patman none the wiser, thought he caught the timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward, so it's going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding, we'll have to respect it. Market control, PaperX is for now, and you see that Hunter's Fury as soon as there's signs of life. That's from afar, Crashies. We're going to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PaperX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping.
Nice.
Not now.
Nice. Yeah.
They barreled through. Unconventional pathing there for PaperX. Didn't send anyone through B main. And Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much
4-3.
an adaptation here for PaperX in terms of how they're approaching this one.
8-4. I love it.
The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out
PaperX actually paid the ex-Fnatic coach to fuck shit on them.
If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PaperX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PaperX though. In reaching new heights and evolution for this team now.
One enemy
A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PaperX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PaperX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. It's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own. The newer coaching staff, who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick if you're PaperX. If you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place. So maybe PaperX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main, though, is already a little bit different.
Yeah. Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact play scored for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite, rebounding. Ricochet and Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Her body's behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it. Something just dismisses him.
I mean, nice.
Already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate it a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Plan down now for PaperX.
One enemy remaining.
And PaperX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
6-4, 6-4. We need at least 6-4.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch.
How did Alpha actually lose that?
And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PaperX, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game.
Kai with an all.
Going into this,
I mean,
Kayak
Chronicle is one away from his ultimate, but PaperX has Vipers, Sova, and Breeze.
And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it, ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. He's eager to draw that blood. Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed. PaperX crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them right from his sight line.
Another save.
Round and the defense collapses again from Fnatic.
Ooh, PaperX is playing so well after the tower. Is actually insane.
An aggressive angle. A
How
really
well they're
deep
playing.
position that you see this Neon dive from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. And Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, PaperX have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his 2nd available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early
I mean, only Chronicle has. I mean, Cyber is close, but it's like 2 away. Nah, Kayak, how are you missing that?
I think it'd be better to call them the fan favorites.
Oh, yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PaperX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back. But at the moment, PaperX have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid.
Move the can.
Last time,
think
didn't find too much
trip,
value
but there was
from
never
it.
a trip there.
Pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. There's Boasters out through A main, down through mid.
This is what Fnatic is doing really well. Taking mid, going for lugs.
Tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat, takes the peak.
Got a shot though.
Dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold. Crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something. Feeling that heat and that stun does. Good connection. Kayak. Trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market.
Chill.
Putting a bit of fear now into the step of PaperX, forced to plan towards the back of the site.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the Neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PaperX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Sitting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak. He's got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrow sticking out though, and a 3-2-1 face from PaperX.
Yeah, nice.
Ransom that 2-round lead.
Show me
Even
something.
when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that,
Oh, he gets one? What's the shit
towards the end.
How did Kron even get one there?
That more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divide, who's took the scoreboard 10 and 5.
Alright, shut the fuck up, he's not looking for you.
Similar setup. PaperX not changing things up. Did they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just adjust the aim.
Bro, Kayak, hello?
Does trade.
Maybe perform a
Now
little.
the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards, a bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping, crashes. Indomitable from this spot.
Bro, imagine this team with
Drops the
Durka
spike, manages
though.
to
Holy
sidestep the
shit.
Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here, actually, of getting... He's beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support Crashies, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that.
I mean, he has ult.
3v3, and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. Paperex only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call.
He just
He's
calls,
calling to go
no
back
one's
into
here.
the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
Yeah, but
He left Boaster.
bro, he has the whole.
Smoke dissipates for too many
Boaster is
targets.
fucking dumb.
Too much to deal with. Crashies. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome. And a bullet to the
Boaster,
temple.
why?
Chronicles
Let
left
them
in that 1v2.
come in contact with Crashies first.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first Mo spots it out. Snake bite. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something sits it down. Viper's picked. Thought about, committed. Let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away. Spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying. Hoping that Paperex will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward for Forsaken.
Damn.
Knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for Paperex
Damn,
here.
7. That is
Fnatic
insane,
just making
bro.
too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on
What a shot.
Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the Paperex players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from Paperex.
Well, it's all the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid.
8-4. I called it, bro. I actually called
And a
it.
little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic. Full control towards it. It's a paranoia in your face.
Twice
They're
while
gonna be
running.
disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic
GG,
to
no
snag
cover.
around since the first 4.
Leaving Paperex to stew.
And Paperex thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
In the shoulder. Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP. A wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak
Forsaken.
here. Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all 3 players on Paperex trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken is caught one. Can they catch the next?
Wow, what a
Crashes,
shot.
Topples. They caught access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the side, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watch for Lions wall on a bit as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When Paperex get going, there's no denying them. Kayak will try everything. But 8-4 is where we leave it.
Why are we not waiting for Kayak's ultimate?
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again,
Forsaken is playing
idea of
so
what to
well.
do, a great call on it, found the perfect timing.
Like the white sauce. Ooh.
Alright, so Cloak wasted her ult.
Surely Groot is a bad pick here, right? Because they don't have
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, Doki could pop off though.
Not bad for them. Surely, right?
Nah, I must ban for sure.
It's way easier for Groot on attack than defense, because at least on defense, I mean, it's easier on defense than attack. On defense you can track the Wolverine, right? But on attack he's like everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, they can actually hold.
Oh, it's fast.
So bad actually.
They're holding, right? Yep.
Wait, they're actually using a lot. Wait, no, this is good for Z10 because they're getting Cloak ult 70% and Fatima has no defensive ults, no Punisher, no Emma, no Hulk, only Wolf.
Yeah, hold on for
I mean,
yeah, but Wolf could be like craggy right now and like, you know, kill Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, if Wolf is Necros and kill Cloak after ult, then yeah.
Like Necros? No, hell nah.
What do you hell nah?
Bro, this guy dog shit on Wolf.
Oh, hell nah.
Let him do his thing.
What the fuck?
well, there goes the Wolf. Yeah, why are we playing Wolf against who's this?
Someone DC?
I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you...
Who the fuck is this guy?
Look at the chat, like
mental DC.
I'm even looking a touch foolish heading into this. But Tanuki is
Oh,
he fucked himself by jumping on them.
Oh, that's
wait, a Hulk,
a good ult. Oh.
a Hulk and a Wolverine against a Hulk and a Groot against a Wolverine. That's just stupid, bro.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Look, he can counter Groot. Why couldn't you?
Wait, he was BM in there. He was digging in his body.
50 seconds.
Whether it's Tanuki on this flurry of picks,
I wish Necros did that to me.
What the fuck?
I mentioned 2 minutes ago.
I didn't say anything, bro. I don't even know about.
Look at the slow walk from Enzo. Fucking controller.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Gone so far in this series. Something is just not connected.
It's not Insta replay, bro.
Very stifling here. Ducky is continuously accosted by Tanuki, but Knuten has everything they need now.
Knuten.
Game has to use the feral leap to get on out of there. However, already the
They have Neymar ult?
16 seconds.
need to find some real value out of this. An enraged Gamma Squid is
I
going
hate this character, guys.
Can someone even touch? Yep, they touched.
Who's she winning it?
Big whale.
Oh. Where they losing?
Oh, this is actually sad. They're gonna lose it. Oh no, no.
There's no way this is a reverse sweep.
Wait, it's on DC?
No, like the first map before.
Oh yeah, because it's like mental booming because of it. Maybe,
Yeah.
Damn, they're actually 2-2 now. 2-2.
They've just all had
That
phenomenal
is insane,
impact so
bro.
far.
No
Really
way
good
they
players
reverse
settled into
sweep
the
that.
rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot.
I mean, the next map is the. Next match is like the greatest match in Maurai's history. Rad versus Virtuous Pro. Oh my god. It's like unbeatables versus unbeatables.
In a great position.
And one has to be
They should
defeated.
have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. Paperx are stacking aids.
Like a god versus a god.
Players.
Battle of
Early
Titans.
setup. Creeping.
Gonna be the biggest match in
towards
Maurai's.
Chronicle. Has to be the play to receive. It's an off angle for him. Damage! Done and more!
Another pistol for Fnatic.
Chronicle and
But the
Alpha
crazy
coming
thing
in
is
to put
in
those
last
players
first
in
half they
their
won
backpack.
pistol. And still only got 2 rifle
Try to recover
rounds.
this one. Actually might have caught a timing. Back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha has been going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's gonna have to take down Flight. It's not clean. Any stretch of imagination. Something took down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing away. That doesn't clear most of it though. This is impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already
That's
controlled.
a really nice wall.
Tripled up. In through the back of the site.
Chronicle is B, man.
It's theirs from Kron.
And no one else.
Last player standing.
Looking into the fray, Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really
Nice
do?
shot.
The rookie. Not a lot. Revealed
Nice
up.
boosty.
It's a
I
classic
mean,
right click, simple
it's
enough.
2-0 on pistol.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic. But
Wait,
really
how?
very
What?
few rifle rounds. I mean, one, if you could even call the bonus
Wait, how
round
did Chronicle
in the
kill
first half, going the way of the EMEA
first
team.
guy? Nice shot.
So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But Paperx, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half,
People
by
actually
sending
do not have a
flanks,
good
pushing
defensive
mid,
calm.
that gap does still
It is
exist here
winnable.
on their defense side. That lack of
They could come
information.
back, but
For
then
example, in this round, how
it's
open the
Paperx,
market
dude.
is.
Like, they can just out aim you.
Deep control. Paperx just disrespected him really. Flush at a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
the slower that Fnatic play, the more that PaperX are going to be worried about those gaps. And it means that PaperX themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense. If you play against PaperX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
One of that 3-2-1 swing.
He almost hit it with the...
Getting maybe there, at least with the due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is PaperX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall.
I mean, nice try.
Collapse.
They wanted to flood early. It was a good idea.
For much longer. 2 now.
Or actually a good idea.
Here for Fnatic looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
And PaperX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced.
They didn't even have one smoke.
We are defending now again on side.
Yeah. They're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Elbow? That would have been nice. Then they isolate Neon on side. They win that, get a gun upgrade, and then GG's. They win anti.
Looking to diligently clear these corners, waiting to see if any of the PaperX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
A devised wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
Yeah, they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading in a moment's notice.
Kayak, something mid. Top mid.
He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken.
Forsaken wins this fight.
Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they go.
Fnatic's with...
Time to be taken. Crashes the one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it into Forsaken's lap. Full control.
I was saying Fnatic do have all rifles.
They need a miracle in and out around the spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there. Bullet to the body of Alpha. There's not much left.
They're just out-aiming them, man.
PaperX up to 9.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market, forcing Fnatic to pay for every inch they take in blood. Even though something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, bro! Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's been caught on the other side of the wall.
Yep. It's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
Oh,
that's
what?
rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
Too dark to clear this way. Wall's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time PaperX do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave. But they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart!
Oh my god, Jay.
Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage in the edge. Just left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sight.
Nice try, Jing. Really nice try.
You love to see plays like that from PaperX, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peak, Fnatic come out on top.
Kayak is not buying because he has ultimate. Jing has ultimate.
Didn't stop PaperX from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
They read it almost because As soon as Chronicle plays the Viper off, he ran back, thinking that Jing
PaperX
will
are just
out.
clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is an incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. In this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing wants to go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds. No kill. Alpha.
Good read by Fnatic.
Taking Jing out of the fight. A lot of the biting around that PaperX were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep Drone has tried to reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. They're going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak. It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a Neon AD
nice
in
shot,
your
bro.
face. Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out.
Wait,
Alpha's
you just
there.
heard someone break the trip. What?
Alpha, yeah, is the hero of the
You
round.
just heard someone break the trip.
Takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support.
Timeout.
Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex.
What's happening on
This was what made
VLR?
all the difference before.
Why
Alex
is
had
it
some
taking so
info,
long to
and they
load,
ran
bro?
the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side, PaperX. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slower pace style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own. To some degree, I think PaperX today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money situation, Divine opting into the operator, might still stick towards it.
This goes here.
Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles?
These guys really have potential, but in my opinion, like Spring hard carried them most of the games. Really hard carried. Juicy, I love Juicy a lot for a shot.
Destroyed.
Oh my, obliterated.
I mean, Juicy is an
now you've got
amazing,
no op, no
but
wall,
he
no
had
res.
very on and off
One of your
games
most important players
and
hits the
rounds.
deck so early.
But I think Juicy also has potential a lot.
But Alpha. Good pick. Best that they could potentially
If they
find.
get better tactically, I think Wolves, yeah,
as he died.
could actually be
It
one of the
looked
top
like
teams.
something
Top 3
Patman were
maybe.
doubled up.
So PaperX have brought it
Overall,
even.
not just region-wise.
Now another 3-2-1 into the space.
Okay, Kayak has just decided to turn
That's
up.
disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The Neon movement as well to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
PaperX, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. I
Ching
try and
has
save some
zero
guns,
credits, bro.
operator perhaps, but they are drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Patman, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for PaperX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point. Like this Gaps are going to try and run him down to the final moment. No respite.
No save for you, buddy.
Consolation
Damn,
prizes.
Kai just turned up.
Like you said, Josh, this is now a dire circumstance.
What a shot, Alpha.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a
Just like me for real.
And then the kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well.
Damn.
Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
I helped you, bro.
Standing ahead. PaperX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Patman going down.
Who's always been aggressive on B main. Gets punished first time.
Start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Patman didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stands up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak
is done. Kayak is online. Fuck it. GG.
Fnatic doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PaperX have to do this. It might look like PaperX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back.
Yeah, I told you, Mo, they don't have
Fnatic
a
are not
defensive
giving them an
comp.
easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PaperX have already given them a pick.
Why not even pressure across the board? Something re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are, though. Boaster's just calling for the full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill. Divide threw out a slow orb. Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, time.
It's a 4v1.
Something just got a kill.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here.
Just, I mean, like,
maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Spike planted.
Spike planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PaperX.
Is he trying to save? I mean,
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees.
Fnatic up, finally.
Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Yeah, just string and run of rounds that PaperX earned in that first half. Offset now, Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament
Kayak
long.
is hitting some shots now.
Only a few teams in the history of VCT that
Doesn't have timeout, right?
completed
No
a
more
lower
timeout.
bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs, FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PaperX the trophy when PaperX came through that upper bracket. The first time that PaperX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing PaperX an easy round.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle.
Nice Batman, what a shot.
Deletes Boaster.
That's
start
big
for PaperX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watchful eye up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Fucking unlucky.
Beautiful timing, but Divide's there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards them. There's no tags from Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken tucked right underneath it.
Ooh, nice
as that
spray.
orb's propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny that kill though. He's having to put
Just
Forsaken
fall
in his
back,
place and now
man.
taking control of the site. In the blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb. Stun
What a
rattling
stun.
the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and PaperX. They do drag it level.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get the spike down in that situation. Not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too. Boaster going for the fake there and just completely whiffing the teleport. Mechanical error. Seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes
has one time
to the
out
grand
remaining,
finals.
Right?
The game level though, and Paper X with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
It's not off, he didn't have a trip, bro. He took it away. Bro, the casters are stupid fucks. It was on point, he just didn't have a trip.
Drop down with a double face through the box, no damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take down fights, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak. There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win Paper X around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though.
Whiffy!
It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that spot. Something puts a stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up, missed the timing onto the cross, barely alive there. Just shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. He's giving them hot feet. Crashes up for mid. But there's the connection
he couldn't see
Paper X.
because of so ultimate.
Take
he couldn't
back
see.
control of the momentum of this map.
Two crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in, and I think so much of it is down to Forsaken. The space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take, it's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere. He should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Standing ahead.
Yuto's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side, Paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken, he's safe for now. Responds with the rocket.
Bro, Forsaken. Actually on point.
All of them. And reinforcements have arrived. Paper X trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all B in the process. And now Scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see Paper X doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything.
They're saving?
And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And Paper X.
Look at the impact, Brian, again that Forsaken had here. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used a Paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side and made them save through sheer aura.
What a shot.
Anchor play is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Insane confidence. And all the smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was
what
saying.
A shot from Forsaken, man.
Perhaps Fnatic are the villains to Paper X's protagonist anime
Is
arc.
the
And yet,
reverse
with
sweep
that
happening
shuttle,
or
maybe
not?
Batman's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building. Or Joker. Take your pick.
No, it's not.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the...
15k, but only if they're crusty.
Someone just said, Riggsy, are you still close? Riggsy says, nah, I'm done. Nah.
But why are we like this though? Why are we like this? Too much brain rot, bro.
It's so cooked.
Wait, they won second too?
I would
It's
rather
already
like
over?
this than fucking boring though.
Give MVP to, like, I think that Knudsen had a great performance on the Winter Soldier and others, but Ducky was decimating.
Damn, so close to a comeback.
Yeah, Ducky just popped off.
Wait a minute.
Singular force in the server for the first 2 maps.
Damn, big comeback.
Flummoxing all of
Flummoxing?
and also delivering on the Doctor Strange later on.
Let's see, let's see.
Also got to give Winnie their flowers, like the protect on the Loki, the
Come
big
on,
investment
Knudsen,
on
pop
Winnie's
off.
hero pool, allowing that
Knudsen.
Loki to always be there to go for
The retreat.
Looking to try to
That
put
is
the
a
pressure
really
on
good
early. Maybe
wipe
had to
on.
spin, and that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gemini's timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight to be taken. A lot of damage on the crashes. The stun
What a stun.
ricochets perfectly in place.
How did Batman die?
Something trying to fill up those
peeked.
gaps though.
Bro, this dumbass peeked from out of his ultimate. Wow.
Ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the
boy.
ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 Alpha.
Nice try, nice try. Bro, this stupid Batman guy just peeked out of his fucking ult, you stupid dickhead.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps.
Look at
in the
this
map. He's
stupid
got
fuck.
a really difficult job trying to hold on to mid. And here Devi gets overwhelmed by his stun, and something caught up. Has to turn, pivot.
Batman, you stupid fuck, man. Actually would have won this round if you just had your pit
But
there.
still Fnatic, with that grit, pushes to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
So paranoia forwards already. Paper X. Very fast play indeed.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It's a bloodbath in towards the bottom section.
Oh my god. Look at that strat.
No more funny business. Paper
That's
X.
actually crazy.
They want this first stepping stone and they want it
Wow,
bad.
that's such a Paper
The
X
perfect
thing to
time to
do.
pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on sight. Paper X, this first map, feels just an inch away.
Viper's pit offloaded. A blight onto the side that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls.
Alright, GG's.
And Paper X take
Nice.
round number 1.
What a way to take it, bro. What a way to take it.
Gorgeous play, a perfect decision. The tactic, immaculate at the end.
Absolutely insane way to take the first map.
This time we're gonna show them that we're mother ready.
Let's talk about the
Mother
elephant
ready.
or the Hulk in the room
doesn't
for
wanna swear.
this. He's
Oh, ready for mother.
guys probably could have run the defense without the DC.
In the middle.
Oh,
What was going on?
he's ready for the
comms
middle
the
shot.
money's,
I'm waiting.
all the money's
when
gonna go
Tech
into the middle
decided to
set for
strike
this.
down on you.
Yeah, so
And that was a nice Bucky
We
end.
went too early because it wouldn't be fun. After series. So the admins decided to DC Lugia, and you know, I think that's fair. You know, we couldn't have finished too fast. You know, that wouldn't have been fun for anyone. You know, no, but we
They've
didn't
been
even
edging it, bro. They
realize.
didn't
We were
wanna
so
finish too
focused on
fast.
trying to just
Right,
win the fight,
right,
you know,
right.
because it was
Same.
the last fight of the map.
What?
But you know, it happens, and it didn't hold us
What?
back. We were just as hyped after as we were before, and we continued steaming ahead.
Wait. Then static
we were
ad?
talking a little bit, like in the
So-
middle of the last game and just at the end there, like if we were to give an unofficial MVP to any of you guys from like this final performance, We couldn't work it out because you all had like absolutely belter games.
Well, I think Ducky
who would
takes
you
it.
give it to? Because there's elements that we don't see, right? Like, who is like the person talking about focusing on comms? Because every time there was like a stun from an eye.
Now this match is the greatest match.
The strategist always went down first. Every one of you was focused on the right target. Even you just taking, I think it was on Ariko, just taking pot shots at Alex. You were so focused at getting the picks there. Who would you give the MVP for your team to? Because you all played amazingly. What behind the scenes do we not get to see that deserves highlighting?
You know, we have our manager, we have our coach. Those two people who really helped. Also me personally, but the whole team out.
What's the surprise supposed to be?
Series shooter player.
We'll see, bro. That's why it's so
necessarily to them because I think we all did our part. I don't want to point out one single person because I'm just. I can't describe how proud I am of my entire team of coming in, keeping up the mental game after losing with the DC. Like I am so proud of every single one of these players on my team, and I know they're gonna go far. And same goes for management. Same goes for everyone. You know, there's just love all around at this point because I'm so proud of everyone.
Oh, no docs, but I noticed you've got a different background to our previous interviews. You guys boot camping right now?
No, it's been a very heavy month for me because I've been moving around. I moved to
Like really bad at the game. You don't want to
like a coach would help us a lot because like you could just have all this shit on like a spreadsheet. What the comps were good against, all the comps were good at playing, which maps were good at playing, what bans we should do, like research, like scout the enemy team, what are they good at, you know, all this shit. Like it helps a lot for sure. It helps a lot.
We still have.
It's so hard to just like raw dog it without a coach.
Best of 5 final for Group B.
But I still think like regardless, we could have done better. Like I think we underperformed on an individual level.
Neru just got sticky.
Hey, thanks for the sub. Yeah, at least we did scrims, which is like, which is good. You couldn't have done better. Shut the fuck up, Isaac. Isaac, did you get farmed by me today? Like you were playing Rocket and I was playing BP and I was digging in you. I was digging in you, spear after spear, dash after dash. You weren't having a good time against my BP, bro. I was tearing you a new one. Yeah. 3-minute fight? Yeah. I was hunting my prey. Digging in you. Bitch ass.
Double kill.
You're probably gonna lose and they're gonna take all your life savings and you're gonna be like homeless and shit, but it's fun.
Yeah, scrims are fun.
It's fun though.
Guys, when are we scrimming again, by the way? Type shit.
Yeah, you guys should keep scrimming. I don't know why you guys stop.
Yeah, when are we scrimming?
No, listen. We're gonna take a week off. That's what we said. We're taking a week off first.
What? Why don't we start scrimming 6 hours a day?
Just like semi-finals?
You know the right part? You guys will never be able to
I need a
scrim with the
Luna
team.
main in my team. Listen, we have KG already. He's the Luna enjoyer. I don't know. I think we need
like 9 hours
coach.
a day like practicing.
We don't need players. We need coaches.
You get top 8 next time.
I mean, you know what the annoying thing is? You guys will never be able to like stream like a actual.
Oh, it's grand finals, but for the B's, Group B.
Yeah, we can't.
3 minutes is too much.
Mid, trying to fight up and then split one of these sites, stage walling the other side. And that's so tough for anchor players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main. And then 3 players are splitting through mid, isolating you there. And then the rest of the team is going to be completely cut off by that wall. And they were so successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you already have to hold several choke points. And you add that third when the other team is abusing mid control. And I want to say at the bottom there, it said off guard. And the thing is, we talk about their attack, it is so off guard and surprising. But on defense, we saw the craziest combination of util to get, I think, was it Jing up on that sage wall at the end through the window. I have never seen that.
Yeah, that was cool. And like Alex said, it's out there now. Everyone's seeing it now. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is. We know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming up next. It's going to be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic, and this is one of those maps, Mel, where it is statistically looking good for the boys in black and orange. Can they pull through, though, is the question.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, so and it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it where the other team barely even accrues like 4 or 5 rounds. So and they just run a super standard comp and they play the map in a way that really sets up their play styles well on the team. They have Alfir on the lurk. Notably with an Outlaw, they have a great jet player in Kayak who really popped off the last time we saw him.
Imagine Fnatic just go no
how these
duelist.
two teams want to play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing
Would be
flood retake, heavy fighting onto sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage comp, you're almost always going to see them back up, play these set retakes with the wall.
Is this the guy that duels with the fucking Mehu Jonathan? That's it.
Are we going to see something taking those aggro fights? But notably, Jing on the Omen, the difference between these two comps is the Sage passivity and the Omen aggression. And I'm going to be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those post lines and what fights he's taking.
How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp.
It really opens up everyone to take fights because when you have that second controller, now the Viper's like, okay, they don't really need my wall for the post line too much because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the Paper Rex style.
And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
All right, well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us here, but for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back into this one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out here on Icebox. It's territory here for Fnatic. You can think about it in a certain sense like that. It is a best of 5 and the double map ban advantage is on the side of Paper Rex, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've dug deep this entire event to make it here to this point right now.
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic. The one after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's perma ban.
That is crazy.
Where Paper Rex are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies.
Fnatic on attack.
In this half, be expecting Paper Rex to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their attack side. I mean, this, for example, a triple face, super committed from Paper Rex. Hoping maybe just to find Alpha yet, taking a timing. He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map Paper Rex are playing for. Where are they fighting? And this is a silent way of fighting.
Yeah.
Here.
Slow siege. Tripled up.
Here
Hoping
they come.
that someone springs this trap, and they have.
Damn.
Alpha catches wind of it.
I mean, they didn't even require
this Paper Rex triple face evaporates, dissolves.
Something just
leaving
one-tapped
only
him.
Forsaken and Jing. And even
why-
Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the
Is that
reaction.
Viper
Fnatic
wall
in the
damage
mid.
or just...
Oh, that spike, and they're just seeing it as well.
That's just
Trying
his
to take that
damage.
timing forwards. Devi shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Side
30
control still a little bit
seconds
all over the place. And there's a timing. Timing here, Booster! Can't get the shots lined up, can't get it in order. Paper Rex
Damn, Booster.
walking all over them right now.
Damn, Booster.
A nice
Damn,
pistol round, the
Booster.
first one for Paper Rex in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way the Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they're contacting in.
It's fine, Booster. It's fine. Head up, champ.
No more. The Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol.
They're all faming Booster, man.
And Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on Belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle early. And on B, Batman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
And they go on wandering. Oh boy, punished for it! Devi is rolling heads off shoulders. Backup is right there by his side.
Flawless.
Clean sweep.
Can't be getting
Is this
three from
GG's?
that position with only a Sheriff. That's ridiculous. Halfway up almost.
Are you getting shit on a anti-eco
What a
with
shot,
a
the first
sheriff?
one. Barely see anything of Boaster's head. And another demonstration that Paper Rex are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about Kitchen instead. No, Paper Rex are going to contest that space and force you to earn it. Something with an off online in round 3.
Ocean needs to change his crosshair.
Something walking up with the off in round 3.
Want to be held here off angle. Could be shots.
Bro,
right
hello,
on,
caster.
and yeah, one to
Oh
the
my
top.
god,
Something
Observer,
is
you stupid fuck.
dropped in his place. Boaster calling for a
Bro,
pause.
hello.
Troops, no more exploration.
It's a massively
Observer.
important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
Deploying drone.
Not being used by
Man,
Fnatic.
Observer, you stupid
Clears out a
fuck,
lot
man.
of the site. Jingdo is laying in wait. Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side of it. Slow up, rattled. Walls up though, time to fight! They're just trying to tip-tap, Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. Wall's going to be dropping down. Open access to these fights to buy. He's still here, still kicking. The snakebite not connecting.
They're fighting so early.
Trying to assist the best he can, but has utility used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic.
No charges left.
Slowly, it's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in its tracks though.
He's 1 HP, peak.
30 seconds left.
Ricocheting, forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2.
Listen, what is this crosshair, bro? That's why you keep whiffing.
Drifting in, Kayak! Goddamn single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start. Patman!
Oh, he was 5 HP.
Lights him up!
What a beast in the clutch this newcomer to Paper X is. He's won some mightily
He's 1
important
HP, like really, dude.
1vx's.
Booster needs to change this crosshair. I'm sorry, this crosshair sucks.
Stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control, but the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities. The poster he opens but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one. The more Flood defend aggressive style really is working here for Paper X.
Is this a 3-0?
Finding it difficult.
Big drone, it's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
They took damage.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did a pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Device got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stopped in his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. Paper X are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage. Kayak.
I got the spike.
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Defy not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Device swinging. Most people are going to play a 2v1, a lot more cautious than that.
Nope.
But Paper X are finding the right timing today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that Paper X have taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
Anything to stop that momentum that Paper X have. Stop it in its tracks, but it's hard to do against a freight train going to Mach 10 speeds. That's what Paper X are playing like. Lights out, determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected
Imagine
times.
this game with Durkee, bro. It's an easy 3-0.
And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite. And a shot and a half there to delete Jing.
Snaps up. Jing is gone.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and found themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Push, that's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself though. Drones forward, something's going for another bite of the apple! And he evens the score.
I don't think that's too bad though for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming the wrong spot here. Just spotted it. Something seen it. Out through the shoulder. Dart against it. The spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. He's got free. Alpha
gets
exploring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands.
Alpha with the perfect Vandal.
Yeah, that's
this
huge.
game.
Fnatic were anticipating that Paper X would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
An ADS stub, Alpha yet, top form. Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike, it's getting out of hands and pushed forwards. Pressed the advantage. Alpha yeah! Smelling blood in the water.
Run maybe?
If he gets online, could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first map, don't get me wrong.
What a shot.
But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but the other stage too, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. Paper X still up 4-1.
Few ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round, they decide not to use a snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman, here's a drone. Side steps out a bit, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And Paper X re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. Paper X have got the right read to play it for retake.
Done through mid as a dash active. Kag wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards
What a shot, Alpha.
Alpha, my God,
Alpha, bro, this guy's
into the
online.
domes of any adversary.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got.
Alpha, bro.
Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1 and came out the better end of it. Some things in a fairly unwinnable position. And again, Alpha yeah goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty. Got his lockdown online. So overall, as well on both sides to try to deal with it, so the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked Paper X's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for, getting shut down. This one, not necessarily set up, but a pretty reasonable timing for Divide to go for. Trying to take an unexpected
he's just
peek,
clicking heads.
knowing that was probably a 1v1, but just gets sat in his place by the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective.
Pro is winning.
Trying for another trophy without Leo and Durka, which
They're
I think
playing
people would have talked about them being
3 times.
absolutely
I think
fundamental parts of the reason that Fnatic were able to go back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha yeah and Boaster's Calling, Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
A testament, I
it's
think,
like
to the
they both down 1
on Fnatic. And Paper X
Rad just
trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds.
Yeah,
so take the time out. Discuss what has been going wrong.
I think they lost.
And I think, really, the type of fights that they've been going for,
That's
there's
the
still
first
a
point
decent
to
chance
watch
of
is
success
pro.
in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite.
Oh, give Booster a good crosshair, for fuck's sake.
Quick dash though, this is Fnatic.
Way
faster.
faster.
Way faster. One from Paper X to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that, Devi.
Damn.
Around the corner already. But he's looking for that open sight line, not going to be given too much. The spots the one, even that repeat, rattling shots on. Updraft now, knives in hand, something going to clear the way and cleave. A path to victory, Kayak gone. Cut out the picture now.
Alpha does Hazard.
The Nano Swarms themselves, lockdown going to be committed. Paper X are using this ult on ults. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though, Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side, Sheriff's there, and he needs to
Don't let them break
this
it.
one. No, Bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it, something sticking.
Okay, crashes as well. I didn't
Yanked
even
out of
realize
back
that.
pockets, anything to secure this round
5
for Fnatic
HP.
now. And they need it. Someone trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
That's right. That kick didn't work there.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco. Having to use some pretty large ultimates there. But a lockdown utilized on both sides. Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why Paper Rex would want to send it. They did, in fact, manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha. Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough, and not enough.
Alpha hasn't died in last
lockdown.
3 rounds, right?
This round, though, Forsaken,
Or 4 maybe.
the end result of all of that has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Being deep push by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I have the spike.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with 3, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
brave.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the box.
Too brave.
And the read is only coming in just now. Paper X realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realize that they've missed their mark, potentially. Snapped towards the top. Patman's still alive here. Something from the side. And Alpha wants to try and slink in himself.
Come back.
Left, and they're getting cold feet. They're going to go towards A. It's all on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, and he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. You've got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
Going forwards, a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing can really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha in through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashies drifting all the way in, and backs towards him. They are none the wiser.
What?
As I say that, Device shuts me up. It's left down to Boaster.
How does he read that?
Squeezed onto the site. Devi and Jing tightening the net, spamming away, and they find their mark.
They win this? How did... Do I actually read
Awareness
that?
there from Devi towards the end. Crashy's knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Devi just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while. Look at that play though from Patman. Working his way forwards again, aggressively challenging as the
Yeah, he
flank
didn't
goes
have
back.
a knife out.
Always
These casters are
forces
actually
Fnatic
fucking
to work for
stupid.
it.
Why are you even...
And inside the pit, great coordination from Devi.
Why are you guys even paying them?
And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end.
Bro
Just
said, oh, he
closing
has
the
his
net.
knife out, trying to find timing. No, bro, he's trying to shoot.
Up back in the hands,
Actually
something going
stupid
aggro.
casters.
Yeah, straight down mid, but there's knives to meet him. Kayak is there, holding for the peak the barrel, just poking out. Seems to be aware of the chance.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angles being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it. Someone going to overstep.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There
snap.
gives away the hand.
Yeah. Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Shot trapped. No committal.
Alpha
Alpha
does
is right
wait.
there.
That's an insane
What a
adjustment
shot,
from Alpha here as
yeah.
well. Devi tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in. Dash is active. Missed the timing. Caught it on the wall.
Nice.
Kayak.
The patience in that moment.
Tears open the map. Fnatic, they realize they've got it at this point. Again, leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's incredibly impressive, though.
He's on Ash.
A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first grand finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good. Something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top.
He's 5 HP.
Kayak, tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect someone with a huge amount of experience to be able to pull off. And Jing just has no clue about that. It is a little rough.
How did Omen not clear him?
But the trigger discipline. A panic from Patman. And they've let things slip a little bit here. Paper X down onto another eco, and Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up.
Funny round,
For
bro.
an attack off. You know that in these kind of rounds, Paper X are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Not a good buy. Actually, not at all a good buy.
Some damage in this spot.
It's 5-5, right?
Ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. Paper X trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad.
Change your fucking crosshair, bro. Just copy one of your teammates' crosshair.
The stack is here.
See how this one goes.
Oh, this is the worst crosshair to have. No wonder he whips everything.
Smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic. And
Nice
that's
shot,
the
though.
time to strike. Well, the iron is hot, and they find their timing. Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all
I mean,
out
Jing
now.
has a bulldog.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do.
How
from
did
this
Alpha
spot,
die?
but surely, yeah, just a bulldog. Can't quite get it under control. And Kayak is the one online now.
Yeah,
Take a look at
Kayak's
this
been
play, you
insane.
said it,
Kayak
Josh,
and
you don't expect this
Alpha
guy
have
to be
been
a
insane.
rookie on this stage, but Icebox is his playground. It has been all tournament long.
Now you look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard for Fnatic today. It's the same in map 1 and map 2. Alpha and Kayak finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds.
Nice,
From the entry
Kayak.
and from the low. A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he still got it here. So looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A Rafters. A pacey opening as well though. Taking this exec space quickly.
Took
Trying
little
to
bit
punish
of
Divine,
damage.
for example, if
Only
he was
2
going to be
HP
playing for the
damage.
Orb, or Patman as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two. Alpha, slow as you go. Big boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out. All up though to try and slow this approach. Paper X trying to stall this one out, but as a drone through, and Kayak is already
he's so
popping
aggro.
up towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. If he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets.
Wait a minute.
Forsaken.
Ooh, crashes though.
Grabs himself too, crashes right back at it, but no coverage.
Jing, though.
Back at the sun, Jing. No time for overheating, son. Keep that gun out. 17 bullets.
Just with an off.
Alpha would have to just absolutely light them up.
The
As he
op
gets
was
again,
blocking his vision.
Paper X at least keep hold of this lead that they've had, at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking about though, Brent. You watch Crashy's POV here towards the replay. He throws out a recon dart, which means the Chronicles
that's
alone
such a
get
really
the
good
flank.
call to
He
get
does an
an
amazing
order.
job of picking up Divine and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. Paper X take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
This is going to be fun.
Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or a Paper X
Kayak
going to have the
has a
lead
knock.
off the back of winning that pistol early?
Op v op. Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Look at it clear, but yeah, repost it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury. pulled out. Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha yet. This is Paperex offloading everything at their disposal now. Locked down, drop down. But a plant down without any problems.
How do
Fnatic
they
going to be retreating. Crashies in a prime spot.
this?
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face. Kayak barely forwards there. Divide. Will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards. Paperex, they take that timing and they take it themselves. Striking straight
Oh,
at
but
them.
look at Crashies.
Fnatic have to rely all on Crashies up from the high ground. Half on the defuse. Forsaken. Surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2. And Crashies dominates from the high
Yeah, I was
ground.
like, surely just defuse it, right? But then I saw Crashies on the map.
Crashies, so much experience in these big moments.
Sandwiches Pro won the first
The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he
map.
comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. Paperex knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
Red Bull gives
you wings. Does it though?
Japanese men are prettier than like actual cis women.
Yep, agreed.
Wait,
Yeah.
so Bunny,
So what
Kaiji
if
is
you
allowed
look at?
Sorry.
Yes.
No,
Go on, no, go on.
So Kaiji is allowed to look at, like, if he sees a girl on Instagram and he says, wow, she's pretty good looking. That's allowed. But when I want my girlfriend to get plowed by Necros, it's suddenly I'm a cock.
Okay.
Wait.
What is this on about?
Wasn't your question he allows me to look at pretty girls, or did you mean do I allow him to look
Yeah,
at
do
pretty
you allow
girls?
him?
Oh, do I allow him?
You don't even
If I can look
realize
too?
Impregnator got so much game. My ovaries started
But I'm a
negotiating
cock when I
behind
want
my
my girlfriend to
back.
get fucked by Necros.
I want him to handle me.
Yes, you are actually.
All good.
Holy fuck, bro.
You just don't see the vision. You don't see the vision.
We don't want to. That's the
Bro said you don't
It's
see
a form of
the vision.
respect. It's not even cockery. It's a form of respect.
Respect, yes.
Imagine someone puts food on your plate your entire life. It's a form of respect to let them fuck you, girl, bro.
What the fuck? This guy's fucked up, bro.
It's ancient Japanese respect culture.
Okay, so let's say
Ancient
you're
Japanese
Necros
respect
to fucking
culture.
get your woman, right?
Yeah.
And then he doesn't give you any.
Guys, it's the ban phase. Okay, let's stop.
That's fine though, because he's been giving me.
Can you guys shut the fuck up?
Yeah,
I'm gonna, oh my god, bro, I'm gonna give you all fucking back shots, bro.
Oh, please do.
Me first, bro.
Oh my god,
Holy fuck, bro.
And they probably play Bro, this is the most random shit, bro. This is why you guys lose the tournament, bro. This is why
The boys group shit at 5 AM.
Legit.
Sky High Johnnies.
What the fuck?
He's not live?
Yeah, I mean, you could ban out the Human Torch here because
Someone said this is like GTA radio.
I saw in somebody else's chat that,
Imperator, baby. I want you to mishandle me like you do your hair.
I love how everyone's
Messy
talking
and
and
with
just
absolutely
out of nowhere.
no
Yo, everyone.
How does it?
Ask me.
But it's still a
So you're a cock.
Luna Snow
No, I'm not.
versus a Cloak and Dagger.
Wait. Fire on Spider-Man?
Wait.
Necros would get hella girls. On stream, I don't know, but off stream, bro.
On stream as well. On stream as well. On stream as well.
Stream, I would marry him, bro.
Necros
That's
no
fame.
fame.
Bring on the.
Necros no fame.
Okay.
Fuck with cat girls heavy.
Bro, I legit showed it. No.
I guess.
Now,
This has been their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very contacty.
and the smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of random bullets as well. Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one, they're doubling it up. It's Boaster and Crashies against the bloody world, and they're ready to deliver. Crashies already with quick 2-1s, and now, missed around ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Flawless.
Jing's smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's been happening on Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like playing deeper, more cautious positions.
Ooh, what?
This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the sand at kitchen.
Like that confident.
go like they're confident. If they're coming to you, run to them, bro. Just chill these noobs, bro.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though, backing off instead of stepping up. Yeah. Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fight. Kayak. Shot to the body, Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. And they're going to push this one back. Not quite, it's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. Paper don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something classic.
Wait a minute.
Does some damage, but that's about it.
Never mind. Don't wait a minute. Don't wait a minute.
Pretty clean round. Boaster and Alpha, they didn't even invest, so...
The shields.
Bro, put Millie on the Panther, bro.
Okay, trust me on Penny.
Put me on the Panther.
Magneto. They have Penny, Magneto.
Okay, calm down.
That is actually insane. They have Captain America, Star-Lord, Emma. Emma is not banned for some reason. Hawkeye, let's go, bro. I needed a Hawkeye in a pro game.
The Squirrel Girl is popping off.
Oh, they have a Squirrel Girl? What? Nah, come on, Rad.
Look at this, bro. This is like
Alpha Impregnator. I'm melting like my ice when you're around. Come chill me. Or maybe...
Is that Luna Snow?
Yeah. Okay.
You know, that is insane combo.
Imperator. So hot.
What the fuck?
Trying to post himself up. Well, the support and wow, something.
Well, they now know they have an op.
Kayak makes him regret it.
Paperex now know they have. Paperex know Fnatic has an op now. Surely no more contact plays.
Precisely the place they love to be in.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this Omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before. Ult into
drone versus drone.
In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're
drone
wanting
drone diff.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's early. Crashes.
Gets one tag though.
Up through mid, another lurk happening. Jing is gone. Patman had to delete
Ooh,
that.
What a shot.
Alfier's right there behind him. Avenging poor Timmy.
That's a spike down, 2v5 though.
Divide and Forsaken, you might have got this plant down. But how the hell are you going to dig this
looking
out
for a
of
dart.
this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic. I don't know
The
how
hell.
them often here to dart against
What
the
an off
back.
dart.
All is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it.
Kayak has come online. Bro, it's so difficult. Really? Are you fucking kidding me? 2 minutes of ad, Necros?
Until this point, I had questions. I was even
Wait a minute.
little bit scared, honestly.
Yeah, like
we just changed the map.
This is a watch party, by the way, guys. But like we just like I don't know, we just like get sidetracked with the.
Kidding me? What gave me Craggy?
The ride or die.
I mean, they've scrimmed this and it must be working because Virtus Pro, they had a pretty positive
So
outlook.
how are we playing Hawkeye and Squirrel Girl?
Admittedly, they're still in the pool. Out comes the dance of the butterflies.
What's Hawkeye's real name? Oh, he gets Luna there? But it's so easy to kill Squirrel Girl as a Psylocke. What is Hawkeye's real name? I forgot. Banner? I forgot. Come on, just play Spider-Man. Oh bro, it's so hard to play both, see both matches. I
Fully
think
aware of this one, of how it's going to be landing, but that's a
What a whiff.
sideways swing. Sets up Divide perfectly.
Placing swamp grenade.
Stinger in hand. Plan can now go down here. They brought this to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. Paperex are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic.
Anything for retake? Nope. No
Playing
ultimates.
offside for it. Fnatic
Forsaken is one away.
towards screens. The rifles looking to try and
Wait,
dissuade
which gun
the
is that?
chance of Paperex getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle.
Damn,
Lights out
Chronicle.
from him.
Okay, bro, one more. After this, I
So
won't look.
dependable, so reliable.
Okay, Sid, they can't take point at all. That is crazy.
A win here would be.
I mean, Penny on attack is just not it, I guess.
But everything has been the whole time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight. Shot bullets at 3 separate people that ran past him. Had to bail out of that one early, but got bailed out by the rest of the team. This is
I
now
mean,
4 rounds in a row for Fnatic.
they
to
got
start the
0
half.
value from Penny
It
Ult.
was dead even as we went into the pistol.
And Starlord.
Starlord going to take a timeout. They've been taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Okay, it's a timeout.
Final opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own.
He ulted, got Captain America.
Guys.
Okay, they did cap point now, finally, after like 2 hours. Squirrel Girl went to Psylocke, which is I think is the best move right now because Squirrel Girl just doesn't work.
Do you guys think Slushy is good at Panther?
Hell no. Fuck no.
Oh my god. Like, help!
This guy's in my chat saying that like he's better than
Good help on Luna. They... Wow, Rad again, I mean VP again capped the point.
And that motherfucker like GM
Wow. They capped it for like 2 minutes.
What's going on,
Yeah. Nicholas, why are you asking this question when we already told you? You said it yourself. We said it yourself, bro. We said it ourselves this morning in dual queue.
5 seconds, they do touch. So it goes over time.
Who's the god of Celestial 3? Slushy. Who's the god of Celestial 2? Panther. Luke.
To be fair, no, guys, we have to give it to Slushy. We have to give it to Slushy. He is in a video, a most recent video, by Horn.
Died in New York.
Wow, bro. God of Celestial.
IGG's.
No way Rixie just posted his match history in the chat. That's a violation. No way Rixie posted Slushy's.
Attempt of a punish. PaperX are making this one
VP
fast
winning this.
and loose. Playing it forwards, risks to be had. This is that PaperX of old. They're just missing the top of Nest. They're timing each other. Alpha still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety and he needs some backup. But something is the one delivering
Look at
depth.
Jing though.
All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over the bloody place.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
Still player advantage.
No,
not for
clear
much
it,
longer. There it is.
Crashes.
Something has evened it out 3v3, but for the repeat, all expected. Kayak.
Yeah, Jing has really good
2v3
pace.
now.
But they should know since they're...
Jing was begging
unless-
for people to come
nice.
towards him, and really
I think
nobody
GG's.
has. Jing's positioning was cute, but no one's coming his
Yeah,
way.
just no one came and they came slang and now they know that
Updraft
Jing
down.
has to...
Play indeed,
Oh.
isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go
Time.
of it now. Trying to really do the damage. But a bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing. And it's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes. Boaster sticking, it's denied.
I mean, Jing just still made the difference. Fnatic played it so slow though. Really, really slow.
Really beautiful positioning and phenomenal impact from 2 incredible players. What was going on there?
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre. But this play from Forsaken, again, enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about.
I don't know why Fnatic just gave them 1v1.
He might not be
1v1s.
exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to repeat it as well. That's a wide face, something. Lucky just evades the bullets.
Still
Does Kayak
full
take
committing.
Alfia's advice and refight?
I mean, we fight when Crashes recon, right?
And set up the
We
retake
peak
with the
when
rest of his
Crashes
team.
recon.
Dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke, but the updraft, quick scope, bullets raining down onto him,
Chronicle
something
gets
though
one.
has been dropped. Chopped down at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle happy to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
And Kayak.
Kayak's op is fantastic at preempting these spots that PaperX want to fight.
He's perfectly posted every single time. The dart is a 180. Patman has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. It's forward. The positioning, they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. PaperX drawing blood. But again, that repeat playing into Fnatic's hands to buy. Chronicle already under the fuse.
I mean,
He's gonna
doable.
start swinging, he's
Oh,
gotta
the
do it
wall
now.
though. The wall.
Safety.
This wall's by
Playing for
Fnatic.
Crashies, watching for that peak.
I want to
These
go
rounds are
back
going
to
to be tilting Alex in the
Rivals, man.
coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for PaperX. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Patman swings with Divide having no real support. Paper X need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight together, or what timings they want to take together in the post plan. Because Fnatic are essentially just waiting.
Yeah.
They're not even really scaling on the retake, they're just holding, knowing that Paper X are going to run into the more.
A large reveal. Paper X are all grouped up.
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage
Yeah.
in this round, Brent. So
KJ,
if there was a round to
Omen,
try to do something quick and
Sova
hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this
and
one.
2 away from Batman. If they get the off for Batman and plan,
Post-plan lockdown would be crazy good from Divide too.
Draft over.
I mean, they're not
The
going for
knives.
that. So never mind, I
Looking
guess.
for a target, looking for a sight line. Util just comes out swinging, rebounding. Finally, Forsaken can commit. Paper X do have ult to their own.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
There it is.
Yeah,
It's dropped down. This is Fnatic trying to make a go.
Crashies
Lockdown's there.
does not have them.
Already in. This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak.
Nice.
Stopping this guy. Disgusting work, but a lockdown cannot be broken in time. Albiedo found himself a pocket.
I was about to say,
he's gonna do it all.
Crashies off is finding so much value.
Found the kill, running him down though. Forsaken will be finished. And Kayak on the fuse.
That's close.
That's so damn close. Oh!
Bro, I was about to say, why didn't Chronicle half it?
Less than a second on the clock of Fnatic. Perfectly execute a really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Device lockdown? Not sure what's going through something's head here on this peak. I don't think that's a good one, but this one is bonkers.
Bro is playing Call of Duty.
A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely jet diffing something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't think Paper X are actually playing these rounds particularly well in the post. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now Paper X letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder poster. Gone, Alpha responds. It's traded out, but there's pressure in mid.
Good trades,
Device
really good
still working
trades.
through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's
Alpha, hello?
chaos thrown into the mix. Forsaken and Divide.
Alpha, that's your turret going down. Hello?
Swing, Chronicle gone, and Paper X still alive in this map for now.
When all else fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards Chaos.
That is true.
Controlled to some degree, sure. There was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing. And this time finds a target to be able to work with. But it was Chaos. I mean, this play, Divide just running up tube into Alpha, yeah, he's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to go for a half bite here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging, and look at it just draw blood out of them. Paper X. They are still there though, Divide. Can sense it, posturing occurring, and a deep push and peek by Chronicle. It's already anticipated.
Good awareness from Divide.
Yeah. Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a
the
rifle.
only one with a gun.
Might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in this Snowman spot. Should be Paper X being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Ghost bullet. Not the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems. Jing pressing forwards, crashes now. He's got that rifle, needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back, needs to be dealt with, but double done Paper X. And the ones on top.
Still though, even in that 4v2, Paper X players taking risks.
Sentry.
Gonna be giving Alex a heart attack. But now Alex with another opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for Paper X. Because despite winning 2 in a row, they don't look super confident right now.
No.
But it's the Fnatic coaches that have decided to take a tack timeout. I'd be a little bit cautious about doing this, to be honest, because I do think it offers an opportunity for Alex to right the ship. that's looking pretty shaky in this half overall. Last 2 rounds notwithstanding. Ults are back online as well for Fnatic though, so Milan might be just trying to drum up a set ult round that can knock Paper Rex out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line.
Is this Envy?
And Fnatic do have depth. You know that they've got the experience.
I remember
that they've got
the
one of the
OG
greatest
Envy.
callers when things get scrappy in a mid-round. But this
Envy
coaching
still
staff
plays?
has also proven themselves. It's been a great run.
Remember this Envy though?
Since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
Fnatic, they just need the one. Paperex, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout taken by Fnatic. Good time to insert what's going wrong for them. Paperex, Alex will happily take that space, but 3 rounds still stand between them, drawing it to OT.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards, crashes, he's good. The Jar with a movement still. This is going to be rapid. And Jing's all the way round towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. And Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha to Tapman with the movement.
Wait, great trades for...
That's huge from Patman. Being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
Oh, I'm getting so sleepy.
Patman can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's Pit on site.
Just tried to adjust, missing on either side.
Planted.
Dropping it down though into that 3v2. Boaster might have just caught eyes onto Patman. Patman tucked up close, but Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't even...
The high ground.
Oh, what an off
So how are you losing to a fucking
I thought for a
18
moment there, maybe
HP
he
guy?
hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I think, again, another reason why I was a little bit worried about
lost
Fnatic
a
taking that
1v1 against Batman while he was
because
1
Jing
HP
immediately
twice.
comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards a mid-split. That recon dart that got thrown over the top from Forsaken. Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
Fnatic have to equal,
this,
right?
This sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play, though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there. And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha through Duke before he can go and help him.
Lucian needs to fix his
Take a look at the buy, though.
placements.
Yeah.
Knives, okay, huge for a Kayak, but 3 stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak can't even escape.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has
I
full
wanna see
trust
that
in the
guy.
paranoia.
Full aggression. They're not stopping now. The Paperex of old wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and snapped. There's no containing them. Like a pack of rabid velociraptors.
I want to see that kill.
Hungry for more.
One away from time.
You get to see the full gamut of Paper Rex here. We started out on Sunset with them playing that slower, more strategic style. And now you get the full W gaming. The last 4 rounds have been really heavily powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen.
That's just not fair.
And this last round of regulation at least.
Hello?
Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be operator here? Smoke in your face.
Actually, what? Besides gunplay?
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as Paper Rex reset.
Conditioning for you. Device one away from an ult of his own now. Slower tempo. Even the ult just thrown into
That's
a
just bullshit, bro.
Obfuscating.
He should have never died
Intense,
then.
but bodies are now to form up.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for Paper Rex, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, there's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it, and this has to be respected now. Fnatic, they've uploaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down. It crashes out into the open.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got detained.
And PaperX not slowing down, still that res, brings Crashy back into the fold, back into the fray. Watchparty up through mid, PaperX, eager though. Looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake.
Alpha gets the lurk.
Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades. Jing, that extra element. Drifting into the side here, doubled up, and the rifles are ringing.
Damn, 12-12. What the fuck is a mile actually true? What the fuck is a mile?
A 5th round in a row to take us into OT. Felt like an inevitability on Sunset, to be honest with you, but here on Icebox, Fnatic take a timeout and it goes straight back in their face. PaperX dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha dealt with the lurk, there were too many threats.
But I just want this match to finish so I can watch my rivals.
And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic.
Somebody
Next
in
one
this VC.
is their
VP got
permaban.
2-0. Maybe Rad just won like lucky
Glass
win.
cannon operator.
No, VP is him, bro. This team is just
heavy defensive setup here by PaperX. Fnatic again, you're gonna see that caution played by them. Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots out the jet.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information. An idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players, the trust they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all. Forsaken with exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and PaperX, they want info. They want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
Into the B split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
Going to be turning up the heat. 25 seconds left down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up, same with the orbs. PaperX starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PaperX trying to even it out. Kayak with the peak, but the plant needs to go down. With no issues further, Crashies commits. They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PaperX players. They're going to try and clear this guy out. Kayak, he's done. Finished. Paranoia up top. Jing, the way.
Really, dude?
Nearsighted Chronicle may be, but this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide. The operator switched around. Weaponry now with a rifle.
Crashy has
time starting to
now.
tick in a 1v1. Crashies tepid approach, and it works best for him.
Jing, what the fuck, bro?
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch.
What was Jing even thinking?
In a 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round.
What a shot.
It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time
that was stupid
ticked,
from Batman, dude.
the more that Boaster realized and sniffed out
just
that
for
snap
one kill
on A. Chronicle to Legendary in that top nest position. And Fnatic once
Bro,
more.
it's not worth it. It's not worth
to close.
getting a kill and losing your smoke.
Forwards, Kayak. Trying to fill in their space here. Oh my god, the pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner and caught out wide. Kayak's still there though. This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics. PaperX.
What is that crosshair
not
placement?
stopping. The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task indeed for Fnatic. Walls up and everyone is falling
5v1. Chronicle can do it.
Last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from
Never mind.
All the confidence in the world.
Imagine though. Bro, can you finish this game fast? I have a match to watch.
it definitely feels like they're the team that's closer to being able to close this out, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like Paper X is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach is just barreling through Fnatic. Something, again,
for yourself, and you don't give a fuck about the raid.
Okay,
Fuck
2-0 for Virtuous Pro.
Actually, no, I'm moving out in a week. I kind of care about the raid, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? I'll stick up for you. Actually, no, I won't. Never mind. No.
Just around the outside.
You can talk shit, though, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, looking at the
We break the right wall. Yep.
Oh, you just break
Yeah,
that?
I mean, yeah, I hope it's not.
Oh, Necros, don't tell me you didn't know.
Break that side of the wall. That's crazy. Why do people never do that?
Yeah, because ranked people. Or because ranked people are stupid.
Require a lot more work and a lot more resources than that.
Hello.
Wait, what rank are you right now, Andrew?
On my main, I'm like 250 points, and I'm trying to get my second account to like 300 as well.
Oh, good.
I also woke up at 5
Do they
PM,
hold
so
this?
I can play like 10 hours
I mean, do they cap this? I feel like maybe. Hello.
Yup.
Touched.
Bro, why do you keep fucking up your sleep schedule, by the way, Luke?
Because I keep drinking until 6 AM every weekend, hello? Like yesterday I came home at like 6 AM, 6:30 AM.
Come on, get a kill. Hello, Rad, get a kill. You used Luna.
Oh, or yeah, or that. Sometimes I have episodes where I literally cannot fall asleep, bro.
No, I understand that.
Wow, she gets finisher.
Ooh, big solid call actually. What the fuck?
Wow, they lose this? They lose this?
counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Primed. Ready to pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex and Paper X more than Fnatic.
Like, bro, you're breaking my vision.
Deep control towards B. Any posturing by Fnatic is put to an end. And now, eye set over towards A. Triple face, alarm bell. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia!
Damn,
oh my goodness!
It works perfectly. The game plan, absolute perfection.
Cut them to shreds, and Fnatic now left scrambling for options.
There's the op value as well. Divide tucked onto a position that's really tough to clear.
And Kayak is going to try and win that final.
He had no bullets.
Spike down.
Mid-animation Boaster, the captain himself. He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes, the purest form
So
of
they win this attack, right?
Paper X.
Bro, how did Rad actually lose that?
Every attack round has been going well for them. They won the last 5 in a row to close out regulation.
One enemy
it's been pacey, it's been fast. W gaming and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer.
Maybe Rad wins now? Oh, he missed it.
On their attack side, Paper X are sending it.
They lose again.
Grouped up, deep dark paranoia. They're making it feel like it's that fast B pressure.
That is crazy.
Kayak is taking liberties, taking
How
risks.
are they losing
Him
this?
versus Defy finds it.
That's huge info as well. You see Divine on this side of the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's not that fast B hit. And look how quickly Alpha just
Imagine
takes
if
all of
Lads
this
gets
space on B.
first holded, first point holded.
Mid-round information going to be given up here.
Then I think it's a quick 3-0.
Rest of his team, an attempt of a punish in the jump spot. Boaster, the acknowledgement he was looking for.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to
Look
try
at
to
Alpha though.
Yeah, he's creeping in through the back. They already know he's there. Patman, really anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it. Alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken is creeping forward. Off of that contact, Kayak. When is your time to strike? Deep dart, dash active, wall up into your face. Throw into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. Paper X still, even with all 3 players here, have got a difficult task.
Before War's down as well, out to the open. Jing! He's dropped.
30 seconds.
Bro.
Found it. Their footing.
Someone just win. I want to watch Marvel Rivals
Safety
too.
net now, all the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left.
If he gets one
Taps
kill and
it.
plant,
Looking for
that's
a
a
kill,
plant.
looking for a
That's
cheap
an.
fight. Again, he's not going to be given it. Snake bite. All the options reduced to ruins.
Oh, they did get first point holding.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there.
Also, like Melio.
If it worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from a game plan that's been working for Paper Rex. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead in this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure.
That's Craggy stream on
opposed to
2K.
super happy
Oh,
to
his
call
stream
again.
is so clear.
Immediately, Kayak realized it was a fake. Alpha got quick on the flank,
Damn,
and now
bro.
we're back to even.
14-14. Up overhead with the util.
Something still going for the operator.
That's a DPS
Every
diff.
round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Most man with the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic. Faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
They're drifting though. Paper X are losing control. Gonna hard anchor it now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms, deaded. All up in your face to delay.
Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Dubai is hard committed. He's seeing just a body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access towards it. Insane stab by Jing.
Jing! Actually, what the fuck, dude?
Script now over towards the site. And it scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up. And
This guy, no. I thought Chronicle has ult. Now he has ult, right?
Chronicle, never denied.
Please don't die.
Something here, operator in hand, but this is just dire. Oscillating the momentum of this map.
Why does Chronicle always die when he has ult?
Round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task and no clearance again. Time's ticking. It's all against it. Crashes knows it.
Okay, let's see.
Big round from Chronicle.
He didn't go for the penny, he goes for Groot.
We saw the value he got from the paranoia in the previous round. This time, tries to send it again. Throws that out. Goes for the TP. But I mean, that is some nutcase behavior. You see, it did land onto Crashies, but just there's way too many people around there. Again, respect.
Holy shit, that's size, bro.
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might.
Thank you.
I just supply the fanboy to the. Okay.
I mean, they have 4 ultimates.
On top of it, but now you do have the Dance of the Butterflies and the Eternal Bond, and also all of this.
W Imperator, W.
What is your chat?
He missed Groot ult.
Just taking over. It's over.
I mean, Riot still has Mag and Psylocke, and they don't have any support ult, right? Yep. Psylocke goes big here. Psylocke, please go big here. Loki is 60 though. She needs to go fast, or Rogi has ult.
You're available for the tournament, you message me.
Please, 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 Psylocke ult before this game starts.
No, that's for you.
Oh, Cap had it. Bro, how do you miss that?
Yeah, no, but
At least they forced them back. Psylocke! Get this shit in.
All up and over, you don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you? Heads up play, you're trying to use those walls against
Forsaken gets
Paper
one.
X.
I don't know how because I was too busy in Marvel Rivals.
Molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now, the wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well. And my God, man! Does he
Was
deliver?
it worth it?
Taken out eventually. But he's brought in.
I mean, there was no escape, so maybe worth
Hearing
it.
the footsteps, the rumble, Patman, there's a timing to be taken, and he just
Damn,
grasps it
2v3.
immediately, jumps on a chance.
And this
Oh, bro, this game's not ending
Crashies would
anytime
have to be a
soon.
hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Towards the back of the box. walking forwards here. There's a wall into their faces. There's a game on those timings. Again, crashes. Surely not long for the world. And there it is, Patman from behind.
Do you have a 1v3 in you or no?
Planted.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play. And it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end.
Craggy shows the game.
15-15.
Why we can't stream?
Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this.
The catch of onto Crow
is
key.
Never mind.
Because up until then, it felt very comfortable for the team of Rad to just hold on to that point. They were happy to take in a lot of that.
3-0, bro. VP is actually undefeatable.
All compliments.
Actually undefeatable.
Back up on their feet here, 15-15.
Oh, PaperX fighting aggro.
Aggro as anything, Kayak though. One shot to the dome, Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape.
A bit of damage or something.
Shoulder.
Very little.
And Fnatic back up, anticipating some level of aggression elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack up. And Patman is not going to go for it again. PaperX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B. And once again, Patman is asked to do so much.
On a knife's edge here, on top of the wall, it's a dart. Trying to take this timing pass. He's going to try and push forwards.
That is
take
so
the fight
smart.
to it as Orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
He caught this timing before.
Wall up though. Surely he's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top. Alpha!
Go for the planter, bro. Go for the plant.
Best scenario you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here. Again, Alpha, shoulder, peeking out. Taken out.
Chronicle is 3
down
away.
against the back.
Who planted?
Prime's ready and finally let loose with the slow orbs. And you see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken. Something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out. Something.
Damn,
He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away.
2 bullets.
And 2 bullets. 2 players. Not enough
2 bullets.
to get it all done.
Oh, damn.
Fnatic again
Actually
with a really
disappointing
solid
from
round
Rad.
to put themselves up once more.
Won't lie.
So many opportunities to close this. The timing that Patman tries to take, he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the planter, seeing if he could catch a player that was looking to defend and failed. Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny
Maybe this.
the orb, the wall perhaps?
No Hellfire. Wait, what?
Second guessing it.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. Jing TP's forwards. This is it. Fnatic. Trying to lock in, trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
Yeah, Kayak's still here. Put over towards the top there, just spotting it out, and the damage does something. 1 bullet to the chest is all it takes for Fnatic. They can feel it. Energy here on their sides.
3v5 retake.
3v5, it's all contact called for here by PaperX. They're hoping there's an overextension. Never in a million years though. Fnatic always going to be disappointed.
Kayak is close to result though.
Dodged and shoots down towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting PaperX to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic, though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snake bite drop down on top of it, and this is it.
Damn,
Fnatic
GG's.
never denied it.
They fucking made me wait. Didn't finish the game and finish as soon as the Mauro game finished. These
so
fuckers,
many
man.
opportunities to close this one out, and finally Fnatic managed to grab one of them. 17-15. Both of these maps have been a grind.
it's gonna be same format as Ignite. 6 to
protecting certain characters. In certain characters.
Okay, well, I'll see what he says. I sent him a message.
Exactly how these sort of groups have ended and how that's going to relate to playoffs.
It's only 19 inches when I get my Spider-Man team up.
Well, that last game was dead ass. I'm not gonna lie, it was so fucking boring.
Wait, Jimbo.
Yeah, what's up?
I got asked to join the volleyball podcast on Wednesday.
The what?
Nah.
The volleyball podcast.
Why am I not getting asked for this shit? I messaged the guy, bro.
Bro, because I'm an analyst. I'm an analyst and assistant coach for Schmungus and manager for Dawncore.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah. Turns out getting those extra reps in.
Damn, it's crazy. VP made it from the lower
16 teams. We've said goodbye to half of them. Here's a quick look at how Group A went down as well. Commiserations to the teams that will not be joining us for playoffs starting next week. But man, very exciting right now.
Shamangas didn't win a single game.
Parity here in EMEA.
That is
hopefully it's not a they won the VP sweep. The VP glaze, we can only get so much mileage out of it.
Ken, you'd get verified to fly out and VOD review your die pattern for Jerkmate ranked. Lock in, little bro! Luke's game sense is like his love life. Desperate, messy, and entirely fictional. Luke, the ninja's carry potential is insane.
Glazing this guy when it comes to playing the Vanguard, playing the tank, and it.
Oh shit, who's interviewing?
Revenge is sweet, I suppose, right?
Yeah. It feels nice.
Were you guys nervous at all heading into today's game against Rad after?
No, of course not, bro. They are like the greatest team in Marvel Rivals.
Last time around?
Not really, honestly. I think we're pretty calm for this match. Like, we improved a lot the last couple of days and talked between ourselves about the meta and the matchups. And today I was completely confident.
I think with the advanced draft system, that's obviously like one of the main meta-defining things, right? Because it's brand new. We've also done like some of the bounce units that have come in.
Gap is a problem.
You're sort of used, I suppose, to being involved in those first initial picks and bans, right? Emma Frost, Magneto, you're a Vanguard player. It feels to me that going for those like low-key protects to begin with seems to be the go-to approach. Like, it's a lot of teams have been doing it, and I also noticed that you guys did it today. Like, would you say that that's the direction the team should be going in, as opposed to like protecting an Emma Frost or a Magneto, going for that Loki save?
I don't want to say too much because everything changes pretty fast. But yeah, how do I do it without leaking? Because my teammates never want me to talk about too many things. But I would say Loki is a very strong hero. It's probably the best strategist on this patch if there's not too many flyers. Like, flyers make Loki lose value.
Yeah, true.
But when there's
it's
no
so hard
flyers,
to
he has a
aim.
lot of value.
I'll try to avoid any specifics for leaking here when it comes to questioning you. Instead, give you the opportunity to give some kudos to your team. You guys recently officially recruited EQO as your coach. What's it been like integrating EQO? What are EQO's duties at the moment? Is he in charge of drafting, or is that still mostly you guys?
I think we all do it together, but EQO has been bringing a lot of experience from Overwatch. Like, he's been in the Overwatch League, he's a great player. Also, like, a really insane player on like every role. Like, when I play ranked with him, he understands all the roles very well. Here? So he's able to help all the players individually and as a team. So he's been a great addition.
Let's watch some rounds. 25 seconds. And they talk a lot of bullshit.
But women, if it's available, Rad may feel the need to ban Invis themselves to make sure that
second map
any sky
I want to see this Penny Parker
are less than protected.
Yeah, I mean, you could ban out the Human Torch here because 3k more damage. You would have outdone.
Bro, hello.
See stuff.
Fucking Twitch, man.
The pick ban phase this week, because ever since they had lost, it was like a new. And I spot a Squirrel Girl from Naga actually. Pro were doing with the triple support with the Adam Warlock kind of play, but they haven't touched it at all today. And I spot a Squirrel Girl from Naga actually.
Wait, that's a real Penny as well.
It's sort of like a reverse mid-town strategy of pushing out and flushing out the defenders in this spot.
Bro, trust me, Kurt's the most insane comp.
It is, trust me.
Certainly be something. I mean, they've got the team up with Fate as well. And if there's anyone I trust to play weird strategist heroes like rework Jeff, it would be Fate. Even when Jeff was not really touted as that kind of backline duelist, was continuously getting some real value out of it. 5 for now, looking for a victim. Actually, it's gonna be a little bit hoodwinked. Oh no, it's gonna lose their passive, I believe, to the mines as well. They've been absolutely flummoxed by Raz here, just completely pranked by the teleporters.
It's a great play, and the comp is only going to make it a little bit more confusing when you've got the Hawkeye. The
probably just for the first
just
point.
Pure carnage, pure
First
spam.
checkpoint.
And really, you've got Nevix there with the shield, the Aegis for Captain America to be working with, and then Finzy's obviously got it for... Okay, that is a crazy first point take.
That might be the fastest I've ever seen. I mean, Radden, this is essentially a flashbang composition.
Still going hard.
What do you do
How
when
do
you
they
face
lose
with
this?
Can you move over onto the Groot? Your
They
walls
had
are
the
gonna get
momentum.
decimated by the Squirrel Girl. Your flying options are limited because I believe the Human Torch got banned, who would be one of the primary counters to this composition. Maybe Iron Man?
I mean, they still have the Human Torch themselves. No, that was taken out, you're right. Yeah, this is, I think 5 moving over towards the Starlord is probably a good adjustment. You got the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami available for Naga to work with, and a very steep hill to throw it up onto. So right now, it's going to be an interesting fight. Virtus Pro might not get too many chances to work with this, but they're going to go in actually with the Dance of the Butterflies and the Eternal Bond on top of each other. BTRM not quite connecting too much, but the one pick that the Dance of the Butterflies does get instantly brought back with a BRB.
Rocket's ultimate gets
Trust me, managed to peel for Naga when they were about to get, I believe, like a 3v1 right there. Crazy value out of a Penny Parker, hitting those cyber web snares, all that they need to. And remember, you get additional HP for yourself while you're within these cyber webs as well, and all of your cyber mines start just rolling over towards anyone who sets foot within there. Here comes the Hunter's Sight, just carves through Fincy.
Oh, shoot, Emma, hello?
A little bit of HP remaining to try and survive through this one. Melio sends a couple of shots wide right here, and now it's time from the back for the Galactic Legend. Multiple players.
I think they used
that's going to put them in a very vulnerable position. 5 finally strikes paid there off the back of this ultimate, and Virtus Pro, they get some well-needed stability.
Yeah,
up until this point, I had questions.
Why did they use Luna?
So BTRM not quite connecting too much, but the one pick that they've done to the Butterflies
Invis
does get
was over.
instantly brought back with a BRB.
Oh, a fully staffed mugging. Snares all
okay, Invis ultimate here was just over.
Additional HP for yourself while you're within these cyber webs as well, and all of your cyber mines start just rolling over to.
Yeah, why the fuck did Luna even ulted here? Hello?
And remember, you get additional HP for yourself while you're within these cyber webs as well, and all of your cyber mines start just rolling over.
Wow, that's just such a throw from this Luna.
The Hunter's Sight just carves through Fincy, doing their best with a little bit of HP.
Wow, that's such a throw from the Luna.
Sends a couple of shots wide off the back of this ult.
Honestly, the Rad were pulling this out.
Oh yeah, the Luna was the reason they lost this crocodile guy.
I'm starting to shiver again,
fucking
like Dave,
stupid
because
motherfucker.
there's been no changes. Rad are still going with this.
They gave survives for now, playing all of Dejali.
And they after this they just couldn't win. So the
It's
Luna
smart for them to be picking this map as their third one. And Alpha, are you going to do? He used to play the Neon on this map. We haven't seen it a lot, but with this double duelist approach from Fnatic, I'm liking it.
And this is basically the comp that we saw T1 be very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win Masters Bangkok. On defense, especially, those two duelists can work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Well, they're still hovering over it. They haven't made any changes as far as like selecting other options. They're using that time effectively to communicate, right? Because you know Boaster wants to make sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on Icebox for Fnatic, I think
my God,
this is the map that PaperX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban. and lose to them there. That sets up a very scary end to this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words
Double
of
duelist,
Admiral
really?
Akbar, is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might be, you know,
No.
you're going into the
Double
unknown.
duelist.
PaperX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist
Think
that
not on
favors
Phoenix?
them so much. Now we're getting the double duelist versus double duelist. Something
think
that
Phoenix
we will
was
get to see
really
in split if
greedy
we
in
get
this
to
game.
that
I mean, in
final
this
map.
map,
But
really
I want to know
crazy.
how this changes the perception that PaperX had. And also, 100% important, Davai having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your casters.
I'll
Here's
get some
Brandon
more.
and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go into Pearl. PaperX, you can imagine, okay, you've got some form of an advantage where you can make Fnatic play this map, but you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but not the way that Fnatic might play it. It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1 here in our grand finals.
Now, the other time that we saw PaperX play on this map as well, it was a 13-1 dismissal of Team Heretics, but that was also them beginning on their attack side, which means we barely saw the defense whatsoever. So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually don't know anything about their defense. PaperX might suck at defending on this map. We don't know yet. It has been a very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick. But we have seen at tournaments in global finals before that sometimes that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PaperX after they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up early on. We can see it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Map 3, where things really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something and Divide looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. PaperX trying to fight over both edges of the map. And now spreading back out again to make sure they collect any timings like this that have gone missing. But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness.
Finally he changed his crosshair.
First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic side of things here. But that Sheriff, yeah, short work is made for the opposition. Fnatic now leaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. Divide would have to go absolutely crazy.
Spike planted.
Chronicle 3-piece to get things started here on
Good
Pearl.
start by Fnatic. Pro PaperX, come on.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well.
Booster finally
is how
changed his
much
crosshair.
the
This stupid
first kills
fuck.
are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting a ton.
Neon is a crazy agent. Neon should never be in this game.
Even though the maps are close,
That's not
Fnatic
precise
is
gunplay.
dominating in the first kill department. Across these first two maps, they're up plus 14, now plus 15 after that pistol. So PaperX are constantly having to battle back from being down 4v5. Now sometimes they do get those trades instantly if they're deathballed together. But it's worth keeping in mind here. Time to jump. Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff is able to go wandering. He's got a little more freedom.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Divide doing backflips towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forward.
is
Stall
playing really
anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate. No,
because
giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown. which is a pretty huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through. Spanks Alpha, yeah? But he's only got Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
Would be a ridiculous.
I mean, they didn't came with much
I don't
firepower
think the
though.
chances are particularly high.
So I think dying 2 here is fine. They save the Vandal.
Fnatic trying to keep it clean.
Maybe take
Put
the
the
Marshal.
rifle in the
The only
Chronicles'
next
hand as
good
well.
gun was a Marshal there. I don't think there was any Bulldog or Guardian.
Peaks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here on Pearl. As we said it, and we set it up. Series of unknowns on either side.
Yeah, so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in general don't really love playing on Pearl. Fnatic, no exception to that.
Trying to make it hard.
Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. But also, they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the 2 maps, in my opinion, if I put myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
One enemy remaining. Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see. Boaster with the attack op.
Damn.
Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3?
Yeah, bonus round. When you least expect it. Quick little glide and dash to the side. Fights to be had. Jing, he loses his out. Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit overzealous there, but the stun's ricocheting. It's random spam. Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done.
Oh, he saw the op.
Pings it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that operator.
Yeah, so they might be expecting that Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
On.
I mean, I don't think
Surely
that
not think
Kayak's
about
ever
it.
going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Devi watching
Take
it
it.
like a hawk.
No.
Take it!
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact. This round, probably on Kayak.
The connector. Both. Okay, well, Forsaken is doing a lot of work.
Last player standing.
Deadlifting that portion of the map and taking it fully away from Fnatic. And yeah, Alpha's like, wait a second.
Go, go, go.
I mean, his job here might just be to try to collect the operator and something.
Exactly.
He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster
Something
early
takes the
on.
op.
Closes
So
down.
he's aware of it even.
He did take the op.
We just saw there, obtained the upgrade of himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given
I think he
a
made
really
some
lovely gift
booster.
over to the defenders.
A.
It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster.
No.
Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op. So now in this round, Alpha, yeah, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Well, we'll see what he can do with it. Get up into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over the Wanted. Nasty stuff from Forsaken. Takes control of the rifle in his hands. That's a hard target to hit.
Okay,
Alpha
this
yet
might be
tonight
Fnatic's
immediately.
permanent, but
Maybe trying to push his luck.
surely they
Another
don't
op.
have to throw that, right? They're just
Not a
throwing.
duelist that he's super familiar with.
Bits and pieces of Util now. I mean, it's going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control. Clone. Sure. Oh, got stuck onto the corner. It doesn't even trigger the wall.
I mean,
And
the
a
whole
seize
point
and
of
an
that-
aid.
Oh, the seize
Hold on! These combinations are
Damn.
cooking!
Well
That's a
played.
foul concoction if you are Fnatic. You're going to need those
Ooh, what a
around.
shot.
But it's all watched. Crashes in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from Paper X. It really is. And a wallbang even, all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage onto Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the Seize nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up. Couple of weird moments here. I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, that Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yep.
The details are not perfect here.
Throw going amiss. That's ridiculous. Okay.
The slide is really late, though.
Precise
He's
gunplay.
jumping through and trying to slide. And that's a silly way of ending.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Batman.
Yeah.
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot. They forced up in the previous one, like I said, with that judge. And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
Still in his hands, still watching that deep B line. Makes the guessing game a little bit easier and a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends up landing kills here,
all the way up.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PaperX. It's like Mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think. The gate crash, backs himself out here. Going to be hearing that drone, just trying to avoid it. Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
Took to the side here, just stepping up. Oh, wow, okay.
Better shot.
That's overkill. Head's going to be rolling straight off the shoulders there.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to work with, but maybe Alpha's job here is just going to be to try to run a fake and pull eyes towards B. You see Chronicle inserted over towards A, as the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Being peeked out of eye. Just there's the Thorns. Down below it. It's going to be swinging wide. That flash was a good connection. Forsaken already ready to supplement. Deep dart dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it. It is precise from PaperX. Surgical almost, and it leaves it into Alfia's hands.
Devi is one away from his ultimate now.
Very comfortable.
They're still in the pool. Out comes the dance of the butterflies. This is going to potentially carve through both Faluna and the Squirrel Girl. The Squirrel Girl survives for now, but Spark...
And he's got a perfect idea of where the player's going to be positioned. Chronicle core.
Precise gameplay.
But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of low recon. And now
what's the next
Alpha
map?
Gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players, though, from PaperX on the other side.
Over the top there with a dart.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an opper that was going to be playing pillar. This is going to be a fight, though, from PaperX.
Crunchies far back here. There's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side.
Wait.
It's Fnatic.
Imagine Forsaken didn't die there, though.
The corner. Do you want to stay here? Oh, my goodness. He wants to step up to the challenge. Satchels barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perch now. Called for a rapid rotation as the entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to this A site.
Full control, and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? Now, I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still holding control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down.
3v3.
Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain forward, but Fnatic putting that crunch on them. They drag it here, 3-3.
Take the up.
And finally recover Boaster's operator. 3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PaperX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think there was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot the clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PaperX.
Yeah.
Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
I think they shot the clone.
Op v op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time as they try to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this. Something with the peek. Punished.
Too far away,
Insanely brave. And Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PaperX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek play around the map. That's where Alpha's op could end up working it's magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run.
You can feel it here with a lockdown.
They used
down
to.
at the feet of Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. Wall up. Alpha trying to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well, who can just play post plant with that weapon and his Hunter's Fury.
He's incredibly pushed forwards here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury. Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just a one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper.
Nice.
He's going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing, this time. Unable to get that value he's done prior. Weapons taken away with a Steel Garden. Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed. Kayaks from behind. Full control. Containment is ordered, and Fnatic have got it all under lock.
Divide towards the end, caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how to navigate a tricky situation.
Timed
I
and
think they
plays
needed
ult
Jing
from
to be able to pick up
Crashies.
that kill in back halls. But the duelist taking some wild fights. Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Crashies' ultimate. Fnatic, honestly, look like they've got some nice game plans on their attack side.
3 of them. I had 3 of them with my ult.
They're definitely in control.
Yeah, that was insane.
And like you said,
well
Brent,
played.
there was a huge connection with Crashies' ultimate the first time he
Rain
ripped
don't
it.
chew, and he's gonna try and come back and finish the meal. However, Naga keeps him at arm's length. Rajaro grabs the final hit that was necessary, and a 1 HP player, Saipem, momentarily dodges away as the Invisible Woman trying to avoid the attentions of Naga. It's an unbeatable Skrull scenario, which is still reigning terror over in main, though, by the way. And trust me, just has so much zone control with these cyber webs.
It physically shouldn't work, right? It's this grenadier character launching uphill. It's working to a T.
Wow.
He's having to work all the time. The barrage is nice to get onto 2, and the invisible boundary means that there should be enough of a fight to be able to take it.
Is
Pulsing
that?
out the Meteor M, it's not going to catch.
Yeah, after this,
but you
they
do
just
have
didn't
to
even win
follow through from Virtus
any
Pro.
fights.
So yet again, right in the brink of time, there's still just under 2 minutes to stake claim to this for Virtus Pro. But they managed to just have a hold on it. And
Bro, give me this Hawkeye, I would kill everybody.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Divide, Something's Operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. I'm going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line.
They
Doesn't see a
know,
repeat.
Fnatic know there's
Most is
enough
calling
now.
for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no, though. His A main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing thrown forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms, Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him? 4 kills, ace online. The crowd wants it. They're cheering. Get Alpha.
No.
One sky.
4 HP between him and a 6.
146, right?
I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha's done way too much. And
I was
Chronicle cleans up the dregs.
14.
That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness
Was
they
he
have
half?
on Paper X, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forwards into an Astra that's way too far out of position.
121, wait, how?
Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. Shutting it all down for Paper X. I'm going to bring this one back here. It's aggression, a staple of this team.
Bro, Chronicle has played every agent.
Boaster
up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other side, and then you try to end B. That's a lot of damage through onto Chronicle, though.
One of the bodies Forsaken. Creeps ever closer. TP into spawn. I think that might have been heard. Forsaken. Cross their placement, trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight through the wall.
He goes in again with one bullet.
Hello, there's a lot of damage on the Chronicle. Could have been a kill. Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is Manic, this is chaos.
He gets one.
Trying to take the fight straight to them. They don't care.
Actually held advantage with it.
Man, he could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
Full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here. As you mentioned, Patman upgrade. Acquire with a rifle.
And Boaster is stuck.
They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Nightfall committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. And he's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Devi, though, somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up just by the drone, Fnatic. Put them into a post plan.
I think he's playing for stuns.
Yeah, Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP, and Crashies, the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
There's a pull for the first time. To be used now. Devi, one hell of a clutch is required. And none of the space to do it. Shock darts flying, Crashies just playing.
What a wraparound from Booster, man.
Impeccable.
What a wraparound from Booster.
That is a sick round from Crashies. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward.
I'm telling you, it was this crosshair, bro.
Get a kill, come back, defend.
It was his crosshair.
Spike plant down. This fight against Patman.
Now we're not gonna
to run through, but
talk about Booster.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I chilled. I kissed your hand.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early, though.
A bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong, though, at stopping something for being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for Paper X is solo, actually.
Yeah. Trust in the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing.
Come on, Paper
nice
X, you
now
have to win
gonna
this.
Take a risk and go for a peek into Kayak at B. Fnatic bait out the wall. Devi gets a little bit of info. And this fight... Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and Something kind of staring at each other through walls. And Boaster's making the call to come back in this direction. They might not know that something's on the line.
Here.
Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, he saw the shot.
Deep position.
What a shot.
Acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy. With Alpha gone, you've got to try and set your sights in a different direction. 30 seconds left. Where are you going, Patman? Taking a peek. That is
Oh, what are you doing, you stupid fuck?
Fnatic, only just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through.
Wow, that's so much damage.
Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat.
Fuck yeah, Devi! Devi!
They clean up that 5v3, never in danger when Devi's in an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side. The issue, I think, for Paper X has been that sometimes they put themselves in two difficult positions. But this time, player advantage, and Fnatic are trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the operator over towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement. Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well. Last time he caught Alpha, yeah, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players though waiting to cross. Fnatic to Clone taking the bullet, Alpha with the peek, and that's with the dismissal. Okay,
really?
get
That's
out of
too
there.
ballsy,
He's lucky
no?
to survive that
He
one.
really is.
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. And Paper X is going to try to put him on the
They're
line
trying to
again.
fight for this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket to play in. Alpha still has his gun. Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit.
Alpha has ult.
Because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to. with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but already that Cosmic Divide is going to be fading. Nice, going that way, it's traded out. Showstopper. It's here for Jing. When the time runs short here, you could be in dire straits. Forsaken. Looking like he wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face, TP into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken!
Holy Forsaken.
Just takes that timing to rip them
30 seconds.
to shreds. Patman!
Damn, bro. 6-6. Come on, 6-6.
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in these unexpected positions. And again, just making Fnatic earn every moment. Constantly putting questions and challenges towards Fnatic.
That was so quick,
Often
man.
finding gaps
30
that he can
seconds.
exploit. A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time. And Paper X bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half. Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
Runs forward, dimensional drift, extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi, forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking. Locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking over.
What is going on with Paper X? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively.
They really just want to throw
Looking
this?
to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well. Chronicle. Bullet. The back of the head of Forsaken shuts it down.
Planted.
Chronicle as
On
well.
site now into that post
One
once
away.
more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for Secret.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. Paper X trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team.
Just stick. Trust me, just stick.
Already players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life. Fought through. Tap.
Stick.
Of guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again, just a peek and crashes.
With the knob. 7-5. Not too bad, not too shabby.
Fnatic getting huge.
Oh man,
Really key in boss is not like a high damage, like
Lights out game as well.
what a throw by this Luna, bro. Fucking retard.
Human Torch is still a fantastic character. Oh,
I actually lost the momentum.
I would have liked to have seen
They
that.
were not even losing the fight. No one was like 1 HP or anything.
yeah.
For temperate.
Wait, what? 2-0? How? I just saw the first game. Hello? Hello?
It's the most to low. Me too.
That space, and now this is going to force Virtus Pro to use resources just to get through this first area. Yana.
Oh, they played. Oh, they were defending first.
Now,
it's like individual.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
Now,
preemptive strike on
a bit more. You have.
Oh, they were defending.
Already has yet.
They lost
Nice to
that.
get onto. It's this Squirrel Tsunami available for now. Go back would it be
rolling over.
Okay, they didn't
sets foot with it.
went after this, right?
Time full it.
Yeah. Attempt to try and shut it down. Everyone's already been placed elsewhere.
Now in the going.
Danger, Faisal also returning on a Wolverine of their own. No more Star-Lord gets pinned out by their counterpart. Already has had their passive burn. Melio is brought into the invisible boundary. No one can see where the Doctor Strange has gone. They won't be finding out for a while, even while channeling the
insane
meteor. They're so
guys.
vulnerable to the Sona Katana. The Shinobi finds their Oni, and they will be
something
really
Let's see how they did in defense.
It feels so weird of a comp, but this you just look into it ever so slightly and it's like, okay, yeah. You
Oh,
have
they are.
the team
They're
up with
just
Luna
doing
Snow and
the
Hawkeye.
health
You have the team up between Trust Me,
Oh,
who's
I
a
thought
known petty
Brad was on attack.
oppressive in the right spots.
Even though they
But
just
now,
attacked because I'm
actually
fucking
looking
stupid.
a little bit more standard, I suppose, for Virtus Pro, but in comparison to what Rad just ran, everything looks a little bit more normal.
I think the Strogo might be like a preemptive strike on Groot counters for that composition, just because you burn through the walls so quickly. Cyber instantly gets frozen. Not sure whether that was part of a Luna or part of a Hawkeye, but in the end, a freeze Fi just flies out randomly, gets punished by Crocodile, of course. The neutral gameplay of the Luna is not to be underestimated. Her output is intense.
I mean, it's, I guess, surprising that Croc is the one that's over on the Luna Snow instead of the Rocket Raccoon, because Croc has been one of the most flexible strategist players that we've seen at the top level for quite some time.
Damn, how did Benny actually even die there?
Of the Luna is not to be underestimated. Her output is intense.
I mean, it's, I guess, surprising that Croc is the one that's over on the Luna Snow instead of the Rocket Raccoon, because Croc has been one of the most flexible strategist players that we've seen at the top. This feels like it's a little bit of like a spawn pushback as Virtus Pro now trying to get past this like elbow corner.
Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted.
Win this pistol. We need this.
Paperx are the ones who survive, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life divide. Go for a switch.
Oh, bro, my. Oh, there's no way.
We Fnatic. Oh, that's unreal. It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be able to have access to the spike.
And
there is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke, though, and somehow pick off a cheap kill on Alpha.
Not available. Dead sit, consumed.
Come on, Forsaken.
Lost some
Forsaken, we believe.
Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down. Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodome peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Oh.
That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You got Alpha as a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful stuff.
Your comms are insane, your aim is insane, you're insane.
Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are and surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. Horn forwards will not help you much at all.
There's no way they're losing Pearl, right?
Gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
There's no way Fnatic lose Pearl.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forward, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really aggro, following in behind Alpha's timings. Boaster there, disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him, running inside of it with a nano, knowing that he's going to catch the timing on the Paper X players. And when this is your permaban, like Fnatic, there's no way of Paper X knowing what's coming for them.
Yeah.
You can afford to do silly things, one-and-done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh, yeah.
You only have to win one time on Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure onto Paper X. Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think Paper X can afford to lose this one. I mean, the round and the map.
Tuck to the side, that's
nice something, really cool.
Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha!
Nice.
Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially the things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, there's still in a
this
2v3 here for Fnatic. There's still a lot of danger.
Especially when rifles.
Chronicle, Crashies, both really good in a clutch. Paper X should be
able
to
close this out.
They also need to close this out.
Both Fnatic players in the same position. Waiting for the dart timing. Thorns. Deaded. Dart to back Halls. Halls going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Forsaken.
Good flash timing too from Divine.
Jing with everything.
Catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep Paper X in this one. Very aggressive on the peak from something. And Jing ready for that re-clear. Alpha has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. All 3 rounds we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in
one by one.
mid. And this time Jing wise to it.
Oh, Fnatic do not.
And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again.
Yeah, exactly. Don't have 2
Alpha
good
with the
guns.
judge. I do like this play. Seen Paper X go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash.
Jing was good on
Jing to get set up.
Phoenix.
Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then Paper X, they threatened that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and look at the contest and contain.
Nice.
Paper X though.
Take the space.
Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divine is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. And my God, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak looking to see if he can help them out. Paper
Never mind.
X. They obliterate them.
I thought Fnatic had good trades, but
Util and Chronicle
nice
looking to just contain up through mid.
What a shot.
Not for much longer. Crashies. We'll have to concede this space.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still...
Yeah, what do you mean he would like to go for it? No, he would not like to go for it, you stupid fuck. These casters are so bad.
To work with here and
what a shot.
Okay.
It's a great shot onto Forsaken. And nobody else really trying to hunt
these
him down.
casters are so dumb.
Crashies
Well,
is gonna be
how
able
are
to escape
these
this one
guys
with
getting
rifle in
paid
hand.
to talk shit?
I don't think Fnatic look that great when Alpha doesn't have a rifle or an op to play with.
Even if they did had a good
econ. Play with the judge. Now in this round,
I mean, even if they do had a great econ, he would still not go for it. It's just stupid going for it. You give them orbs.
But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And Paper X crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
Bro, this skin is insane. I'm telling you. Champions Vandal is the best Vandal. Like, and Chaos. The Chaos one, I don't know what it's called. I just call it Chaos.
Tumble just to stay to their bye last round.
Prelude to Chaos, yeah.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something.
He revealed his shotgun.
They are ready to fight them on B.
Warning shot from the judge from Jing, looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top, and it kind of reveals the hand. Fnatic is stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha there. He thought the Paper X were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little. The spike's making its way over towards A, but I think that's just so that Pac-Man can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. And towards it, flash in your face though. A lot of pressure in through mid. It's definitely split up.
Still going A.
3 still left to stand from Fnatic, looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. Paper X not pushed back, it's a haunt. The double jump in, Jing! Goodness me!
I've seen this, Paper X do this a lot. Double satchel on the right side of backhaul. Ooh, what a shot.
With just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but Paper X now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. C's came through into back halls, caught onto Boaster, and then there was a stun afterwards as well. So this, it may have looked like it was a Judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster. They couldn't really get into a position and fire off that Bucky shot in time. This is what we saw, if you think all the way back really early on in the tournament. Paper X played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1, and a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of B site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport.
Oh, I forgot to pause, man.
But this is still Brad having to hold on for 2 and a bit minutes. It is just before this final checkpoint, so they're making the most out of the map's positions. You will start to look at it though.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro did nicely on the defense.
Which did
to stop
halfway.
Pillard where it is, but as time goes on, that distance is going to feel a lot longer. Get into this checkpoint, and then the next 120 meters up that high altitude cliff. Basically, it's going to be hard when you have these characters using big ultimates. The fate of both worlds alongside the Spider Sweeper.
Is dead,
it's going
right?
to put Fimsy in a bit of a predicament as
How do
now
they lose
is able
this
to grab
now?
onto him too.
Another.
This is a
I
real
think
interesting fight.
What the
and rather
fuck
maybe
is that
answered
Luna's
too many
crosshair?
questions for Virtus Pro that they're not sure how to respond.
Yeah, Melu gets picked here, instantly raised by the battle recall Beacon Rajaro. That means that they're going to take a while to get back, though. Might have to swap over onto the Doctor Strange. Quickly portal away. Speaking of portals, Teleporter helps with this engage here of Rad. Fi takes to the skies, instantly stunned, almost sinks down into the cyber snare webs. And while it is an ambitious attempt at a feral leap
Zero
there by
value
Naira,
from
it does keep
Star-Lord.
Fi at
So
bay.
how the fuck
The
do they
fear,
actually
the
lose
respect
this?
of Rad right now from Virtus Pro is real. A freedom charge to move on forward. Additional cushion to help
Just
them
this?
push on in, and there's going to be
They
a
lose
last
like
stand.
this,
And
but they're
from
playing
the
so
ground,
separate.
in the midst of all of this, Sparker might have tried to shut it down using the dance of the butterflies. Fate up close and personal, and my
Rocket didn't
goodness,
have all
a
there.
slayer of raccoons with Shinobi. Many in the respect all of this, Sparker
They
might have
did
tried to
not.
Virtus Pro is round.
But they're playing so separate. Look where the fucking Luna is. Luna is here, top right.
I'm not sure if it's grabbed to me. The respect of all of this, Sparker right now from Virtus Pro is
Luna is here, Rocket is here.
a freedom charge to move on forward.
They get separated
To help them push on
and just both of the healers just die. Oh, wait a second, the game started.
What a response on the backside of that timeout.
Right.
It is a big round for
I'm
Fnatic
fucking
to be able to
stupid.
get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this. He comes dry out of his ult, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious.
Timeout.
The information that he
One, two
gathered
more.
was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of
with
the
them
A
out.
site. Can't be making mistakes like that.
Kayak. The operator flash in your face though. Just get away from that spot. Even go over to repeat as a flash. Adjustment, tries to snap to it. The body's there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey indeed. Monster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice. Can't claim it.
Jing,
Kayak
hello?
from under. Something's been dropped.
What was the
Vibe
game
trying
plan
to take
there?
A lot of this space. Both
Oh, he had
no
no
more
bullets.
to really make a stand against it, but that stun rattles and it connects. Shorty, both bullets gone. Paper X.
Nice.
And the one's in
Holy
control.
fuck, you scaring me here.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak
He hits it.
trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic gonna give this one up, and Paper X are now one step closer to trying to draw it level.
I mean, he's one away from his ult. They have money, he should
I
definitely
think Boaster needs more assistance
get a kill or
anchoring it back holes there.
just die here.
Whether it's from his own utility or whether they can get Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out.
Nice, now save, just save. Very well played.
Boaster just looks so overwhelmed.
Yeah, Caster, you stupid fuck.
Because again, like I said,
They have money and
it's
they still
super
won't
difficult
go
to tell
go
what
for
the
it.
pathing is going to be like for Paper X.
Stupid caster said that, oh, if
They
they had
explode
money,
on
they
the site and they can
will.
go
This guy will
from
wanted
left
to
or
fight a
right
1v4.
side.
No, that's just
Back
stupid.
holes.
Even if you have money, they don't
Though
go.
with a lockdown, maybe
Bro.
Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a
Oh,
retake
these
style on
casters
B.
getting paid.
Kayak took so much damage from that, but did manage to get a freebie. Boaster, though, like I said there, is just under enormous amounts of pressure.
Besides gunplay.
I do think he needs somebody else to try to alleviate that to some degree. This time, Alpha is going to choose a different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well. So bait and switch setup over towards B. If Paper X want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Well, of course, going to be feeling that heat.
What a flash!
He was the player with a lockdown, Alpha. That operator wants to get reposted.
Paper X really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing. They've got so many of them. It's something that he's amazing at.
Crash, he's desperate for that info, just spots him.
Nice.
Overstays it, but still
Spots
gets out.
Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
I'm going to hear about it. Rumble here. Thinks he's being squeezed, going to be playing it close. Tug, we've seen his angle, get value. Stuns forward, Fnatic have responded. Players are waiting for it, and Crashes could be that playmaker! Time to deliver it.
Nice.
Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left. Paper X moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plant down, committed.
Next is eco for them, right? Yep.
Something relocates. Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though, kind of cuts his options.
Yeah, that's crossfire setup still. Paper X have options in this spot. A bit of spam Forsaken! What a swing! Alpha's gone, head clean off Boaster. Let's see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Flash forwards, good connection. Operator picked up. Still with that util though. Patman, not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for Paper X to bring it level.
Did he really just pick up an op to retake a side?
Paper X need a little bit more.
Bro got a 1 kill and I was like, yeah, I got this.
They have on Pearl. Look at that flash.
What a blind,
beautiful
bro.
setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid. Crashies did the best
it was not
from that
something
position.
about the trade. I thought something.
For the rest of Fnatic, gone with quite the same kind of protocol.
Why is he getting dinged off?
For each other, looking to retake.
That's too funny.
The retakes look really clean on the rest of the map.
Wister has a really good IGLing brain, but bro, sometimes he's just stupid. Alright, let's do it. So they just so the healers just went different ways and they lose this fight.
And there's going to be a last stand. I'm not sure if it's grabbed too many in the midst of all of this.
That is so stupid, man. Why are we playing separate? So they take the first point like that.
Pick people off bit by bit.
Next fight is
Brad. Still no the rocket
way too long.
That they've shown it now, and they want to show that there's still more to offer. You have got the Seer available for the Rocket Raccoon.
Good pick, good kill. I don't think
a
Hawkeye had a good impact. They should have just got me. My Hawkeye is insane.
There's 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Look at this, bro. How is this guy? Why are you shooting tanks?
Oh yeah, pushing uphill. Incredibly difficult.
Nah, he's ass. Who's this guy? Octopus? You are ass. Melee Octopus.
Admittedly, I think this one was already won for Rad. So pushing uphill.
Rad's support ults are so bad. Okay, they are winning the fight.
Still yet to get to the mountain.
Wait a minute. They are winning the fight. They are 1 up. The Starlord just spawned in. And this stupid fuck, Earth, ults.
Might be the pick to bring themselves back into this. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Still yet to get to the mountain.
Now Starlord comes.
Oh yeah, pushing uphill.
Look at this. Oh my god, this is so stupid.
That drop off. There's going to be a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Admittedly, I think this one was
Rocket ulted for nothing. They didn't get any value. They didn't get any kill. They didn't get any space. Nah, their supports. They need to kick their supports.
In the back pocket.
They actually need to kick their supports. They would not. This is twice in a row. It's just insane.
If he can get inside it and dominate it. They're already in. And Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic needs to get some value with this one, but a stun. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure.
How's that a headshot on?
His team going to be backing him up, helping him out. Something. Lighting the world on fire.
And another clean B execute for Paper X.
Crashes can't even get it done.
1 away from his
4K for
ultimate.
something as well. That'll be a confidence booster. Almost gets another Yoru ult online. Should be huge. And his execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're pathing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what I want?
Forsaken.
Tell me what you want.
Flustered in a moment, I think. Forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
Wait, really? Ooh, something? Forsaken? Nah.
See if they can answer back. Stop the tide. Kayak. Left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that Alpha can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam. Recon confirms.
Oh, and there's a damage.
Wow.
That's really
that
nice
was very
from Fnatic.
well played from
Very
Fnatic.
good awareness. Great comms from Kayak. And it's been the B execs really.
I mean, he
that have
ran
been
through
the
it,
problem
so
for
we should
Fnatic.
definitely hear
This
that.
hold on A looks pretty good.
Forwards again. Sees just about dodge. Jinx in your face. No, and what the hell do you do about that? With the judge in hand. Here with the footsteps. My God, man! From that kind of range.
Too much. We didn't need it at all.
Paybreaks are all over this one now. That nade rebounding.
What
It's
a
a pick to
nade.
poison situation. Crashes. He's barely there. Tucked down. Slim pickings with the help.
How is Chronicle dying with his ult? Chronicle dies so much while having ult. So much. It's actually crazy.
Goes both ways though. And Divide! Lighting them all up.
Save up.
Back at the side, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury. He will not.
Chronicle dies so much with his ultimate.
Jing provides more of that magic that Paper X are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, halting his momentum in midair as
Okay,
well.
this is just unlucky.
And then goes for the push on
But
Chronicle.
he just dies a
Chronicle
lot.
was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for Paper X, but now it's all smiles.
Who's next?
Brown's flipped here, Dimensional Drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ult's expended. Potential silver
last
lining,
one,
but
so-
Paper X can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle
Chronicle, please don't die.
levels it out. And in through the back of the site, Jing already has that space. Batman slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. Paper X have it. In through the back of the site with a flash and a swing, and nade. To try and delay. But a lockdown used, and a Dimensional Drift with it. Fnatic are in as best a position as they've ever been. Crashes is on that cleaner.
Wait a minute.
Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Patman, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something straight back in, and a nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and kills collected. Fnatic are against the brink. And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken!
That was a close map though. Holy shit. Paper X, you're scaring me, brother. Scaring me here.
No pull required. Forsaken gets him.
Oh, this Hawkeye's ass.
Up in this high ground, it's such a nice
Their
place to
support
hold.
is
If the
actually
pillow
really
gets
bad.
stuck underneath
Lads.
it, it's very hard for Virtus Pro to clear all of these
Well, now what
corridors
you
to
do?
take the high ground and also dedicate onto low.
Ooh,
Meteor
nice
M
though.
right into Fire's face. He's been taking an absolute bludgeoning, and he has to because he's the one that's finding the focus and the attention, but it's actually
know-
the strategy's back.
Now would be the perfect time to use a rocket ult.
And the cloak getting involved in his face, he's been taking an
You
absolute
could save your penny
bludgeoning,
too.
and he has to because he's the one that's finding the focus and the attention, but it's actually the strategy's backline. The cloak getting involved for Dreedra as he finds himself too, and this is great momentum
Nah,
for Virtus
bro,
Pro.
they are
Just
the Rad
under,
supports
what,
are so
50
bad.
meters in order to go, and Rad's probably need to swab over to the Doctor Strange to contest this properly.
Okay. A little bit of a ghost status there for Dreedra, popping off on the cloak and dagger.
I wanna
which is why it's been
see
such a
see
big
Luna's
part of Virtus Pro's
accuracy
strategy.
though.
heading into their second week of competition here. You got to get to the point. There's only a couple of meters to try and play with. The Wolverine is
I think Cab is a
good butterflies as well. Mostly rebuffed coming through from the ultimate of the Lunar Snow. Plenty of healing available for all and sundry, but as it expires, it's going to be Fi who reigns above. Finds fate in their crosshairs. Crocodile's down as well. He's going to be turned into an ice purse off the back of that one. A last stand.
See how perfect the other team is using ultimates. 40%. Oh my god, this is so bad. Yeah, look at the healing diff, bro. These guys, these Earthworm and Crocodile, you guys are fucking ass. I mean, Hawkeye did have 9.
Good results for Sparker here over on the silo.
Yeah, 32 and 5. You gotta respect it. I think Rajara had a lights out game as well. Really showing off just how accurate.
Of his good results for Sparker here over on the silo.
Yeah, 32 and 5. You gotta respect it. I think Rajara had
buff
a light
Luna
now, so that.
And then Luna is so bad that he thinks they need to buff Luna.
Can be in has been
alongside either an Ultron or an Adam and a Mantis, which would have been there it is. This is what I thought Rad should have done last time around to deny a good we're likely going to see the Protector of the Invisible Woman here. This is for the last viable option, honestly, if you want to run a dual strategist backline. And I think that Virtus Pro are not a team that really want to pivot into triple strategist.
No, not at all. And I guess it means that maybe like Clock and Dagger save right at the end for Rad. And then for the Loki, that's pretty good for Saipe. If you want to try to like hold on to a point and stall out those fights, Invisible Boundary. If you want to go for something that's a little bit more like across the ground, Cloak and Dagger would be good to take, but Groot actually gets banned out too. So it's...
They're leaving the mag on the table.
Yeah, it's like, you could take it.
They're leaving the mag on the table and then protecting the Punisher. Huh? Interesting. I guess maybe they're trying to just... forge Virtus Pro's comp for them. The Luna ban here would make plenty of sense, but also you're wondering, like, do I want to go up against a Luna so I can at least copy the fate of both worlds potentially? There's quite a little bit of sneakiness on the part of Saipe, so instead you have rid of the Adam. So the Magneto is available, so too is the Human Torch.
I mean, I guess
open.
Yeah, it almost feels that that's something that could bite you in the backside if you're not careful. But
चल मेरा CPU change हो रहा है
clever, like you mentioned.
तो कल 1-2 हफ्ते तो no gaming.
Copy and Carrot revival.
Starting to.
हाँ लंबा चलेगा. Finals है.
Looking to be a little bit more brawly, but taking it high ground is going to be a little bit harder for both of them unless they try to ramp their way up. And Fi, when he's up,
भाई मुझे Punisher को बस buff कर दिया. Punisher खेलो अब बहुत OP हो गया है.
All right, this is sustained, given over by the Invisible Woman. So far doesn't need quite as much attention from the strategist. Still takes a lot of damage off the shotgun jump coming through from Melio. Fincy might be overwhelmed here as a wall is dragged up behind him. A big force physics to push back and create space for the beleaguered Magneto. Spark needs to find an opening.
How did they even lose this one? They are 1 up. They have Clogold.
Magneto. Spark needs to find an opening. More damage onto the group could be it.
Why didn't Clogold here?
They've already claimed 2 ticks on here from the side of Rad, so now Crook is just going to start applying the pressure already.
With the Luna.
More damage onto the group could be it. Dance of the butterflies to open up.
Bro, this Luna is fucking bad. She heard. No way, she heard it. She heard Loki copy, right? And then still ulted before him. Wow. This Luna is actually a retard.
So now Crook is just going to start applying the pressure already. The grand finale declared already. I believe Cypher's been able to copy this one over. So both teams have the fate of both worlds active for the moment. Fate in the crosshairs of Cypher. Going to try and solo out a player with the dance of the butterflies.
And Punisher should have never died there.
They could have asked for. That's going to be a big last stand coming through. Although I'm not sure quite who was responsible for it. It was actually Fi coming back on the Wolverine instead of that Human Torch.
Yeah, this Luna is an ass.
Quite who was out a player with the dance of the butterflies. Melio falling down is everything that he could have asked for. That's going to be a big last stand coming through.
Yeah, and then Lulu just went insane.
Quite who was responsible for it. It was actually Fi coming back on the Wolverine instead of that Human Torch.
So many moving parts, like all of the small changes. It was looking like Rad were gonna make a very quick point of this.
Oh! Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Of that Human Torch.
So many moving parts, like all of the small changes. It was looking like Rad were going to make a very quick point of this. I think the biggest difference as well.
Yeah, their support is
actually
really bad.
On what side first?
These two players might be the worst player I've ever seen.
Rad only needed to get
even in ranked
to win the engagement. So seeing it go past this first point would be seeing a little bit more of the map that we saw last time. So far, it's a good hold for Virtus Pro. They're going to use that freedom charge very early on, even before the engagement happened. A proactive approach for Virtus Pro. Need to be careful, though. Fi was frozen out. Nevix has found that pick, but you don't want to lose anybody too deep here.
No, Crocodile being down means that Fate's essentially solo healing at the moment. Could find himself very
fast, bro.
Very brave from Melio. Does get given that metallic bulwark as well to try and give him some additional staying power up on that angle. Fi just gonna stay reserved for the moment. You can see Nevix setting up on the backside as well, ready to try and make an attack into a back, take down Crocodile or the Earthworm when they least expect it. Moving forward goes the Alligator. This is going to be the dance of a butterfly, potentially pushed only onto one player. It's Rojaro coming down. Oh, that was maybe an unassist right there.
Oh, yeah.
Attempting to take down Nevix.
They are still one up. How do they lose this?
Even more potential
2 up.
Forward towards onto Fincy. You can't eat
1 up.
The arms of the Groot,
Draw.
and so you manage to carve on through it. But when all is said and done,
why are you holding so late?
Still clutching out here off the back of their raw mechanics. It's Melio on the angle, but they can't see most of their targets inside of the invisible boundary. They run out of time and they run out of space as Fi comes around the outside with a feral leap.
You got the last stand
so
now
bad,
for
bro.
the
So bad.
Nevix jumping back on the Venom. It enables you for a little bit more dive. Makes things a little bit more stressful for Rad as they've only made up to 96% on the point. Essentially almost capped it. Virtus Pro, all they need to do with the 4 minutes they have is match it unless Rad can put together a real big push here. Fate of both worlds might enable some forward momentum in their favor, but with a dance of the butterfly from Sparker, he's so good at getting picks but also manipulating Rad into awkward spots.
You want to try and get Crook to use their ultimate here and then pull them all out of it using the last stand thereafter. Fi, this is his fight to win at the moment. Similarly, needs to build up the rage and get it done. Out they come. That's going to be a big play coming through from Fi. Big isolation onto Rojaro. Should be of almost Melio doing back here as well. That's a wild position for a Punisher to be in, and that means there isn't quite as much pressure on the front line of Virtus Pro. There's no one there to touch. And while the duelist
so bad. So bad. Actually crazy how bad they played.
All they need is a good bit of attack. Rad having to hold astonishing odds against them. With 4 minutes on this point and 96%.
Why do you have 5
and that's the kind of thing that maybe even just positioning can decide when you lose a tick here and there just to try and give. And that's the kind of thing that maybe even just positioning can decide when you lose a tick here and there just to try and give over some space, play for survival. Virtus Pro and Rad, as you said before, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
And the group ban not really hitting Virtus Pro all too much at the moment. A little bit worried about it, but I mean, there's still another half to be played. The Human Torch, just doing Human Torch stuff. There's a lot of suppressive fire that's going to force that turret back, and I think Melio actually got kind of low on HP, so I've required a little bit more resource and cooldowns in order to stop him embarrassingly going down. It might not even matter though, when you just have that focus there, it forces Trust Me to back out, and it's actually fine. It ends up being the first elimination. Nago is up on the high ground. It might not even matter though, when you just have that focus there, it forces Trust Me to back out, and it's actually fine. It ends up being the first elimination.
Nice.
Nago is up on the high ground waiting for him, and he's managed to get both duelists.
That control of a high ground is absolutely brutal, and now they're going to try and hunt down Nivix in the back, or at least make sure he doesn't have the HP to do as much audacious stuff as he would like.
Wow. The ultimate's not quite on board yet. At least that supernova is going to be very good, but I guess you're also looking at it from Rad. Everybody's on the low ground. Nobody's reset to try and take that high little perch other than Naga that's going to be up and down like an escalator. And then down pretty early on in that engagement. We do hit the copy actually coming in from Saipe, but not sure what on, and he's holding on his ultimate for like an supernova. It's going to be
audacious stuff as he would like.
Wait, he copied?
And the ultimate's not quite target that's going to be up and down like an escalator. And Nevix has gone down pretty early on in that engagement. We do hit the copy actually coming in from Saipe, but not sure what on, and he's holding on his ultimate for the time being just to get the full duration out.
He copied Luna too.
Naga crazy when it comes to taking these 1v1s. He's so confident, and that's what you need from a carry DPS. You need that swagger to be able to take that 1v1 and think, I'm gonna win this. Crazy when it comes to taking these 1v1s. He's so confident.
Wait, what?
Not sure what on, and he's holding on his ultimate for the time being just to get the full duration out of it.
Naga crazy when it comes to taking these 1v1s. He's so confident, and that's what you need from a carry DPS. You need that swagger to be able to take that 1v1
and they still
and
lost?
think, I'm gonna win this.
They were still in support ult and they still lost?
I guess to just try to like reset the duration quickly and farm up another God of Mystery for when this fight happens, because right now Virtus Pro flirting with the point. They haven't really put too much on top of it, but now you do have the Dance of the Butterflies and the Eternal Bond, and also all of this fire and flame coming in from Fire and Human Torch.
Unreal.
Really put too much on top of it, but now you do have the Dance of the Butterflies and the Eternal Bond, and also all of this fire and flame coming in from Fire and Human Torch.
Unreal play there with the metallic curtain, stopping any value out of the Groot ultimate coming on through. Crazy plays from Fincy inside the invisible boundary now. Virtus Pro had themselves a supernova to try and play with.
I just want to know what happened to the Loki ult.
Dance of the Butterflies, if it is going to be necessary,
I think he copied Luna.
Here it might not be. Virtus Pro have already lost more than half their time back without a single tick to their name.
And Rad have got so much that they're sat on top of too. We all know those moments of a final judgment, and Melio is just going to wait it out. Virtus Pro. Ultimates from the strategists waning, so it's going to be the Freedom Charge that sort of pushes on up first. Meteor M not quite connecting, but the final judgment going to force stuff back. Virtus Pro have to respect this, and they've been respecting a lot.
Not even split, so
this and the pressure's only going to start building.
All are forced to flee. The Dance of the Butterflies remains, but the Sparkers fights first here. Fate gets just in time the ultimate that was needed, the Eternal Bond for the healing, for staying power that they wanted. Fincy unable to deliver too much, except for a little bit of damage, which Fire can finish off now. Rolling on forward with the Eternal Bond. Cyber makes sure there's plenty of healing for all and sundry. I don't know what Trust Me just ulted, but it certainly wasn't Virtus Pro. Maybe Fincy once again pivoted the shield to just stop any value coming through. A second tick delivered now for Virtus Pro. Rad needs to move on to a point. They're all out of second chances, all out of mulligans, almost all out of ultimates, with the exception of what Naga's bringing to the table. You can't keep it consistent with the Dance of a Butterfly. Trust me, it's too late to TP back, and Virtus Pro say you will not embarrass me again.
Bad ult usage there by both teams. I mean by Rad, not both teams.
A crown is once more reclaimed.
At least they're able to bounce out.
How did Team Nemesis make it
which was probably in line with
this
people's
far?
pick'em so far before we
They
got
beat
into the group
Shroud.
stage,
I mean, this
maybe not the pathing
is not probably the best
So the 3-0 that we were
group.
expecting on one of
Only
these
Sentinel is
best
a
of
good team
fives
here.
like day was actually the one that we were not expecting to be the clean
Shout
3-0.
out, shout.
But it's
X is good.
What would it be? I would say don't wait till 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb. Like they normally do. If they do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util or the Vi just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit like a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, you know, the normal defaulting that they tend to do. Yeah, that's what I would say.
No, that's a good call there, but you know what? I do got to look at the rookies in this situation. Kayak, they a lot on his shoulders here as a tip of the spear for the squad on that race.
Yeah, I do not want to see. I think he was a little bit lost or maybe put in a situation that he was not very comfortable on Pearl. Something unlikely that we have
How
not
did
seen
FlyQuest
from him
win
throughout
this? I'm
tournament.
so
And with that MVP
surprised.
conversation, he could go from 0 to hero
And
very
he's like one of the
quickly.
best
All
teams.
right, folks, can we get to a map 5? I know this crowd wants to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters for this one. You got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Map 5 all sealed up entirely here. Toronto, let's get loud here.
Paper X, you don't expect to see them in situations like this. I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at Champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jing out on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP, or win a MVP, win a trophy.
I think
To some degree,
Forsaken
it feels
gets
like
it,
Paper
right?
X versus that trophy.
MVP.
They are the best team that has never won. And they could change the entire narrative here. In their previous Grand Finals as well, they've not been in a spot like this. They've never led a Grand Finals, even though they've been in 2 of them. This is their 3rd. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1. 2 opportunities to close here on map 4 and a map 5. Oh God, what a beginning.
Okay.
Straight through, what a prediction, and Chronicle's head is gone. Paper X as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time, put the squeeze on these front B players, but they don't have anybody in sight giving them info. No turret to play off either.
Creeping and crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to collect.
Ready to collect, and look at that. To Prowler in your face, and is sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort. Fnatic.
Question is, what's the reaction?
Making moves of their own.
What a shot,
Off the
Alpha.
shoulder, something is no more.
The plank goes down, and Kayak's thinking about cutting these guys off for going for the rotate, but Kayak is walking into a stack.
Kayak didn't expect the second player, and that's the right clicks.
How are we not expecting another guy?
Takes him out of the picture.
What a
Relift the
what a
stand here for
smoke.
Paper X, and Fnatic are trying to do it all right now. Just Alpha and Crashies. A timing pass with the boombot, and potentially granted, given up to Crashies. Still watchful though. Forsaken. Is I not leaving it? And rattling off the shots, pulled out into the open. Paper X.
The closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in, popping off. The anticipation for dreams fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
One enemy remaining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in Paper X's mind.
It was well
Alpha's
read
gonna
by
force up.
Forsaken.
He knows that he's the player to try to take Fnatic in different directions. And he's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
Forsaken included in that list. Made his way over towards it, but they revealed the hand anyway. Shots fired and rattled. Kayak with the orb.
2 flashes to navigate as well. 1 over towards Mound, and Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia.
Just walking up.
All of this really just to try to bait Paper X into challenging the Outlaw. The Outlaw should be pretty unexpected. It's not something we've seen Fnatic do a ton.
They did fire the shots off earlier, so it may... Paper X at least making a mental note, potentially. Smoke fades. Thorns used as a response to it. Fnatic,
Wow, they
the
revealed
rest of this map. There's a timing inside the smoke. Forsaken. Who's going to be catching the contact with these players out for it?
And the rest of Fnatic were just exploring, looking for that Vice Wall. Vice Wall actually over towards B. And Alpha's going looking for it again.
Something. Rooted to the spot here. Doesn't want to give up this space out towards A. Rubble to Haunt at his back. Takes a time and against it. Paranoia sweeps.
And they're doing a good job, again, of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's definitely going to be careful from that spot. Still crashes the jump spot. Getting through B, out and about. Alpha
What a shot.
claims a life for Jing. Something from the side, and he needs to try and put a stop to this now. Losing control of a lot of sections here. The spike is going walkabout.
Can he even get it into the side?
What?
This is ridiculous. Something. He's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plan, it's got the time.
Surrounded, calling for pause. Calm in the midst of it, doesn't anticipate it. Crashes, sidelines him.
I'm doing that.
And savors the shot. Just watching as his prey walks into the crossfire. And Paper X, just as they were hyped up after the pistol, hopes dashed early. Fnatic, what a response. Some of that to do with the Outlaw purchase, but a lot of these kills just coming off the back of being able to tuck people with pistols into unexpected spots.
My classic is classicing right now.
Finding the right spots for it. Chronicle is happy about that.
Yeah, popping off. Hashtag buy the bundle. Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. Paper X fighting over towards Rubble at the start of this round. And Paper X, they've lost a little bit of control over towards Mound. But there is always this flash to be able to potentially refight. You know that Paper X are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Bucky in hand. Beetle's going to be hurt.
What a read.
That is beautiful. Forsaken forced and pushed off. Postured away. He's still going to be sticking around though. Why not?
I mean, these kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves.
Yeah.
Recently lost on this map.
Get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
Caught.
Too much, too much, too much.
And Crashies, his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now, Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here.
There's a crossfire set up. Adjusts it though. There's
That's
swing
a
from Device.
phantom
Calling
though.
this one out though. Body spotted, and Fnatic want nothing to do with it.
Amazing.
Evacuation over towards A.
It's a really nice timing that Alfie has taken. Got
already on the
himself
line.
in. Beautiful kill as well, but more importantly, offering that opportunity for Boaster to call the spike to go back towards A. I know Alexis was worried about these late hits, but Fnatic are going to be doing so many of them. This time at least 20 seconds to play with.
Yeah. And Alpha walking all over the Paper X response. Divide.
Only a
the rifle.
phantom.
I'd rather
Glass
have Marshall
cannon
in this spot,
phantom.
though, especially with no armor.
Yeah.
I mean, only with no armor.
Sure.
But Alpha, if he can find this kill, Alpha's going to be really close to a lockdown as well. So these are the kind of kills that Fnatic are going to be searching for. Kayak already with a showstopper. Divide, he's not just thinking about keeping the gun, he's also thinking about not feeding away ult orbs.
Stopping that from getting generated. Disgusting work.
Yeah, but
Pure
also,
disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill, though, in terms of the ults. No matter. A great beginning from Fnatic. The counterpunch strong. Now, getting towards the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
Just sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line. Forsaken trying to hold this one back, and we'll respect the horn. Kayak. One Satra used because of it.
And I think the more disrespectful Paper X plays, the better their chances. Something here, very disrespectful.
And here's it, there's a scuttling around into the sand. Something has to back away. What a bullet to be found, and Kayak, his head rolling. Jing! Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well, who could have potentially played towards a lockdown. So both massive ults gone. Paper X rewarded for their aggression and their willingness to put people in one and dones or re-peak angles. Classic reclear here for Fnatic, going over towards where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes half of his health.
Good info, I guess.
Fnatic might well realize that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though. Gotta land here, gotta end it here. Paper X already getting into position to try and flood their way back in. There's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Taking a peek. Ghoster's gone. Up through Heaven, who lost control of this one. And Forsaken with that near sight. The paranoia, Odin in hand. Putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies from every single avenue. You already know where he is. Almost lining up for it.
Wait a minute.
Could have got it done.
Would have been an ace clutch.
Called upon to shut that down. Man, Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round would have been a huge recovery because Fnatic just lost players super early on. These first 2 kills.
30 seconds left.
Massive ones. And a very confident swing out into Mount from Divine. That does, however, mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ults. Oh my god! Yeah, that's a bit of the panic. And Crashies thought there was a chance. Here, though, Fnatic waiting to see if Paper X are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates. And Paper X have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there, something escapes of his life.
Only a Bulldog on light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound.
He's just pushing it.
Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Might be pushing his luck. Alpha, weapon at hand is optimal for this fight, but no pushing around here. Something, though, getting antsy.
And Alpha choosing not to take a super heavy engagement, though might think that he has Mound info.
Jing drops down as a paranoia. They want to try and play for some kills, potentially kicking off a bit. Odin. Spam is supplementary in nature.
It's very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and the Showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's that Showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, Paper X. He slammed that door shut in their face at Boaster. Left to do it all from that spot.
Is just win
completely
this,
separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
A mad scramble, a pivot into B, and something waiting.
Doubled up with the face now and leaves it all down to Crashies. It's on his shoulders. He's going to try and plant this one down. They claim towards it. That's a kill collected. B main cleared up, but doubled up from Paper X. If they play this together, Crashies under that pressure. Paper X.
Well, Crashies is playing so well.
Will not let it slip.
They navigate another spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound allowed Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A. It's a great read, but it's one he's not able to do without his Yoru player being supremely confident early on.
He's good, but be more confident, okay?
He's talking about being more confident in the swing towards the end. The actual
Shut
positioning
the
of the
fuck
round
up,
was
Casper.
confident. I liked it. And it's knocked Fnatic down onto a half buy. They haven't actually had too much of a chance
Casper
to use
does
these
stupid
ults either.
fucks.
The only one invested early was Kayaks. And responded with Jings.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound. Paper X. Stomping their foot down to hit that though.
Here's that confidence again.
Trying to take it here with the Outlaw in hand. Jing is going to try and stop them. Rifle in hand. He's an absolute menace. And Alpha slinging his way through, but already revealed. And Jing is hunting. He wants it. Denied by Divine.
Divine shuts it down. Jing, though, he just gives a little wry smile. I've seen that look on Boaster's face before. Fnatic take attack timeout. They're getting destroyed by this disrespect of utility. The Paper X players peak before the util lands for Fnatic. And Fnatic, they expect them to fight. We've seen it in previous maps. We saw it on Xbox. Divine wants a bit more confidence from his team in terms of going for those fights. Easy to say when you're the only player positive on the squad.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. But Jing up even above him after that round. Paper X with a pretty dominant beginning. I mean, look at the body language here from these Fnatic players too.
Yeah.
Just taking a breather, but also a little lost,
It's
perhaps.
a far cry away, I think, from some of the body language we witnessed from Fnatic earlier. The pressure The moment, perhaps, not playing a part, but Fnatic are feeling
What
it.
about CSGO?
Force them to take this time out here. Fist bumps across the board. They need answers, and they need it now.
I think if you ask somebody who was just tuning in for the first time which of these teams was known to fail in big moments and which team
hasn't started
to
yet?
back
No
a
way.
big squads, you know, maybe
It's
people
been
would be
4
thinking
hours,
the other
what
way
the
around.
fuck?
PaperX are looking good here today. They're
Probably
looking
with
confident.
vitality.
They're looking down to take the fights to Fnatic.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A, and then making a move on now. Power in your face, Patman. Gonna be using some util, sees it, and eight. Wraps it round the corner. My God, Kayak barely escapes.
Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
2 more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's trying to step forwards. Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Divine might not realize that there's 2 players in here. Ults could come through on either side.
It's a lockdown, drop down by Alpha.
Divine can save his for retake. You already know that they're going to be coming back through the Nightfall.
Pushing forwards, Alpha pushing forwards. Has to give up that space with the Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mound, but Forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's that Nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. PaperX trying to put on that squeeze once more. Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto the mound. He gets that Odin spam. Nothing to hold them back. Fnatic are in the comfort zone.
They're immaculate in the post plants. They know how to play those situations perfectly, and the one round that PaperX actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver. Once they can get into those comfortable protocols, things are looking fine. When PaperX respect the util, respect the ults, Fnatic look comfy.
Was it?
So the whole
was
game
it
plan
grand
for
finals
PaperX
today or
is
just?
continue this level of fighting.
Possible in the game, bro.
Nice! Good job, boys.
Something has a glass cannon up to pull out. No ults though for the defending team.
Watching for it.
There's so much stuff.
Alpha holding slight angle.
CSGO major finals, Marvel Rivals,
and it is
Ignite
Alpha's
finals.
job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards
Let's
Mound.
see, Valorant
He's going to
finals.
ping right into this, right into the op.
Swings into it.
2 Marvel Rivals
A
grand
freebie.
finals, NA
Easy
and
one.
Toxin screen down.
And look how aggressive these setups are. Something getting posted on this angle. Forsaken deep over towards Rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
PaperX are eager to deny them every single inch.
Oh, hello.
Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look, Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight forward choke point positions.
Might be about a meters match though. That's Util going forward to that paranoia. Hold on, sidestepped. Kayak's hard committed. Was near-sided, vulnerable though. He got to step forwards. Just barely dodges. Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position, tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online.
Where did I keep?
And meeting Boaster.
Oh my, Boaster! He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps, of that.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending A.
Pivoting back over towards B. It's walled off, something's there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away here. There's a seize, just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper,
That's
the back wall.
That is insane.
That's enormous!
That is insane.
A calm killer for PaperX. That Showstopper, he was positioning himself to try to get value from it over towards A. And instead, a bank shot splashes it off and picks up 2 with the AoE. What a player.
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team. With a play like that.
And a 4K earlier on, Bren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come straight from him.
Yeah.
Head in hands for the Fnatic coaching staff. But it's so predictable, these late round pivots from A to B. It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that! What are you going for there? On the anti-eco of all of all rounds.
To be going forward is relentless. It's the Paper X of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
They don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up something's life.
And they've also given up the operator to Althea.
Who won the major though?
I'm not sure if Divine would be happy about that because Ilya was confident or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some damage done towards it. Alpha with the operator, attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashies, just jump spotting. Sees signs of life from Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs himself away. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but then Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peek. It's Kayak gone. Spike drop down!
30 seconds
Raining
left.
down with the bullets. No punish in sight. Crashies is isolated on a bloody island. Patman, the rookie, with Jing by his side.
And they are getting into a rhythm.
Zaiwu.
Patman with a nervous twitch in his seat, but they're up 6-3 on what could be the final map here at Masters Toronto. Paper X have been staring at that trophy all match long.
The difference between this crowd and Marvin's crowd.
A culmination of years of dreams.
That is insane, bro.
And the hunger.
And they compared themselves to
will be fiercest now as they're closest to their trophy.
3-round lead for them again. Aggression is the name of the game, but it's likewise for Fnatic. They're not slowing down here. All the way up through the gun. TP back and away. Kayak! Kayak tries to get it done. Rifles in hands, but a spammer on the corner, and Boaster's already up there.
A change of pace for Fnatic. Really getting aggressive, putting people in aggressive positions. Divide gets punished.
Misses the peak indeed. Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand, revealed his position. Plant down, pit down. Bit of covering fire. Necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The decay is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
Hot shots and RNG. What's played for here? Stepping out wide. Alpha wasn't even set up for that one there. Falling in midair, but still managed to just get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing is left in it. 1v3, not
I don't know why
doable.
Chronicle is playing outside his ultimate, but
a really nice shift up for Boaster. Calling a quick round, instantly in on B. He knows that they've been trying to post people up aggressively over towards Mount, stacking towards A.
Are you gonna watch it or no?
In this middle site. A great turn on the flash from Alpha as well. Crashies, just a piece of bait. But Alpha and Chronicle clean that one up. Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half level, and I think that would be a major win for them. Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C early on. The C information has been a nightmare for Boaster to call against. And it's Divide.
Full speed ahead. The Showstopper already pulled out. Kayak. Got to pick and choose your target well here, but already Divide's going to be revealed. Out towards it. Still that fuse. Waiting for it. Something gone. Taken out. Chronicle.
It was Mongols who reached Mongolia, who reached finals?
And the faster pace that Boaster's called is working wonders. Throwing Kayak in with his Showstopper.
Okay, it's a save.
Divine pinned in place over towards Pillar. And the horn from Crashies
getting... An opening kill that definitely delays the rotation from Rox as well, who we see fall inside the market. Oh, glimpse of it there for Mzinho. So
don't tell me Mongolia actually won.
Oh.
Yeah, from Mezzi's POV seemed impossible.
Why actually we a fairy tale, bro? This team, small team from nowhere, from Mongolia. Young players, no experience, no money, no nothing, and they're playing first big tournament, playing the major finals against Vitality.
One Desert Eagle shot. So now already
they beat Apex FaZe.
In the middle of the map, lose the pistols.
We go one major back. Obviously, Senzu wasn't there, but you know who was? Mzinho.
Sorry,
in that
China.
playoff game on Ancients, it was Mzinho who looked like he was unaffected.
Ask Anish if he wants to pop by.
Well beyond his years.
Lock in.
Again, they're going to try to float around top mid. There's bodies here in 9-10, but he's gone, so if you want to chase him, it's a bit too late.
Zairu the goat.
Vitality full by now.
Robs to lean forward. When we saw Flamesy struggling as the A anchor in a previous playoff game, that is exactly when Robs started to take over the responsibility.
Damn, we have so much to watch, man. It's actually crazy. What a shot.
Shot plucks him out of the sky, plucks him out of the picture, and he's not stopping there. There's something.
Oh, wait.
He had to do it for them. It's a mad dash now and a pivot over towards C.
Boaster's got the info on where both of these
Wait,
players are, so he
the
knows
match
it's
still
free,
going?
he knows it's safe, and Fnatic's protocols are excellent in post plants. Chronicle, he's looking for the flank.
Maybe it was just a half.
Something the Pac-Men have just got to do this without too much to work with. Haunt might come back online, but Chronicle, he's hearing this.
It's knife out for Pac-Man, he doesn't have the gun ready, doesn't have it at all. Chronicle and Boaster play time, play their lives far back. Closed. And they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something! Something!
Wow.
Disgusting!
He tears Fnatic's post plant to pieces. And he's made it to the defuse with so much time. He had one way of being able to deal with that 1v2. And he took his timing and delivered. A player that sometimes struggled with nerves in big moments, but a deep breath and a big play. The Red Bull clutch pushes Paper X ahead 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic.
How does something get to?
The pressure is on the shoulders right now.
Oh.
Could be the final round, final map that we're looking at here. Paper X are on the very cusp. It's up to Fnatic to answer.
Timeout.
I hope they haven't seen the pictures, to be completely honest, because that could be a little bit added pressure on top of what already is a lot of pressure.
If they see that whole Mongolia is watching, imagine you're in a 1v4 and you know that millions are watching you, bro. What do you do? Look at, oh, don't show it.
Absolutely crazy. Imagine being awake at 6 a.m. to support.
And imagine you let down your whole country, bro. Not let down, but.
Bro, why is you being so rude?
No matter how you shape it, that looks like a rave.
They should be proud regardless, and probably are.
It's unbelievable what the Mongolian sport looks like.
Grand fucking final, bro. FaZe isn't here, Navi isn't here. G2 is definitely not here. Oh my god, there's so many different arenas.
Oh, look at what? There's an arena inside the arena with ice skating.
We were talking about it.
This could be us, Big Clan, in Germany, in every bar, in the Elbphilharmonie.
Wait,
please, bro, lock in.
To fail to win this major, they are the heavy favorites. You look at the odds as well. Obviously, they are supposed to win this one. Now I want to put one player on the spot right here. Messi. He's going to play in pits.
Ankara.
I think he needs to step it up right here.
Ankara, Messi, Messi.
Thanks for all the subs, guys, and thanks for tuning in, bro. That's
Ankara, Messi, Messi.
This has been an unforgettable experience, bro. Unforgettable. Meeting all these people.
Indian with an underdog on
Here we
the
go,
server.
man.
You can't write a story better than this.
We've been here before.
Fucking Counter-Strike,
bro.
bro.
Keep it real for a second. Tomorrow morning, all of us wake up and everything you've seen in the last 3 weeks is nothing but a memory. This is your chance to embody Counter-Strike yet again while everybody at home and all of the Mongolians in their country cheer on. So I want you to give it your fucking all. I want you loud.
Bro, it's so... I love CS. They can just swear. I fucking love CS. In Valorant, that's a 10 years ban. Fucking love CS.
Grand final.
This is Counter-Strike.
It's going to be over in a few minutes, regardless of who's winning.
Thank you so much, Moody.
Bro, look at the hype.
I hope that Mongols gets a strong start.
Make no mistake.
Oh, it's 1-1.
Have been hit hard on this map.
Let's go, Mongols!
Lost twice.
It takes greatness to even make it to grand final spots, but this team has been defined by their failures, not their successes. And this half could change the entire narrative.
Potential for a bloodbath.
Just win the pistol so we can go watch.
Again, pacey, nothing changed up, nothing switched up, double face, clone, boom, what? Absolutely everything! The Boaster tucked up, is gonna cook my setup! Him and Chronicle
Wait.
put a stop to it!
Launching force.
Paper Rex with that W game in trying to burst their way through the choke. 2 players though, still with tons of health here, Divine something. It is absolutely winnable.
It rebounds! Oh my! What a perfect
Something you got this. Trust me, you got this.
Down to something in a 1v3. The pistol round essential for Fnatic. In the driving seat and more. Fake with the TP. Damage done to Chronicle. Just looking for barely ahead. It's reactionary. The Haunt reveals something not planned for him. And Kayak defusing. Kayak defusing. Sticking half off of it. Swapping sides. Something needs the kills and he needs it now. But Kayak.
Nice try. Nice try.
The safety net that Fnatic needed.
He holds his ground, believes in Crashies.
Problem could be a free kill.
But something is
Smoke
denied.
won't be able to be used defensively.
Just a best of
This
3.
double hold, unexpected. Fnatic
Molotov miss.
holding softer.
Nice.
Further back.
Nice. Techno.
This time tucking
2v2.
the crossfire at the choke
What?
point.
What?
Paper Rex stepping
Don't
on the
forget
ball,
disrespect. 1v1. Time running low. He has no time. He has no time. He has no time. He has no time. You tried to disrespect us. He tried to knife us, but we knifed him in.
Outlaw force.
There it is. Alpha. He's already wide out.
Yeah, he's picked up one of his own.
Trying to take that peek. There's a flash in your face. Kayak. None the wiser. Barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow
Nah,
Kayak
not
to go
faith.
for
He
more
was just
of an
the
aggressive
closest
peak
to
without
him.
having to worry about bolstering the Paper Rex arsenal. Fnatic need this to be able to get back in the game. An eco round here for Paper Rex would be devastating for Fnatic's chances. And Alpha is perfection as he has been
Out of charges.
basically all tournament.
Oh,
Through
7-7.
B. Crashies. Eyes in 2 directions here, but he's just found the right timing on it. Jing. Gone. Paper Rex looking to group up. Up against Fnatic right now, where they're not letting anything slip, not anything at all. Chronicle. Tiny little 2-piece, flawless.
I don't know if we like the
Pistol for Mongols.
I think I do.
Mongolia.
Winning the pistol in the second half, winning the force in the first. It has felt like Fnatic need pistols to be able to hang in this game, honestly. And I don't just
Fuck you, Apex.
He's still working with a good amount of grenades, so he will refresh.
Those headphones are good at noise cancelling, but not this good.
Fuck you, Apex.
Pushing the limits
40
on smoke
seconds.
grenades.
The thing is, sometimes you see a smoke like this and you don't believe anything because would you block if there was a flank coming in?
Paper Rex now in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win.
The wall just went up. I think Chronicle's revealed his position here, and that's a TP forward. Kayak defends. Blind as anything.
Really dry there, honestly. And not a deep teleport either.
Satchel's in your face, though. Alpha!
Too iconic.
It's Clay Pigeon shooting.
Plucks Jing out of the skies.
Where's he going? Gun's not down. He's right in front of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep. Pacman. Bullet to the
Alpha.
dome there. Alpha's been dropped.
Alpha.
Players starting to form up a bit of a barrier. Fnatic, they need reinforcements.
Boaster's rotating over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my God.
I don't think the Odin's going to be here in time to try to deny the plant.
Look into this corner, Forsaken feeling like he needs to take this and
What a
take
shot
the
for
fight
Forsaken.
straight to him. Kayak dropped through the wall. The bullet that just locks down, and now a bit of patience to be played.
3v3, what an opening given to Paper Rex. This round looked disastrous for them.
Shadows traveling. Random spam and hoax. Flash forwards, divide with the peak. All trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. It's picture perfect, but not the clear indeed. Boaster, straight there with the Odin. Trying to trade this one out, but the bullets are running dry. And Pacman and Devi, not to be outdone.
Boaster's run out of time. He's run out of chances.
Bro, this is getting so hectic.
And that could be a round.
Because it's really hard to retake from the CTs.
As a big missed
So imagine it's
opportunity.
3v3. There's one B defender. You kill him.
Oh shit, they went one anti-eco?
For T-side, it doesn't matter if one guy dies that much.
I think it should have been a conversion.
Fawn 4 is good. Oh no. Not when they're stacking fucking A. 3 people A. Oh, hell no.
What other duo would you want to try to hold?
But why are we not supporting Vitality? Oni?
9-10, the last player up. They do a great
Why are we not? Okay, it's for the story, right? For the fairy tale. Small team, young players, no money.
And so that gut-wrenching feeling of
First major, all that bullshit, right?
To being completely bottomed out economically now starts to sink in.
This used to be the map that was the one that.
Like the back of
Oh,
his
this
hand.
is so insane.
It's the first kill that goes away.
Going
from
back
Fnatic,
and
they
forth.
need that energy.
Imagine when Marvel Rivals comes in. Oh my god.
Smoked off the turret. Chronicles waiting for it. Putting pressure now across all fronts. Fnatic looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though. With rifle in hand, Boaster is out in the open. The timing does not favor him. A site cracked open, wide for the taking.
Jing just choosing a timing there through the smoke. Catching Boaster very unexpectedly.
Chronicles next.
Despite the aim punch, Jing on top.
One after another. All left to Alpha, yeah. All left
What a
to him
shot.
to do. A 2-round lead, and Paper X
go
are
back.
sensing it now.
Mutual's fantastic. Running back and committing to the run back and falling back on their utilities. Doing everything well here, not a single death.
1v5.
The Mongols thought that the element of surprise was going to be enough for this 4th round. Instead,
Did Mongol buy? I didn't even see that.
Was someone
I
to
think they
start
did.
off it,
They have no
triple
money
to
right
take them
now.
out, and then they could run over the site, but no one was there.
Furry in Texas.
But how does
Why do
Senzu
you
only
say
have
that?
a
like polar bear in Texas?
pistol?
Sure, bro.
Call on the anti-eco setup here for Vitality. Apex can be proud of his teammates.
But I
for where
personally
they
am
used
not
their
a furry.
utility from,
But
how
hey,
much
no
space
problem.
They gave up, but they knew where to draw the
I don't
line.
have a persona, bro. Sorry. Log in. Woof.
you will often find Vitality players floating around in that perfect
Nah, they
placement,
didn't
and
buy.
did pop. Just
Timeout, nice.
that aggressive.
Oh, this is so hectic.
They can run away with the game, guys. If we don't focus. Focus the fuck
Here
up.
it is.
Pistols only on Mongols.
Bottomed out.
The most
Desert Eagles
dangerous
across the
pistol
board.
team
If the last round fell so flat, why would you have any belief in this one?
is maybe Mongols.
The one thing
Mongols
if
is
Vitality
great on
were making
pistols. Look in.
mistakes, giving early fights, offering an opening to the Deagles. That has not been the case so far.
They're going to look to slow this one down to a crawl. When you see a buy like this,
Please.
you want everybody to have enough time to work an angle.
You should get a
Take the
suit
fight
that
they're
cheap in
looking for.
Austin.
It's time to be greedy. You have a Deagle in play.
Thanks
You're
for the
trying to
dips.
knock off a lot of health.
Damage.
Take out a player, knock down 5k.
What is this name, bro? You're a
from
geek.
The scoreboard.
Actually, a good trade. Another
Don't have
one?
Util. Door forward,
Bro,
that's exactly
what?
They're actually crawling
Please.
up quite quickly.
Minute
He
remaining.
kissed
Here we
it
go.
more.
3 people defending here. Flames rotating
Much
over.
slower this time
Gets
around.
more nades.
I was going to catch the kill over towards the A site. That's the
No
backup
connection.
plan of the Mongols
On
going
the boost.
south. And if the Vitality players aren't giving you a thread to pull on, then
40
try to get
seconds.
tricky. That's what we see here with this blitz.
40
boost.
seconds. Shenzu.
Loves to test these smokes,
Shenzu.
and he's looking to do it again.
What a
Senzu.
shot, Senzu.
Messi on the
3v4.
recovery. He had a multi-kill last round when they played it fast, but look at the rate.
Only
of
Mitzi
how far
defending.
away
We
they
need to
are.
kill Mitzi for free and we can win the round.
Messi, that is what they
Wait a
need.
minute.
Techno in the
1v3.
That didn't have armor. It's made that much easier for Messi, but it's just
At least get a plan for money.
Yep.
We will take a plan. No HE grenade on CTs. Oh, fake! What?
Plan, buddy.
Plan low-key, scheiße.
Delivering on these important kills.
Oh, this was an
shutting
eco, right?
down the ecos. 3 rounds
We
left.
do not care.
Taking time to talk about their Inferno. The first loss was
Most
versus
has been in
Legacy. That
spots
was
like
some
that
time
before
ago.
dejected
The
and
Mouse
still
Ball
found
must
ways
have
of being able to
after
turn it around.
Because it wasn't
You
a
cannot
close
count
game. It
Fnatic
was
out
one-sided.
until they are
And
done
that's just not what
and the trophy
we've
is
seen.
in your
I'm
hands.
out. What?
But they've got to rally here and now, and that is not the best beginning for it. Alpha's gone, Kayak. Watching too many angles, and what is that?
Something punished for those over towards Pearl. And here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
Satchel out, satchel out.
Trying to shut them down, and nades! Rebounds, a bit of bullet tag, he's left down at 30 health. Paper X though, forwards, ever relentless. It's an
Eat him.
onslaught towards the A
Oh,
site.
that was the Viper ball.
Got backstab. Timing. Oh boy, Papman has found it. stepping forwards. Crashies looking to see if he can make the difference, turn it around, jumping around. It's whimsical in nature. And Paper X, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize. The 5 HP is not much to work with in Chronicle. Left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up.
What a shot.
1v1, him versus Devi. Pits online, Devi! Absolutely Devi!
Damn, 2 more.
The opening kill from Devi is beautiful. A great anti against Alpha, who loves to jump spot over towards C.
Why didn't he sash it
And then he
before,
closes
bro?
at the end.
Why are you waiting for them for nade you?
Reliable.
Go 1 HP.
One enemy remaining.
And stops the go in his tracks. Chronicle on for his 4th. But a long way away at this point. Paper X within touching distance. 2 rounds away.
It's being thrown together. It's a pushback that's cobbled together.
Flag is low.
Fnatic with barely any weaponry, really. Door opened up, flash through. Something's just looking for a reaction.
They do have all.
Boaster calling the bluff, though, realizes that no space has actually been taken in Tree. This is the kind of util disrespect we keep seeing from Paper X. And it should allow them to realize that the A pressure's fake.
Door opened up. Devi.
Boaster, though, he's still keeping so many players on this side of the map. C is really weak.
He's giving up a lot of info
I
here.
wouldn't
It's
say
all on
really
Alpha.
weak.
It's all on Alpha. Boaster's been cleaned. Alpha in through the back. Pot shots, feeling like risky business needs to be taken. It's all on his shoulders to try and offset.
He gets one.
In through the back, Chronicle.
Wait a minute.
He's right there with him.
How are they making this one work?
Cutting through.
40 seconds left, still guarded in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like this, and they want to step forward, something. Hungry for the kills. Lockdown even being committed. Fnatic are throwing everything at this.
Jing has an ult to be able to work with, but I don't think he can get the angle on this. The ult, though, could easily deny the defuse.
Just win
Jing
on ult.
could send it splashing against the back here.
That's what he's waiting for. Pre-aim, Nightfall.
What an ult.
Gone away. It's a tap onto it. Alpha's already taken out something. Best chance in a long while.
GG's.
And Paper X, they bide their time. They don't use the ults. Fnatic are back in.
One of the more unlikely rounds for Fnatic to be able to take. But the gap now reduced to 3. Fnatic themselves actually didn't end up committing very many ults to that. I mean, sure, they used the lockdown, they used the Fade ultimate, so
shooting bodies.
Ones, but they still have a pit to be able to work with on the defense side. Showstopper.
Let's go.
1v1.
Come on.
Oh my god, Apex.
Every player on Fnatic, with the raw exception of Kayak, has been in a spot like this before.
There you go was not
They know what it
too
takes
good,
to
right? So that's really nice.
Trying to rally the troops. Caesar's avoided, disjointed, and Boaster is forward. Paper X fully grouped up though. Nightfall to re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia avoided, sidestepped. There's a showstopper, you're blinded right back. Kayak! He's gonna do it all. Patman drops him in place and a deep TP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
Something is very
Chronicle
low.
might have an idea. He's going to clear this. It all depends how diligent he is.
And he's not precise enough. Chronicle is there with it in time. 2v2. Chronicle fast. Steps forwards with a snake bite. Plant is down though. Vulnerable applies and the thorns on top of it. Devi! Head not clean off. Chronicle!
Chronicle is stepping up, man.
Them to salvation.
If 9-10
Zywo with an AWP.
gets an AWP,
Drops
in.
Fucking 9-10.
As the winningest player in Valorant, I mean, he controlled and handled this round elegantly.
9-10 does have AWP now.
Big play from something again to get in behind.
In this fluid game of Counter-Strike,
Bit of a fumble
he
there.
can create an
But Kayak
explosive game of Counter-Strike.
did as much as he possibly could to set this one up for Chronicle to finish.
Enemy remaining.
That's what Vitality called.
Brilliant snake bite to carve up both of those players, Devi and Patman.
They have to be ready on all
Now
fronts. We
it's
see that
Paper
early
X
hall
feeling
smoke.
a little bit of the pressure.
Map control throughout the series has been
4
pretty good
rounds
for the
in a row,
Mongols.
from round 15 to round 18, Paper X fully in control and always believing. Now,
Let's say.
And they overall
hands on head,
into
owned
apartments.
it on Mirage.
This is a change up in the A setup.
in anticipation of another attempt to take down this bomb site. Messi's gonna get flashed in, and he will
nice signal.
There was no answer back. Robs leans further away
5v4
from his
locked
earlier
in.
perch positions. Zywoo over towards the
No.
side.
Nice. 3-on-3. Nice. 2v2. 2v2.
We're gonna go 2 versus 2 with the B-side defenders halfway here. Flamesy still playing around on Arch. In the time that it'll take Apex to get into play, Flamesy
9-10,
takes a
still
glance
0
over
kills.
towards the front
It was the
bracket.
2 bottom fraggers.
Graveyard. This is a big. Oh, he runs back actually.
Still with 0 kills.
9-10. No, please. 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 Oh god, on a pixel highlight.
9-10 wounded down.
9-10, please, 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 please.
Apex getting away with a
1v2 Shenzu.
from the back aside.
Bro, Apex the goat, man.
Baited that shot out from the library, scaled with every single miss to follow. 9-10
he was dodging the op so well.
And couldn't put it together. Too much pressure from Apex.
Tournament point. Operator in a flash in the face. Nine that angle. Boaster's cutting it up close.
Pretty passive setup here from Fnatic. They don't have anybody trying to fight aggressive over towards Mound or Rubble. Much more drawing a line in the sand deeper onto the site. Kayak's operator making a rotation east towards the A site.
More forward. Gate crash forward on top of it, something. Long as the acknowledgement, players are moving in a different direction though. PaperX set their sights towards it, they force out the pit.
Alpha, yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon, but there could be no better player for Fnatic.
Locked down onto the floor, there's a horn to deal with, and what a peak, what a timing, Alpha. Finally coming online here.
PaperX, what are we doing, bro?
Forsaken bullies his way through Boaster though. IGL diff and gets himself in a position. Alpha, yeah, though, cannot be stopped.
He's feeling himself. Patman can't do it all.
Damn,
it is
Alpha.
the most of Alpha, yeah.
Holy Alpha.
Just BO5, guys. It is not BO5.
Aggressive like that.
If Vitality wins this map, it is over.
They put a lot.
Why though?
Single Molotov that came down.
Who's on the scene?
This can be over in 20 minutes.
He gets that support
15.
system. For a series that's had a lot
Where's
of
Mauro
draws in the middles of the round, Inferno felt like at first Vitality just wanted to react, but this round, I mean, that is an opening gambit that pays off into ults.
Minute remaining.
Guy you can
Apex
leave alone
making
in
noise.
Every team he's ever played on, he's played Banana. Oftentimes,
Fnatic will win
he's very
split.
good
I'm
shoulder
telling you.
spot.
So PaperX has to finish this here. Win this eco.
Boaster's ready with it. It's already that paranoia going to be sweeping forwards. An attempt at a response. Boaster's low.
Nice, good damage.
Down to just 20. And the peak from Kayak though. Get the goods they're looking for.
Damage.
We're expecting Ching to try to capitalize on that. Divine has been detected here in his B-lurk. Kayak's got to hit a shot.
He really does under that pressure. There's a TP into the back of the site. He misses. Just wide. Kayak giving up that space.
A Boaster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage, but no massive ults to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PaperX can pull this off.
Yeah.
Every fight is going to be in a good range for the Stingers and the Judge.
Close quarters. What's called for here for PaperX. TP Boaster rejoining him.
Just threatening that he could be trying to apply pressure on the flank.
So heads on the swivel right now, PaperX. Gonna do it all.
No one's gonna break it for him.
And now all the way in, Kayak.
Batman, you fucking stupid fuck.
The chance, Chronicle to the side, Kayak with safety in numbers.
Bro, Batman, you stupid fuck.
Bring it, level.
Break it for Jing, hello.
Not just an incredible recovery, 4 rounds instantly responded, but this round is basically flawless. Once they get into this retake, the group up, the Horde not broken.
He's baiting Jing.
The kills coming through from Kayak and Chronicle are so clean.
Bomba.
And Alex must be thinking about the past. It's so difficult not to. Can PaperX avoid the crumble, the choke?
2-7.
So narratives that have
Oh,
been
Batman was fucking
circling,
baiting.
swirling around these PaperX players. They cannot play into their inner demons, but Fnatic are putting up A stalwart defense.
Stupid fuck.
An answer back to that pace. Crashies is under the pressure. There's a nade at your feet. Power into the back. Flash on top of it. He needs some help, and he needs it now. Chronicle is the one to help him. Crashies will be falling. But time has been bought, and Chronicle gliding in, sliding in.
Damn. What a comeback.
Indomitable performance there from Chronicle. He takes Fnatic up to map point. This should have been the end. Paper Rex had all the chances here to close things out on Lotus. A map they're undefeated on right now.
Enemy remaining.
But time after time, Fnatic's little 1-2 gameplays are allowing them to slip further and further into the lead. Now, just a narrow margin. And Alpha sending kisses across the stage to his longtime teammate, Paper X.
Bro, Batman
Get back
has
to mid.
been fucking
All
trashed
the way
this
down to the
finals.
3v3. Every moment is a way back in for Vitality.
I've seen him done so many
They're
stupid
watching
things.
and trying to guard these spots. But
No
Cyber
overheat.
goes cross-side trying to peek into mid. Mezzi doesn't finish off his
Oh my
meal
God,
when he
but
peeks
every
off
round
Arch,
is
and this
such-
is how Mongols
Such a
sustain.
war. Yes, we do. Yes, we fucking do, bro. Do we love France? I actually do like France. Vitality takes the timeout first.
They'll force
Vitality
a
timeout.
from Vitality for once.
So while that B site looks under lock and key,
Mongo.
there is a chink in the armor of the A site defense.
Mongols.
Yeah, they found a gap. And they're really successful at taking
Here we go,
brackets.
bro.
You can see that.
Oh, yes.
Vitality have shaped up a lot on B. I mean, counting up this utility damage, it's gone swimmingly this entire half, but almost every single time they find a way to get their trades or get up mid. It's only that one anti-eco that got
We need to watch this.
Not far behind him, a bit of spam into the back of the box. This is it. Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them. Something with the exit all the way out. Alpha's all the way in. And Chronicle just drops them in their tracks. Alpha cleaned up. Boaster
3v3.
left reeling.
But the two huge players from Fnatic dropped. Chron and Alpha gone. Fnatic are
Heavy
going to have
hitters.
to try to close with only Kayak and Crashies.
They rebounds.
Low for
Paper looking to stay alive in this map.
And
Fnatic
Batman
want to send
is a
it that
stupid
much
retard.
deeper. TPs all around, sowing and chaos into the mix. Crashies deep with the seas and a haunt on top of it. Yuto could not be even better there. But
Nice
steps
shot,
to the
though.
side. Batman double dashing in. We are going the distance.
Ooh.
Get the supportive.
Hail Mary. Rocks head down in the little pit for now. Mzinho about to emerge out from the apartments, and Robs
40
is going to be
seconds.
standing down beneath him.
We need this round, we need this round. Nice, good reflex. No,
What?
what?
What is
Ignore,
happening?
ignore, ignore.
Messi in the corner.
Nice. 9-10.
2v3, 2v3.
Gut shot to gut shot back and forth. Finally,
Double
a man
no
advantage
scopes.
for the retake.
Cyberwoods, no
We've
scope.
seen
9-10, 2v2.
11 health for 910 makes a world of difference. He has second thoughts. A chance to reload that off.
Apex on the flash.
9-10, this was his first kill, and it's 2 kills.
We are not aware.
9-10, can he go from 0 kills to getting a 4K?
Pull this out from the same place.
9-10, missing your praying in the back. 9-10, missing first chance. No, won't get another. Won't get another.
The flank round was so perfect.
We gotta look at the
the
positives.
flag was insane.
9-10 maybe
As you can
activated
see
now.
from Mzinho,
Like
he missed
yeast
the one
for a
moment,
pizza though, bro.
Like ships in the night. Apex got
Get
up in
some
the
warm
boiler.
water.
That was the moment where 910's disarmed to the site. He gets flanked
And it
from behind.
activates it, bro.
That's
What a shot.
that Zywoo hit.
Yeah.
It's not the only one that he tried to send through smoke. But it
Yeah,
sure
this
is
flash
what he
was
needed.
insanely
And I mean,
well
this
planned.
map is going to be a statement for Apex if he is able to keep up this ability.
Baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control
But
of
as
this.
soon as
Smart
Mongols
corner.
inside of it,
But you're out in the open and Forsaken in Device. Collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out. Kayak still has that control. Paper X all the way in. Paper X are the ones in control.
Nice.
I do have to respect it, bro.
Over there for Vitality.
I do have to respect it.
Look at
A
Apex go
dominant
50 to
defensive
4.
round in OT puts Paper X
Damn,
with
bro.
their
We
first
just.
blood.
Whoa. Wait.
Please Mongols. Mongols needs 4. We need 4, else this ends in a few minutes.
Trying to head back
Get 4, get 4, get 4. Get 4, get 4, get 4. Sorry, I'm shouting.
And just like that, PaperX
That was close.
The Princes of Pacific that were
PaperX,
ever
just win this,
promised
please.
have never been so close.
It's within touching distance for them now. PaperX take front B control, knocking on the door of Alpha Yez's site. As Boaster gets a little bit of pressure back towards him, over towards C as well. Another passive defensive line in the sand drawn from Fnatic. Not willing to fight over any of this map control. PaperX winning a bit of that mental game. More confidence coming out from them. But it's all about the execution and the delivery. We saw in OT before, it went deep. No team was able to close out early.
Fnatic are going to be forced to dig deep here. Pressure mounting. PaperX putting it on them. Alarmbot dealt with the paranoia sweeps. Forwards, Alpha! Playmaker once more. Him and Chronicle.
Please win this.
They dropped the PaperX players like flies. 2. Something
Alpha died
left
with
to
ult.
pick up
I didn't even
the
realize.
pieces of a round that's just not gone their way.
30 seconds left.
So much space, though, given to these two on PaperX. And we've seen what they can do in difficult spots. Would be a magical conversion of a 2v4. Everything that Something and Forsaken could have dreamed of. And these 4 players from Fnatic looking simply to play spoiler.
Peace. Something he's looking for any sort of kill he can claim.
I mean, the more time, I mean,
Risky
Fnatic is
business.
wasting a lot of time.
Fnatic gonna play this one smart. Patience is there, but a paranoia. Hold on, you till out into your hands. Forsaken. He's ISO'd the fights. And Something is wrecking them from on high. PaperX.
Yes! Oh yeah! I told you doable, bro.
PaperX, the Pacific Princes without a crown, they finally have their trophy. Denying the greatest team of all time and becoming legends themselves.
Damn, I hate to see Booster. Sad though.
It took everything, pushed to overtime. This one was not easy. It never is. But this will be a moment to remember. And
FN is retired for this.
Of Copenhagen and Champs LA.
I'm so happy for Alex though.
What a job he's done with this squad. And
the whole team together.
I mean, Alex gets to join his players on stage for a celebration rather than bitter disappointment.
Oh, no copyright, please.
Tears of joy. PaperX have finally done it.
They've changed the narrative here today.
Max.
You heard G2's Valen talking about
Bro.
trying to do that earlier in the tournament.
Actual
but
facts.
No team had a better opportunity to clutch greatness from the jaws of disappointment.
3-9 half? Come on, Mongols, you gotta do this.
Respect shown, of course. A hell of a challenge that Fnatic put up.
A tournament win. 2 grand finals losses.
Bro, wait.
Can be defeated, but it can't be defended, bro.
There's another big finals happening.
That crown jewel. They need to close this game, and they've got to do it against this crowd. Austin, the final half of your major
Oh my God.
begins.
Oh my God.
Come on, Mongols.
We need to win. If we lose the pistol, I'm calling you right now, it's over.
Yeah,
we need to win the pistol.
Now Mongols look.
They have 3A though.
Themselves a fair shot at the comeback. That's what Blitz is hoping for.
No.
A chance to call rifle rounds.
Falling back.
Please.
To show that they can match what Legacy and what
Wait,
Mouse
wait,
did
never mind.
to
Just
Vitality
changing
already at
positions.
this event. A map that they have gone the distance on versus Vitality.
Smokes.
First and foremost, smoked off of brackets.
Just come on, bro. Just come on, bro. Come on, come on.
Oh, the aim punch.
Missing you. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10. Refrag, refrag.
No way, bro. 2v4.
Oh, they absolutely
Zybo is low, though.
16 and 8 off
Mongols loves going for retakes, but this one should be impossible. And I think even for the Mongols, they realize that this one is
nice shot. Wait.
2v3. 2v3.
Zybo is still low.
They're gonna have to Bernie if they win this, man. Winning a 2v4 retake on the A side, it's unheard of.
I feel like we're gonna lose this one time. We have to be faster. Here we go.
Nice.
Here we go.
GG's. G fucking G's. There's no way Vitality is winning this major, right?
They picked great spots. Mezzi came through, a player we've been talking about in highlight moments more than.
Oh my god, I hate my life.
Bro.
Fan favorites from beginning.
They said it couldn't be done.
Everywhere rooting for them to finally have this success.
They said PaperX won't win it. When we dipped PaperX photo in our holy river, they said it didn't matter. And when Apex lost, I mean not Apex, when FaZe lost, they said, you see, holy water changes nothing. But when they dipped PaperX, they did it with their hearts. For FaZe, they did not. But for PaperX, they did it with heart. Jing's mom's here. They said holy water would make no difference. They doubted our religion. They doubted our holy river. Oh, fuck you! PaperX just won. Take that, hitters. Alright, wait, let's listen.
Where's Pujan when you need him? Pujan, come down and make Device smile. Where you at? We need him, we need him. I'm going to let you take a moment because I know how big this means to you, Device. I'm going to come back to you. Let me squeeze in between you and get next to something. Now, something, it felt like yesterday that you kind of got plucked out as the aimer. You know, everyone knew you could aim, but today the clutches, the big moments, you won that round. You and Jason won that round. You won a trophy. So talk me through your growth as a player and to become how amazing you are on that stage today.
As Lish said, it feels like unreal. We've been grinding like that for example, for me for 2 years. For them, it's already like 4 or 5 years on international stage and never won before. So feels great, and wanna say thank you to everyone, to the fans. Wanna say thank you to my girlfriend. Я тебя очень сильно люблю. And yeah, thank you everyone who supporting us. Thank you to our performance coach. He did really great job for us. And yeah, thank you all.
Indeed. Coming back to you, David. Yeah, like I said, it's real. It's real. It's right there. And of course, you've come second quite a few times. So what does this mean to you to be able to actually win?
I mean, it means everything, you know. This is kind of like end goal. Obviously, you want to go for a champ, but this is just a start, you know. And I mean, I'm very happy. I didn't plan to cry, but the tears just automatically come out, you know.
I think everyone's crying with you. I can see everyone behind
55
you.
minutes for this finals.
So much. I'm part of the team now.
Timeout
Sorry,
for Mongols.
I'm part of the team now. Will you let me join PaperX, Jason? Can I join you guys?
Sure.
Yes. Okay. That's what I needed to hear. This trophy looks so good. How are you feeling holding this, knowing that this man here from the very beginning, Mind Freak is here as well since 2021 to get to this place?
I'm feeling thankful and grateful because we finally had some trophy, you know, and I really proud of my team. They've been working really hard since in Pacific, and actually I want to say
I actually don't care.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Take some pressure off.
Come on, this is our full investment.
Yes, we saw in map 1.
That's
our full investment.
Oh, wait, 19 bought a scout?
CS has played 1 round at a time.
Yes. We've seen teams win 13 rounds in a row. We only need to win 10.
Already their best result this year.
We got 2 defenders on the side.
Apex storms his way through Banana, sends that frag grenade deep onto Senzu. He's going to have to deal with the chip damage now.
Traded smokes.
Nice karambit. Oh my god, I love
It
this
takes
one.
the greatest teams in history a long time to learn how to win. Look at a
Place.
24 was a year
Right,
marked
GG's.
by disappointment.
He's
for
solo on
Vitality
site.
And yet promise.
Shenzu.
The thought of
get
Mongo
over
9,
pulling
10 and
this one out
Chenzo.
of the hat would have been nothing shy of a Cinderella story.
Nice
wait,
Chenzu.
wait,
Smoke
wait,
kill.
wait.
4 on 4, come on.
To tap into that fairy tale with a smoke
Really hard
slam
retake though.
backside at least.
But once again, Mongo's the type of team to always go for retake. Mizinho coming from really far away.
Soon to fade. And there is
Yeah, what is this guy doing?
If only you could drop a kit.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage on Flames.
But they're going to let Mzinho get into the flank first, and as he gets ever closer, he's going to make contact versus.
I mean, Zywo is watching.
Yeah, MP9, what is he gonna do, bro? It's not
Zywo was
possible.
watching
have
that.
to make a difficult decision. Do you
Oh,
try?
yeah.
Do you put your entire
If we
major
lose, we
on
lose
the
it all.
line? Dreams
If we lose, we lose it all. It's an all-in
wielded in
situation,
this
all
would
in.
be shut down by the best.
9, 10, 1v3. It's an all-in.
No.
Damn, GG's.
9 championship points.
You see the breath that Apex takes after this moment. Zywoo's smile on his face. The 2 young players on the right enjoying this, contributing so much. The fantasy season. Vitality might be able to complete it here and now in front of this crowd.
Brother.
Something that we didn't think was possible in CS2, to put on an era.
Potentially the last round of the Austen Major right now. Will Vitality lift the trophy? Apex kills himself, Watchy!
Give him a little lifeline. Flamesy actually kills Blitz.
Oh, wait. 4v3.
That one goes down towards middle, so a successful endeavor out from the Mongols on B.
FAMAS.
But even with that suicide.
9-10 with a FAMAS.
Every round they play from here on out will be without the score in mind.
May still be over.
Counter-Strike is played round by round, kill by kill, click by click.
Nice.
And with
Ooh, nice. The FAMAS
Hold
doing
up.
work.
these rifles that they have barely
Why is it
found
not
in
a
their
best of
hands
5? That's stupid, I
damn
guess.
well extend
Seeing
play.
Apex
Flamesy,
1G himself,
birthday boy.
we have to realize that it's possible, bro. These guys are not perfect. Far from.
I think you shouldn't give them guns right now.
What's a 9-round comeback?
8 rounds. Brick by brick.
See a way back in.
Brick by brick.
Because they won this round, that's why he's saying it.
They're shouting, we want beer.
There's 2
Yeah.
worlds that we live in right. Oh,
Fuck.
guns respond.
On the
We've not been
positive
able to
side, it
break
is
through
Flamesy's
on
birthday. Happy
Inferno
birthday
or
to
the other,
Flamesy.
where everything feels like it's almost secured.
And
One final round win here for
the
Vitality.
Mongols grand final.
Knowing Apex and his
is
swagger,
something
the
that
way he came through that floor with a middle
almost
finger and a
nobody had
phone
on
in
their
hand.
watch.
Mind freak?
He's done this before. That's what that says to me.
And once again,
Booth, you
a
know,
man
part of
can
this
be
roster for
defeated,
so many years.
but not
What does this one mean to you?
destroyed.
Honestly, I think this means everything. I'm really proud of them. Like we were like 0-3 in the.
How the fuck this? Who was
Who
that?
knows, like we are here,
Maisie?
like, actually the champions. So
No, it was the other guy.
I
How
don't
the
know.
fuck did he win that?
You're also
rounds,
one of the
maybe this
champions,
one.
Mind Freak.
Mongols
Enjoy
will
the
come
victory,
back
boys. Come
stronger.
on, everyone, one more time
This
for
Vitality
Paper Race,
team,
but the celebration doesn't
nobody
stop
was
there
able to
because
beat
Vansili
in the
is
past
ready and
200
standing by
days, 100
to
days or
announce
something.
the tournament MVP.
Thank you so
They
much,
haven't lost
Jinsu.
BO3
Indeed, I
in
am
over
standing
100
on the
days, bro.
stage here with
BO1
Leo
they
Barrett,
have.
the global head of Valorant Esports.
Once
Of
again,
course, we're about to
BO3.
present our MVP bracelet to Leo. I'm going to let you take the
They're
floor.
just too strong right
So
now.
why?
Nobody can beat them,
to
nobody.
present this beautiful and special bracelet
The MVP award is about the
9-10
one
looks
player who rose
first half of
above
this game.
all others.
Started 0-7,
This player
0-8.
has been a foundational member of the PRX roster
Bro
since
thinks he's
February
the
of
thinker?
2021.
I don't know what that
He's
means.
dominant across multiple
just tell us.
roles.
Here we go, bro. Stupid fuck.
He's
to
also
learn how
the
to win.
first
you, guys.
Indonesian player to win a VCT Global event.
Pussy.
Please give it up
Come
to
on,
the
Alpha.
Master
Mongols, Mongols,
Toronto
Mongols the fuck
MVP
up.
for Sega.
Mongols the fuck up.
Oh, I muted this shit. Hello!
You gotta play to win if you want it. And you can see Bliss doing exactly that with this quick little look down mid, but nothing over
Careful.
towards ult for him to pull on.
Shenzu.
Ooh, what a...
Fawn fall.
Mezzi's got the fast answer.
No fast aggression
That
from
was a
Vitality.
good turnaround.
Overwhelming sights.
I don't think anyone's over.
Spray control on the other guy.
19-10 still going. Aging like wine in this match.
Ooh, nice.
Can't decide what utility to use here at the top of Banana.
You got the Mongols split at the
Fuck
minute.
you, Apex.
You got their
9-10.
backs against the ropes.
9-10. Has had a tough game
Up
so
to the
far.
plate, whether he knows it or not.
Can he pull through right now?
Sits here
Not
with
his
the flash
signature
and
weapon.
incendiary for Mzinho. Mzinho's gonna try to go for the peak.
Nice,
And he's
Mzinho,
gonna
good
get
double.
himself 2 kills. Good thing he didn't have
Nice!
Yes, sir!
Brick by brick.
round by round. Piece by piece.
Hold up. Hold up. Round by round. Counter-Strike is
One
played round
foot
by round.
in front of the other. Fantastic plays here.
A house
Great
is
trade
built
back
brick
from
by
Mezzi,
brick.
but a spray transfer into another. Beautifully done. Full control of the brackets. 7 rounds to go.
You're mad, aren't you?
And you can see that Mongols tethering going down so nicely.
did buy an op.
Respond to the action.
Vitality, no money.
He gets on the off.
9-10.
Nice, good
It's starting to be consistent. Hold up.
Nice, good flash.
Hold up.
16 deaths for 9-10 at the
Now we're starting on him.
That op is on
Now
line.
this looks like map 1, but
The
is it
answer's
too
already
late?
coming through. Flamesy
No,
has a
it's
couple
not
of
too
kills.
late.
That is a
Brick
vacant
by
A
brick.
bomb site, but obviously at the moment they don't know it. And 9-10 was floating around here, so they're thinking he's not too far off. It would be an absolute tragedy for
9-10.
this to be the round that slips through their hands.
They want to fully avoid this. Rops looking for an upgrade, it feels like.
No way Flamesy does it all, right? There's no world
No way, no
where
way.
he goes beyond these 2 kills.
No way, no way. Not on his birthday, bro.
That M4 over towards the library. Rop soon to jump down into
No
the
way, no
site.
way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way.
There is no way.
No way. If he wins the major with a round like that on his birthday, imagine.
9-10
There's
into the
no
bomb
way.
site.
There's
Missed
no way.
shot.
There's
You
no
are
way.
missing this.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Me too.
Hands offered over by
There's no
Rob.
way.
A round opened
There
by
is
Flamesy.
no way.
Techno approaching
There is
100
no
HP, all the
way.
weight of the world on his shoulders.
So much clutch in
Time
his
running
coffers.
low.
We know it. But Vitality, give him the space.
Flamesy.
And nobody's gonna swing just yet.
There's
They take
no
their
way.
time. Sweet time.
Oh.
Techno into the 2.
Nice!
Time. Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought. if it
That
didn't
was so
hit,
close.
Ice cold.
The read on the first kill was insane.
Oh my god, bro.
Brick by brick.
When you anchor, it's your responsibility to put up rounds like those.
Ooh,
And
that
we've
was a
seen
nice
Techno have his
2K.
bad days.
Holy shit.
But right now he's looking like Magic's in Shanghai with these moments. 6 rounds to go.
Oh my god.
Doable.
Believe. This is the real test now. This is the Vitality full buy.
Zywo with an
Sure,
op.
you promised the start of that.
That is scary though. That is insanely
Had
scary.
you believing, but he also missed a critical shot that could have cost them this game.
Will Vitality think about the fact that they gave that away so close
saw him, right?
to the trophy?
I can't watch. I can't watch.
Is this one more chance that 9-10 needed? Or will it
Nice!
rest on a miss? Goes down
I
in
was so worried. I thought the other guy, Zywo, got it.
No easy feat killing Robs inside the apartments. But what we haven't seen is this B site truly
They're coming towards
tested.
B. There's 2 defenders here.
Somebody
Nice!
Nice.
Techno fucking.
Into the front of the site, but as he goes down, Senzu gives up his position with the
Shenzu
trajectory
can't
of
die
that
for
nade.
free.
And he thinks about it. But he's at the
Nice.
very
Thanks
least
a lot,
allowed
he
one
didn't
to
peek.
cross over. That is Mezzi with footing on site. That is the bomb to fall follow suit.
2 CT still on the A site. They don't believe this just yet. Smoke will go down and so will the plant.
40 seconds, 3-on-3 retake.
Dude,
Sorry, 4-on-3.
Oh, bro, they were so late.
We have flashbangs.
Coming
We can
here.
pop flash each other in.
How are they not
Sideways a Molotov.
instantly
Could be
coming here? How are they
punished.
still thinking that it's a hit?
He can just molly the bomb when the time ticks too low. What? 2v2, 2v2.
How is Flimsy getting this clutch
We have to go
moments
for
so
this.
easily?
Blitz, hey.
Bro, hello?
Hell no.
There is no way
Someone
we lose
disconnect
like
the
this.
keyboard. Someone disconnect that keyboard now. Someone disconnect that.
Bro, they lost like this? 5v3?
Guys, GG.
Yeah, GG.
As a Mongols fan, I'll still clap it up.
They make it happen.
Vitality is the best team of Counter-Strike.
They get a chip for
And
everyone.
I don't know if anyone can beat them right now, but the looks of it, no.
But that was an insane run by Mongolia. Mongols. Small team, no region, no much. Fuck you, Apex!
Since they arrived in Austin, everyone said fuck you, Apex.
Fuck you, Apex!
To a win here.
What the hell? He's not even
in
happy.
Austin.
Yeah,
And
bro.
they didn't flub it.
No region, no team, no money, young kids, no scope. First major, made it to grand final, beat FaZe, simple. They did so. I'll be proud of them.
They come back stronger.
And they've been battle hardened
100%.
and survived it all.
It would have been a fairy tale ending if they won, but Vitality is just that good, man.
Oh,
Does Vitality
it's
have
fine, bro.
won
It's
this
fine.
season?
Guys, I am proud of the Mongols, and
Yeah.
you should be too.
It's all in a damn
Grand
near
fucking final.
flawless form.
At the major,
Poetic ending.
they will get their
Unheard
other
of.
chances.
And there is no denying that in the anatomy of vitality,
Respect coming out from the
Apex
players.
and greatness are only
This
one
warms my heart
Bonaparte.
right here.
Love him or hate him,
When even the
you
loser,
have to respect it,
a
because
career-defining
this man
loss,
is a leader
can put on
of
a
men.
smile for the
Dan
winner.
Matisklai
Respect.
has sharpened the deadliest
Mongolian
Counter-Strike
respect.
weapon we have ever seen. Zywoo is extraordinary.
Who gets the
And his
MVP,
evolution
Zywoo
into
or
the
Apex?
greatest of all time
Flames
is
did good
truly
too.
underway. From the day he was born, this was his destiny. In Austin, they will seize
Happy birthday,
their
Flames.
crown jewel.
Yeah, happy birthday, dude.
Your Blast Austin Major Champions!
Damn, look at the trophy though. Sheesh. Absolutely insane.
GG. They have to put it straight down because it's 50 kg. Hey, confetti. Okay. GG.
When's Mal Rivals?
When will this team lose?
40 minutes. This team? Ooh, never.
Undefeated. For almost half a year, I think, in BO3s. 6 tournaments in a row. Is it 6? 6 or 7? Holy shit. And this is another major. The last
That
major
is
was yours.
crazy,
This
right?
major is theirs. Wow. We are in an era. We're in an era.
Undefeated
We
for
weren't there
6
for the
months?
Astralis era, in IP era. Currently, it's the Vitality era.
Fuck you, Apex.
That's kind of boss. That's kind of boss.
He
How
retired
to
too,
follow
right?
up.
What's his name? I forgot. Starts with a D.
Apex! 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 He can collect the crops now.
From Cluj to Paris, now in Austin, your third major victory. What does it mean to you to do
Wow.
it here in Austin and to turn all
3
these people's
majors.
hearts now in your favor?
That was an amazing journey to play here. I love being the villain. I love that you wanted to fuck me, actually.
In Valorant? In Valorant, that's a 10-year ban, by the way.
This guy.
We worked so hard all together, and I'm so happy that we managed to come back after this terrible first map. But that's what we said to each other, like this year it already happened that in the grand final we lost the first map and we knew we could come back. And on the last 2 maps there were no game, we were just a better team, and
I'm just proud of my boys, how much they work out and everything. And thank you, Austin. Fucking thank you!
Fucking thank you. Fucking thank you.
They may not have loved you, but they have to respect you. When it comes to getting those comebacks,
Wow.
sometimes losing but having to be back, we can listen to snippets of you talking to your team so often. Can you tell me something about how you have grown as a leader over these years? Because it really does seem like you are their captain at every moment of the day.
Yes.
Well, I think overall, of course, I manage better my emotions. It had to be important because I'm a really emotional person. And I think that in big tournaments, I'm trying to be the best captain I can, not only IGL. And yeah, I think this tournament I've never been tilted on my guys, even though we played bad.
This trophy, bro.
Also, a lot
Yeah,
of
the
power.
trophy is insane,
And
bro.
I'm
Look
happy
at
it worked
this.
out today on the team side, but
They
also
have
in
all
the
the
individual, because on
teams.
Inferno, I fucked them.
It says
Never changed, Dan.
There's
you said this one
Major.
was for
He
the
did.
haters, but I believe it is also for some of the guys on your team who wanted to win their first major, Robs who wanted to make up for those lost finals, of course. So what do you want to say about them?
Well, I'm sorry, Magis, but Robs is the best mover of all time. 7 trophies in 7 tournaments. Like, what else can you do? What else?
Robin. I love Robin so much.
And actually, big dub.
Robin, humble God, bro.
Humble God.
Messi doctors as well. Like, yes, last year, remove Messi,
Robs.
Messi. But look, we still win 7 trophies with him. And
Ankara
remove
Messi.
Apex.
7
And,
trophies,
Messi from Birmingham. What a team, bro.
Question, I don't know how many times you're gonna
Wow.
say fuck you again, but let's see. Finally,
I wish I was
you
French.
say it there.
I would be proud
2025
right now.
is the year of vitality, but
Wow.
it's been a long season already. Is there anyone you want to shout out in the organization at home that have made this
Please,
all possible?
shout out
Because
on the
they are
pixel, please.
always behind you.
Yeah, all the support, like the French of all, first of all, like the Golden Hornets that are really always
Golden
behind us.
Hornets.
They are the best fans. Unfortunately, they couldn't come because that cost a lot of money for all of them.
Was
But
what?
then everyone believing in us, believing in me in Vitality when things went wrong. And at least once again, for the 13th time of my career, I proved the haters wrong, and that's what I'm the most happy about. And yeah. And thank you to the owners as well, Neo. He's been also an important boss for us, always trying
Damn,
to solve problems.
she's really as
After
fuck,
Shanghai,
dude.
we had a long call. He believed in me, and of
With
course
the
we had Robin, so
Austin
he helps as
outfit,
well.
damn,
And
boy.
yeah, I'm just proud of everyone
Our
and,
girlfriend, fuck.
and really happy. And shout out to my girlfriend at home watching as well.
At home?
Yeah, at home, dude. What?
Yeah, and you know the celebration. We got it there.
WGF.
Yeah, the celebration doesn't stop.
Wow.
Hello? Oh, there
30
we go.
minutes.
Hey, the celebration's not done. I got the rest of the guys over here. Give it a round of
See you
applause
guys.
for Team Vitality. Flames, happy birthday, bud.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, Flames.
Hi, brother, dude.
That's a crazy birthday to him. Tonight's gonna be a good night.
Hey, can we give him a happy birthday one more time, Austin?
I'll have some beer with Flames.
There you go. But on your side, man, you done sweating for the day or what?
Hey, it was tough. It's the final of the major. Yeah, thank you guys.
Second ball.
I think the routine is back for 2-3 days.
Oh, CSGO scene is
Anything else you wanna say before we
insanely
get out of
amazing.
Thank you, of course. Thank you to the organization as well. They always believe in me.
Yeah, yeah.
And you brought me back, and I promised him this time to bring a major, and I did. So, thank you to him.
Congratulations, X.
WX test.
Oh yeah, go on, Mr. Dan, please.
Yeah, one last thing, and the people you never see behind us, like the staff we have been amazing as well the last 7 months. Why we have a strong mentality, why we never give up, why we play fucking good CS as well, it's thanks to those guys. So props to our staff that are here, and I love you guys.
Damn, my IGL.
Dan, that is clear. This is Team Vitality. Austin, give it up for your finalists, your champions. It's Vitality!
Let Robs meet Cyber Talk. I hate when they do this. Let Robs meet Cyber Talk in front of the crowd, bro. Come on, man. I hate when they do this.
Okay, now I understand how suddenly Zaiwu became the GOAT for everyone in CSGO.
Just living
They won 7 trophies in a row. I mean,
7 grand finals.
That is
7
insane.
trophies and a punctuation mark of the major to be ending out their 2025 season.
Wow.
A practically unstained record throughout it, Jacob. An incredible masterclass from Vitality tonight.
We are witnessing history right now. We are witnessing arguably the best
forgot
team
about
to
that.
at least play Counter-Strike 2 ever, and I would even
Yes.
open the debate,
Are there
at
players
some
yet?
other point to have
I
that
don't think
discussion
so.
whether they're the best team to ever do it. The way they win, the way
I
they come
forgot
back,
about
the way
that.
they mentally is always prepared on top of things, even after such a whitewash of a first map. It's truly,
Damn.
truly impressive to witness what Vitality not only have done tonight,
Me
which obviously is the
too.
crown, but
And we still have 40 minutes.
not even close.
35.
A team that always finds a way to fight back.
In what is
Damn.
arguably the most
MVP?
competitive
I don't
era
know.
we've ever had in Counter-Strike, the gap between
Zywo MVP.
Vitality and number 2, number
Zywo
3,
MVP,
number
another
4,
one.
it is
Another
vast.
one.
They are so
He recently
dominant.
broke
We just
Simple's
witnessed
MVP
the best
record.
season in
Ooh,
Counter-Strike.
And he keeps
No
collecting them. I
6-month
think he's
stretch
2
has
on
ever
top
looked
now.
This good, this dominant, 7
Jesus.
trophies, the major,
That trophy,
unbelievable
Alter.
stuff.
We can see just how much it means to
Oh,
each
Apex?
coolest
Apex
trophy
been
we've had?
insane this tournament
I want to
too.
start the conversation with
I think
Rob,
it looks
though,
so
because we
sick.
talked about it before. Twice the bridesmaid when we're talking about CS2 majors. He had to be
Chat.
wearing the silverware. Now he gets the
Wait.
gold with
Will be banger. So
What would be banger? Scheiße,
just call me.
I wasn't locked. When she says again, Mark, what's your question? Like, bro, please.
We're waiting for
No,
Vitality
please.
players.
ChatGPT maybe.
They
I
don't
don't know.
use Wooting? I mean, I know it's not allowed, but
And now finally
Check
getting to win
Discord,
another
okay.
Use
major.
it, I guess.
I saw a stat on Twitter, and I would love to give credit to whoever wrote it, but I didn't pay attention to the name. But
Let's
there's been
call
33
Discord for
S-tier
comms.
events
OG
this
pass.
so far in Counter-Strike 2. Rob's has been in the final.
I'm
of
so
6
happy for Robin, bro.
with FaZe and with Vitality. Every second
Robin
round
goated,
that's
bro.
ever been in Counter-Strike 2, Rob's has had his presence, and he's won 11.
Hallo?
Hallo, hörst du mich?
Ja.
Okay. You wanna stay in call so we can like
Uh,
and maybe say a few words, or how you wanna do it?
No.
So you want me just to talk to them when you not at all, or what?
Say that again.
So don't you want to talk to them at all?
It's like so goofy, no? Like you got it. Like if they would have been up here easy,
Okay, but is there anything from you that you want to talk or you want to ask, like personally?
I can't say right now. On the spot I could, but I can't. I don't know. You got the Stoner.
Yeah, I know I got it, but
Yeah.
like I thought maybe you want to give
Nah,
some
nah,
input
nah,
as
nah,
well.
nah. I'll let you know. Nothing. Lock in.
Okay.
You got the Stoner.
Ona, listen, I will just grab whoever I can.
Yeah. Oh, the mic quality is so bad. I got you, Donna. I got you. Hey, you got
I'll
me.
grab
You got
whoever
me.
I can.
I don't got
And
you,
I'll
but you
try
got
to
me.
get someone upstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. See you, Donna. Oh, that mic. Ow, my ears. W Donna, but that she has to deal with me. Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Aua.
Yeah, Zywo.
This morning and I felt quite good.
I hate bad microphones. Am I the only one, bro? It makes me like.
Could be a tough birthday.
Like-
Who's the MVP though?
I don't know.
It just feels great.
It makes me get a seizure.
Jamesy, I feel like this
Scheiße,
tournament
I wish
for
I had
you,
questions,
I feel
bro.
like sometimes the
I wish I had
stars
questions,
definitely
Scheiße.
take the limelight for Vitality, like
Scheiße.
Apex and Zywo, of course. I mean,
Like
do
after a
you
game like
feel
this,
like
I'm empty. I
when Apex
have no idea.
I mean,
what
just
to
say happy birthday to
some
Flames.
kind of lightning rod or motivator for you guys when it feels like you're just
Like I can't
battling the
prepare
audience
questions. I'm a
every single
yapper.
time.
You feel me?
Well, I think Apex is definitely the best leader I've played with and I've been with. The thing about how he goes and how he screams in the game and hypes us up, it's something that we all want to say sort of, but we want to say it's good guys, but no, it's not good guys. Let's fucking step up and show we got. And he's doing it really well, and that's one of his best like skills in some sense. And every time
I'm really
we have a
sad.
tough match, and even though we might have like a good match and we run with it like we did
I'll have it.
now last map.
They were like the villains.
I hope they get to interview the Mongols, bro.
And then once in a
Yeah, that would be insane.
Once in a few maps, he has a map that is full carrying us. Great.
I have one more question for you, just like on your individual journey. I mean, you've captured your first major trophy here. I mean, what do you how is
Go
now
down.
the
I have
reflection
no
on
idea where they
yourself?
are.
Like, what do you see as yourself as a player? I feel like we saw the turning point
I don't know how
last
to
year
get
where you
into there.
became a world top 10 player, and now you've got the major on top of it, plus the individual form. Like, do you consider
It's like
yourself
the
as
press
an
room.
individual just in that elite tier?
I don't think so yet. I think that a lot of my success also last year, this year, is coming from the team, because I have, you know, it's good to have an IGL that was an entry before. It sort of gets how I want to do stuff.
Love you, bro.
Having like, there's a lot of opportunities that come from the teammates, and I think that makes me very able to play my game in some sense.
Damn.
But I wouldn't say that. I need a few more years to say that.
Unforgettable major though, Chad.
Joined this lineup after the Paris major.
Not my
which,
favorite
back then
outcome.
Was a big surprise. Did you, in your wildest imagination, even
But not the most terrible outcome either.
Let alone winning a major, but doing it, winning 7 tournaments in a row, you know, being the most dominant team ever to exist in Counter-Strike. Was that ever, you know, something you had in the back of your mind, or is this just truly unthinkable for you?
Well, it is unthinkable. Well, before I joined Vitality,
I played an OG, you know.
Yeah. It was trophies were far away from what I was looking at, but then we won Gamers 8, and then I started believing that any tournament I.
No, I was just trolling. He had like 100, I think 150k viewers at peak.
What the hell?
Oh, nice. Okay, Zaivu, talking with
Zaivu.
I will try to get the next one.
Matthew Burr.
Chad, I put you in my bag, okay? You're safe, don't worry. Don't worry, you're safe.
Matthew. She. Major MVP Zaivu, yes. Zaivu, bro. His voice is so crazy, bro. Chad, how did you like the major, bro? And be honest. For me, on the tournament scale of the ones that we attended, bro, this was the best one by far. By far, bro. From the setup, from the crowd, from the people, from the experiences, from the people other than the players, like everything that we met. Bro, 10 out of 10, bro.
Ohne saying we something again. And the chat is spamming we, yeah.
Tona. We were all having such a blast, bro.
Unfortunately.
Such a blast.
Like, oh yeah, we're doing amazing interviews.
Oh.
Tona. Yeah, I don't know.
She's right though.
Can you put the camera a bit up? Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, because it's like too low down.
Oh shit. W Olaf.
Bro, look at
9
the
out of
arena,
10.
Bro.
Whoa!
Valorant could never.
Okay. 10 out of 10. So that would have been the best major ever. IMO.
I wish it was the best of 5 though.
If, same.
Yeah,
if FaZe Clan.
Why is there a time countdown? Live in 3 minutes? But why? Why is he live in 3 minutes?
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again. He's just playing his team.
Driller's jersey. I got you, bro.
Can you sign on the white? On the white?
On the white?
Yes. Like,
on the sleeve or?
Yes, that's perfect.
Uh-huh.
So I can see everybody's.
Yo, can we interview you quick for One? Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so you have a lot of interviews ahead of you, so I'm trying to make it fast. It's your second major win. How do you feel?
I mean, feeling great. Like, except maybe Mirage, but I think the rest we play really good as a team. So really proud of the guy, really proud of everyone, because I don't think we missed anything on the last two map. Apex was insane on Inferno. Dust 2, I think all of us was insane. So proud of the guy, to be honest.
You played absolutely flawless, and you had
Everyone's
a
hyping
flawless
Apex.
season as well. So
Crazy.
7 events you won, or? Yeah, that's insane. So now you're going to go into the playoff break. Where are you going to go?
Pre-break, I'm gonna chill, not gonna travel.
chill.
I'm gonna drink with my mom, enjoying with my mom. I think
Great
that's
question.
Gonna be
Damn, that's so sweet. Oh,
the main thing, so enjoying. I'm gonna enjoy obsess.
Yeah, you can be proud of yourself. That season was fucking crazy, and I hope you guys have a great start for the next as well. What are do you have any goals left? Because it feels like you just won everything now.
Keep going. I think keep going. We lost our win streak. We're gonna make a new one, I guess. It's gonna be the next goal, but obviously we don't want to stop that. I think obviously we did a really good season, but it's just the half of the season as well.
I'll get some food.
The next part of the season, we're just gonna be focused on that. We know we have the targets behind us, so we're gonna talk about that. I think we don't need too much confidence as well, because we know that we can go down really fast about that. So yeah, just be focused about it.
I love
Okay,
Cyber.
and you said you're gonna chill in the player break. Are you gonna play CS or other games, or what will you do as well?
not playing. I think I'm gonna leave the PC for quite some time, but obviously, like, I'm a gamer. I like to play all the games, like CS, everything. Like whatever I like to play with friends, I'm gonna do it. So I'm gonna enjoy.
Okay, enjoy your break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, I asked the question. Scheiße. I
was
typed
a
too
great
late. I typed too late. Chat, why is Saibu named Saibu? I actually
I
don't know.
love to see when people are happy, man.
Now she's gonna see.
I feel like, you know, like now you're just like, imagine you're like Zaivu, you know? You just
Yeah.
like had a crazy season, you won your second major.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna do all these interviews, then you're gonna celebrate with your team, and then it's break. It's
He's
like vacation.
living right
Boom.
now.
Just chill.
Chat, Saibu is goated, bro, I
like,
swear. He's such a
When we
cutie.
have in next time Zaivu interview for the next event, I'm gonna ask him which games he played, because he's not gonna play CS, but other games. So
Yeah.
remember that, chat, okay?
W.
Hope,
W cliffhanger. W
I
cliffhanger.
hope we can get someone else as well. I would
W
really love to
cliffhanger.
have the Apex maybe.
He deserves a break, bro. He deserves a break.
Amy, yeah, if I see her, of course. Yeah.
She. She. I'm happy for them, chat.
I'm just waiting, guys. There's Robs, I think, came by.
Robin!
I mean, we had Robs on the desk.
That's calling me?
I think she has 100 requests right now. She's talking to some people, so
Can I
I'm not
drop
gonna bother
something?
her until she comes this way, and then
Wait,
I will bother her.
Did Olaf have Drillers jerseys? I think we brought some. Let me see if I can throw them to the fans. 1 second.
Oh man, chat. It was over too fast. I mean, it was cool, amazing experience, but over too fast. I want to do more interviews, you know? It's just like always just a few days and it goes like this. Boom, boom,
Oh,
boom.
you. Flamesy. Nice to have the Sharpie, chat. Gonna throw these down.
Come here. Yeah, you want to talk? Oh, sorry. Hi, guys.
Liminia, bro.
It's Amy, the Vitality manager. We interviewed her yesterday as well.
Damn, he stole her. Put a heart. W Flamesy, W. W.
There's no one here right now, chat. I'm just waiting. Just waiting. I think this is blast mainstream right now. Amy,
First one who shouts on I got.
we go crazy tonight?
It's at 11 p.m.
PM? Mine is at 6 p.m.
Oh, sick, we're so good.
Yeah, let's go. But I don't know where to go. Like, I have to check out at like 12. What about you?
I've got no idea. I've not thought that far ahead.
Yeah,
I just
like,
know that I've got
we're just gonna be homeless.
I just book another night at the hotel. It's fine.
Tell you, bro.
Yeah,
they're
you
so
can afford
happy.
it now.
Yeah,
Oh,
we just won the
shit.
major. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm a manager. I'm a manager, not a player.
Can I stay with you?
Huh?
Can I stay with you?
Of course you can. My bed's your bed. Don't be weird about it.
Oh no, the chat will be weird. I'll be like,
She knows.
Classic chat, but it's fine. Okay.
Classic.
yeah. Amy, if you
She's
can ask
so
if
hyped.
anyone Apex or anyone want to
No,
say last
it-
words in Ono stream, they're very welcome. A message
Yeah.
on WhatsApp. But
They all
I
just
will
want to
upload
celebrate, no?
anyone you can just ask. Really chill, like come, hi, say hi. If no, no.
Okay, I'll have a look. I'll see who's available and what's going on.
W.
All right.
Thank you so much. Love you, love you.
I don't want to force them to
Amy,
come on
shout out
my
to Amy, guys.
on my
Amy's
stream,
so
bro. Let
fucking
them
cool.
celebrate, bro.
She used to be like general like player admin, like mostly ESL.
Let's go, bro.
It's like the people who like help the teams, like they bring them water, they organize trips.
Did they
like
interview
shuttle
anyone
stuff,
else?
They organize like
How?
set up everything that the team needs. And then she went to LOL. She went
How?
to work for Riot. Which was a very sad moment because we all didn't want to let
I
her
come
go.
outside.
And then she came back to see us.
Later.
And now she's managing Vitality for, I think for half a year or something.
I was saying like, can you sign?
Yeah.
Can you sign?
It's great
Bro,
to
it's
have her
like
back. So
20
shout out
feet
to
lower.
And also,
But like how?
shout out that she's trying to get us guests. We will see that.
Is he watching it too? Submit?
See you on. Oh yeah, I forgot your stupid name was Skyline. I like skylines. I see that. I fucking see that. Alright, Mendo's off the fucking list. Khabib definitely does not play.
What's his face at level?
And Stu,
10?
You know, probably doesn't. So I'm just gonna, we'll play one game with this. I'm in game.
How the
Apex
mighty
is
have
something,
fallen.
and Flames was on Apex the, is doing something. On the desk. Oh, scheiße, we just missed Messi. Sus. What shit, we're gonna chillax tonight so much, bro. We're all gonna go party, bro. Dona, Olafai, Dua, Barrow, probably Dima, Ran. Messi with the UK Goldak. flag, bro. That's crazy. Let's get it, let's go. Let's get it, let's Oh, go. Flames is here. Harry Hugo. Maybe we can get a quick happy Stunner. birthday for Flames. Quick hello. Flames, he's gonna do some bullshit, I already know. If he comes by, He's gonna troll. If he comes by. Gauls will snatch him. They just asked him, how do you feel you got the first major? So we will not ask that. Scheiße, they just took my first question, which is an obvious one. I'm Apex just gonna tweeted. say, hey, happy birthday. Let me see. First major. Congratulations. That's it. Oh wait, I actually have a question Oh, for yeah, I know. for, I'll ask him if he got scared yesterday. for Flames. One, or chat, any questions for Flames when he was at the desk with One, because I could not watch that segment. Too late, he's here. Flames? Congrats. No, I have a question. First major, first major. You did it.
Yeah.
W
And
Flames,
it's your
birthday.
bro. Yeah.
So all the numbers aligned for you.
All the stars, all the numbers, everything aligning, yes.
Okay, what's your plan now for player break? Are you gonna do vacation or? All the numbers.
Yes, I'm gonna chill. Tonight evening, I'm not gonna chill at all, actually. And then tomorrow, I'm gonna take a flight to New York.
Tomorrow.
Enjoy a week there with my girlfriend.
Yes. Yeah, she's here as well. I you met her said, girlfriend. right? Awesome, awesome human.
Is the girl with the blonde jersey.
Yeah, I know. I met her before. Yeah.
And then we're gonna have a vacation. Then we go back home, and then it's 12 days and like 20 days and Cologne starts, so I need to grind again.
So you're just staying in New York? No beach vacation?
No, we have a beach. I live in every country I live in as a beach.
I was about to leak it. Thank God I didn't say it.
No, I live in Cyprus. I don't care.
Okay, I didn't know it was public. Oh shit. Okay, enjoy. And if you want us to come
Birthday
over to
boy.
the suite, say hi to One. Yo, bro, Know it's, where we are. let them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe.
Fucking bitch.
Bro, like why? Oh, hey. Why am I always getting put on the spot, bro? I can't go down right now. Like what?
Okay, enjoy. No, you're not a bitch, and I love you, bro.
Yes, I love you too, bro.
For me, gonna fuck off.
I thought it was blast for like my One God. interview. I was like confused, bro. Oh shit. Oh man. I want to know if he Flames watched the hilarious. birthday video. Olaf and I recorded something as well for Flames' birthday. His girlfriend reached out. I know, think he didn't watch it yet. I think after. Can't maybe. believe he called One a biatch. That was obviously joking. Guys, you have to understand that's like, I know Flames for years. That's just his humor, you know? Like he always makes weird jokes, but that's just what makes him special. He is a Bro. special kid. That sounds crazy. But crazy that he's going to have a vacation in New York. I feel like it's like, Bro, Donut doesn't I don't see my want to messages. say anything, but I feel like it's kind of lame, no? Dude, if you win the major, why would you go vacation in New York? Go to fucking Hawaii, no? I mean, he said he lives on the beach. I get it. I but got still. intruders. Chat, vacation in New York. Intruders. What's good, bro? What's good, referee? What's good, referee? What's good, guys? What's good? Yeah, nee. Look, Dona's still doing goated work. We can just like sneak over there and look if he's coming. If I don't see him, then Bang! Oh shit! Wait, I didn't even see. It says sign here. I see. Oh shit! That's my bad, bro. Shit. How are you guys feeling? What's up tonight? You guys are gonna go party?
What do you think about that sign?
This sign? What's it say? Okay, wait. Now I see. What? Now I see LLW. Is he gay? What are you saying? Nee, I didn't know. All right, bing. W Apex, bro, for real. Alter! New York is alright. This is signed by like everyone, bro.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's probably cool, but like. Wow.
I got silver for you if you don't got silver.
Wow.
Anywhere that's not blue.
Why does he not go to
down here next to
to Damn. see nature or something? Damn. All right, G. Hey, enjoy your evening, guys. Much love. Yeah. Let's do one group picture now.
Hold up. Who's there? There's someone on the street. Who is this?
5 minutes.
Apex kisses boys. Who the fuck is that? I cannot see. It's like very small on my screen. Chat, type the name. Chat, help us.
Enjoy your evening, guys. Love, bro, love. Oh shit, I had it on low. No. What is all of them?
He's not gonna be ready. Like,
You guys can take. Vamos, bro. Wait, do I say something?
Apex.
Apex.
Who said Apex?
Fuck!
Something incredible for themselves, for the region, for all the people watching back home in
No.
Mongolia as well, and for the world of Counter-Strike that loves what this team does. First of all, Mazzino, thank
Cheers,
you very
guys.
much for coming to talk to me, man. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. Just talk to me about how you felt initially at the beginning of the grand final when you won on Mirage, a map you never beat Vitality on before. Did you feel like, okay, we can really do this?
Yeah, after the first map, I think we can win this fight. Like, actually, in the beginning, we expect to win here. And to win in our first map pick, Mirage, and everything goes smoothly well. And after
so
the
sad.
second map,
Bro, be proud, man. It's your first ever major.
Went wrong. And for myself, I just underperformed. Yeah.
It's a team game, though. It's not
It's
just about
fine, bro.
performance. I want to ask you, did it feel different when you won the first map? Did you guys maybe start to think about, oh, we can win the major, and then it gets more hard because you have these thoughts, these feelings?
Yeah, after the first map, I think I was imagining in my head like lifting the trophy, but I think that wasn't wrong thing to do, I think.
And tell me, once you got defeated on Dust 2, you come into Inferno. Was there a good team talk? Was there good energy? What did you guys say to each other before going into this map?
Before going into map 3, said we can do it, this Inferno. We always fight good in this map, and yeah, we can really show ourselves in this final, yeah.
It's hard to take a loss like this, right? But you come second place now at the major. It's a huge step forward for you and the team. Is it still something you can be proud of?
Finalist at the major is something proud of.
Yes.
Maybe brick by brick, maybe next major, yeah.
I love that you're already thinking about the next
Yes.
major as well. And look at this.
Good
In this
mindset.
major on stage, you beat FaZe, you beat Pain, you took a
Exactly.
map from Vitality. How much do you think this event will make the Mongols stronger going into the next part of the year?
I think it gives us a lot of confidence that we're finally at the major, and maybe next season we can pull a thing like Vitality does this season. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Let's go.
Hope so.
I love that you're saying that, Mazzino, especially in such a tough moment.
W Mazzino,
Lastly,
bro.
in Mongolia, there is thousands of
so
people
young,
just
bro.
watching live, even at this
Great
time.
career ahead.
What would you like to say to them?
Тэгээд амжарын финал Vitality багийн өдөөс 2-1-ээр хожигдлоо. Тэгээд жоохон хүндгэн хожигдлоо. Тэгээд үзэж цуглаж хамтдаа үзсэн бүх хүмүүст нь баярлалаа. Тэгээд итгэлийг алдсан бол уучлаарай л да.
Yeah.
17 years old, chasing his dream,
Say that, congrats.
second place.
Okay, so I'm not going to ask you too many questions. Yes, please. I want to know which major felt harder for you, this or Paris?
Good question.
Yeah?
Paris, we lost 0 maps, and it was a CCT playoff, I heard. So, but it was still the best moment because it was in Paris, and I didn't win a major for 8 years. But this one was the most difficult one, and
Wow.
we did it.
I also loved how you embrace like the villain role, you know, showing the middle finger to the crowd. So I think that's also what hypes the crowd up. Would you like do you, this doesn't bother you at all, right?
No, it's fine. It's fun. I liked it.
I didn't decide
I think
it.
it
Decided
fuels him.
like that. It was last year in Dallas, this year in Dallas, and then in Austin. I knew it will come. I knew the crowd will not be with us, but we didn't care. We just wanted to win, and that's all mattered for us.
Yeah, I mean, you had an incredible season, so congrats for that again. What's your plan now? You're gonna chill at home, go vacation?
Tonight I'm gonna get drunk.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yes,
I'm gonna
sir.
drink with my friend. I'm gonna celebrate because it's important. Then I go to vacation with my girlfriend, taking some time off.
Nice.
And coming back in 3 weeks to keep winning titles.
Damn, bro.
Just one more thing.
You need
Would you
breaks,
prefer
Chad.
best of 3 or best of 5 finals for major?
I think
Best
maybe
of
it's time
5.
to do only best of 3 group stage and best of 5 final. I think it will be
Yeah.
better.
All right.
Got it.
Apex, thank you so much. And if you want to say goodbye to the stream, join One. We're in stream
Yo,
number
man,
6,
that's
so
Ona.
yeah, you're welcome.
He
I'm
wants
not
to
sure I
sell
will
it.
have time, but I have so many people
If you
again.
have, he's there.
And not for Oni.
And maybe some last words for Ona or the stream
This
fans.
guy.
Yeah, Oni,
Here we go.
remember at the end of 2023 or during 2024, before saying you were live on the stream, you put highlight of me or failed. You remember that?
What?
Fuck you, Oni. It's for you as well, all the haters like you. I love it.
What? I don't know what he said. I didn't get it. Huh?
Crazy, you remembered that.
Remember what?
Honest,
Chad,
stop hate
please say what he said. I forgot what I don't know what he said. Thanks.
Scheiße, Ona, I didn't see your question with the B-Day
No, it's
video,
all good.
but that's fine.
Chad, what did he say? I just want to know.
Okay.
I thought he was gonna say when I posted a meme of like his highlights and it was like 1 kill on the whole map, you know? I don't know, my go live tweet, and then he said Phil Sapud. What did I do, Chad? I don't know. Oh my god. Scheiße. I just got humbled by.
And are you excited?
Doing good, Ship. It's good to be back again for
Fuck
the
you, dog,
final
man.
day of the group stages. We are finally wrapping up what was a, really competitive group stages between every single team in Group A and B. So, like you, Ship, equally as excited. Today's going to be a good day.
Yeah, we've got some rematches. We've got some new matches with Fly and 100 Thieves. Stoked for
Fly
that game
versus
coming
100
up here
Thieves.
first. I just can't wait to get eyes on a lot of new shining stars, people showing up, teams that we thought may be struggling, coming back full throttle. So it's just been quite the start to this series.
Yeah, I think today's going to be interesting because, like you said, it's a lot of new stars, a lot of players who have made a name for themselves, waiting for the group stages to be done next week. We'll go into the playoffs. So today, wrapping up the final stage of the groups, like you said, FlyQuest beating 100 Thieves, beating Envy was very surprising, and then now we have that matchup between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. So to start the day with those two teams is going to be so much fun, and then to end it up, Sentinels and Nemesis, that rematch is going to be super exciting because I'm curious where Sentinels lies in the overall grand scheme of things, and same thing with Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about those matchups. You can see it here quickly. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest off the rip. That's actually going to be a new pairing. We haven't seen those two teams play each other yet in this tournament, and then we move on later to Sentinels and Team Nemesis, which is going to be a rematch, and that is going to be a bit of a grudge match, as this is very well it's all about placement today, right? All about placement today, and talking about what that placement can do for you. Let's look forward as to what they could earn in this tournament. 250k across the board here, 70k for first place. That is no joke for this first section of the tournament.
Really stressed me from Germany.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money involved, just like you mentioned for that first segment. That's the most insane part. The whole tournament is going to be 3 million, and then this is that $250,000 little,
that is nice.
Incentive to keep
X
playing well, to not only fight for the seeding in those, LAN events and the in-person events, but that is a lot of money, like
Serbia
you
is
said, first place,
Saudi
70K.
Arabia.
I mean, that's a nice chunk of change in the bag.
Yeah, and second place is no joke either. 35 going down to 25, and from the, just ascending from there on. But that is awesome. I mean, we talk about all the time starting off the pro scene with a prize pool of $3 million. It's almost unheard of for a first major tournament. And the game has only been, months into its infancy. I mean, there's a ton to learn about this game still. And a lot of these teams have been starting to learn maybe the new meta as we dive into the bracket of how these games have shook out. One of the major things to look at, the thing I like to call the FlyQuest. The Quest getting knocked down to the lower bracket in their very first game. With a difficult matchup there in Ego. And then their quest to keep taking teams out as they progress forward all the way to the grand finals of Group A. And 100 Thieves doing what 100 Thieves does. And that is just popping off in these matchups and not losing a single map.
It's funny. A lot of teams were calling them side quest because, you know, going down to the lower brackets was surprising from Ego Death saying that you know, maybe the team wasn't on that, you know, main quest journey, but maybe it turns out the side quests were Solaris, No Job, and Ego on the way to beating Envy, the final bosses in that lower bracket finals. But they still have to go against the 100 Thieves, which we will see, you know, who the best team really is in this group, because we haven't seen 100 Thieves and FlyQuest play together just yet. On the opposite side of North America, Group B wasn't necessarily seen as the group of death necessarily, Shib, but definitely an interesting group in its own right. Some surprises, right? I mean, a lot of different things with Techie being able to qualify over Shroud X over Citadel or Nightmare, an unsigned roster. So another exciting sort of element of this playoffs, of this group stage, was that team succeeding in that underdog story in Techie.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about underdog stories and teams making a name for themselves. I'm sure this isn't the last time we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams as we head into future tournaments trying to re-qualify back into Ignite. But yes, we will be getting our eyes onto Sentinels and Nemesis today. I am very excited for that rematch. Obviously, we look there. You saw Nemesis 2-0'd against Sentinels. Sentinels, that new, you know, dive composition they're running, not afraid to pull out the Panther. That kind of stuff got to them a bit. So we're going to see if they're able to bounce back and learn from that. Should I go all in on 100 Thieves? Yes, bro, you should. And shake it up a little bit.
100 Thieves winning this.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that we'll see how Sentinels adapt to Team Nemesis in their ban phase, and see how many teams want to adapt and change things, right? We saw in EMEA, we saw some like Penny Parker stuff, a lot of insane things going on in the EMEA region. Now in the North American region, a lot of people in chat can still earn their Twitch drop, Shib, in the Magic skin, in that Magic bundle. I know you've been co-streaming some of it. We have so many amazing co-streamers, and live streaming here on Twitch is us, obviously, at twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. You too can earn this new Magic skin with those Twitch colors. So that's a specific thing just for this event. So make sure to tell all your friends that don't have the Magic skin just yet to tune in. We're wrapping up here in week 1, so you're going to have to wait till Thursday if you want more of this Magic nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of these skin changes here with the Galactic colors. Honestly, you know, we've gone through the gambit of some of the past heroes, the Magneto. If you'd missed that in the past, do not miss your chance to grab Magic here. Obviously, is going to change up the colors on Darkchild too, so really cool layout. But yeah, diving back into this conversation, man, we've seen some teams now. We've had some conversations with coaches where you spoke about Nemesis maybe shaking things up here. We talked to Ryan Guy, who said our goal as a team is now to become so diverse in terms of who we select that it's very.
I'm just gonna flash in this delay him a bit.
Up ramp, two there.
Fuck this smoke. Nice.
Wait, why is Z?
Last two in. One went back towards long. Careful if you're flanking.
Is he back on the CS?
He went towards
he was a pro CS, by the way, if anyone doesn't know. He was actually a pro CS player. Molly. Just comment Molly. just search Summit Molly. Nice shot.
Ramp.
What? Okay.
Nice. Good job, gang. Thank you.
Oh. Gang.
Some gang shit, dude.
Dude, I had a good spot and I peeked out and then the smoke started blooming even more. Like 5 seconds after fucking what I was. So.
That's sick.
Alright, dude.
Early on, everybody was in shambles, and it sort of changed the trajectory of a lot of people's opinions. But FlyQuest turned it around. Now back here in that grand finals of Group A, so it's super exciting to see the fact they've made it this far out of the group of death.
Yeah, and we had that conversation with Spar Chief, obviously. One of the more interesting, funny interviews we've ever had, where he mentioned that initial loss there to Ego Death had him staring at the ceiling, just devastated. And we can all feel that just from the ranked ladder climb, when you have a win that you know you want and you just don't have it, and it goes the other way. Just that devastation, man. I could relate to that so hard that I'd be dying.
And how did Envy actually do
I think the way they've done it, Shib, it feels kind of interesting, because they've sort of brought back this Namor Hulk, right? A lot of people were maybe not the highest on those two heroes in
I mean, I'm not the highest.
With the Gamma team up, you obviously still have the Squids, so there's a lot of power that was in that team up that nobody was really utilizing. Now I think FlyQuest, more than any team, has figured out the strength of Hulk, the strength of the Namor. It just feels like these characters in tandem together kind of create a lot of space, specifically the Hulk, right? You put that Snowflake on Luna Snow, onto the Hulk, onto the Vanguards, and they just don't fall, right? They don't become a casualty, and it seems like every every time these Hulk players build up those ultimates, have a bunch of CC, just making sure somebody is removed from the team fight, whether that be a strategist, whether it be a duelist, booping them around in the ultimate itself. So Hulk offers a lot of versatility, I think, to teams, and I don't know if we've seen other teams really capitalize on that
I don't
combination
understand
as
how
much as
Envy has
FlyQuest, so it's going to be interesting to see how 100 Thieves
What's wrong with
react to it,
Envy?
considering how FlyQuest kind of dominated
They even
Envy
lose-
with their variants and
lost to 100
compositions and with their
Thieves. I
dive
think
specifically. It seems to be
they're just like
dive is on top right now,
man,
unless you
they're
run this
just
triple strategist
so great
composition, which
players.
Team Envy didn't really do.
Yeah, and I think they're not afraid to run those more unique comps. But then we look over to a team that is well known as being one of the strongest teams in this series. 100 Thieves have not dropped a map yet. These guys, you could look at all of them. All
Shit,
of them
really?
can be considered top contenders for their various roles. All are very versatile in their picks, and they all perform when need to. So this is going to be an intense matchup, man. I mean, we've seen them run, the jack of all trades. You speak of Terra, is not afraid to run.
Sinatra's watching. We can watch Sinatra.
Go to the deepest part for the legendary weapon. I feel like this guy's like hardcore trolling, by the way. Like we're gonna go. Oh, you can't fucking edit it as a mod.
We've seen a lot of Bucky.
He just says fuck you.
There's been a ton
Yeah, I
of
like
that
this one
character
too.
now coming
Five
to
rounds to
fruition. And
18.
like you said, the 100 Thieves into the tournament. I feel like for 100 Thieves, this is their tournament to kind
Damn,
of
I
win.
now wanna
You know,
just
we'll see how
end
it
stream
goes
and
in
watch
terms of
Sinatra.
ban phase, in terms of protects. I know
Bro is
Sentinel
the
are still a
goat.
good team, and Nemesis are as well. So
My
are the
humble
other
king.
teams that are qualified for the playoffs. But I know for Team FlyQuest, like we said with Yoki, he said, you know, they were more scared of Envy than they were of Team 100 Thieves. So we'll see how 100 Thieves does today. They still look like they're a very formidable roster, and you know, we saw how dominant they can be in the North American region. Besides Sentinels, they've been one of the only teams to dominate as much as they have for such a long time in MRC and in other tournaments.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we need to mention, you talked about Envy being a super strong team.
Oh, why this
correct?
guy
When
is
you
just
look
staring
over
in my
FlyQuest,
soul, hello?
3 won them just yesterday, so they have the potential. 100 Thieves 2-0'd them right prior. So they're both on that same track of how they could plow through teams with confidence. We mentioned the unique comps that Fly can run. We talk about 100 Thieves. They haven't been running that composition that we've been seeing more frequently with Cap and Panther Psylocke nearly as much as the others. They're not afraid to pull out those picks a little more pokey, such as Hella, like we had discussed prior with the Shield composition. So they still can run those maybe, considered older comps and play them at a level that will dominate these newer selections as we get into our ban phase.
Starting off, we'll see what they do. I mean, this dictates a lot. I think map number 1 in terms of, just a baseline, right? We have the Emma bans. We saw this previously, how Emma can dominate on domination. It's still up for debate, who the #1 Vanguard you should ban is, but the Magneto as Protect from 100 Thieves Shiv, this probably is going to be as expected, except the Wolverine ban coming out for Terra. Don't want to deal with that on this map. That's definitely unique, I think, a second ban Wolverine, right, Shiv?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of that recently, but if you go back and just look at the match with 100 Thieves and Envy, right at the end there, an Eye of Agamotto pops, and then Terra pops that last stand, sweeps virtually everyone off the eye, and they clutch the W. Just so valuable, that last stand, how strong that character can be into Vanguards in general. I personally would want that off the board as well.
Then Human Torch getting banned outside. That's sort of that duelist pick that kind of hard carries. Although there has been some teams that counteract it in terms of how they play, with Loki and stuff. Speaking of which, that's getting through at the current moment. We'll see what a Protect comes through from FlyQuest. They protect the Wolverine on their side, understanding that maybe that character with the thing, with the Hulk could enable them, right, Shib?
Oh shit, Energy went to FlyQuest? Slipped under the radar for being a very powerful team up. It kind of always is in the back of people's minds. Obviously, Wolverine being able to get that much space that quickly without any cooldown utilization, and then coming back like a boomerang with a Vanguard in hands is just so powerful, and they are not afraid to do that, as we have seen FlyQuest run that is similar to 100 Thieves doing the same thing in the past few matches.
And we see a group ban on the opposite side. 100 Thieves still keeping the thing in their back pocket, even though they don't have that fastball special, like you said. And, the group ban makes sense. I think it's targeted towards FlyQuest. We talked to how FlyQuest and other teams will do target bans specifically against the team they're playing against. And you can see it's focused on towards FlyQuest, making sure they don't get that Human Torch, making sure they don't get the Lunar Snow, making sure they don't get the group. Maybe not having like a direct strategy of what to put them on, but at least you're getting them off of those original characters. And then maybe you can look at adjusting your ban and Protect phase in the upcoming maps, because this is a best out of 5, like you said, Shib. So first to 3 maps will win the series, and you know that's not even counting draws and stuff once we head to Convergence. So you know I want to see if anything like that happens. However, this is going to be a very fun map number 1, right? Shib, Krakoa is a sick way to start off the day.
Absolutely, and we are going to see that team up with Hulk and Namor.
These guys know that they're playing Namor and Hulk, just ban Hulk, no?
Different heroes in general. We've seen
just play Punisher.
Things like Ultron, Torch, and even Namor. We even saw Jeff last tournament from Adios, so definitely a jack of all trades. But they do seem to love to run that Hulk Namor combination with that Gamma turret. We know how strong that thing can be at just absolutely bursting teams and forcing eyes up in weird directions to clear it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's a lot of forcing of utility of in terms of just like your overall ability usage to try to force off those angles, and a lot of teams struggle with that at a fundamental level, right? Dealing with those sort of flyers, dealing with that sort of thing.
So
and we've been seeing, and you mentioned this prior, we've been seeing a lot more Hulk in EMEA, and now we're seeing, at least in the last few days, we've been seeing Spark on that Hulk, showing the value. Just the Exile alone is so powerful at the right time, similar to that shield, being able to shield up your team in various moments can help out with things like Punisher if you have the diligence to hold on to it for the right moment. But you see energy.
Bro, energy. Why do I feel like
we are going to set up for point 1? That teleport's going to give them some space here to kind of set up where they want to, and I can't wait to get some answers as to the choice of the thing, especially without that Wolverine.
Psylocke against
that flank, and it seems like they don't care too much about it, but Delena also caught out energy, maybe looking for that Hela in the high ground as the Hulk surrounds him. So right now that sort of chokehold has forced Delena back into the team, which 100 Thieves are grouped together.
What a kill.
Delena gets the lead in.
Yeah, Energy does a great job here on Psylocke. Seen a lot of success here over these last few matches. This flank, just the raw damage, not even needing that team up to have the clone. Just raw skill and talent as Vest finds Harvey too. Terra going to turn that around on Vest though. Vest playing very strong in the Vanguard role over this whole tournament. Honestly, a ton of value.
Bucky and Hela should be a good counter. Bucky, Hela, and Psylocke. Bucky, Hela, and Logan should be a good counter to Psylocke.
We talk about Bucky being more valuable, and he has taken a little bit of a backseat due to the recent.
FlyQuest did cap the point though.
Double energy ball he could throw, knocking people out of the sky. And here comes the initiation with the Eternal Bond. Trying to get some space on a point. FlyQuest already at 22% and climbing. And out goes the Kraken Impact. Smart Chief onto Harvey. Down to 1, turning it around on them. As we see him proceed
farming clones.
Loki. This just allows for resets indefinitely. Up in the sky goes Meteor.
He gets a reset with that.
And once again, another trade here.
Yeah, he's still getting those resets, like you said. Energy, oh no, Terra, what a play with that shift right back into him. He's still keeping it going. I mean, he's been here for like 30 seconds.
The patience is insane. Using these clones of
again
for the future to have a reset whenever need be. Terra popping off here, taking
again
here by FlyQuest at 51 and another
again.
The patience is insane. Waiting to the
he's gonna have again. No way.
Out of Spark Chief, and that does get the reset again.
4 seconds left to go. Gets Eye of Agamotto, but dashes away from
no way, bro.
He's still going.
Bro, chill.
How many agains do we have? The chat room is
no way.
He just keeps going.
Bro, chill.
20 reset to this point. He's going to their spawn. He gets it.
Bro, chill, dude, chill.
Timing here, finding a triple, but holding on to this thing for minutes.
What?
Finally, it is going to end
like 50,000 against.
Not bode well at the moment. 70% over for FlyQuest.
But they only cap now, by the way.
They will not have ult advantage in this next fight, but that is a ton of percentage already. But wow, that was an insane thing to witness.
Yeah, I'm sort of privy to these like dive compositions right from FlyQuest with that Psylocke, with their aggressive plays that choke out 100 Thieves. But when Terra does that, I mean, what do you do against it? FlyQuest though walks in. They don't really have a lot of ultimates to work with, so they're gonna have to play it slow, force out these cooldowns maybe at 100 Thieves.
Got to show some love there to the strategist, allowing Terra to play super patiently with that reset, already ready for another Kraken Impact very shortly at 82%. Delena gonna pop up with Ultron's rage.
They want Ultron too.
Pretty PO'd right now, not able to find anything just there. Looking at the high side, putting some damage out, just trying to build that charge back. Ultron can get that all back insanely quickly, already at about 10.
Oh, they need to upgrade there.
By Delena, turning it back on Energy. Energy consistently finding these flanks, just applying pressure and turning eyes around. But Terra tries to hog that down, not able to get that done.
Production.
Have a pull there, shielded off. It's forced in the back. Out goes the dance of the butterfly. The cutterfly, if you will, is Vest finds SJP. And this team is holding on again. FlyQuest trying to turn the TTK. Says not my house. Throwing that meteor right down as Terra finds another onto Zelos. 100 Thieves now at 75%. But the ult advantage should be in FlyQuest in the next fight.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking pretty strong at the current moment. Playing
How is
Atlanta
100 Thieves
on
this
that,
good, bro?
Ultron, be able to find those picks is massive. I mean, the aim definitely translates from Hella back over to that
Strange
Ultron.
ult.
Close to those ultimates again,
They
like
have
you said.
strange ult.
Delana's already close to that Ultron
they have
ultimate ready to
cloak
go.
soon.
Comes energy on the backside, but they haven't been able to deal with it. The sustain
They
has
have
been
cloak
too much
now.
for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and Energy he's doing a great job here finding these flanks, but just not buying enough space. They're just not focused too much on it, not worried too much about it, especially when you have those crystals ready for Loki. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto, finds a few, but Crystal's still up. Adios gonna clean up Delena. That's a nice pick early, as FlyQuest is gonna be evened out here in numbers. The fight proceeds all the time. It is 99 for 100 Thieves. Out goes Energy again, 73%, just trying to get that alt ready. The Cutterfly ready to make some sort of play. Delena trying to find an off angle and return back, as we do see the drone here on Energy. You like to see that play. There is the knockdown, the reset again for Terra. Terra's going to find that pull, as we do see Sparchief now on Cap. Cap seeing a lot more play recently. Out goes again. Almost finding that pick in the sky.
Yeah,
and
that was
Vest is going to clean that up.
maybe
Numbers now
too...
back in the favor of FlyQuest, who just want to get this point
Oh,
back. Finds
no.
a few as TTK cleans it up. Energy back on SJP, and oh my goodness, this trades for days here. Back and forth. It's like a trading post. You don't even know who's up anymore, as Vinny keeps the punches up and down.
Oh, FlyQuest win.
Delena and Vinny, and FlyQuest is going to retake this point.
Yeah, huge ultimate coming out there from Cooper in the copy onto his Cloak and Dagger. You saw that massive ultimate from Vinny with the clobbering time. I thought it would have maybe connected onto more, but because Cooper was there with that ultimate
they're going with
just
it
in
now.
time, now 20% away. They want a fast fight. 100 Thieves do. Maybe with
FlyQuest, ooh, Silo has a free ult here.
on that
Oh no, Loki would have lamps,
ultimate
right?
to have a rebuttal here, though.
Yeah, there's got to be a conversation.
Okay.
Seeing the drone over there
That's
on Strange. Strange
also
can play around that
supporter.
shield. Obviously, a ton of HP.
Wait, Loki died?
Recently, Eye of Agamotto goes out. Are they able to find anything? Crystals to die that down. Out goes the Meteor M. Also not finding much energy. Gonna pop out with the dance of the butterfly. Trying
Damn,
to
good
Ultron
aim.
out mid-rage. Is it gonna work? Not able to clean it up, as Ultron has so much speed
Ultron
and movement
doesn't
in the sky.
die,
If you
bro.
are good with that WASD and Z-axis juking up in the air like that, ascend and descend. Vinny keeping those haymakers out. Trying to get
Oh,
that
Loki died.
time
Oh,
back.
FlyQuest win, I guess. Yeah, they win, definitely win.
Harvey, will they be able to close this out, as they are heavily up in numbers now? It's all about this touch. Can they hold on, or will FlyQuest get the
Alright.
job done, as they want
First
to get their
point.
experience from this quest? Well done,
Krakoa.
FlyQuest on map 1.
Quest not complete, though. Unfortunately, Shib, they are 1 out of 2. Cradle next round for FlyQuest. And it was so back and forth, Shib, right? 100% like we saw. I thought 100 Thieves might have held on there with SJP sitting on that top left. Just
Damn,
above the
Terra
high
has
ground,
8
but then
final
came
hits.
in the strategists of FlyQuest in terms of Adios and Cooper. I don't know if you can call Adios a strategist necessarily, because he was, playing Ultron, and you play that character pretty aggressively. But regardless, 14,000 damage. Adios just doing so much on that hero on the opposite side. His counterpart, Delena, maybe not as much, but he switched to it halfway through, really got off that Hella, so it was a bit of a harder game. Meanwhile, Terra, another member of 100 Thieves, who was pumping out so much damage, so everybody's trying to play
fuck? Is
around.
that Ultron talking
their
to
star
Benny?
duelist player, but really at the end of the day, it's
No.
these Ultrons that can pump so much down range.
Maybe
Same thing with Loki in terms of Cooper. I mean, he found opening picks multiple times, has nearly 12,000 damage on Loki. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, there's nothing more scary. You mentioned this, looking up on the high side and seeing SJP or any Loki with clones ready in the firing line, just healing for days, crystals ready to keep the team up, and just pumping out damage and healing. You've got to keep your eyes up there and clear those clones, as we see them right now. Vest actually trying to find a little bit of damage.
Oh,
on
they're
the
just
clones on the
going
reset on the
right side?
Not
That
too
is
worried
nice.
about those positioning. You talk about Ultron not getting a ton of healing, as they're already
But
on
he's
point,
already
but
half.
does find value onto flyers immensely, or things like Doctor Strange. You can keep that shield up and utilize that more paced healing. TTK
100 Thieves
trying
have
to
a
find an
good
angle,
position,
playing around
better
this middle
position.
segment, still electing to use Vinny on the Thing there. Not going to be playing any sort of shield tank. Got to check back on the bans, but I am curious about the value there. Obviously, the Thing has a ton of damage reduction, and that ultimate can be very powerful in the right hands, but very much gives a ton of healing
Ult versus
to the
ult.
strategist, but also gives a
Glow
ton of
versus
damage
glow.
to the enemy duelist. So we do initiate here with the bond on both sides, just kind of stalling the fight out again. Meteor Ram, will it land? Waiting it out,
Nice
trying to
try.
force out the cloak, but no, it does not land again.
So
Adios on the
we're
high side,
doing
initiating
this, so
again
we're
with the
I don't know why we didn't heal our Cloak with that.
Meanwhile, Terra just getting those resets.
Who was that?
Fight, and yeah, this is
Adios,
totally
you
gonna be reset
stupid
for
fuck.
FlyQuest. I was gonna say, how
Why would he not heal Cloak?
Then over others, right? Cradle. I think that the Hela gets so much value. I mean, there's just so much open space. There's less room for somebody like Ultron to hang out. I mean, you can kind of fly above, you know, try to play on those trees, maybe play around that middle point, but it's not exactly the best point for Flyers and for Ultron specifically. So 100 Thieves, this is their map that they did well on last time as well. Earlier on in the tournament when they ran both the Winter Soldier alongside the Hela. But it's tough because sometimes in these early on matches and tournaments in the new patch, it's very easy to get baited comp-wise. Now FlyQuest have Shredder's ultimates to go in with. 100 Thieves have none to react to this with.
Yeah, I'm with you. You mentioned Flyers struggling here.
What a waste, Winnie.
Destructible, right? So that's the downside of running Flyers here. Although you can still find value when you're running vertically on this map. You see them; these teams are fighting.
What a waste by Winnie.
Maybe than you've seen in ladder, trying to clear out some of these clones, forcing out crystals is good value right there. Out goes the dance of the butterfly again. Not able to find too much value, but I have Agamotto.
What a big
here, and they are going to sweep everyone. Insane play by Vest.
What a huge man, massive prime booger type shit.
Still having ult advantage. 48% for the side of 100 Thieves, though. They've got to gain that back.
Yeah, 100 Thieves try to live there, play together as a unit. Unfortunately, they were so close to their Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond there, but Harvey went down to the Eye of Agamotto from Vest. I mean, he was trying to build it last second, did eventually get it. Everybody grouped up, but that just meant FlyQuest had an even stronger engage with their ultimates. And oh no, SJP before the fight even begins goes down. That's their only
he had
ultimate
ult, right?
for this fight, so that surely means a reset coming into this one for 100 Thieves. But more tick on the board for FlyQuest, more ultimates to be built as well for both sides, though SJP gets rezzed by Delena. Nice elimination from him.
Yeah, and a lot of people may be out there, you know, not loving the way that Agamotto looked, where it was just kind of on the ground telegraph. But when you see cooldowns being used and you're playing Strange using that shield, if you count out those cooldowns, you don't need to do anything fancy with your jump. You can just press the Q button.
FlyQuest is using ult really well.
The Eternal Bond.
The only reason 100 Thieves are losing is because of how good FlyQuest are using their ultimates. Wait a minute.
Too soon.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon.
And there we go. 100 Thieves is now looking more like themselves, riding the momentum, and they're going to run down the rest here and force out staggers. But no, Terra goes down, but Vinny going to clean up Zelos and Cooper.
Yeah, I feel like for 100 Thieves, the catalyst to them succeeding.
I mean, they still have ult advantage. FlyQuest, so I think that loss is actually not a loss.
Thieves, you know how they play, right? They group up together as a unit around Harvey whenever he has those Storm. The Dagger of Storm ability, right? Whenever they can play around that aura. So whenever they have that, they're going to be grouping up as a unit. Right now, they have to play split. You can see Delena over the top side. They know an Eye of Agamotto is coming. And if Delena hits a few good shots, they're in a good spot. But now they're all grouped up together for this Eye of Agamotto.
And I hope all Hela players saw that position, because that was insane up there on the top of the trees. Out goes the Eye. Does it find value as Zelos takes out Delena? Cooper onto SJP.
Yeah.
Really setting up these plays here.
See, I'm telling you, bro, they're just using ults very perfectly.
And they run them back to the spawn door at 75%. Once again, 100 Thieves just barely up. That's going to be a stagger there on Terra from Energy.
It's an ultimate diff. They still have 3. They have only Hela.
And then likely teleport if they want to.
That's how good they are using their
ultimates.
ultimates.
I mean, they had to group up together. Maybe they had to split.
They have 4. They have only Hela.
Didn't play around the Eye of Agamotto. It's tough. Vels has been connecting so well. Now Audios comes in with an early ultimate. SJP goes down.
FlyQuest is just looking so good in these last few games. Adios on Harvey immediately early on to that fight. That is terrifying. If I'm on the side of 100 Thieves, down go Vinny. Ult advantage showcasing here for FlyQuest as they're making everything happen. Down go 3. Terra going to turn it around on Adios. Find 1 to try to even the odds here. Teleport's going to have to come through. Delena forces the touch. Terra goes down. And that's going to do it as 100 Thieves take the entirety of map 1.
How did FlyQuest begin?
Excuse me, FlyQuest.
The best
Same
team.
thing. Green, red. I'm colorblind. Green, red, colorblind. No, that was...
FlyQuest is back to being the best team in NA.
100 Thieves strat was like is weird. They played Thing and just peeled hard. But like, can you peel hard against like what they're playing?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Does a little bit better, but the problem is you're playing so reactionary, right? From what we saw, what FlyQuest is doing to them is surrounding 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves are just they're going into it, right? They're okay with that, and the only way they survive is when
Remix getting fired soon.
when they have the Ultron when they had Delena on that Ultron. Because right now, I mean, there's just no way for SJP and Harvey to keep the team alive when they're just choked out and slammed by Team Energy or by Team ForceQuest. With Energy going in from the dives with Spark Chief, it just feels
I
like
think Under These is playing like too scared of the dive. You know what I mean?
No, I think that was
not
their
even
game
playing
plan.
the game.
Yeah, that was their game plan. I think they just play the thing and just peel hard, but it's just like,
but it's just like it's not like
what's the peel
every
do?
fight.
The peel doesn't do anything. Like no one can die on the other team. Cap will always stay alive. Psylocke will just stay alive forever. Ultron stay alive forever.
Yeah.
And then Strange has like infinite space. You know what I mean? Like Strange could just walk all the way up and get like 6-man E's on cooldown.
They just kept walking at them.
Yeah.
They're already playing.
Because no one's shooting at Strange. So like he has infinite space. It's like if no one shoots Ryan and Goats, like they'll just walk all the way up. And you're dead.
You know, we mentioned we've had this conversation, you and I, back and forth.
They're missing like the first step. It's like, all right, we won the fight. We can shoot them.
They should have gone Groot. Who cares about peeling? Just play Groot and play main. Like shoot the Strange, you know? Don't let him like just like
yeah, I think
slap
didn't
his
make
PP
sense
down on
there.
everyone. Bro's getting 6-man E's off cooldown.
They're way too scared. Yeah, they're already starting back there. They have the point, by the way, and they're playing back there.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if it's enough. If a team's running this new
yeah, again, they have the point again right there. And look how far back they are. Like, what? That's newbie as fuck, kid. It makes you like
yeah,
way
Psylocke
too
can just
free for
escape.
FlyQuest to dive.
Cap can just jump and go away. There's no sense speeding.
Only falling 5 times, 4 finals, a ton of damage and healing, almost neutral across the board, and that's why Loki gets banned so frequently.
Yeah, Cooper does a ton, but it's also on the whole team, right?
And 20k damage and 24k healing is insane.
You know, the problem is that they're never under pressure, right? Cooper, the backline in general, they're so safe with that Ultron. And,
no.
You know,
Look at Dogman breaking it down just like us. Should we get on the desk?
But realistically, they're just first, right? So we see them.
That was weird. They had like a full main comp and just like didn't like play main. Like they just play like back peeling.
Way.
I think Delena should have got off. It's either like Delena like get off Hella or like Terra get off Bucky and like go fucking triple support and just go up like hold point main. No.
Yeah.
Like Ultron was probably banned, but like bro, just play like Rocket Raccoon, bro. At that point, play like Raccoon triple support and touch point. I don't think anyone will ever die on your team with versus that comp. Well, I'm pretty sure actually no one will ever die. They have a fucking cap. Psylocke is like all their damage.
At least in the ban phase, Shib, a pretty viable opening.
Yeah, I'm with you. They took out Wolverine second, something we haven't seen much, if at all, in this tournament so far, at least not on map 1. And they really just played incredibly together. Energy 16 finals. We talk about that dive composition and how strong Psylocke can be. Obviously not matched on the other side. 16 finals, 31-3 there for Energy. Looked so clean and was all.
What was that first map? 1-0?
Forcing eyes back.
Hi, arigato.
Their shields are defensive, and that results in teams falling over. So just really well done there.
Really well done. We're going to do a short break. We'll come back for map number 2 in just a second.
Map number 2 in just a second. Oh yeah, let's do it.
Banned.
Oh, it's actually awful. It's kind of disgusting.
Nails. Today is the day we break the record.
Yeah.
Are we seeing this shit, bro?
Dancer.
How much to the second map? 3 minutes, bro. I'll just fall asleep. Can't even lie.
I have 2 people street sniping this. Hello, Roses. Big. Can we walk? Walk. Look at Mag.
Mag 1 HP. I don't have support pulse there.
Where's Woe? Wolf is
I'm gonna ult first, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk. He's looking to ult you, but
No pasa.
walk. I'm gonna ult this corner. Walk. Heal me. I got two.
Back,
I got two.
behind you. 1 HP. They're gonna have bot support now. We need to kite one.
Charge.
Oh no,
I need
they
charge
used
here.
the
I need
clock.
charge.
Go ahead, blue now.
Oh, nice clock.
Yeah.
Please give me charge. Nice. You're such a good boy.
Can you feed me Luna here?
Wolverine left side. Wolverine far left. Wolverine far left.
Ooh, that was a nice Minecraft.
Mag one.
Back 1 HP.
Wolverine dies.
Clapping. You can walk, I'm clapping. First one. Nice grab.
Damn. Yeah, actually really good at Emma. What the fuck?
Tony, you just ult first.
They went flame. Human torch, I mean.
Holy fucking damage. Okay, Wolverine left side maybe.
Magma level. I can ult here.
Walk on Adam. This guy's trolling. Carries too much damage.
Damn, Wolverine got the human torch.
I'm gonna hold their cloak after, okay?
What's your name?
Go now. Everyone. Actually, everyone.
I will freeze the cloak. Can you grab it?
Every time Andrew ult, he just says everyone, even though it's not everyone.
Welcome back, everyone, and I have to address this now. It looked like that channel points prediction there was insane. A lot of channel points being sent over to the team.
What?
No, that's gonna look like I'm hacking, bro. That's actually gonna look like I'm cheating.
What even that
No.
word? What's even like the word?
I don't even
makes
know
no
what that
sense.
word is, but like, just based off the structure of the word, I had to try like SH with every combination of vowel and then TH with every comment. I was gonna do thrum, but like,
pretty even
okay,
across the
who
boards
cares?
as well. And I mean, that's interesting shit because I mean, people thought
Oh, he's the
was a
GOAT?
really good team. Maybe
I'm
that's
telling you, he is the GOAT.
FlyQuest, right?
Yeah, I mean, both teams played really strong in Envy in their last matchups, right? So they both have the power. And honestly,
Rest with a
momentum
W.
is insane right
I'm
now.
not
They've just
bleeding
been
that.
on an absolute tear.
Crest?
100
Okay,
Thieves
I have
has
to
never
fucking
faltered, right? So
skip
you've
that
got
word.
both sides of those. It's totally why I understand why things have been pretty much shot right down the middle
Ah,
there in
dude,
terms of
it's just
bets
two of
and
these words
predictions
are
and
gonna be
assumptions.
cancer.
Even
It's
I was
anything. It could be
curious to see
anything.
who
It's
would have
just,
had this. And I would have put Map
yeah.
1 to 100T, but FlyQuest, they are nothing to scoff at right now.
No, FlyQuest is a good team. Nothing to scoff at indeed. But I will scoff at you if you're
Let's
not
do
running channel
bottom
point
left
predictions
word.
on your Twitch stream. If you are a co-streamer, you are trolling if you're not doing that. But you know who's not trolling right now? It is FlyQuest. The 100 Thieves ship in this upcoming map. I'm curious what they do ban-wise, but right now, I mean, they have to react to FlyQuest to what they're doing, right? It's tough because it's like they're going to have to ban, well, like a part of the triple strategist composition or something, but then maybe you allow the Adam Warlock comp to come through with the Mantis. There's a lot of variation available, and, you know, obviously Emma Frost is a problem for both teams, so they're both going to get rid of it.
I don't know.
There's the Wolverine
I
ban
don't
again
know
from
this bottom
FlyQuest.
left word.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We see the Magneto lock in again. TTK always performing there at 5 finals.
His words.
We saw EMEA. I think they did play some sort of like Loki composition against the triple. There are ways of... Dude.
Why don't
Guys,
see
Remix, what are your boys doing, man? Get them on a leash. Why did Harvey...
Harvey what?
Did result in an L. I mean, we'll see if it changes up here, but not having a ban is a little bit of crazy work.
Oh
unless
shit!
You are that confident.
They didn't ban anything.
Maybe we have this. Yeah, we have the conversation all the time that when a team gets beat up on map 1, there is the chance they took that Emma kick to the face and come back like the Hulk. So I am expecting to see Bruce the Hulk on this next lineup here for 100 Thieves.
You know, I like the Cap ban. I think, you know, Captain America is, you know, people say Venom is a replacement for Cap, and I agree, but I still think Venom has some counterplay on the Cap. Sorry, I thought they missed the ban as well. But the thing ban on for FlyQuest, they know what 100 Thieves wants to do. Maybe without the thing, that Venom can do a ton of work, but also that Groot went through. Right now that 100 Thieves map number 1 did get rid of the Groot. In this map, FlyQuest, it's kind of like they knew what 100 Thieves would do, right? They know that the Groot would get banned that map number 1, and you feel good about that because you can play that dive composition. Now at map number 2, once you let that Groot go through, it kind of turns into that thing FlyQuest did before with their sort of comp they just kind of run at you with.
Yeah,
so right now for FlyQuest, they potentially run that triple strategist composition on, or sorry, triple Vanguard composition on defense. But I would be kind of worried going against the Groot comp. I want to see, you know, especially with the Wolverine ban, how 100 Thieves does against the Groot composition. Because what we saw yesterday, Shib, I mean, it was disgusting how good the Groot comp is for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Fly, you know, Spark's been running a mean Groot, always in that conversation at the top for someone that can just dominate. But, you know, I know 100 Thieves has practiced. They've scrimmed against stuff like this. I'm sure they have a solution. If they're not banning something out, you know, and it gets tricky because they did miss a ban. So that conversation can get a little tricky, like I mentioned. But, you know, I'm sure they have practice against it. They know what to switch to if need be. As we start up here, they do also have the Punisher on the table. So that is one of Groot's biggest problems, just due to the raw damage Punisher can output just to burst those walls down. We see a lot of teams here.
Now I can't read chat because I have to get these words.
On point 1, Adios in the sky. We have seen Adios up there on Ultron in the last match, really strong.
Wait, hello, can you hear me?
More of an aggressive strategist. Does get a little bit of
hello?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
On the turret here, just bursting walls. That is priority 1. As you see Terra.
Yes, sir.
Great job there with focus.
Yeah, we saw this Storm comp come through from one of the best Storm teams in Envy, and FlyQuest dealt with it well. We'll see how they do against the 100 Thieves in the Storm composition. And right now, I mean, 100 Thieves not buying any sort of purchase or getting.
I mean, bro, it's I actually can't watch this. The quality is
the copy.
Maura was
There goes Terra with the final judgment, finding Spark Chief early. Looking up towards the high side. Adios doing a great job juking there, just waiting this out. Only finding 1 there with the final judgment. Still good value as the Hurricane comes through. They're going to focus target damage on it, but no, the Hurricane's totally fine. Bubbled up their team, playing around each other well, but what a hold here already by Fly, who are up heavy in ultimate advantage on this next fight. Up in the sky we go. Energy tries to dunk it, does not work out. Out goes the eye right after. In return right here, can TTK get the job done on the back line? No, does not land as well. Great rotation there by Loki to avoid and dodge. Cooper with great positioning.
I mean, this is taking so much time off the clock. Minute 30, they're still trading back and forth. You still have the Ultron above. You still have so much sustain. They're close to another Ultron ultimate. Crude ultimate out, strangling prisons here. The damage is there, and my God, they've not even moved 4 meters. 5 meters is about as far as they've gone. Not that's not an impressive length, but regardless, 2 minutes left to go for 100 Thieves, and they haven't gotten anything.
Oh my goodness, what a start here by Fly. Holding on with ult advantage in this next fight. Is going to be very close, actually. Looks like 100 Thieves in this next fight should have 3. Terra going to initiate here early with the final judgment. Oh, and stopped by the wall.
Bro.
Is the strangling prison. Can Terra work through it either way? Great positioning and movement here to keep
that
the team
is
up.
so ass.
The blind and damage boost. Audio's going to pop that. Ultron's rage. Still not able to get too much, turning it into a healing ultimate. A Spark Chief goes down there from Terra. This has been an insane hold, and 100 Thieves is having to burn everything to just get out of the door. FlyQuest is looking insane, like a Celestial with a huge out here by Vest onto SJP. And Vest, these eyes make it 2 have been disgusting.
Yep, Vess has
Who's
anime
like
protagonist hair, and he
Flyquest
might have
coach?
anime protagonist powers, because right now Vess just so good on the Doctor Strange Delena. He tried to get eyes on him, and he's still getting eliminations. Audio's gonna go down to the 1v1. Another shot. Oh my God, he doesn't miss right now. With those eliminations, I mean, maybe that gets some space. Audio's going down is huge, because that was a lot of the survivability of FlyQuest, but they're still on this cart, and they pop Meteor, and they're gonna need to find elimination to make this get any value out of it. And right now they're able to get those eliminations, finally move forward. They're trading back and forth though, and that's not ideal for 100 Thieves, even though you have ultimates.
Yeah, and Delena took that personally and pressed forward, found a few, and that allowed the team to get up in ult advantage and in fight advantage, taking the fight through and finally pressing out of the spawn door. But wow, I've got to show some love on that defense. Ult advantage should be on the side of 100 Thieves for this fight. They've got to turn up here and get some momentum.
That's interesting.
Now we're in final fight territory.
Only for Delena.
There'll be a teleport likely to try to extend it a bit, but out goes the Strangling Prison Terra, trying to hold them there, and a ton of damage out walls, keeping the team healthy. Vinny finds Cooper there, and down goes one. Make that two as Vess falls as well. That's 3, 4.
That
as 100 Thieves is now looking more like themselves. FlyQuest, though, it will have ult advantage in this next fight as Vinny cleans up energy.
Yeah, they might have tried to get too cheeky with it, with the try to kidnap the Hella strategy, but you know they're going to Jeff, by the way, to speed boost everybody to spawn. Cooper's going to swap back. Vess will be here to touch, so 3 fights is what the goal was, and they've accomplished it, even though Vess got deleted and the walls are here.
Did not miss the dome there. Terra, just a really good shot. Hold his positioning. Audio is going to initiate here with Ultron's Rage. Just using it into a healing. Not able to get a ton of value there. Terra going to try to find a second. Delena takes out Sparky. There goes the tackle. Doesn't get anything. Energy not able to find much there. Out go the dance floors to hold on and extend the fight. Terra pulling out the shotty, and that is going to be enough to push them through point 1. 100 Thieves is now found their footing, and they're going to start to sprint through the marathon that is FlyQuest.
Interesting that Spark Chief is down with that spawn to fall back, but at least he's getting some ult charge for his strategist players. FlyQuest coming back 2 minutes in the streets phase. Now we've seen a lot of teams struggle on the defense until about 3rd phase, so it's kind of hard to get multiple fights in the streets phase of the map. FlyQuest do have ultimates to come back, and Delena has a lot of space. We've seen how good he is so far, and Harvey's there with the follow-up into Cooper.
Yeah, just holding this height, great off-angle positioning. Delena does this really well, always finding a way to keep eyes in a different direction than the card. So we will see Delena relocate over here again. Vess has played a mean Strange in this series, as Terra is going to begin with the final judgment once more. First, all the shields, get the cooldowns out, and try to still find one. But that damage reduction there by Spark is going to keep the team moving. And there's the clambering time. It finds a few. Can they collapse off it? Out go the Loki crystals. Terra finds Spark Chief there. Again, TTK taking out energy, and now 100 Thieves are cooking here with Grease, shoving through FlyQuest, who will still not have an ult advantage on this next fight, as it should be very close, 2-2, with SJP and Harvey, both strat lines ready to counter up.
Energy is swapping over to the Human Torch, and this is what Delena does, right? He just kind of off angles the whole time. Cooper's down again to TTK. Oh no, catching him out. And you know, these angles that Delena takes, he was sort of the person to start doing it in North America with these hard flanks on Namor and Hela, and he's able to find that opening pick on a Cooper. That's huge moving forward.
It goes to show you something if you're playing in ladder. Do not just stand behind the tank. Take eyes elsewhere, and it'll help everyone, as the Vanguard is just trying to stay up. And down go 3. SJP
never mind, she
DPS,
just died.
Boost there. TTK gonna take out Cooper. And wow, okay, 100 Thieves. Who needs 100 Thieves when you have 6? And they just shove through point 2.
I don't know what it is, whether it be map design or how the pro players play the game, but it feels like in the streets phase of maps, they just don't know how to hold. It's hard. I think that maybe the sight lines are attackers' favored. The chokes, I mean, there's like 3 chokes you can come out of, and they all came out of the top one. It's very easy to read, especially on those flank angles. Cooper, I mean, you could say he's sort of feeding a little bit on those previous fights, but it's tough because they're sort of caught out of position, caught with their pants down because of how Delena's playing.
Yeah, it's a momentum thing. Like you said, they try to get cute there off the rip there with the teleport, and it did kind of bite them when they were playing so well together with momentum. It's heavily shifted as Vinny finds Spark Chief. Terra, how many times does he have final judgment in these fights? Consistently ready to press Q nearly every fight, as Harvey takes out 2. Well done there by one of the masters of Loki. Delena going to find Vess, and Vinny just going to place himself on the high ground, potentially wall off, get ready for a mean strangling prison here, as we do see some changes up on the side of Fly. We're now running that Venom on Spark Chief. Out comes the Human Torch, and we will see a bit of a change. Will it be able to work out for him? The turret falls early.
Yeah, it's interesting that Energy is the one on the Human Torch instead of Adios, because usually Adios is a really good Human Torch player. Not that Energy isn't, but he is a typical Human Torch player for sure. Now here comes the Meteor of the Sky. Nice dodge on the inside angle, allowing FlyQuest some space. Now they have ultimate advantage.
Yeah, this could be huge for them. I have Okamoto again. It is huge. Can they collapse? 2 go down. Will we see 3 vests? These eyes have not missed. An absolute demon. Energy cleans up Terra, and there goes 4. Can I see 5 and 6? And well done by FlyQuest to find their footing again and turn this right back around with one more fight available for 100 Thieves.
Energy sitting on the flank, sort of hiding. You can see if he's too close to the wall. How? Oh, wait a second. Portal block for everybody.
Spider-Man went
through. They were able to squeak out with 1 there for Terra.
They're trying. He can't.
Oh, he died.
8 seconds. I mean, Terra's gone as well, and Spider-Man, like you said, he squeaked out, but can anybody even touch? 3 seconds left. 2 seconds left. Nobody's there. 100 Thieves get stopped in their own spawn door due to some portal cheese, baby.
Yeah, this is a Strange map for a reason. Strange plays so well on these spawn doors, especially the double ones. There's multiple on this map. I believe 3 to just shut down the enemy. Incredible timing, great thought process, and way to get the job done by Vest, who holds them in there. They were only able to squeak out with a Spider-Man who got KO'd nearly immediately.
That was a big TP. Really big
FlyQuest.
Can I say something, Shib? I am so tired of the people that.
And that was a big ult from
Human Torch. Portal cheese where you block spawn.
Spider-Man would have
touched. It's like it makes sense. It's annoying to play against for sure. Like I don't disagree. Same thing with Black Panther. You know, all those Redditors that complain about how OP the character is. It's a part of the game, you know, and I love it. That's the Doctor Strange portals. That's a part of the tech of this game, even though it is like not that skillful for sure. I mean, if you just time it well, that's a skill in its own. But realistically, it's not like a mechanical skill per se. Regardless, I feel like it's part of the game, and I think it's cool when pro players especially can take advantage of said mechanics. The Doctor Strange portals definitely make Marvel Rivals unique compared to other hero shooters.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've only seen it 1 other time throughout this whole set of this tournament, throughout all of Ignite so far, and it only held 1. That was a 5-hero hold, which was beautiful. It just goes to show you it's not as easy as it may look. It still requires insane timing and skill and thought. He had to click that button instantaneously, likely before everyone was even KO'd as they press forward, and FlyQuest has been showcasing how strong they are in the momentum in their favor. Can 100 Thieves turn this back to them and hold them early on as they're
to watch one match.
Yeah, right now they're trying to go for those early holds, and there's already FlyQuest as a unit sort of pushing them out, especially with that Hulk. So that's the deviation they're doing on their attack. Meanwhile, for 100 Thieves, they need to learn to find these opening picks on flank angles and stuff, and for FlyQuest, they're going to have to match them.
And they have this corner already. I do like when teams are forcing the 3, but this team doesn't feel like they need it. And that down goes 1. Energy, great tackle there on a Vinny. Groot's worst nightmare is the guy with claws. The turns into a scratching pose and just charges up. And he's just such a large body. It allows Logan to just make massive plays early onto a Vanguard, which is terrifying. And really, you're forced to try to work into like an invis to get that push and pull to keep your Vanguards up. It just forces out a ton of changes in your composition. But FlyQuest is already on the very end here. Out comes Terra's final judgment. No new sight here, as this has been something we've been seeing consistently. Out goes a ton of cooldowns. We do see the Eternal Bond there, keeping FlyQuest healthy as they're holding on behind the point.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing slow. Delena's on the flank, too. So Delena, meanwhile, trying to find those shots in. Everybody on FlyQuest pushing forward right into this Meteor M.
Ooh, trying to find
has misses every
there by TTK. Damage boost goes out as well. Harvey holding on to the dance floor.
Ooh,
that could have been insane, but you did see Terra turn into the turret there. A little known fact for those who don't know, you can use that as an iframe to avoid stuns, but they were not able to hold on to the point, and FlyQuest just takes it.
Yeah, Energy with a huge last stand, I think, to close it out for them. And, Vest kind of created space. At least he gets
the wow, what a grab.
Oh, my goodness, by the way. Fastball into your face. Terra. I mean, unfortunately, it was Punisher with the dead dog. The wrong show. Regardless, Energy.
You know what?
With a pick from him. I mean, that fastball special, like you said, Shib, it's huge. We see teams in EMEA do it as well. Insomnia are a huge proponent of running that Wolverine team up, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, no, that's just his whole family, not the dog. But anyway, we are going to see the throw here by Fly. Energy, again, just playing a mean Wolverine here on these angles. Terrifying force and finding a ton of tackles. Just hasn't missed any yet, but well played. Spark Chief is a mean Groot as well. We talk about Groot Hulk finding extra value recently. He just kind of fell off the meta just due to just lack of, I don't know, not lack of experience, but just maybe lack of utilization. People just kind of forgot about him, but he is still incredibly strong. The team is able to drop him as we talk about it. Out goes Cooper's ult here by Fly. Get the Eternal Bond, and it's followed up again by a mean eye. Will they find any value? Trying to get one on the strats, and great shield there. You can actually use Strange's shield to block off healing ults, and that is exactly what he did as SJP goes down. Beautiful thought process and comms there by Vest to allow the team to focus that up while shielding off the heals.
And now Delana's back over, or he swapped already early over to the Ultron because he can't find much value on the Hela. Now they move towards the Corp, having that Captain American ult. Also, people are stunning the choke point, but 100 Thieves, they're maybe opening things up. Energy went a little bit too deep.
Yeah, TTK finds energy there early. That is what they needed to get back on this point. Harvey is going to try to copy up the bond. Adios finds Delena.
I didn't mark
on the ground on both sides. Zelos falling back, trying to retreat towards the team, towards Loki.
He's afraid. He's using so many ults.
And they're going to retake this fight with 3 minutes on the clock. A ton of time here for them to press through it. But this corner is very difficult to take. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is very difficult to take. Good point. Adios comes in with that Ultron ult, met by Terra again. He's gotten a lot of eliminations last time with his final judgment. He only.
What is TTK even doing, bro?
Early, and unfortunately, just finds something.
That's his fifth ult.
Been really showcasing the talent on Strange here.
He's wasted.
Really dive in here with Cooper. Cooper playing hyper.
Is this guy high or what?
Eternal Bond. Don't be afraid to stay in Cloak form because Cloak can do some strong damage. Sparchy finds Delena, and that is 2 down for 100 Thieves. Will they get shut down?
Bro,
Ness is holding on to this eye. Found a ton of value with it so far. Waiting out some cooldowns. Likely gonna press Q here if need be, but they may not need it. Cooper onto Terra. Cooper onto Vinny, and that's that firing line damage from Loki. Just gonna shield off Loki here as SJP goes down. TTK as well, and 100 Thieves are falling here as FlyQuest is popping off and taking point 2.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Vance, again, like you said, on Doctor Strange has been nuts. I think FlyQuest takes advantage of Doctor Strange better than most teams, if not every team. And for 100 Thieves side, they have to come back and do it with 3 minutes. Vinny is on that Captain America, so he'll do some harassing in the back line. But unfortunately, when you don't have a lot of follow-up on these sort of dives, it sort of negates the value of the Doctor Strange. And oh my goodness, energy just comes in the back line from the Hulk.
Energy has been doing that nearly every fight, every neutral off the rip, and FlyQuest is up in ults again by 4. And now, excuse me, only 1 now as ults have just popped up here for 100, and that is going to be a pick again. Vess has got a chill in these eyes as Vinny goes down. Numbers advantage on the favor of FlyQuest, keeping the pressure. Terra turns that right back though. Zelos goes down. Great final judgment here by Terra, who plays a mean Punisher up again.
Finally,
TTK onto Cooper, and they are going to retake positioning here, I believe, but Energy has that last stand and just going to let himself fall there.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Well, he just AFK'd for a moment, but 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. TTK with a huge shot onto Cooper in that copy. So both Shredder's ultimates used, 2 Shredder's ultimates used rather. Audio's coming up on his own. Spark Chief gonna stick on that Hulk as well. I mean, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. 100 Thieves basically have 4 Shredder's ultimates with the Captain America, so they want to sustain, but it's gonna be very hard to do so versus Energy. I mean, Last Stand can find eliminations even through Shredder's ultimates if it's placed well.
Yeah, it's all about bunkering down together here. This could be a huge pick if it is the correct Loki, but you got to find out together. Doesn't look like it was. Great ult here to keep the team healthy. We are going to see.
This is a really difficult one.
Another final judgment for the 500th time in these fights, just dealing so much damage. Energy, great escape there. Adios may not be able to get away. No, down goes Adios, and 100 Thieves may be able to hold this with 1:30 on the clock.
And they definitely could. It's within their wheelhouse to do so. 100 Thieves also built up those Shredder's Ultimates Energy again. Where are you going to send him? Are you going to flank again on Hulk? It looks like they are. But they know it's coming because you can hear the Hulk's giant footsteps kind of running around these back halls.
Yeah, that's really true. And you know there's going to be a fastball in
nice
hand.
bubble.
Energy tried. Great bubble there to hold on and keep the team up by TTK. Delena now is trying to find a pick early and making sure that that heal does not get grabbed. But no, still able to grab that. Spark Chief going to head back towards the Strats. Hopefully give some alt charge. But no, that's a great pick. Forcing into Bruce into that corner. You want to leave him as Bruce for as long as possible and then maybe find the pick, as it does just essentially take one out the fight. As Vess is taking the space back, out goes the Eternal Bond, up in the sky goes TTK and Ultron. TTK onto Cooper, there goes that bond.
Finally TTK decides to show up.
On the Vess, and 100 Thieves is holding this for one more fight. Can they get the job done?
Yeah, and they don't have Doctor Strange, so there's no portal blocking going to come through onto FlyQuest this time around. They've swapped over to the Thing, wanting to play close together as a unit. 100 Thieves don't have a ton of ults to work with, though it will be Terra with that Final Judgment. We've seen him before. He will counter Vess's ultimate as well. The Agamotto cannot connect onto a Final Judgment, but he's going to have to build that ultimate and get CC immunity in this fight.
Yeah, it's all about this fight. Ult advantage for FlyQuest. They need to do it here. This is everything for them. Can they find value?
Why hasn't Wolverine
if
used
they do,
it?
it's game over. Crystals are out early, and they find one. Down goes Harvey. Down goes Terra.
Wait, he had ult and he still... Bro, I was telling him copy now.
Adios on the Vinny. Numbers up heavy now. 6-4. Make that 3. And the
Are we ulted too? Then they TP'd him.
And it's over.
Oh,
I mean,
they
there's no way they do this. I mean, they do have one coming out. It could be potentially doable.
Harvey, this fucking stupid motherfucker threw the game.
Like you mentioned, they didn't have a lot of time left at the very end, but they had so much going into third phase. Get it done on that map, up 2-0, put themselves on map point to get that number 1
They lost
seed in
because
Group
of
A.
Harvey.
Wow. FlyQuest is looking so good as a unit. We talk about the individual talent. We talk about them playing together as a team. It seems like they're having a ton of fun in these interviews and their discussions about being more versatile and not allowing themselves to be banned out. 100 Thieves, an incredible team known for clutching up in moments. Obviously, look at the stat lines across the board. It's difficult to pin blame if you're even trying to. It's just all about those fights, those neutrals, and finding a value with those Qs.
Yeah, the problem is I think a lot of the carry does come through energy and through teamwork, just like whittling down the opponents. Like you said about Terra having 55,000 damage. I mean, double the amount of the highest damage dealing characters on the other side. I mean, with Vess with 27k. It's, was that 54k? So that's not even the same amount as Terra in that damage. But we saw that as well on Domination some maps, right? It depends. When you have a Storm, when you have a Punisher, of course, we're going to do high damage. Of course, you're going to do all of that damage. Like you said about how Jeff players will get MVP sometimes. They'll be like, guys, I did so much. But it's just because of the algorithm and stuff, you know? These support players, strategist players get MVP. But regardless, it's not all about stats. It's all about team play, like we said. FlyQuest playing around that objective very well. We saw how long that first point hold was. And sure, you know, the stats may not show that they were completely dominant compared to Terra's stats, but I mean, it's Punisher. That's what he freaking does. He does damage. Like, what do you think is going to happen when a Punisher's in the lobby and there's nothing to really match him damage-wise?
Yeah, we've got to readdress, like you're saying, that first point hold. I mean, they got them to 30 seconds, and that may have been the deal breaker for the team not able to push through point 3 completely, as Fly had a ton of time there after the second point, at least. Or, you know, 2 minutes 20 there on the third point, and they just kept finding success in these fights. It was insane to witness. And like you're saying, energy, these early picks nearly every time, as you see right here onto Terra, which is a massive W. If you find Terra early like that, just the raw damage, we talked about, what, 55k, 13 finals there for Terra, who had about 5 billion ultimates. So just an incredible team play across the board. Got to show some love again. Cooper-tastic, Loki. You know, we talk about how strategists that deal damage, definitely a favorite for the MVP, but you can't joke about 29 KOs with 20k damage and 50k healing.
He is really good. He is really good, but I feel like we both agree Vess was probably the real MVP just because of, you know, the Eye of Agamottos and stuff, and the whole team just played super well. Cooper-tastic definitely deserved this. We talk about, you know, maybe they got to change the algorithm again to make sure these strategist players don't get so many MVPs, but, you know, fair play. Listen, I love strategist players. I love good strategist players, and Cooper-tastic is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Vess with top damage on the team on Doctor Strange, 27k damage, 8 finals, but you got to set up right every single one of those eyes. He was not the one getting all those finals. It set up 3, 4, even 5 sometimes final hits there, which were taken by teammates. But wow, what, you know, it shows you the value of Strange and how he's very much still prevalent in this meta.
Yeah, Doctor Strange is still super good. That's what we saw, you know, going over to the Hydron show for Nightmare 2 Shib, right? I mean, he was a hella, not going to say one trick, but definitely a very good hella player, definitely a hit scan player, swapping over to the Doctor Strange, swapping over to Vanguard, taking over your role, maybe, Shib. Maybe these duelist players can come over and do well. I mean, Vess proving that, you know, he's a Vanguard player, true, and there's a lot of Vanguard players that also switch as well to duelist. Is that something unique about Marvel Rivals, the fact that you can switch back and forth so frequently?
Yeah, I think it just has to do with, I mean, and it's up in the air what their decision may be. But if you take the Vanguard aim out of the Vanguard, that is sure trouble. And FlyQuest has sure been looking like trouble out there. I can't wait to see this next match after this break.
What's the map? Dude, I 100% think Energy played for some other team. Maybe Shinigami. Maybe I saw him. 3 minutes.
Bye. I haven't had one in a long time too, actually.
It's so just because sometimes like Pokeballs are like too much like rawness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
that makes sense. Like a legit mouthful of raw fish is a little different than sushi.
Yeah.
Bro, sushi is the greatest food ever invented in this whole universe. Nothing will ever beat sushi.
She sucked me. One shot. She's thirsting me. She's like 30 health.
What a shot.
She's swapping me. Oh no, she's sitting in a corner.
Wait, he's playing different riz, right? And he's playing keyboard. No. Controller, I can't figure out.
Shots, dude.
Controller.
Shit is in my aim right there.
Wow.
Fucking going everywhere.
He is a controller player now.
I'm back, bro. I had to use a restroom, dog.
Watch out, enemy is going for a
Damn, Husker's hairline looked actually insane. They did God's work on him. What that was. Please 3-0 this. Oh, what the fuck. Oh
I haven't
shit.
even gone to site yet. Okay, so I can't go this way, really. Unless I'm a mentalist. And then I gotta go over to water. Don't worry, guys. It's all good. I'll go spawn. I'll retake for you. I got you. I'll recon site. Probably get shot. Sure, there's a smoke here. Okay. What do I do? Run out into the smoke? I've run out into the smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe someone's on the box. Sure. So
That
we've got
is
3 here.
crazy.
Don't worry, I'll clear this. 1, 2, 3. Like, how am I ever meant to get anywhere? There's this guy here as well. You're not retaking this site. I'm telling you.
That is true.
Hence Yoru? Yeah, you have to play Yoru. You have to play Yoru and you have to heavy lean over towards this site. Because B's easy. B's easy to retake. I got options. My Viper Wall's here maybe. And I just run through here. Right? This is fine. 1 angle. 2, sure. Then I'm here. Then I'm out here. I'm ready to join the boys. My person in heaven's cleared my close left. It's pretty good. Cleared over towards here as well. Don't have to worry about anything. My person over towards spawn. He's cleared this for me as well. I've just got free run out. You can retake this site easy. You can play to retake this. You can't play to retake this. It's as simple as that.
I see.
Good right now. I mean, 100 Thieves, they're going to have to figure something out moving into the next map as, yeah, not ideal. Not ideal to go down 0-2, but we've seen it before. We saw reverse sweeps come through. It's pretty hard in this game, though, I feel like, because, you know, every team has their best maps, right, Shib?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely correct, and this is going to go back. Actually, you know, since they did lose, they should be able to choose this map again. So we'll see if they change something up here for 100 Thieves, but I think we just need to see something vastly different in terms of team comp. They've been trying to run this comp, it seems like, for a little bit here. They didn't find a ton of success there with the thing, which I think is kind of a recurring
maybe
thing.
Is
I'm curious to ask
actually
the
use all the
choice
bans
of
they
running
might
thing
have
over
a
something
chance.
like Groot, Mag Strange, and so I'm excited to hear more about that. But
No, that was Harvey being
momentum is
stupid, bro.
heavily on the side of
I wanted to
Fly.
see that.
Like you mentioned, we have seen some comebacks here.
Yeah, we have seen some
That's awesome,
comebacks.
yeah.
It's hard because you know, right now it seems like FlyQuest is good at adapting to the meta for sure. And you know, we heard about Spark Chief, what we heard through Nevix earlier. It's tough because in this new ban phase, you have to play everything besides just a mere composition.
We don't really care about bans.
But wow, what a... I mean, they got them to 30 seconds, and that made the have
characters on the other side.
Actually take one out the fight.
Okay, Harvey has that here, right?
Best in 100 Thieves is holding this
for the thing.
20 seconds remaining.
Can they find value with each one of these Qs? If they do, it's game.
He just got stunned
early
and died.
Yeah, it's all about.
I was telling this stupid fuck to Ult now.
This fight, ult advantage for FlyQuest. They need to do it here. This is everything for them. Can they find value with each one of these?
Ult and just dies.
Crystals are out early, and they find one. Down goes Harvey. Down goes Terra. Will this be enough for them to take over?
What a stupid
Better
fuck,
chance
man.
here,
What
but
a stupid
that is
fuck.
not going to be the case as we see roughly the same bans. We get to Cap. Cap out of there is a good change of pace here for 100 Thieves.
I think they did that last time though, like last round.
Oh yeah,
they played Hulk.
End. Yeah, true.
So, I mean, the Ultron ban that's at least forcing them off of that Ultron composition. We'll see what FlyQuest does to adapt to it. But we, from what we've seen, Shib, I mean, Triple Res is still available. They go for that Wolverine or that not Wolverine, that Punisher protect, Wolverine protect up on the top side.
I still can't believe it. Actually,
I mean, not
what a fucking
crazy
retard.
adaptation from 100 Thieves, but it's something, right? And that's kind of like you said, that's what we want out of this team.
Well, we got to draw attention to the fact that there was a missed ban last time, right? So that is also
true.
We got to mention that. That is definitely important, and that definitely impacts performance as a team, where the other team, gets a slight advantage and more options where they can switch things up if things aren't working. And we saw FlyQuest make some changes throughout the match. So we'll see something different here as we go to Holiday Jalia, and I'm excited to see another domination.
Yeah, I am as well, and I'm curious what FlyQuest opt to do as well. I mean, we've seen them play Hulk and not a lot of Namor, which is kind of interesting. They're playing instead that triple with the Wolverine and not playing towards that Namor again. Maybe opting away from that hero, at least versus 100 Thieves, depending on how the bans go. Maybe certain strategists and stuff hard to play the Namor against. Specifically, I guess if you mentioned Loki, because you can just pop crystals, counter your entire ultimate. So that could be definitely a reason why we're not seeing the Namor necessarily. Also, with the 100 Thieves composition, maybe the Namor doesn't fit against it, but we know that's in their back pocket. We'll see what they do on Hall of the Jalia, like you mentioned. And right now, 100 Thieves definitely have none of the wind in their sails. So, FlyQuest, this is the final boss in the group stages. We'll see if they can accomplish this goal, this raid finish. And right now, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, to quote something like Hawkeye, you got to pull the bow back before it can loose forward, as FlyQuest loses that first match against Ego, and have just been progressing forward ever since. If they take 100 Thieves out here 3-0, I cannot imagine the momentum as we go into the playoffs next weekend.
I just like how that Black Panther statue, just reminds us of FlyQuest losing to Ego Death in the first round. So pretty funny how that's sort of been a recurring theme with FlyQuest hovering around the Black Panther, understanding they lost to it. They're not afraid to admit it. And right now, 100 Thieves teleport around the backside, set up Delena with the team, which is maybe not where he necessarily wants to be just yet, but it's at least a starting point for 100 Thieves to make FlyQuest feel a little uneasy.
This is one of the cool things about the tournament, seeing strategies different from what you may see in ladder, just to kind of shake up the pace and force eyes in a different direction, playing at a different location. The whole team is now stacked under this bridge, which is a pretty strong defensible position. So smart play here.
That's
100 Thieves, and out immediately
ultimate.
goes the Eternal Bond in record time. Out again goes the Invisible Boundary. We're going to see Q's popped everywhere as it is just back and forth. But who is the first to go down as another Eternal Bond is out for the side of 100 Thieves, and it's matched by Zelos, who does fall. Well done. Adios to clean out Delena there. Delena again gets a pick, and it's just back and forth.
Wow, what a block.
My goodness, Fest did connect the Meteor M past the shield, but it wasn't fully charged, so Terra got to live. Also, that HP buff. Oh my goodness, I forgot. Terra literally had like 42 HP. If it was old Punisher, he would have been gone. So trying to portal back. They do have somebody to touch. FlyQuest to try to retouch.
And there is the retouch, able to drop in here. We'll see how long this lasts for. You can't leave the point for too long, even on height there. Again, TTK trying to find one, does. Down goes Zelos. Delena dropping
TTK is logged in, I guess.
Though, but it's not going to be enough to touch. It's just going to force a stagger unless they can, right off the map goes Spark. Smart decision there to regroup as a team. You do not want to wait, because when you wait, the next fight is down a number, and then the odds go in their favor, and it's a steamroll from there.
Actually, big stagger. Another big stagger. What?
So talking about staggering, there it is.
Yeah, these are some good staggers. And this is what we talk about, too, with, you know, if you're wondering why a tank player, a Vanguard player swap to Rocket Raccoon.
No defensive.
To retouch the point, you know, there's certain heroes you need to retouch with Doctor Strange. Rocket Raccoon can be seen as one of those to allow your team to constantly pressure the point with the BRB. You know, you come back through with somebody else on Doctor Strange. Just whoever goes down first, whoever's the first casualty wants to swap. Now 100 Thieves. Pushing forward, they do have Vinny now on that Doctor Strange, so that could be the change they need, but Energy with a quick kidnap onto TTK.
Down goes
this
TTK.
Wolverine
Energy,
is a problem.
Always finding value with these Wolverine plays. Looks to the high side here on Terra. Terra with a good escape, with a nice smoke screen flying backwards. Another tackle here onto Vinny. Will they be able to clean that up? Up in the sky goes Vinny. Vinny tackled almost again. Good idea there with the right click from Wolverine, but not able to finish that up. 100 charge, ready for damage as Adios finds one. Down goes Vinny. FlyQuest again up in numbers and holding on and finding their footing, but Terra taking the space right back.
Yeah, it's tough. You just don't want to be taking easy eliminations like that in the neutral, giving momentum back. Delena, oh no, goes down again, but maybe Terra can equalize it with this final judgment. They come back in with that eternal bond, and then he gets tracked. Oh no, Cooper, too easy for Terra, the Canadian beamer. Terra with some fantastic shots in the ultimate.
Yeah, it's all about patience and focus. You can definitely burst through that with the final judgment, and it is going to be launched here by Zelos of Fly to hold on to the point, as Cooper did fall relatively quickly there. Spark Chief onto Terra. That's a nice start to the fight for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves not afraid of fighting 5v6 if need be. Vinny got to take out Adios and make it 5v5. Crystals are out too, and there is, ooh, the Goddess of Death up, but here comes the Meteor Ram. The meatball into the back line, not able to land as shields were up. Delena trying to get some value, still not able to do so just yet. Forced back, great positioning again. Spark Chief pops the Q for Hulk, and down goes TTK, and once again, FlyQuest retaking position. Great lockdown there, trying to find two. Down goes another, I believe. No, still held up by Crystals, well played. And there's the follow-up by Energy. There goes two, make that 3, 4, as FlyQuest sweep the rest of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this composition makes a little bit more sense for FlyQuest to have Adios on that Human Torch. It's probably back a bit of a back into like a comfort pick for him. Energy, though, the ultimate flex player onto that Wolverine. It's very important to have these duelist players who can flex to characters, whether they be Hitscan, whether that be Wolverine, whether that be any melee characters. Right now, FlyQuest transitioning at the right time. 100 Thieves, though, swapping Vinny over to the Captain America to open things. Delena also onto that Ultron. This composition hasn't worked out for them previously, but they do have 2 minutes to work with. We'll see if something can change.
Yeah, just kind of a neutral situation here. We're going to have one alt make that 2 on both sides, and starting off initially with the bond out again goes the last stand. Terra trying to sweep, not able to find anyone just yet. Off angle, Zelos, great hiding there with the cape. Going to reset again, and here comes Energy. Energy duel, Energy does. Good tackle on the TTK, great bubble there by TTK to stay healthy. Adios is going to find one onto Harvey. Nice pick, and again, TTK finds Cooper in the back, just
I can't speak wrong.
3-point shot from distance. Adios gonna try to find another Terra onto Spark Chief, and the numbers are traded, but it looks in the favor of 100 Thieves. Ults up for Fly, still not able to get anything there. Adios just dancing here, super mobile in the sky with Johnny, and down goes Adios.
Yeah, right now, I mean, TTK was putting the team on his back. Found another one, Best found his counterpart, and they're just able to push on forward. 100 Thieves. This transition to this Ultron composition has definitely panned out. I mean, you have to rely on, you know, that meteor.
Don't kill him. Stagger.
Just a great shot. So for FlyQuest's side, maybe they can, you know, come back, at least kind of come into the third phase. But right now, 100 Thieves have looked better than they have on the other 2 maps. Right now, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice at players that play Magneto at this level is you need to have an ascend and descend button ready while you're playing Magneto or honestly, any character that has the ability to fly, because if you can descend while, when you initially use that alt, you start upwards, you can actually descend low, so you can weave that Meteor M in unique locations and spots that people may think that they're safe. So great pick there. Down goes Spark Chief as Terra finds one, looking for a second. Terra nearly has this all. Every fight goes to show you how strong Punisher is in this current meta, and Adios playing Torch, another very strong hero right now.
So strong. And so
100 Thieves doing this well. I mean, just able to take down Adios, making sure this Torch is uncomfortable. I mean, that first little bit in this third phase is harder for these flyers. So once 100 Thieves break through this choke point, I'd be a little bit worried for Flyers.
I actually 100 Thieves too, and I like Iron Mix
into this eternal bond from 100 Thieves, so you know where they're all going to be.
And out goes the pass of Energy. Energy is able to get some HP back, trying to find one TTK. Oh, great attempt there, not able to make it happen. Zelena up on height now with the Ultron. We talk about Ultron being incredibly impactful as a strategist right now with raw damage, especially in triple comps like this. So Zelena going to keep the pressure on. Great movement. When you use that dash, you do get, I believe, 8 seconds of raw speed. And there comes the ult. They're holding on well. Adios takes out Harvey. Harvey goes down. Terra goes down. And you can find value here with Torch when you use that Supernova, which may be a little bit on the lower side of the tier list for ultimates.
Yeah, this character has a lot in its kit, right? With Human Torch, you mentioned it, Shib, to me how when you melee, that character's flying all over the place, hitbox-wise. So hard to hit this character when he presses shift, goes incredibly fast as well. So Human Torch, one of the most mobile characters and highest damage dealing ones as well. FlyQuest taking full advantage of it. Vinny already popping that freedom charge coming in. FlyQuest also having to deal with the speed boost on top of it from this Punisher, but will they find any eliminations?
Yeah, Terra trying to find one, instead just buying space. And there goes the Meteor. Spark Chief. Spark Chief finds Zelena. Terra on the vest, and out goes the bond for the side of Fly. Zelos just going to dance it around point. Spark Chief throwing out the bubble. Just going to start pummeling the front line, but only at 16% for the ultimate. Cooper popping that ultimate off as well. Now it is a neutral as nothing is left. The cooldowns are burned. Can FlyQuest hold on, or will 100 Thieves do 100 Thieves things? Energy finds 3 as Zello sweeps Harvey, and that could be it. Good tackle here on the Delena. Energy, an absolute demon here on this Wolverine, and you might want to pick him off the picking pool, and that is going to do it.
I mean, good push.
FlyQuest holds on.
It's one of the most difficult maps.
Clean game from FlyQuest at the moment. I mean, they had 2 minutes third phase, 100 Thieves did, but could not capitalize, lose 1 or 2 fights, and it's over. So, FlyQuest right now with this Wolverine composition, their priority of that hero alongside having the Human Torch, it feels like they keep getting whatever they want. I mean, unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they've not necessarily banned out the wrong things, but it feels like FlyQuest, they're so versatile. They're able to flex to so many different versions of the same composition right now, alongside being able to play Groot, being able to play Doctor Strange. So, I mean, this is looking like a scary team. I'd be a little nervous playing against FlyQuest right now after they've made that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I will say I started to see 100 Thieves looking like their old selves there on some of those pushes, especially Terra 11. It's obviously a lot of pocketing going into this composition. It is a protect the Punisher during Final Judgment composition, but Delena now going to be making a switch here to Psylocke.
Wow, that's a great push.
A bit of a change. So things will be shaken up here on this first point. We see Adios on the Penny. Not sure if that's going to be indefinite or not,
just for health.
It's like a real
got SJP. Got SJP already.
Oh shit, the lineups too.
He did it. If you don't know, there is the Penny. I mean, everybody knows at this point, but if you don't know, Penny Parker has some lineups in your own spawn towards like the main point on Hall of the Jalia. Aim that towards the objective. SJP unaware, got smoked and rolled. Now FlyQuest on their attack. Have the Doctor Strange portal available. They're going to go and set up behind 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's worth portaling quickly to see if you can get in there before the return of SJP. But what I will say is if you take damage there early from Penny and you do not get KO'd, tell your strategist to hold off on healing you until the map starts, and they'll actually get ult charge. Little known fact. So way to turn that back in your favor as we hold on here and start this first push. And tackle again. Energy, just a monster, just built different here on the Wolverine.
He's getting a little bullied right now. 2 eliminations early on. Now FlyQuest just walking towards the objective. Really just kind of controlling space right now is Energy's game plan, but they're against Terra with the shotgun. However, they will be missing a lot of their healing in the Cloak and Dagger walking back from the spawn.
Okay, nice.
And Terra pulling out the shotty, just trying to buy some space. Energy again onto
But how did
TTK.
TTK die?
These tackles are so impactful. Invis might need to be pulled out here. I'm not sure if it was banned out. I have to check back, but it is so difficult to escape the cat when the claws are out. Energy finds 2 more, and FlyQuest on a mean assault here takes point 1.
Yeah, that was mean indeed. And 5 minutes in the streets phase, 100 Thieves, they got to figure out something, man. They got Delena going over to the Psylocke, so at least they have something to back up Vinny's dive. I mean, that could be the variance they need. But the Punisher now going to be left alone on the main. I just wanted to see, I want to see how 100 Thieves reacts to FlyQuest and their ultimate upcoming fight. Right now, FlyQuest look like the better team, but maybe string together a few fights together, 100 Thieves can finally get a map win.
Yeah, ult advantage going to be slightly in their favor as they should work up 4 here. Terra going to find Smart Chief early, and that's a great pick on the defense, forcing them to reset likely unless they want to commit with a tackle. Could buy time, but not able to get that landing there.
They're sort of playing it back right now. Copy comes through from what looks like Cooper on the front line. Also, Audio's committing. The Supernova matched on both sides by Harvey, so both Lokis committing their copied Cloak and Dagger ultimates. No eliminations necessarily just yet for Terra, though.
Yeah, it seems like teams are playing patiently with the Qs right now. Don't want to commit too much while the Eternal Bombs are out. You can use Final Judgment to find value there. Smart Chief going to take out Harvey, though, and that's a great start for the side of FlyQuest. He tried to see the dunk. Unfortunately, that's not able to make it happen. Up goes the last stand, and it takes out a few as Audio cleans that up. What a combination. Smart Chief on a TTK. FlyQuest getting so much value out of energy here. It is absolutely insane. Delena going to take out Cooper, though, but it's not going to be for long as he goes down as well. Energy is showing up in the lights. What a star right
Wolverine shit's gonna
100 Thieves, I think they're not matching well against this Wolverine indeed. I mean, Energy last hand connected flush, huge connection onto 100 Thieves backline, onto their Vanguards as well. We'll see how they react now, but like you mentioned, I mean, Invisible Woman could help them maybe deal with the Wolverine bubbles out, though. TTK has to try to recover, but he just can't.
Yeah, Cooper going to take out TTK early in the fight. Again, these early picks are so valuable. Being numbers up, going into these neutrals, or at least these very few ultimates ready fight is just such a problem. Another pick goes out, but this one on the side of 100 Thieves. Here comes Terra. Terra does not miss. Eyes on great burn down there of the crystals, keeping focus forward and driving through the entirety of the space as we see a chase down there by the front side of 100 Thieves. Not able to find anything. Vinny on the cap, just taking that space and annoying the back line, but is able to retreat there, find his team, get healed up, and here comes the initiation by Cooper.
Yeah, FlyQuest so practiced, so well versed with dealing with those Punisher ultimates. Now they're under the back line. Green's out as well as early Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, don't die.
Harvey got grabbed, stunned, and he's down.
Bro, this is the second time. This is the second time. That is just unlucky, right? But holy shit, bro.
That's so bad. Harvey's ultimate now negated, removed. We're in the third phase of the map with Shib. So much time on the clock. 4 minutes here for the Wolverine on this attack.
That is actually
getting a pick and an ult cancel in a millisecond is insane. This man cannot be stopped. 98% to another ultimate as Zelos and Adios are ready. If they can get this ultimate combination with Adios landing on top of them with Human Torch, that is quite the combination.
Guys, we just dead. We're not playing against Wolverine well. I don't know what to say. It feels like 100 Thieves are walking into Wolverine's claws, and it also feels like FlyQuest are taking full advantage of the space they're provided.
Yeah, we talk about Terra being one of the best Wolverines in the game. They take that off the field with a ban early on every time. They just run it themselves, and Energy looking like he's up there as well with one of the top Wolverines. And as I'm saying that, another two-piece onto the squad as Terra and TTK go down. Is that enough space to push them? It's got to be very close with 3 minutes on. At this point, we are in any fight territory for FlyQuest, who will be almost evened up with ultimates in this next fight. This is insane.
And they can't portal. I mean, you have him again. Oh, jeez, man. I mean, TTK, are they going to commit any Stratus ultimates? They commit Delena, so they come back through, half the touch with 2 meters left to go. And they're able to get energy. Greens were also forced as well, so that's nice. That's a nice pick for Team 100 Thieves as FlyQuest just play around the corner, waiting for energy to come back.
And just for those who didn't notice, you'd see Terra being very patient with the Q there. When you're in a situation like this that you're very close to losing the game, you cannot overcommit your ultimates, 'cause if you do, it's game over.
She can't
You
believe.
see the hold there by TTK and Terra to not just follow up after they were ahead in numbers. No reason to burst those, but FlyQuest trying to gain those ults back and try to win with one big fight. It's everybody presses Q in one fight, and it could be game over. Up in the sky goes the Meteor to keep him healthy. Terra now going to press Q and look for something on the back line, but great focus, great return, and hiding behind the Vanguards to buy yourself time. And here comes the Eternal Bond on the side of 100 Thieves. No ultimates left besides Cooper for Fly, who will have the last second with Adios using that Human Torch as well. Will they be able to find anything in this potentially final fight? And out go the Hurricanes, the Tornadoes for days around the point to look for damage on Cap. And that is a good escape there by Vinny, who is able to get out. TTK in this, oh, excuse me.
C9.
Touch point.
I told them, bro, they had to touch.
Maybe you would have had Cloak and Dagger touch, but he had the dash back, so we didn't get eliminated by the Meteor M.
3-0 is crazy.
Stopped. Chat, maybe you were right in the first prediction with FlyQuest, and they 3-0 100 Thieves. Man, FlyQuest looks damn good after losing that upper bracket chip.
Come and get your loot. Come and get your experience. The quest's complete until the playoffs, all the way from the bottom side. The first match getting knocked into the loser bracket and coming all the way through to now being one of the top seeds in Ignite, heading into the playoffs. Wow, what a play, and what good play across the board here by, I just can't believe it. FlyQuest is just popping off. Energy is an absolute demon. Adios here, 34-2, 35-4, 17 finals, 11 finals. Terra doing what Terra does with 12, but it just was not enough to shut them down.
Yeah, I think that we saw the sort of answer to this kind of play style in EMEA with Insomnia versus other teams, but the real answer, I think, is Rad that beat him, sent him to lower bracket. The real thing, the problem is when you play this Wolverine composition, you can't really deal with flyers all that well. But because you're given Human Torch, because you're given that Wolverine alongside the Hulk or the Thing, if the Thing goes through, it feels like you are mismatched, right? On the ground, 100 Thieves just constantly having to walk up, take space, but the people who take space get Wolverine grabs. So you're just constantly under pressure. So much damage from FlyQuest, so many kidnaps from Energy, the follow-up from Adios. It just feels like FlyQuest got whatever they wanted. I mean, the only downside was Luna Snow was banned, but it doesn't feel like Luna Snow would have really changed much for FlyQuest. It just felt like they could play Cloak and Dagger, they could play the Loki as well, just live, disengage. The discipline, the play of FlyQuest also can't be understated. I mean, they just disengaged after Energy went down on that third point. Everybody together, nobody went down. So this team is so well practiced. You can tell that FlyQuest, their heads, well on their shoulders. They have a good head on their shoulders, rather. And right now, I think that they're going to be the team to beat in North America unless Sentinels versus Nemesis goes the distance. I mean, that would be a fun series as well, and that will be a fun series in just a bit.
I'll keep the
Yeah. I mean, another MVP here by Cooper, who's just playing really clean on the Loki. But yeah, you got to show... Yeah, they got to show love to Energy, got to show love to Adios. The combination, one of the things that I don't think I've seen much, and I'm curious on your take, that combination of Last Stand into the dive by Human Torch to provide so much burst value on a ton of heroes at the same time is a super unique thing that I haven't seen much of, but was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, it was disgusting, I think. I mean, letting Human Torch get through, letting Wolverine get through is tough. I mean, this is why I think that in terms of ban phase, we see, an adaptation to ignore the Emma sometimes and try other bans. It just doesn't feel like 100 Thieves tried out enough, but, behind the scenes, I'm sure Remix and them are going to look at these VODs, considering it's just the group stages, right? They will be going next week into the playoffs, and then it'll be do or die, right? So this team, to me, 100 Thieves, I'm not sure how scrims and how practice is going. As far as I'm aware, I thought Envy was doing pretty good in practice, I think, leading up to this, losing to 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves probably also doing good. And I think what can happen is that you get baited, right? If you do too well in practice, if everybody else gets smoked, right, you can sort of think that some comps are worse or better rather than they actually are. But let's go talk to Energy in the interview room with FlyQuest. What a game that was from him and his squad. How are you doing, Energy? Good. Congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. We got to get some of your jerseys, by the way. Can you show that off real quick? You want to stand up for the crowd?
Yeah.
I love the jersey, the FlyQuest rep. Okay.
There you go.
Ooh, looking clean.
Looking good.
Looking clean, man.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, first of all, for you, I mean, it was definitely, you guys are so versatile, right? You guys as a unit. I mean, how do you feel like in Marvel Rivals, the fact that, you know, you're able to flex that Wolverine, then go to, you know, potentially that Human Torch or, you know, at times even Ultron? Like, what does it feel like playing this game when you have to be as flexible as you are?
Feels good, to be honest. Like, it feels weird because I think there's a lot of like good options. So like that second map, I really wanted to go Torch, but like Wolverine is just nuclear there. It got Vinny off Groot like pretty fast, I think, on attack. So I think having those options to swap is like really, really good. But it's just about knowing what's best for not only just your team, just your like you yourself. So.
Yeah, I know that your team has been just riding this momentum, so I got to ask you, what do you think changed from game one where you guys were taken maybe by surprise and now you're just on this tear of taking out the top teams?
From game one, as in like the beginning of the tourney?
Yeah, from the ego loss.
Yeah, I think we went in with a good amount of confidence. I know Vessel said that before, but we just had to lock in after that. Like, we knew it was do or die. Like, it was a big tournament, big things on the line. So after that, we really prioritized our scrims and what we were doing in them. It's really important.
Yeah, you guys look so good.
Yeah, they have, and you know, I think it is kind of it is pretty funny, and I think it wraps the bow pretty well in this group stage with that. You know, we go to the Hall of the Jolly to end the map, to end the series as well. You know, I think we had a picture of the statue, of the Black Panther statue as well, and I know you guys like to lock that character in before the game starts. So I don't know. I mean, what can you say anything on that? Like, is it about channeling that loss kind of moving forward, or do you feel like you maybe lost at the right time so you guys adapted and figured out the correct meta?
Yeah, so that Black Panther loss, like, I don't know, at least for me, it scarred me. Black Panther is, I'll always say, Black Panther is broken. So we just hovered. We hovered in the ego death because we knew we were banning it, and then we started winning. We were like, all right, we're just going to do this every game. We just do it every time. That last map, Vessel was in the bathroom at the beginning, and he didn't get to hover. We were a little scared, you know? So... but it was good.
Oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, no, I got it. Your Wolverine play, just discussing, what do you think is the solution to that? Did they need to ban it out, or was it going invis? I don't think you banned invis out. So curious for your take of how do you stop the cat, the Wolverine?
I think invis is like pretty hard. Wait, hold on, Ma. 1 second. 1 second.
Oh, hey.
Wait, what was the question? I forgot.
How do you stop Wolverine?
I think invis is really good. I know in our warm-up we did specifically ask to play against Wolverine, but yeah, I think invis is like a pretty good counter. Especially if you have mag banned, then you can't bubble the Wolverine from the pool or just anything. I know the Thing is a pretty good counter too, just because when the wolf goes in, you just kind of ground him and he can't do anything. So.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, looking back at your guys' run through that lower brackets in the upper bracket, it's definitely reminiscent of some other hero shooter games that we can't mention. But, I mean, I think you guys for sure look amazing. And you're going to be going up against a very interesting team in Tech Yankee, an unsigned team from Group B. I mean, maybe could you talk about them, or you know much about them, or are you just going to go in full-blown confidence in the playoffs next week?
Techie, yeah. I mean, I think they're a really good, like, underdog team. I don't think they're the best team. Like, I don't think they're top 4, but I think they're a good team. So we're not going to go in like too cocky, like the same way we did with Ego Death, but we're definitely going to go in with confidence, you know, especially after the recent games we've had against the upper teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you've adapted and evolved.
I think invis is like pretty hard. Wait, hold on, Mom. Yeah. 1 second. 1 second.
Is there anyone you before we say goodbye to you?
I actually love Mom.
My team, managers, coaches, everyone, especially my friends at, you know, Watchparty every day. We have a little server that they watch party us, support us, so it's really comforting. And my mom, you know, she supports me too, so.
For sure. Awesome, man.
Yeah, appreciate your energy. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, man. Have a good relaxing evening.
Thank you.
That's energy from FlyQuest, and how FlyQuest played, Jib. I mean, it was so smooth. I mean, there wasn't really any hiccups.
I think he deserves some MVPs there. If he wasn't on the stat board MVP, he was my MVP. He looked insane in a lot of those fights.
His mom's the MVP, man. His mom's the MVP. You kidding me? Bringing him food after your game? What a way. At least he's celebrating like a king.
You got it, right? You got to celebrate after that, especially with the team. A little food in you, but well-deserved. It seems like they just learned from their mistakes, and they are one of those teams that back and just flip it around fully and ride that momentum. And what it just incredible.
I think he was already injured going into the
He started
game.
off nearly
I
every
think he was
fight
already
with
injured
picks,
going into game
well done
6,
energy.
honestly.
Yeah,
But
well,
he just played through it or some
to go to the
shit.
drawing board for sure for their playoffs. But
Who was
the
injured?
takeaway is
Bah,
for
man, I don't
them,
know.
I mean, that is a top 2 seed, so they will be the
I don't
number
really
2
follow that
seed.
fucking
So
series.
while FlyQuest is going against Techie on the opposite side, Shroud X will be meeting up against 100 Thieves. That'll be an incredibly fun matchup. I know we've seen that series, that matchup before in previous tournaments as well, so that'll be fun. And I think, you know, it's kind of maybe not as
he is crying. GG, bro. Leg just split. Hali straight up just died.
Win their series, but we'll see how teams adapt moving forward.
No,
Next week.
he
We have
just
one more
got
series for you
injured.
guys coming up in just a bit. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back
Wait,
for that
you don't know
Group
what I'm,
B
like, trying to
matchup in
say?
just a moment.
Never mind, bro. Who cares?
Five minutes, bro. It's too much, I guess. And who are you watching for 5? Baby, are you? Don't need to worry. You are my only. To worry. Have you seen this guy interviewing in Punjabi? He's watching too.
Wait, I want to see Sentinels play that ass.
We're just farming drops.
Finishing a fight him in this round.
Who is Demon 1 playing for now? Lev? What? I didn't press that. Hello?
Dropping smoke, catch them.
We got blow.
Bring them down.
Could be an A main.
Nice hit.
Hold it in.
Like I never left. Ground. One enemy remaining.
Prime.
This is in 2K?
This guy Twink. Not a Swedish one, but he's a Twink.
Oh, he sounds like 6 so much.
Shirtless, skirt wearing one, but.
Smack me.
He hasn't crossed. He's still gonna be like around the same area.
Could went down ladder.
Is it time to get back to CSGO?
Feeling dangerous.
I'm watching.
This is a good setup. You guys are good.
I still have bomb.
Bro wakes up, looks at his screen for 16 hours and goes back to sleep? Who? You? I'm sure almost every human does that.
Who's Duke? Oh. Yes. I'm the goat. Remember that.
You're
What's-
sitting there. I'm sure you wake up, look at your phone, that's just.
What happened to this? Give me a quick 3-0 again, bro.
Jeff.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed FlyQuest do what may have been considered an underdog story, going all the way from the bottom through their bracket and taking it home as we press forward in these stages. What a dub.
Yeah, what a W indeed. FlyQuest look like a freaking good team. So, I mean, as it stands, that's going to be a team Sentinels or Nemesis are going to look at, because one of these two teams that is coming up in just a moment is going to have to play against them next week in their first matchup. I mean, that's going to be the real kind of test of a lot of these teams. I mean, obviously getting top 4 was huge, but then entering the playoffs, we have the seeding done almost. 2 more teams to be decided after all of that. Like, we've done 2 weeks of this tournament so far. This is the end of the second week, and right now, I mean, just down to the wire between Sentinels and these other Nemesis rather. So FlyQuest versus Techie will be that matchup that we'll see, and then 100 Thieves versus SDX also to the matchup we'll see. And now Envy and Ego Death both waiting for their opponent in today.
Yeah, one of the more unique things about this matchup is this is going to be a rematch. Last time Sentinels took home the dub 2-0 into Nemesis. Nemesis, have they done their research? Have they watched the VODs? Are they ready to turn this around? Because they have struggled against this dive comp that we've seen Sentinels pull out. We had the discussion in the Cozy Cast with Aramori, who said there's a new hero out there that should be taking over the meta. All of us were speculating, and we found out the hard way. Amazing, pulling out the Black Panther and just going through teams with the Panthers. So that dive comp has been threatening. Will they be able to shut it down?
Yeah, and looking at I mean, we'll see if they can shut it down.
Dive comp for Nemesis, right?
Due to certain things that happened in the series with Nemesis, but this is going to be a fun matchup. I think that Hell's Heaven, not exactly the best map for Team Nemesis as it stands. I mean, I think Yoki said give teams a break, on map number 1, because it's just domination. Anything is possible. It's like the feel out stage for sure. And now that we're in this best out of 5, it definitely is even more so of a feel out stage. But regardless, looking at those maps, I think that Sentinels look like the better team on Hell's Heaven than Nemesis, and also on Symbiotic Surface. So we'll see if any changes come through today. But Sentinels, I mean, this roster still as good as ever. I mean, they were one of the original winners of the Marvel Rivals Championship, and in the Ignite series still look like a very good team.
Yeah, and got to show some of the Crimzo who's been pulling out the cap. He was playing a ton in the past, and this cap has been making a large appearance here. Maybe forcing out a ban. We might see something like that coming in the future. Amazing, obviously insane on Torch, but played so successfully with the Panther. The entirety of this roster has what it takes to just be hyper aggro in these compositions and play virtually anything. We've seen Res Comp, we've seen Dive, we've seen Poke. They're not afraid to pull out whatever is necessary to essentially get this W. So Sentinels have looked really good in this tournament, but they haven't had as many games. Maybe there's something to say about Nemesis, who in that recent interview with Ryan Guy displayed a ton of confidence and mentioned they want just a ton of flexibility so they cannot be banned out.
Yeah, that's the important thing for sure, is having that flexibility, like you said. So Nemesis is that up-and-coming team who does have the flexibility similar to FlyQuest, and for Sentinels, they also have it, right? I mean, for 100 Thieves, I thought they did as well, but they just didn't really adapt. You mentioned earlier how maybe you would have liked to see the Invisible Woman swap, against the Wolverine. I think that was a great call out from you, and then it got pointed out again by Energy in the interview. So we'll see if any Wolverine is even being played today. Maybe FlyQuest is the only team sort of on that hype train of that Wolverine team up alongside the fastball Nemesis.
Ricky, is Ricky the
but can they finally overcome
Nate shot guy?
another top team in Sentinels? I mean, they have the lineup to do it, and they have definitely a lot of interesting strategies in their back pocket as well, Ship.
Yeah, we talk about the versatility from Ryan Guy in this discussion, talking about the team's comms.
Oh, please start before I just fall asleep.
Two leaders there with Scatter and Ricky carrying those comms for the most part. They kept winning the ult advantage fights, which I think, you know, it may seem like duh, but that is not always the case. When you have ult advantage, you know, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and that is a huge net loss when you lose an ult advantage fight. But this team just kept pulling through in those fights and finding a ton of values. We see a mean Meteor M right there from Scatter. I just know this team is now also looking up. They've been playing strong together, and they're finding some momentum as well. So I'm curious to see how the first map looks, which I think it could dictate how this whole series shakes out.
Yeah, you're right. That first map could change a lot of things, especially if Nemesis looks good on it. You know, we'll see what the domination map is. I think for Team Nemesis, they just want to get away from Hell's Heaven. I think they've sort of low rolled. It's been Hell's Heaven every time, and I know it's not a big sample size for sure. Like I know, you know, practice and stuff, all these sort of things can dictate what maps you're best on. But just the fact that you're going to Hell's Heaven pretty frequently, which is not your best map in terms of official matches played in the Ignite series, it feels kind of rough. So, I mean, you just got to pray that the dice roll goes your favor for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I think Hell's Heaven plays well into that dive composition that we were saying they struggle with, at least so far, and it seems to be their new go-to for Team Sentinels, who Sentinels have, you know, they've got a ton of talent. And one of the things I'm curious to bring up to your attention, which we haven't had the discussion about yet, is seeing
I'm getting a cool 0 from this.
Disgusting Adam Warlock now making the shift to Luna, who plays that hit scan role at range almost nearly, if not better, than Warlock now with the raw damage output. So I'm curious to see, you know, it's funny now that the new hit scan or the essentially the strategist too that's playing more technical heroes are now playing Luna just due to the raw damage output and finding a ton of value. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I know he just loves that hero. I think it does so much damage, like you said. I mean, there's so much value to be had.
This will keep me up
in terms of, you know, the damage output, like you mentioned. And I think we've seen, you know, how good Luna Snow ult is, and people have mentioned how clunky, you know, Luna Snow Dance Floor Fate of the Worlds can feel in terms of the fact that, you know, you have another 500 ultimate charge you need to build to get that ultimate. But it is, like you said, that neutral that kind of can change and dictate a lot of fights. Luna Snow does have that damage potential. And I think, you know, he can carry on that hero too. So we've seen the value of that hero. We've also seen how prioritized that hero is in terms of the ban phase for teams. In terms of 100 Thieves, I think every time they banned out the Luna, it didn't work out, obviously.
Why are they picking 5 Swirl Girls? Don't these guys know that they can't play 5 Swirl Girls?
And the Mantis are banned for
Like, what is this pro team? Hello? That's so stupid.
Triple res composition. We've seen how good they can be, and they protected Cloak and Dagger. I know Nemesis loved that hero with Mr. Dinks.
Yeah, Nemesis, for those who don't know, actually old Team Shikigami, and they are known for running that Cloak and Dagger and essentially inventing that rush strategy of using that ult incredibly quick to hopefully buy you the first fight, and then honestly, by fight 2, almost has ult back again. So it is a smart strategy. As you see that lock there, the bans and picks were virtually the same across the board, but there we go, as we see the lock in there for the side of Sentinels, and that's going to go to Crimzo.
Yep, and just to
saving Cloak and Dagger.
Tuning in for the first time in these grand finals, it is an asynchronous ban phase, right? So the blue team gonna have those protects a little bit earlier than the other side, than the red side, who gets 3 bans in a row. It just syncs up on that third phase, right? It's banned at the same time, then a protect, then a ban, and then another double ban, and then it's kind of the same thing except flipped, you know, on the other side. So if you're wondering how that goes, and they're not global bans. So as you see, Team Nemesis cannot play Mantis, Mantis, Loki, Human Torch, or Emma. Opposite side for Sentinels, same exact thing. However, the protections were at least a little bit maybe interesting in terms of strategies revealed with the Captain America protected alongside Magneto for Team Sentinels.
Big fan of Krakoa as we head into the
I never saw that dog.
And I'm excited to see how this shakes out. Potential portal play off the rip again to get that space. We've been seeing that a ton at this level of play, just getting that space early and then bunkering in and locking down Nemesis. We've had the discussion, not afraid to run more unique things. We'll see if anything changes here as we press into the rematch in the final breakdown of this bracket. Will they get the higher seed?
Yeah, I think they might. We'll see what happens as we get a little bit of a perspective on both spawn doors. Going to be starting out on the waterfall map here on Krakoa as we get another little view of the boy. I love getting the perspective of those little guys around the map. It's always fun.
Zero is actually
walking
better
out with that Iron Man alongside a triple Strategist composition. They love playing triple Strategist, and I think it is good right now from what we've seen Shib.
Yeah, I think triple, as long as you got the Ultron, right? Ultron, just so much burst damage, and we will see success here. I'm sure Nectar, last time I had eyes on Nectar, 30 and
I don't mind it.
Incredible positioning. When you have the least of times of being KO'd, it's all about where you're stationed, and that's everything at this level of play. Mellow on high. Mellow, a mean Psylocke as well.
That's an
one of the shining
process.
stars of this team, trying to get
Really
that dance of the butterfly early. Right, amazing on the Iron Man. Saw the switch on Iron Man and Clintar last time with this matchup, so that is interesting. Like we said, matchup last time went in the favor of Sentinels 2-0. Mellow on the off angle here. There are a lot of pressure as Scatter finds Rye amazing out of the sky.
Yeah, huge pick on the Rye. They're trying to sustain build up towards that Ultron ultimate, but they just cannot right now. Mellow perfectly timed with that dive. Also has that Snowflake Amadian also on the Nectar, and this is probably the best round I think, for this Hella comp. As you can find those picks, you can kind of play in the open. Sentinels, they wanted to build the ultimate quick there. You know, you had the team up as well with the Ultron to give a little bit more healing towards that hero. But Ryan Amazing is going to swap over to that Bucky for the counter dive. We'll see if that's the adjustment that pans out for them. I mean, we saw on the other side, 100 Thieves tried something similar versus FlyQuest, but FlyQuest is also running triple on their side. Team Nemesis are just doing a typical 2-2-2.
Yeah, Nemesis is very close to a 6 stack of ultimates. Out goes the Meteor from Scatter. Does not connect Nectar, launching the Ultron's Rage as well. As that is out, is that find value? No. And the team is now pressing forward with the dance floor. Sentinels just trying to get this space back and own the point. Not able to do so yet. 45% on for Nemesis. Does the Meteor land? Great iframe there with the Goddess in the sky. Starting to put a ton of
I'll
damage
take
out.
that.
Will they be able to follow up? Not quite yet. More damage from Amadian. Amadian, like we said, great iframe to avoid the Meteor M, putting some damage onto the Vanguard line of Sentinels.
Yeah. Back and forth. Amadian eventually going to Techie. Nice shot from him. Here comes the Kraken impact. Frozen. What a freeze, by the way. But didn't end up mattering. Just slowed him down temporarily as it looks like Sentinels as a unit walked up with that freedom charge. Found the eliminations required, and Team Nemesis are sent back to spawn.
I'm not upset with that if I'm Team Nemesis. Forced out nearly every ultimate. Obviously, Ultron getting that all back incredibly quickly. Ready again almost in the next fight. But Nemesis, 75% in the first take. And now they're going to be roughly even on ults besides that Ultron, as discussed. So fight's now pretty neutral. We'll see how this works for them. But if they get that ult advantage and win one more fight, it's a teleport play away from a W.
One teleport way away,
Sentinels
teleport
still
away
have
as well, for
ultimate
sure.
advantage.
And now, Sentinels just going to play it slow. Give up a little bit of that space top left high ground as Nemesis. They're trying to like group around, right? It's sort of easy to take these flank angles like Prost mentioned. So Sentinels sort of forced to group up as a unit, and now here comes that dive.
Yeah, Mellow consistently on off angles. Something to learn if you're playing Duelist and Ladder. Scatter on a Crimzo, and nice early find again by Scatter. Back-to-back in these fights. Meteor M did not find any purchase. Nectar trying to battle
When he
back
copied
from this Bond. The Bond still going to stay up as Scatter finds
She
another.
copied Ultron? I mean,
Craze
Bucky?
amazing. And Nemesis looking like a
She
fresh
copied
new
Bucky?
team here. About at 90, working their way to 90%. And Sentinels are going to have to teleport in with Techie.
They are. I mean, right now, it's looking like the only way to really counter the dive with a triple strategist composition is with the Mantis to kind of run around, disengage. Also with another fantastic strategist ultimate. Unfortunately, Ultron's ult, not enough to live here. Here comes an ultimate as well. Dance the butterflies from Mellow as the portal comes out. A lot of damage coming through on the Sentinels towards the objective.
Yeah, Mellow, great damage there, but it does get negated by the crystals, getting run at by Cap. Cap, just a very difficult hero to drop when cooldowns are off in the sky. Onto that Cap, as discussed, dashes right back into the dance floor.
I mean,
Team
that's
is
two
trying to group
ultimates.
now. Once again, Nemesis
They
holding at
used
99%, armed and dangerous. Here comes the Kraken
Cap
impact.
and-
Will it be able to find anything? It is reset as Dinks goes down, and that's the key. If you can hit a ton, as long as anyone hits that threshold, they will get KO'd. Down go two, as Ryan Amazing finds another, but no reset there. But will they get the point? They're holding on to the point there.
I mean, they definitely could have used it, but luckily Ricky was in that spot towards the left side. And right now, Sentinels are going to reclaim the objective. Like you said, Shib, they just kind of got separated, got smoked by Ryan Amazing in that ultimate. And right now, Sentinels are sitting pretty on the objective, but they have to worry on their defense now as they only have that Ultron ult ready to go. Team Nemesis, again, are going to do that surround play they did previously. And in the neutral, I would say that definitely has an edge. We saw over in EMEA, VP did very well with the Mantis, with the triple res, with the Atom. Felt like it was easier to sustain with that composition. At least with the Ultron, Luna, and the Loki, it's definitely hard to find those eliminations with the damage boost and stuff to deal with people like Mellow and Kraz just constantly diving on you.
Not any. How have any?
I still gotta give some credit.
How haven't
winning
any
that
team
fight,
pick up
something up
so
an
what I
ultimate
did?
charge. It was a testament to patience. They did not stress over the fact that the point was still capped by Nemesis. Sentinels waiting it out and then turning around. Mellow once again trying to find this early pick. A ton of value as the damage is pouring. 80 or roughly 80% there to ultimate. Nectar getting eaten by Meteor M. Not able to leave that under that door. And Aramori finds Craze early, and this could be good for Sentinels. Now up in numbers. Aramori popping that ultimate. Out goes the Bond to match. Amazing holding on with Crimzo, and it's alt advantage for Sentinels. Will they be able to hold this down and take the first map here as Amazing is ready? Not able to get anything just yet. Out goes that. Oh, Dance the Butterfly. Mellow, I believe, did not find any value there either. Did force out some cooldowns, but not enough to get a pick. As we see, oh, the Eye of Agamotto here.
What?
Canceled.
Oh, we got what a cancel there onto that Eye of Agamotto there.
The LIE, right?
Playing around the dance floor, able to find a Madian as well. Goes down the Hella player. That's so much damage removed. Right now, Sentinels were trying to get eliminations through those shield cutoffs, but not from Techie. It was really well avoided. But right now, Dinks is chased down, smoked by Techie, and all of Sentinels on this objective. Team Nemesis, they have
no, he died
from a Madian last second, but it's not
Sentinels
there.
won.
Sentinels win round number 1 on Krakoa.
Yeah, great patience, great understanding of the game, and alt charge across the board. They really just were not stressing, although they were down heavy. That, you know, you may be saying, how did that cancel happen for Strange? Believe it or not, it was actually a hella mini stun, I believe. So maybe a lesser used part of the kit at this level of play can be used for things like that to shut down ultimates. Well played again, but Sentinels, that patience really showed up for them, really panned out for them, as they were not able, Nemesis was not able to take that back.
Yeah, it was very close. I think I was a little worried for Sentinels because it felt like they were getting utility force super early in their abilities, right? Aramori had the crystal after Nectar committed the firewall to kind of sustain in the back, but didn't really matter. They just walked up, and you talked about earlier, Shib, how lethal Luna Snow is. That's a great call out right now as Karova, just with that clap, able to do so much damage downrange, able to support his team as they walk forward, as he is the highest healing strategist on his team. Right now, Sentinels looking really damn good. Team Nemesis, though, it's close.
Yeah, and the advantage using that portal early there by Techie on Sentinels is that it's ready again. 3-minute cooldown, ready for the start of this fight. Both teams are doing it.
They tried to counter it.
Almost force him back into the other spawn. I believe it did. That's just some meta placement right there. Just knowing where it might go. And Techie does have that eye off the rip. We got to see if Scatter can push forward past the shield. And there it is. Waiting out the cooldowns. Does get a few. Can they follow up on it? On to Craze. And Craze is able to escape.
Damn, it's crazy. They would have won if Cap died on 99.
Keep him up in
Last
that
point.
fight. Did not expect that. Well played.
No, I didn't expect that either. And now Sentinels on the objective, forcing away Nemesis. Mellow gone out of the fight. Not ideal considering the Dance of the Butterflies will really help him here. Oh, what a freeze from the back line. On the other side from Sentinels, Karova hits that freeze on the Eye of Agamotto in the sky, or rather Techie had his Eye of Agamotto frozen, I think, and then now here comes Amazing on the backside. Dink's gonna go down to the Kraken Impact. A little bit of support here now as they bought time for Mellow to come back, but this is so much damage to Kraken Impact, forcing a Hella ultimate in the sky.
Yeah, one thing you may notice at this level of play is how long it takes to get the point off the rip in these fights. These teams are so skilled and talented and such good understanding of cooldowns. But as we say that, it looks like Sentinels will be taking the beginning of this point, as it has not started at all on either side. And forcing Team Nemesis back to the spawn door.
Sent back right now, slowing down the game a little bit. His team Sentinels right now do have that Eye of Agamotto ready. Same thing with the side of Nemesis, but they'll be able to surround Sentinels right now, who are stacking as a unit, right? You do have some members in terms of Crimzo looking around the map, trying to dive onto a Madian, make sure he's sort of out of position. Not a lot of sustain for him because he doesn't have that triple strategist that Amazing does have to support him.
Yeah, it's been difficult to see all these Strange ults be canceled when we just came from a map where Strange ults were super impactful early on there. So you're seeing all the ability of this backline to make Strange not be able to get that eye off. And we're going to initiate again on the side of Nemesis with Craze trying to keep the team up with that Freedom Charge. It is essentially another strategist ultimate as it's matched right back. Eye of Agamotto goes out, finds value this time. Can they get focused? They do. Nice pick there on Amazing, using that shield like we were talking about before. Strange shield can block healing from things like Luna Snow. So great idea, not able to find value, but good thought process as they press again. It looks like Nemesis maybe taking this point right back.
Take it back. Stratus also now caught out on the backside. Have to take a portal to their team. Nobody else really chasing except it looks like the Captain America, as Kraz went down actually because he took that portal. So it was the portal of doom, the portal of demise for it looks like him. But Crimson also been traded. So whole Captain America's kind of struggling at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of value with Cap over these last few days. Seems like he is taking a place back in the front of the meta, at least with how the pros are playing him. But in these last few games, at least, it has looked a little more difficult to get value. But his job is just to distract. Up in the sky, we go again. Not able to find anything with a Medium there. Keeping the shots up on height. Here goes
these freeze, man.
Up and frozen immediately there. Well done by Ricky.
Good freeze indeed. Here comes Mel on the backside as well. Into, oh my goodness, Aramori going down in that Fate of the Worlds. Here comes Yamamoto. Does connect on Nectar as well. So right now, Nemesis, they're putting themselves in a pretty big lead as Ryan Mason's ultimate not going to connect onto anybody else. Right now, they're sent back to the spawn again.
Like kind of insane with this style of
around Scatter with his Yamamoto and Dinks with the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond. So Sentinel's trying to figure things out. They're over to the Cloak and Dagger himself as we take a look into the fireworks. July 4th coming up, Shun Shib. By the way, just want to point that out.
Yeah, that could have been a very different story if Techie got that ult off, right? So it goes to show you the small little things that you may not see in the stat lines. That freeze right there from Ricky completely could have changed that fight. Just that freeze alone onto Techie, who is now forced to switch heroes and lose a little bit of ultimate charge there. So a ton of value on stuff that won't be on the scoreboard, and that's why the scoreboard doesn't tell the story. Don't get lost in that. Amadian taking out Nectar here as Nemesis is now playing hyper aggro, and they want this to be a 1-1, pushing to 0.3 on domination. And Nemesis is really showing up with an ult advantage here
team versus a pro
walking
team
up like you said with that ult advantage, but we'll have to worry about Techie and Crimzo trying to block off those heals. Scatter as well, building up another Yamamoto. He's been
even though I hate this game, but I love this game.
Crimzo going directly onto that off angle to try to keep the team healthy. Tries to get Strange. Nice play as Korova cleans that up onto Scatter. Up in the sky we go again. Amadian trying to find
maybe they lose this.
That Goddess of Death, not able to get too much, and he gets picked off by Nectar. Nectar playing a very strong role now on Sentinels. Has been one of the newer additions to the starting roster. Is playing very strong here, but like we said, this is in the favor of Nemesis so far. Down one though.
Wait,
now
no.
Now it's in the favor of Nemesis. Who turned this around, the 5v6, and now we're ahead. Ultimate out for Korova. By Amazing and Nectar both holding on, but Nectar is down. Korova finds Pick, and so does Amazing, even though down in numbers. Turning this back again, Sentinels. Will Nemesis, no, they use Mello. Gonna pop that, I'll take out Techie.
Oh, the side was actually pretty good.
There's only one up there.
Oh no! Sentinels didn't touch, no? Or was that... Yes, oh my god, they didn't touch.
They couldn't touch.
Yeah, and it happens at every level of play, as you saw. Honestly, on that first map there, they did have one holding the touch for them, and I was worried that it was going to happen there. Eyes off for a moment as I'm watching the plays, and it happens on map 2. So you got to have those comms. Everyone playing aggro. Everyone wants to find more value, but the biggest value ever is getting that point, dropping off it, and losing that map.
Oh man, I mean, Ryan was trying to play back and forth, play for his own life, and you know that Dance of the Butterflies was massive as well, because I think it picked off, was it Crimzo? Techie was able to live, but he wanted to go peel for Rye, and then they just got a little bit distracted. So, you know, it looks like for Sentinels, they're still figuring something out. They still have that Star-Lord. It seems like Nectar is struggling to find his place in this map right now. I mean, on the Star-Lord specifically, I think that, like you said, he's able to find those eliminations, able to go with those blasters, but unfortunately for him, he's just not been able to kind of synergize with the team right now. We'll see what happens on this upcoming one. I mean, he was on the Ultron earlier and kind of was a very good peel artist for Team Sentinels. But right now, Nectar trying to go for these sort of combination dives with Crimzo on the Psylocke. Wasn't really working out. Now he's over to that Star-Lord. He does have ultimate ready to go.
Yeah, that Galactic Legend can be so valuable, especially with no strategist ultimates up. So here we go, trying to find some sort of that bubble. 55 HP per second, essentially a counter ult in itself. A nice find there as Amadian goes down, puts numbers up in their advantage early on, and that's what you need to do right now, Nectar. So good play, aggressive again, but what do you know? We're going to stick inside that bubble and stay healthy. Scatter tries to find one. Amazing turns that right back, and Mello with a pick onto Nectar. It's just back and forth, these teams. So strong.
Cap.
Yeah, I mean, good pick off there from Mello, and I've been, like I've mentioned earlier, very impressed with this man in terms of his improvement, or their improvement right now for this team, Team Nemesis. Mello and them need to kind of come back together around Kraz. Does have that freedom charge. Same thing with Crimzo on his side, so it's even across the board. Gonna have to worry about that Eye of Agamotto, but it should keep everybody healthy in terms of having that freedom charge. So more than likely, Techi's gonna have to hold on to his ultimate mid-fight, whereas Scatter, I think, can go for it whenever he wants.
Cap can play so aggro and aggressive, and it's so fun to watch as you see him just trying to annoy the backline in the off angle. Spin again by Nectar, a combination that is very strong. That bubble with the spin helps get that Galactic Legend back really quickly. Have eyes on that future, but you can't right now because Nectar goes down. Amazing onto Scatter, though. Traded once more. 5v5. Amazing. Make that 2. Crimzo going to clean that up as Ricky goes down. Amazing trying to find another reset. Not able to do so. Up in the sky goes the Goddess of Death. A ton of damage out, but right back into the crystals. Great placement there. Well done by the side of Sentinels as Aramori pops crystals and then copies up. Amazing finds a Madian, and they are holding on to this point.
Yeah, Portal now coming back in from Scatter, but down a lot of his team. Gonna have to play heavily around this Luna Snow on the backside of the point, but oh gee, one shot from Amazing, he's just gone. Goodbye, Kraz as well. And this is looking pretty much wraps for Nemesis. I mean, they don't have Portal, they won't have that for the retouch. They do have ultimates at the very least, and Sentinels, they're struggling keeping Nectar alive. I know that he's just kind of meant as like a distraction whenever he kind of goes in, dashes around, forces focus away. A little bit of a peek, by the way, strategy on the left side. That's the big brain gameplay behind Sentinels. It's that little group boy. Now Nemesis now coming through in the choke point, having ultimates ready to go. They do have strategist ults, at least. Sentinels have nothing. So if they mess this up, I mean, it might be pretty much G-over for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I see Sentinel's really on top right now in this map, no doubt about it. But like you said, ultimate advantage here, big ults, by the way. And but this Galactic Legend should be matched here by the Madian finds Crimzo early, and that's huge for Team Nemesis. Eye of Agamotto finds a few. Will they get more value? No one goes down. Scatter actually going to take out Kurova, on that pick. Does start building up the E charge here. 84 does a lot of damage. Remember, recently in that patch, it has no damage fall off, so feel free to release it at any range to get max damage, and it especially pairs well with that ultimate where you can hit the soul and clean up. So great damage outsourced there. Great work there, by Nemesis. Just ran them back, but once again, Sentinels now have ult advantage and are at 99%.
Yeah, they have.
Yep, trading 1 for 2 was Team Sentinels out there.
Yeah, they have
they can delay for a while for more ultimates through Dinks, through Kraz as well. And same thing for Sentinels, right? They have Aramori, they have Kurova, so they're going to hope to find some eliminations with the Amazing and his ultimate. Kraken Impact could go big because you can get eliminations even through Shredder's ultimates with it.
Queues for days. Now let's see who falls. Ricky taking out Amazing early is a massive start here for Nemesis, up in numbers, but here comes the ultimates matched right back. Eternal Bond on both sides. Will the dunk?
Ooh, what a dunk.
From downtown goes Dinks, Madian falls, Ricky falls, Crimzo, Aramori on the Scatter, and everybody on the side of Sentinels is finding one, and that may be enough unless they can really dance here. No, they cannot, and that should be it unless this portal comes through, which I don't think will happen. Just going to be a staggered touch, and they're gonna need a miracle here, but I believe it's over as Sentinels take game 1.
Yeah, what a map. And I imagine stats-wise, Nectar didn't have the best game, but like I feel like performance-wise, he was excellent. Like in this game in Marvel Rivals, it feels like you have like a duelist who sort of does the carrying. Like that's the entire role of like the Bucky in this case, is to make sure Rai has enough space. And really, that's all Nectar trying to do is annoy, harass, make sure eyes are off of Rai, and gives him that MVP. So right now, Nectar kind of played his role perfectly, and that's kind of how the game is.
I mean, Nemesis played really well.
Not everybody can be that striker in soccer. Some people need to be the setup guy, and for Nectar, he was that character or that player and that team player for the side of Sentinels, and they played it so well versus Team Nemesis, when the only downside, I think both teams are looking vulnerable to a certain degree, right? For Sentinels, they'll get picked off randomly. Like we'll see Amazing get clapped by Ricky, but it's traded back immediately by Sentinels. That's the only weakness I can tell for Team Sentinels right now, is that in some of these fights, it feels like they're going down, they're getting casualties when they really shouldn't. But for Nemesis, they just constantly handle that pressure. Ultimate advantage for Sentinels, and overall just really good fundamentals through that team currently. And Team Nemesis have to regroup for this next map, but I think we're in for a good one for sure. Shit.
That was a really
the
good
fights were
match.
so back and forth, just heading to 99 on every map. I mean, yeah, you got to show love to Amazing. Obviously 18 finals, a little inflated there because that ultimate
really well.
does give the finals as they reach that threshold. But outside of that, I mean, like you mentioned initially, stats don't tell the whole story. I think Nectar with that dance, Techie bubbling Nectar so he can spin to win over the top of the enemy, get that ult back quickly, and force out just a ton of cooldowns and focus allows these picks to come through. We saw picks hits even from the backline. Karoba and Aramori. Right, Amazing obviously pop in. We had Techie with 10 final hits. Obviously a very strong Vanguard. And Crimzo just distracting for days with 8 finals. So Sentinels played really well as a unit, but similar stat lines on Nemesis. So I think this really is going to be a good series, especially after that 2-1 domination W.
Oh yeah, I mean this is going to be a banger for sure. We'll see how the bans adjust as well. Usually in close series like this, I think the ban phase is very interesting because teams, especially a team such as Nemesis, I know they have good coaches, like to go through, like to come back and specifically target ban. We did mention though that you know, we talk about Hell's Heaven not being a great map for the side of Nemesis. It seems like Krakoa is also in that boat. I just feel like domination wise, this team, you know, not necessarily needs some work, but it just feels like there's something off with this team on that map. They looked good though. I think at points they took advantage of Sentinels, played around that Hella composition. It might just be like the compositional thing, right? We talk about how I think Hella's a lot better on maps like Convoy, on a map like Convergence. So they probably will go to another map such as Symbiotic Surface. But I mean, last time Sentinels won on that map in that game before, and you said it's a rematch, Shib.
Yeah, and we look over
this
at
guy
Mello.
needs to stop
You
staring
mentioned
in my
maybe
soul. I
domination
can't
isn't their
even
thing
fucking
as a
lie.
team, but Mello.
Wait
14
for
finals,
it.
Finals off angles. It's going to be all those finals get more value on
Actually,
things
stop.
like Convergence and
Never
Convoy
mind.
because those single lane map push points, when that single number gets picked.
Now, yeah, bro,
you
he's
maybe
looking,
don't commit
please.
the ultimate
Staring
to
at
as
my
much as
soul.
you
Hello?
to hold the point.
Stop
So
staring at my
there's a lot of
soul.
value there. So we could see the change up there. I think Mello absolutely popped off.
Bro,
Minion was 6 as well.
he's just staring into my soul.
So the dual
I'm
side
pissed.
looks really good. I think Scatter looks great. The SVP there with 9 on Strange, big ultimate plays. Although there was a lot of shutdowns, so we got the back and forth from the strategists with those shutdowns were insane.
Stop staring in my soul.
More valuable plays right after this break. We'll see you soon.
This guy, dude, this guy. Bro, he keeps staring at, bro. I feel awkward, dude. Chill, bro, just chill. What's our humble king doing? Looking at the... Bro, this guy actually needs... Bro, isn't this guy like the goat of marketing?
Awesome. It's our closing time. We need to get out of here. Get out of here. Anyways, our QC... Can I ask you out? Why not? Awesome. It's our closing time. We need to get out of here. Get out of here. Anyways, our QC will check all the order details.
Don't care. Look at this.
Looks good. Is that... Anyways.
How many genders are there? I have no idea.
A lot. I don't know.
It's a good question. I mean, it's a spectrum.
Unlimited.
Unlimited. Unlimited.
As many as you want.
Can you name 5?
Howdy, Obi. It's Tony.
I like the China.
Anyway, can I ask you out?
China. Ooh, it's time to put on a show. The Luna lineup.
Invisible boundaries, all of the team ups that you can bloody well imagine.
That
So
looks
much
good,
fantastic
bro.
force
What the
power,
fuck?
so much
Liger?
gonna come through from these teams. They are going to put it all on the line.
Sounds
Every
like
single
Tiger.
that they have practiced, that they have screamed, that they have learned. They're going to.
He also looks like a
on the line
tiger.
right now in a best of 7. That's right. And just like the vicious player before, Adam said, he wants the 4-0. The question is, are they going to handle that and take that from ground zero? But I'm done rhyming. I'll let Massey explain how important are the stakes going forward for both these teams.
A girl playing Spider-Man.
Dollars had about a $75,000 total prize pool there, and
I swear, if Luna actually has a concert, everyone will go. Korea needs to make a Luna. They actually need to make a Luna. Can we watch something else without getting copyright striked? Let's watch this.
I feel overall from Delhi, our morals and ethics are a little different.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, what do you think about these things?
So, relationship, love life, dating culture in Delhi and Bombay are very different. I know people who are with someone but not with someone. I know people who are with multiple people. That's Bombay. And why it works in Bombay is because Bombay is accepting. Like if I tell you something, you won't be scandalized. You'll be like, हाँ ठीक है. And that's what happens from actors and directors. Everyone knows it's a known thing. If you try this in Delhi, Delhi being so judgmental will never be accepted. They'll be like, "Oh," they'll shame you. They'll be like, "ये कैसे कर सकते हो?" फलाना ढमकाना, because Delhi is so traditional.
I mean, it happens in Delhi too. Like, dude, I don't know, man. It's like, it's the same.
Spaghetti sauce.
Spaghetti sauce, Pepsi, Coke, Pepsi.
Cheese.
Is the video with Pepsi?
Very
Very
nice.
nice. Yeah, Pepsi.
Yeah, Coke, but pizza.
Pizza.
Very nice.
Very nice.
This is classic chopped cheese. Take like this, like that, and like that.
A billionaire, by the way.
That is good.
That, like the white, like mold type shit. I'm pretty sure that's edible.
Brother,
look,
what's that?
It's spaghetti.
I'm pretty sure it's edible. Okay, okay, dude. What else can we?
Super dope. I know that people.
Bro, are we just gonna watch the screen? Hello? Hell is wait, I follow Dream? I am like she here. Didn't he cheat to become a Minecraft guy? Didn't he like did some grooming type shit? I tried Dune Awakening, so you won't have to, but you should.
Tend to, you know, change, you know, based on what they played against and stuff in the first ban pick. So it kind of creates this weird meta among metas where, you know, the Emma ban or the mag bans come later as well, because you kind of know they're going to protect the mag here, and Emma is very good. So, I mean, it does make sense, especially if we look at, I imagine, win rates for Emma at Frost as well. Seems like she just wins a lot of games in the Ignite series, so it's tough to argue about how good the hero is. But as we pass through the first phase of the bans, now we head into that double ban, looking pretty normal so far, right, Chip?
Yeah, almost identical, as both teams elected to have virtually the same thing across the board last time, the slight change. But yeah, I agree. The Emma ban is almost a necessity because Psylocke just gets unlocked as well. It's just loose to just be a demon with that clone. So you almost have to like take out 2 for 1 if you don't get rid of Emma. So there is going to be the lock-in by Cloak. Nemesis has been loving that Cloak and Dagger.
That is crazy.
Yeah, that Cloak and Dagger definitely been a staple for them, and
that is a crazy product.
Luna Snow hasn't been touched so far, considering you know, what Sentinels were doing with that. And same thing with Nemesis. So both teams liking that Luna Snow and not really committing any bans towards it. Meanwhile, Sentinels getting rid of Wolverine as we head to Araco instead of Clintar, which Nemesis previously chose. Now we're going to Araco for them. Groot protect as well for Sentinels, and we've seen how good Groot can be on this map through teams like FlyQuest. No Mantis ban this time that Sentinels have picked for Team Nemesis. On the opposite side, it's Sentinels dealing with a Mantis ban this map.
Although Sentinels are attacking, and it looks like they want to play that Groot, we saw the Groot on defense essentially hold teams into the spawn door until the very last second. So very defensible point, at least on point 1, and then it starts going more towards the offense until point 3. But this map, I love to see it. Teams are clearly loving it as it's been selected a ton here in this tournament. But you look over and you're seeing some unique picks. I'm sure that might change up, but Groot looks like he will be shown on both sides.
Yeah, and interesting that no Ultron bans come through. I mean, we saw that he was in little specific moments versus dive on Ultron, but then once the dive sort of swapped off, once we got through onto different sort of compositions, and maybe Nectar as well wanting to swap to different things, they kind of opted away from that hero. So we'll see if it comes back. Last series, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, they banned out Ultron, I believe, once towards the very end. Didn't really matter because FlyQuest just kind of won. Now today, different series, different teams for Team Nemesis and Sentinels. They sort of make very similar bans. I feel like the prioritization is kind of in a similar vein. Mantis not touched this time. A lot of people wondering why Mantis is even banned in the first place. It's for this. Team Nemesis running that triple strategist composition. Mantis, Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I mean,
dagger and the sword.
Right out of Sentinel's book, right? I mean, good, strong defense here, holding on tight. This is definitely a very defensible position, as we mentioned, trying to keep him in the door. A lot of the time, we'll see triple Vanguard off the rip here, holding him at the door, but deciding to hold back a little farther. So definitely a different strategy than we've seen in the past here. Amazing. Back on that Bucky. Good pull. As down goes Amadian and Craze as Nectar finds one. And oh, the combination of Wolverine into Groot is a terrifying thing if you don't make that switch to Invis. So Nectar, a very strong wolf, something we haven't seen yet in this series. Good tackle out of the sky onto Scatter. Like clay shooting. Bang, down goes Scatter, and followed up by Rymazing.
Yeah, excellent decision making by Nectar, positioning as well. Team Nemesis have to react to it with the thing. So they're just going to kind of run towards Sentinels. As long as Sentinels can sort of live whenever that soul bond is committed, whenever, you know, shots come through from a fantastic shot as Mellow on Adam Warlock, that's always going to be something to look for. But oh no, he does it again.
Wow, and this is insane. These Wolverine plays are disgusting. Nectar finds Mellow, but now we get that res. Amadian comes back. Amazing, taking out Ricky. Will Ricky res up? It's the whole point here of this Guardians comp. There is that res. Numbers haven't changed yet. Amazing in the sky with the dunk. Does not land on very many. Good teleport out. Great escape there, and that's where the advantage of these teleports come into play. Your knowledge of where they go. Nectar under Ricky, though, again with a pick, but the passives pop. Immediately gets followed up on. Tackles right back into the heel. Great tackle again to fly back into the dance floor. Down goes Craze as Crimzo finds one. Mellow on the Rymazing. Numbers still in Sentinel's favor, I believe, as the reses are all popped. And Korova finishes up on Madian. Techie on the Mellow, and that's point 1.
Point 1 pretty quick by Team Sentinels, and I think for Team Nemesis, we see teams play Human Torch alongside this instead of the Star-Lord, even though you don't have that res anymore. Human Torch banned in this matchup, okay, so we'll see what he changes to something else. They actually just full swap, go over to the Storm, even give up Soul Resurgence. They just gave up ultimates in terms of Ricky giving up the Mantis ult to swap over to that Luna Snow, so they just give up on that composition, triple res comp. Instead of playing some sort of Mantis, you know, full dive composition, they just opt out of it. Sentinels fine with that, I imagine.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to try to put some damage into those Groot walls and find a way around this. I mean, we talk about their versatility, able to play a ton here, and I think it's better to do that switch early. Crimzo with the strangling prison counter right back by Amazing, says not in my house, turns that on to Scatter, but Mellow finds Korova in the back line too. Mellow, a huge ultimate here. Down goes Aramori, Nectar, and Techie, and Crimzo.
Oh my.
Wait a minute.
Mellow, built different, tries to clean up and get 6.
Yeah, and also got tracked down too by Mating coming back. I mean, what a play by Mellow with that ultimate, and then with the follow-up. This guy, an absolute star player for Team Nemesis, came through in the clutch when Rai was KOing his entire backline. It was really tough for Team Nemesis to kind of deal with Rai, but not when you have Mellow kind of popping off with that Storm ultimate, then the follow-through afterwards. Amazing work from the Storm player on Team Nemesis. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, Ricky holding on to alt here. We do have Aramori with the copy, so should see the dance floor likely on both sides. And Techie going to hold on to that Meteor M. Could help cancel some of that out. I think it's a good switch here by Team Nemesis. Really shifting up the comp. We talked about it being a difficult thing to see, but it's clearly working, at least so far. Tackle back in. Techie on to Mello. Last stand, not able to get too much as the dance floor does get popped. And Amadian using that last stand. Crazeman finding Nectar, turning this back, trying to shut down the Wolverine by playing some counters with the Thing and that bubble by Magneto. Good damage out, alts pop.
This is a
now advantage goes to the side of
I mean, this
Sentinels,
point
who have 2 ready, almost 3 with Amazing.
Yeah, right now Sentinels trying to maintain the momentum that they had earlier, get it back rather, and now here comes the Meteor.
Wait, how did Luna even die? Oh no, Luna didn't die.
From the side of Team Nemesis, they have to regroup, and you know, right now the believers in the chat room definitely seeing their team kind of pop off. 76% of people in the chat voted for Sentinels with their channel points.
I mean,
to win
as
the
I
series, to win
said,
this
it's
next
a
map
stronghold.
round.
They just
Nemesis
fucking
only
shit on
having
them.
24%, so
The
large
fuck?
discrepancy in terms of fan favor for Sentinels right now.
Yeah, you got a Techie just raining down. You saw the patience there with those left click. When you're playing Magneto, don't hold down the trigger. It's very difficult to force hits when you're not being patient. Be very patient with that left click. You saw a 3-piece there just due to raw understanding and patience. That left click it can do a ton of damage, especially if followed up by a right. So you got to be calm, cool, and collected. Do not hold that trigger down. Amazing holding on to this Kraken impact could have a ton of value, but
Damn, we should have gone for the Bucky.
Out goes this Hurricane, which will pull out a ton, and Amazing goes down quickly. Well done by Ricky to follow up there.
If he would have gone for the Bucky, it's a
Here
kill.
goes the cloak. Mello onto Kurova. Strong play by Nemesis now, showcasing that Storm is still very much in conversation for a top duelist. Amadian onto Crimzo. Scatter onto Aramori, and that's going to be a reset for Sentinels, who now are still down in alt advantage on point 3.
Yeah, spawns are right here, so Mello is just sitting trying to get out that damage. I imagine Ryan wants that play back. Went a little bit too far forward, could have been saved by Kurova. Meanwhile, Nectar with a huge pickoff and just gets traded on the backside, so Mello down, Amadian able to find him.
Yeah, here comes the next fight. Like I said, alt advantage on the side of Nemesis, just slightly. Clobbering timeout. Does it clobber, though? Not much. Amadian just raining, forcing forward. Bubble goes out a little early, but they are playing great around that positioning, playing around that natural cover. You'll see that at this level of play a ton. They do not overextend and find themselves out in the open. They're always playing around walls. And there goes the Meteor M slightly after. Almost more value as all the cooldowns are used. Amazing. Crimzo Techie sweeping everyone as the Sentinels clean up Mello to finish off the team. And there goes Mello.
That's too much, bro.
Playing patiently and turning
Could
that
have just
right
shot
back
her.
at Team Nemesis.
Yep, holding this angle as well, just hiding around the corner. Third person peeking, you know, that's kind of what you want to do. That's the big skill in this game, is being able to go back and forth between cover whenever you have right side peeks and constantly just abuse the third person camera that Marvel Rivals presents you with. Now that dive comes in, Crimzo on the thing, like you mentioned, pulls in that Punisher. That's annoying to deal with. Nemesis are reacting, however.
Yeah, and now Nemesis holding on to the Meteor M here. Do we have that Eternal Bond and the Hurricane? This Hurricane always should be used almost off cooldown. It forces out everything. As you see, crystals go out, dance floor goes out. Everybody just trying to battle back, and Scatter plays off that. Now that the cooldowns are down, Scatter finds one at Kurova, and then they all start falling. The Jenga pieces. Scatter gets another Amadian onto Aramori, and the whole team is swept here. But now Sentinels are going to have that last stand and the Aramori copy for this next fight. But does it battle back between the Thing's clobbering time and the Eternal Bond? Which gets more value? 1 minute on the clock.
We'll have to see. Here comes the throw again. I feel like Sentinels aren't reacting very well to the Storm Ultimate, but you know who's not reacting well to the Wolverine? Actually, never mind. They are reacting well to the Wolverine. On the backside, they're able to go with the clobbering time, also commit Amadian with that final judgment, get the eliminations. But I feel like for the side of Sentinels, they're not really doing a great job dealing with the Storm, right? Dealing with the Punisher. We see a lot of teams kind of adapt and change, but it seems like even with their dance floor, even with the Fate of the Worlds, they tend to fall to Team Nemesis, whereas on the other side of the bracket, I think FlyQuest was reacting well to comps like this.
Yeah, I think Sentinels did a good job, at least with patience there. I'm with you that was a difficult watch, but Sentinels, what they're doing here now is they're committing everything into this final fight. Out goes clobbering time by the side of Crimzo. Do they follow up? They walk back together. Dance floor is popped here by Ricky. Team is keeping the pressure on. The haymakers for days. Down goes Scatter. Nice work here by Crimzo on the Thing. Making that switch over to the Thing has been valuable, and here comes the Hurricane. Will it find a pick? It does. At least it burns the passive of Wolverine. The team's forced to reset. Mello Gonna drop back with the team, and it is
Damn,
a very
wait,
tough
what?
fight. Odds are on
How
the side
did-
of Sentinels for this fight so far. Ricky trying to build up his claws at 100% now, dealing a ton of HP with that overall HP.
Wait a
takedown
minute.
down. Goes another, the Hurricane again. Amazing this time, coming in and sweeping. Down goes two.
Wait a
Amazing.
minute.
Is that enough? Techie
When did
throws
Rai
out the meteor
Amazing
as
switch
well, but doesn't
to
finish
Storm?
up
I didn't even
Ricky, and they are
realize.
very close to ending
That's
this
3
thing too.
fucking
Sentinels
points,
with
man.
3 points.
That is so impressive, Shib. We cannot understate. I don't think we've seen. Have we seen this whole tournament anybody cap out all over Racco? I think we probably have, but it feels so hard.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. A lot of teams being held on point 3 right there under that bridge. I think
actually,
what
not
was
3.
really strong there by Sentinels, something we briefly touched on, is Sentinels lost that fight right prior to the final fight where they had 15 seconds on the retake. All they had to do was touch, and then they committed everything. They lost early. The side of Nemesis used some ults, got a pick on that second to last fight. The team reset and didn't commit, which was really smart and really patient. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, you're right. I think Sentinels played that very, very well. And now going over to the defense, you know who we talk about as, you know, the best Storm players right now, Shib, is, you know, team Speedily on Team Envy, and it looks like Mello on Storm. But Rai Amazing, one of the OGs on this hero, definitely played it back in the day when Storm was even stronger than she is now. She's more of that supportive style, you know, giving your team that damage boost, sort of playing slow, then you ultimate, and usually your ult, you know, forces out other strategist ults and stuff. But, you know, Rai, one of the OGs on Storm for sure, going to play something very similar. They've given up entirely on that Punisher, it seems like, alongside it, just maybe focusing more on that Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm with you that this is now going to be a Hurricane fest. We're going to see that on both sides. It does pull out a lot of cooldowns, like we talked about. It does also, you know, it puts a lot of pressure, and it's terrifying as you see final hits on both sides. But now, this is where I was thinking I'd see it. The Sentinels are playing very aggressive on the hold, up very tight. Nectar trying to get a tackle early. They do, as Nectar finds Scatter, brings it right towards the back line. Will they find value on the pick?
That is crazy, bro.
Scatter,
This
great
jump
positioning. Not able to even break bubble there, but good idea by Nectar on the tackle. They are forced to retreat here, not able to hold that front spot for long as they aren't running that group.
Yeah, this is what we would have wanted to see out of 100 Thieves if you were a fan of them, right? Able to live these pulls that come through from Nectar. Now you could call that on Sentinels, which, by the way, they just walk in and everybody falls over on Team Sentinels. Yet again, man, these teams...
There's no way it goes 3-3, right? No way.
We saw in FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Storm may be considered more of a poke hero, but you're right. When it comes to these brawl comps playing as a unit and walking in together, Storm with that damage and speed boost, and also just the natural AoE damage from that damage boost form, which is constantly zapping everyone in that circle around her. So you have to play close, you have to play aggressive and play natural cover while being almost on top of the enemy team. So yeah, more of a brawly hero secretly, although the kit may lend itself to look more poke. And here comes Hurricanes very soon. Out goes the dance floor. Aramori copies up. Sentinels kind of on their heels right now as Team Nemesis is up in ultimates.
Yeah, copy came through like you mentioned. Now here's Kurova sitting on the back, trying not to go down to the Meteor M. Oh, nice evasion of it, but they have to make it back to the objective to heal themselves. Oh, the portal to dodge the Meteor M. Are you kidding me? From the side of Mello.
That was genius. Play right on the portal. Use it as an iframe. Gorgeous play again. Mello now coming in with the Hurricane. Scatter finds Nectar early. This is going to go back towards Nemesis for this fight. Ults out. Amadian takes out Crimzo. Crazebang.
Even though they had
that should be enough as they take point.
Excellent phase from Team Nemesis to close out there. The portal from Mello. Unfortunately, Meteor M not going to connect from Techie. And right now, Sentinels are on the back foot, right? They were not able to deal with Amadian with that final judgment with the follow-up from the Hurricane. And right now, Team Nemesis, they're pushing forward. I really wonder what it is that results in so many of these players getting picked somewhat early, positioning, whatever it may be. It's happening again. Like, I don't know. It feels weird that these players are just going down before the fight even starts, similar to what we saw 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. I feel like that never happened.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's difficult to comprehend why it's happening, but it has been relatively consistent. A lot of these fights were due to a Wolverine tackle initially, but now we're seeing it just from raw damage at range. With the Punisher, with Storm's damage boost, it could be something along the lines of teams aren't expecting that damage boost. Finding 3 there with a mean last stand as the team sweeps virtually everyone. Down goes all 6. And Sentinels with a huge ultimate there from Nectar.
Really
one of the
difficult
strongest
push.
Wolverines. Wolverine, get him out of here.
And just see, it's one of the most difficult push in the game, right? Now just see, as I said it, this is gonna push so easily. Just look at this.
Especially on a map like this where you have so many angles to kind of.
I mean, they do have ultimate advantage.
utilizing some storm speed to kind of get back as a unit. I mean, they've been able to find picks.
Zen would have like 3, and they would have like 5, 6. Oh, they could actually have all 6.
Nice job from Kraz to keep his team alive.
Yeah, that was a great Yancey streak to knock
Sommel for Sommel.
away. Here comes a double hurricane. Which one is more valuable? As everyone is just in the midst of a storm. Who wins? Bubble out. Great play. Dinks, incredible ulti there to play it on the ground as he uses that bond. Kind of hidden. Amazing still finds Mellow though. As the numbers are now up for Sentinels. Out goes Scatter, not able to find anything with that Meteor Ram. Scatter now finds
they still have Punisher.
Already at 40%.
But Amori will have
Storm's strongest attributes is the fact that Storm can get that ult back with piercing attacks. Those attacks pierce, so in those hallway fights, those hurricanes come back really quick. Nectar with another mean last stand onto Ricky though, and that is going to put Sentinels again up as Nectar finds another Mellow onto Amazing to make that less of an advantage. Now only up 1 for the side of Sentinels. Dinks now on Nectar, and now it's evened out as we get into another fight.
I mean, a little brawly for sure. I mean, that fight at the very beginning looked like a Trader Joe's fruit leather fight room. It just seemed like, you know, so many colors, so many hurricanes kind of flying out. And right now, I mean, Sentinels fortunately losing Nectar. And now Tucky again finds Mellow. Where's the healing? It just feels like you mentioned, Shiv. The damage
I'm telling you,
is so much with the Storm. It's unexpected for these pros right now.
Yeah, they're just not used to it, right? That damage boost with these very pokey abilities from these heroes is finding much more value, and that's where Storm, although kind of taking a backseat in this tournament, is still incredibly strong. And Madian tries to find some damage over the last stand, not able to. Techie turns it around on Ricky though. Crimzo on the Dinks, Corova, and Nectar. 2 more as they just keep sweeping these teams in these fights, and we got a minute 40 left.
A minute 40 left, and you know, like you mentioned, Nemesis. I mean,
they didn't have ultimate advantage now.
Excellent, you know, kind of push quick on that first objective compared to how we've seen it in the past, and now they've been slowed down to a hold. This has been about a 3-minute hold for Sentinels, who right now on the defense with this Wolverine is taking full advantage of Nemesis. And they're not really reacting that well. They don't have a Wolverine themselves. They have to play like a Punisher, maybe even something along the lines of Bucky could be the answer, but right now Nemesis, they have to find a pick.
We're seeing a hurricane every fight here. Amazing, forcing out a ton of cooldowns. Corova gonna use that bond. Crimzo ready.
Wait a minute.
With the he's gonna use
Wait a minute.
End of this fight likely.
Wait a minute.
Sweeps all of them, and again.
I mean, he lost his passive, right?
As everyone goes down, Mellow trying to clean this up here. As down goes Nectar, and they do get point 2. What a fight again! But this is where that first point, that advantage on time, 5 minutes coming into point 2, works out for them incredibly well. As you see, Krakoa here taking point 2.
Yeah, Dinks has been hitting some huge terror capes. That's what's giving them the eliminations. I feel like with that vulnerability with the chains we talked about, Dinks is able to hit that so consistently because he pretty much plays so much Cloak and Dagger even before the character was considered viable. Right now, Sentinels on the last phase of the map. You know, they have to hold, but they chew so much time off the clock, at least in the Streets phase.
Yeah, it's a great point. Bringing that up, the damage was not only from Storm, but also, oh my goodness, Crimzo and Nectar down go 4, make that 5 as Scatter falls. And yeah, Sentinels, they took that last one personally, but now alt advantage on the side of Nemesis. But yeah, I did just to return to that point, I do agree that damage boost, not only from Storm, but also from Cloak is so threatening, and that's why these picks are happening for sure.
100%. Yeah, that can change the game, considering, you know, not a lot of Luna on the side of Sentinels, rather. So for the side of Sentinels, pick off immediately, potentially going to come through with the pulls again. For Sentinels, they've been able to win multiple fights in a row. Last stand comes through again.
Good ult there to counter from Ricky to shut that down, but that was mean as out goes the clobbering time, and not going to get too much value here. A lot of the time you want to count to 12 when you see that dance floor start, and right at the near end at 11 you launch the clobbering so that everybody is vulnerable while they stacked on that ultimate. But good attempt there, not able to find any value, although these pros can still, you know, get picks through
they have no support
with raw focus. And it's not a bad idea to count out some of these strategies.
He should actually ult right now, just right
now. Nemesis up ult again just by 1. Excuse me, evened out here is Amazing, ready with a hurricane. Here comes the last stand. Will it find a pick? It does. Down goes Nectar early, and that's massive. As Techie goes down too. Nemesis needs to keep going.
Chip, this might be like a map practice thing too, because there's that portal on the left side they could have taken, but they went on that left side, sort of the longer angle, and they couldn't disengage. They wanted to, but obviously they didn't play the best on that point of the map. But you know, from Sentinels and how they played so far, it feels like for every 3 fights they win, they lose 1. We'll see if they can win this one.
Yeah, and then you're right about that. It is map knowledge, and this was chosen here by Nemesis. Amazing with 3, and the hurricane is detrimental. 12 seconds on, finding 3 is a huge start here as Nemesis Nemesis has one ult advantage, but will they be able to hold on for 6 seconds? They got a touch here at the end to keep this going, but this may be the end here for Nemesis on map 2.
Wait a minute. Oh my god, that's a big kill.
Amazing, and they do come back. Wow, the Vanguards popping
What a
off
game
and
this has
holding
been.
on.
I'm so glad I
What
won.
a play, man. Kraz and
Sacrifice my
Scatter.
sleep
They're
to watch
also on
this.
triple Vanguard now alongside the Storm. That might be the play. Here comes Sentinels out of the spawn. No portal block to come through. Nectar in the sky trying to find one. Building last stand super close to it. Kurova also does have Cloak and Dagger all ready to go.
And here comes Mello with the Hurricane, and this could be massive if they find one, but no! Techie gets the pick through, and Nectar tries to clean up another.
Wait a minute.
Down goes Dinks, and that could be the W. Nemesis using everything now, committing fully. Amazing onto Amadian, numbers heavily on the side of Sentinels. There goes Crazemang from Nectar, and another ultimate for Amazing to sweep the rest, and that should be enough as Sentinels take map 2.
Excellent map from both sides, but
3-0.
Sentinels still come out on top. And, you know, we talk about how strong heroes are at the last phase, especially in overtime. I think Wolverine is by far the strongest at stalling that objective, at getting damage down range as well with the passive, alongside just how much damage Wolverine does. I mean, just the highest damage dealing character in the game in close range when he's fully charged up, fully raged up. And, you know, what a map that was. And Sentinels are now up 2 on Nemesis, put themselves on map point. And right now, Shiv, if they close out versus Nemesis, I think, you know, we have on both sides in Group A and Group B 2 teams that look absolutely disgusting in these grand finals, and they're going to be, you know, in their correct seeding for the playoffs if Sentinels were to win on the next map. But Nemesis, they're going to have to like kind of go back to the drawing board, figure something out, and maybe get rid of Wolverine first, because like you said, Shiv, that was so
Ricky,
hard
what the
to deal
fuck,
with.
dude?
Yeah, a lot of teams not using that invis.
19 final hits
It's
as
very difficult to handle
tank.
Wolverine without it. I mean, you saw the switch up there on the Vanguard line, and I've got to show love to that Vanguard line.
Bro, I am not
down
watching
there on the
the
final
last
point,
one.
almost turning.
Okay, I am just not watching. I'm too tired. I have a flight tomorrow. I'm gonna go. I am going somewhere. Tomorrow, I mean today. In a few hours. I'm going somewhere with a friend. Just a friend. So no streams for 2 weeks. Right? Take care. Peace. I'm going with Leo actually.